Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 3406 to Chapter 3488. Both Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin attacked at the same time. Everyone backed away from the battlefield, fearing that they would be caught up in it. At the same time, their eyes were fixed on the battlefield. They wanted to see how Lu Ming would deal with the two top experts. Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin were undoubtedly the two strongest people in the Fengyun East Division. They were not comparable to the other two leaders. Yin Yang God Eye, Gate of Domination, Void-Shattering Sword, Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. All kinds of secret skills were cast at once. Since he had stored a large amount of divine power in his quantifying word formula, he was not afraid of using them. In the next moment, the two sides collided at an astonishing speed. In a breath's time, they had exchanged more than 100 blows. Swoosh, in the end, Lu Ming's body was pushed back and he crashed into a few boulders. He was forced into a disadvantageous position. Their divine bodies, Lu Ming's eyes turned serious. He felt that Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin's origin divine power factor had not only awakened 4 times. Their primordial divine bodies were not to be underestimated. Compared to the ancient divine body, they were definitely at the peak of the purple-armored ancient divine body. In fact, it felt like they were about to reach another level. Their combined combat strength was extremely powerful. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he was no match for them. Even with Xiaoqiu's help, it would be difficult to fight them. Kill! Bing Tong shouted as he turned into a giant centipede and pounced on Lu Ming. Each of his legs was a sharp divine knife. Some of his legs even flew out and turned into divine knives that slashed at Lu Ming. These divine knives contained the divine power of 4 awakenings and were indestructible. The bolts of lightning that Xiaoqiu shot out were difficult to block, and they were shattered by the constant collisions. Clang clang clang, the blade slashed at the Gate of Domination, causing it to shake violently. In the blink of an eye, the Gate of Domination had been slashed a few hundred times. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the Door of Sovereigns. Lu Ming's cultivation base was 3 levels lower than his opponent's, which meant that his essence secret magic was weaker than his opponent's. His Sovereign's Gate was on the verge of being destroyed. On the other side, Lu Tianxin's attacks were just as powerful as Soldier Eyes. He used his origin secret technique and continuously attacked the moon and the sun. The sun and the moon shook violently, and rays of light filled the sky. Bang! Bang! Almost at the same time, the Gate of the Sovereign, the moon of the Great Yin, and the sun of the Great Yang all exploded, destroyed. Lu Ming suffered a backlash. He spat out blood and retreated, his face pale. Lu Ming is going to lose. Many people's eyes flickered, thinking that Lu Ming was about to lose. As for the people from the Dragon Alliance, they looked worried. Although they didn't have any feelings for Lu Ming, if Lu Ming was defeated, they wouldn't be treated like this in the future. Lu Ming, your good days are coming to an end. Soldier Eye shouted. After destroying the Gate of Domination, he took the opportunity to attack. Hundreds of divine blades danced in the sky and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved the Overlord God Spear to block, shooting out spear lights. However, when the spear lights hit the divine blades, they were all destroyed. Clang, clang. Clang, the Overlord God Spear and the divine blades collided, causing a violent tremor. Lu Ming was pushed back by the terrifying power. Moreover, Lu Ming couldn't block some of the divine blades. They slashed at Lu Ming's body. Clang! Clang, sparks flew everywhere. Fortunately, Xiaoqiu's armor was extremely tough. It blocked the attacks in the end, leaving only a few marks. However, the terrifying power of the divine blades blasted into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's bones to tremble and almost break. At the same time, Lu Tianxin's attack landed. Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. What's the use of relying on a metallic lifeform? Watch me break through your defense. Soldier Eye shouted. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, he whispered, withdraw. At this time, Lu Ming actually withdrew the remaining origin source secret techniques. Everyone was stunned. At this critical moment, Lu Ming withdrew the origin source secret techniques. Wasn't this courting death? However, one of Lu Ming's palms started wriggling rapidly. To be precise, it wasn't Lu Ming's palm that was wriggling, but Xiaoqiu. Xianxia wriggled and turned into a battle sword that Lu Ming held in his hand. On this battleship, the sword hilt was illusory, while the sword tip was real. This was the broken sword that Xianxia had swallowed earlier. Xianxia had used it before, and its power was terrifying. Come on! Lu Ming held the combat sword in his hand and slashed madly at the divine sabers of Soldier Eye. Dang dang dang, dense clashing sounds were heard. Those divine sabers were sent flying one by one, dancing in the air. Then, Lu Ming swung his sword and clashed with Lu Tianqin. After a violent explosion, Lu Ming's body trembled and he took 2 steps back. However, Lu Tianqin floated back. Such power! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. After Xianxia turned into this broken sword, its power had increased tremendously. He was completely at a disadvantage when fighting Lu Tianqin head-on. However, he had gained the upper hand in the previous exchange. Kill! After repelling Lu Tianqin, Lu Ming shouted and charged at Soldier Eye with his sword. Die, brat! Bing Tong roared. The huge centipede began to twist its body, and the terrifying divine saber slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not dodge and charged forward with his battle sword. Clang! Clang, clang! 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 More than 100 battle swords were sent flying. Lu Ming broke through the divine sabers and arrived in front of Soldier Eye, slashing down with his battle sword. Clang! The combat sword landed on the gigantic centipede, emitting the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew everywhere. Lu Ming felt as though he had struck a piece of iron. At this moment, Lu Tianqin arrived. A bright divine light shot out from his hand and went straight for Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming blocked it with his sword and broke through the divine light that Lu Tianqin had shot out. He rushed up and slashed at Lu Tianqin with his battle sword. Lu Tianqin swung his fist. His fist was covered in endless light as it collided with the battleship. Boom, it was as if 2 planets had collided. The difference was that Lu Ming had retreated a shorter distance while Lu Tianqin had retreated a longer distance. Powerful indeed. That centipede has such a tough shell. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The other party's ability was indeed shocking. However, Soldier Eye and Lu Tianqin were even more shocked. On Soldier Eye's body, where Lu Ming had slashed, there was a deep sword wound and blood was seeping out. How is this possible? Soldier Eye roared in his heart. After he had transformed into his primitive divine body, he knew how strong his defense was. Even if he did not fight back, his opponent would not be able to break through his defense. He used to think that no one below the Sir God level could break through his defense. However, his shell had been broken. Lu Tianqin's fist was trembling. There was also a sword wound on his fist and blood was seeping out. Bing Tong and Lu Tianqin looked at each other and saw the seriousness and hesitation in each other's eyes. At this point in the battle, they were hesitant. Could they still kill Lu Ming? They wanted to retreat. The 2 of them moved and leaned against each other, afraid that Lu Ming would defeat them one by one. Bam! At this moment, Lu Ming took a step forward and shot up into the sky. He waved his combat sword and charged toward Lu Tianqin and Bing Tong. Kill! Kill! Bing Tong and Lu Tianqin shouted at the same time and charged toward Lu Ming. Once again, the 2 of them clashed and fought fiercely. The 2 of them fought in the sky and at Fengyun Mountain. They were locked in a fierce battle and after a few hundred moves, there was still no clear winner. Boom! Boom! After a few more explosions, Lu Ming, Bing Tong, and Lu Tianqin retreated. They retreated tens of thousands of meters and faced each other from afar. At this moment, Bing Tong and Lu Tianqin had a few wounds on their bodies. Although they were not fatal, they were still bleeding. On the other hand, Lu Ming did not have any wounds on his body because he was protected by Xianxia's armor. However, there was a rebounding force that went through the armor and injured Lu Ming. Many of his bones were broken and Lu Ming used his divine power to reconnect them. D***. Why is this kid's divine power so dense? Is it endless? Can't it be used up? Bing Tong roared in his heart and was even more shocked. It was the same for Lu Tianqin. She found it hard to calm down. They came from powerful forces in the primitive universe and were well informed. They had seen many perverted geniuses. However, it was extremely rare to see someone as perverted as Lu Ming. The two of them wanted to retreat even more. If this continued, their divine power would not be able to hold on. Lu Ming, this is bad. My power is almost used up. I can't maintain the form of the combat sword. Xiao sent a message to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and his heart skipped a beat. Indeed, Xiao did not have the quantifying formula. After such a long battle, it was normal that his divine power was about to run out. However, without Xiao's help, Lu Ming would have died if he had to face Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin alone. However, Lu Ming's face didn't show the slightest change. His fighting spirit was still arrogant, and he looked like he wanted to fight to the end. At this moment, Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin looked at each other and nodded silently. Lu Ming, your strength is indeed not bad. Fine, I'll spare your life today. We'll fight another day. Bing Tong spoke, his voice resounding throughout the entire place. They're going to stop fighting. Many people were surprised. All the people present were geniuses and none of them were stupid. Bing Tong's words meant that he wanted to stop the battle. Obviously, he was not confident in Lu Ming. What he said was just to give himself a way out. No matter when you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Lu Ming was delighted, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Great. However, Lu Ming, let me tell you, if you break the rules like this, we won't be the only ones looking for you. Let's go. Having said that, Bing Tong turned around and left. Lu Tianxin did the same. When the two alliance leaders left, the people from the two forces naturally followed them. Let's go too. Let's go. Since the people from Soldier Peak Alliance and Sky Heart Alliance had left, the people from the other forces didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly brought their men and left, afraid that they would be too late. Lu Ming didn't chase after them. At that moment, he didn't have the strength to chase after them. Xiao's divine power couldn't hold on for much longer. Moreover, Sumo's injuries weren't light either. If this continued, his injuries would worsen. The other party's retreat was exactly what he wanted. They've retreated. The people from the Dragon Alliance were the happiest. All of them smiled and were pleasantly surprised. Initially, they thought that the Dragon Alliance was in danger. However, they didn't expect Lu Ming's strength to exceed their expectations. With his strength alone, he managed to fend off the attacks of the 10 forces in the eastern region of Fengyun Mountain. Moreover, he managed to fight Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin to a draw. Although he had borrowed external help, it was an unimaginable result. Listen up. In the future, if anyone comes to join the Dragon Alliance, don't take them in for the time being. Lu Ming instructed his subordinates. Tianxing, Shui Chu, and the others' eyes lit up. Then, they shouted, yes. Lu Ming felt a little helpless. Based on the ratio that he had given, there would be more people joining him in the future. This was tantamount to touching the cake of others. The leaders of the other forces wouldn't let him off easily. This time, it was Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin. Next time, if someone even more terrifying came, Lu Ming would be in danger. Therefore, he had to bear with it for the time being. Now was the time to lay low. Anyway, the primordial divine crystals were enough for Lu Ming. With a large amount of primordial divine crystals, Lu Ming was improving rapidly in all aspects. He just had to bear with it for a while. When he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, it wouldn't be too late to recruit more people. Currently, Lu Ming's cultivation was only in the 6th layer of the King God realm. When he reached the 7th or 8th layer of the King God realm, he would have nothing to fear with Xiao. After giving his orders, Lu Ming returned to his secluded cultivation area. He took out a healing elixir and swallowed it to heal his injuries. After a while, when Lu Ming's injuries were completely healed, he continued to refine the primordial divine crystals. The news of the previous battle spread like a whirlwind, shocking everyone. Moreover, after the battle, more people came to join Lu Ming. They wanted to join the Dragon Alliance. Lu Ming had enough fighting strength to protect them. Moreover, he gave them good treatment. What reason did they have not to join? However, they were all rejected by Tianxing and the others. They clearly told them that the Dragon Alliance was no longer recruiting. Those who wanted to join Lu Ming could only leave helplessly. When the leaders of the major forces heard the news, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. In this world, the leaders of the major forces could not force other geniuses to swear an oath of life origin to join them. If they did so, no other geniuses would join them in the future. Therefore, the subordinates of these forces could come and go freely. Now that they heard that the Dragon Alliance was no longer recruiting, they heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they would have to increase their treatment to keep people. Just like that, the Fengyun Mountain fell into relative peace. Of course, the occasional fight was unavoidable. Lu Ming did not care about what was happening outside. He focused on cultivating and refining the primordial divine crystals. Time passed, year after year. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years had passed. In 50 years, Lu Ming had refined a few thousand pieces of primordial divine crystals. However, these primordial divine crystals paled in comparison to his harvest. In the past 50 years, he had stored more than 100,000 pieces of primordial divine crystals. These were all resources for his future cultivation. In the past 50 years, Lu Ming had been improving rapidly. He was improving every day. Lu Ming had cultivated the purple-armored ancient god body to the peak of the purple-armored ancient god body. There's still a way to improve? When Lu Ming reached the peak of the purple-armored ancient god body, he felt that something was wrong. He realized that the peak of the purple-armored ancient god body was not the end. There was still a lot of room for improvement. However, in the ancient god skill that Lu Ming had obtained in the ancient god world, the purple-armored ancient god body was the peak of the purple-armored ancient god body. Could it be that the ancient god skill that I have is incomplete? Lu Ming frowned. It was possible. Lu Ming would not be wrong. He was 100% sure that there were realms above the purple-armored ancient god body. He thought of Bing Tong and Lu Tianqin. Although they did not cultivate the ancient god body but other primitive god bodies, he could still compare them. Their primitive god bodies had almost surpassed the peak of the purple-armored ancient god body and were about to enter another level. It could be the level above the purple-armored ancient god body. It seems like I have to buy the complete ancient god skill. Lu Ming said softly. In this world, there were many supreme talents from various forces and races in the primitive universe who cultivated the primitive god body. He believed that there must be others who cultivated the ancient god body and could buy the complete ancient god skill. My cultivation has also reached the 7th layer of King God Realm. Lu Ming smiled. After refining so many primitive divine crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation had finally reached the 7th layer of King God Realm. He had entered the ranks of high-level King God Realm. This speed was extremely shocking. It's a pity that the primitive divine crystals can't be absorbed by the quantifying formula. Otherwise, the refining speed would be greatly increased. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The primitive divine crystals had to be refined by the ancient god heart to produce the blood qi and increase the strength of the ancient god body. If the quantifying formula was used to refine the primitive divine crystals, that effect would be removed and only pure energy would be left. During this period, not only had his ancient god body and cultivation made great breakthroughs, but Lu Ming's origin divine power factor was also increasing rapidly. Another 2 types of divine power's origin divine power factor had undergone a third awakening. Now, Lu Ming had 10 types of god power that had awakened 3 times, leaving only 1 type of god power that had yet to awaken 3 times. During this period of time, I will temporarily slow down the refinement of the primordial divine crystal and comprehend the quintessence divine energy factor wholeheartedly. I will strive to awaken the last type of divine energy for the 3rd time. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he prepared to close his eyes and cultivate. At this moment, his voice transmission jade talisman buzzed. Someone was sending him a message. Lu Ming took it out and took a look. Tianxing had sent it to him. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly as he scanned the contents of the jade talisman with his spiritual sense. News from Tianxing said that something had happened to Fengyun Mountain recently. At the western side of Fengyun Mountain, a new force suddenly emerged. It was the Barbarian League. This force had many people. Not only were there young geniuses, but there were also experts from the older generation. Their overall strength was very strong. Not long after they appeared, they destroyed a few forces in the western region of Fengyun Mountain, causing a commotion among the other forces. Barbarian alliance, could it be the barbarian race? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. During this period of time, there had been no news from the barbarian tribe. It seemed that they had finally appeared. The barbarian tribe. Lu Ming muttered. His eyes flashed with a cold light. The barbarian tribe was bent on killing him. He would not let them go. Sooner or later, there would be a war between the two forces. Then, Lu Ming replied to Xianxia. He asked them to keep an eye on the Barbarian League and report to him if anything happened. Lu Ming then continued to cultivate. He had to seize the time to raise his cultivation level. Man Ku, the genius of the barbarian tribe, was extremely powerful. He was definitely not weaker than Bing Tong and Lu Tianqin. Therefore, he had to be stronger to be confident. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 8 years had passed. In these 8 years, Lu Ming did not refine the primordial divine crystal. Instead, he focused on comprehending the quintessence divine energy factor. Finally, the last type of divine energy had awakened 3 times. In this way, all of Lu Ming's divine powers had awakened 3 times. There were a total of 11 types of divine powers. In addition to Lu Ming's cultivation level of the 7th level of the King God realm and the strength of his peak purple-armored ancient god body, Lu Ming's combat strength had reached a new height. Now, Lu Ming was confident that he could contend with Bing Tong and Lu Tianqin without Qiuqiu's help. Of course, he could only contend with them. After all, their quintessence divine energy factor had awakened 4 times and they were peak divine kings. In terms of divine powers, even though Lu Ming had mastered 11 types of divine powers and had awakened 3 times, it was still difficult for him to contend with them. He needed to use the battle formula to contend with them. Of course, with Qiuqiu's strength, Lu Ming was confident that he could kill Bing Tong and Lu Tianqin. After all, Qiuqiu had not been idle these past few years. He had devoured a large number of divine artifacts and his body was constantly improving. Although he had not broken through to the Divine Lord realm, he was extremely close to it. His strength was several times stronger than before. At this moment, Lu Ming received another message from Tianxing. Is it the Man League again? Gather all the forces in Fengyuan Mountain and gather at the peak of the mountain. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. All these years, he had been paying attention to the Man League. In the past 8 years, the Man League had developed rapidly. Now, the western region of Fengyuan Mountain had been completely occupied by the Man League. They had occupied a quarter of the territory of Fengyuan Mountain. Without a doubt, the Man League had become the most powerful force in Fengyuan Mountain. Not long ago, the Man League had sent out a message to gather all the forces in Fengyuan Mountain. They would gather at the peak of Fengyuan Mountain in 7 days to discuss important matters. Looks like the Man League is ambitious. They want to occupy Fengyuan Mountain and become the mountain master. Lu Ming sneered. There were a total of 13 famed mountains in this world. 11 of them were unified and each of them was occupied by a powerful force. Only 2 famed mountains were in a state of chaos. Forces of all sizes were fighting for supremacy and it was a mess. Obviously, the Man League wanted to occupy and unify Fengyuan Mountain. It's time to go out for a walk. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He then stood up and walked out. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. There was a large piece of land at the peak of Fengyuan Mountain. It was wide and flat, suitable for gatherings. It could easily accommodate millions of people. On this day, the peak of Fengyuan Mountain was crowded with people. All the forces in the eastern, southern, and northern regions of Fengyuan Mountain had gathered. They were divided into different forces and stood at various spots on the peak. The Dragon League was naturally here as well. At the front of the Dragon League, Lu Ming was wearing a black robe that covered his entire body. Thick devil chi emanated from his body and shrouded him, preventing others from using their spiritual consciousness to probe him. All these years, the Man League had not attacked the Dragon League. Obviously, they did not know that the leader of the Dragon League was Lu Ming. After all, the Dragon League had only occupied the former territory of the Cloud Sky League and had not continued to expand. Since the Man League was focused on the western region, it was normal that they did not know. There were more than 10 forces in the east, south, and north of Fengyuan Mountain. All of them were silent and solemn as they waited. "They're here." Suddenly, someone spoke. Everyone's gaze turned to the west. Over there, several figures were flying over. "It's the barbarian tribe." Lu Ming's eyes flickered. There were a few thousand people flying towards them from the west. Among them, there were a few hundred who were tall and burly. They were wrapped in beast skins, and there were some who were old and some who were young. They were from the barbarian tribe. As for the rest, they were obviously subdued by the barbarian tribe and had joined them. Soon, the people from the Barbarian Alliance arrived and landed. "Ha ha ha, looks like you're on time." There was a loud laugh from the barbarian tribe. An unusually tall and burly young man stepped out and his voice reverberated throughout the area. "Man Ku." Lu Ming squinted his eyes. That person was the peerless genius of the barbarian tribe, Man Ku. Previously, he had been tricked by Lu Ming and was severely injured by Lu Ming's array. Unfortunately, Lu Ming still managed to escape. Since then, Lu Ming had never seen Man Ku again. "Man Ku, why did you call us here?" At that moment, a young man asked loudly. He was the leader of one of the forces in the north. "Looks like everyone is here." "Since everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point." Man Ku scanned the area and said, "Fengyun Mountain has been in chaos for many years and there are constant disputes between the forces. This has hindered the development of Fengyun Mountain. Therefore, I feel that it's time to end this chaos. The unification of Fengyun Mountain is the way to go." As expected, Man Ku's words caused many people's hearts to tremble. Many leaders' eyes flashed with light. "Ha ha ha, unification of Fengyun Mountain? What a joke. Let me ask you, who will be in charge of Fengyun Mountain? How will the primordial divine crystals be distributed?" A cold voice came from the east. It was Bing Tong. Man Ku looked towards the east and said, "The strongest force will be in charge. As for the distribution, it's simple. We'll distribute it the same way as the other famous mountains." "Haha." Many of the leaders sneered. Wasn't the strongest force the Barbarian Alliance? Furthermore, it would be distributed like the other unified famed mountains. In the other unified famed mountains, the strongest person was called the Mountain Lord. Below him were a few deputy mountain lords. These people stood at the pinnacle. Most of the primordial divine crystals were divided among them. Below them, there were also some powerful cadres. However, these people received fewer primordial divine crystals. If Fengyun Mountain was the same as the other famed mountains, then most of the benefits would be taken by the Mountain Lord. How could the leaders of these forces agree to it? They originally had a lot of income every year, but now it was all gone. "Haha, Man Ku, have you finally revealed your ambition? If you want to be the master of Fengyun Mountain, just say it." Bing Tong mocked. "So what if I am? Now that the Barbarian Alliance is the strongest, it is only right for us to unify the Fengyun Mountain." Man Ku said coldly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Since the Barbarian Alliance wants to unify the Fengyun Mountain, please forgive us for not accompanying you." Bing Tong said coldly. "The Sky Heart Alliance will not accompany you. Goodbye." Lu Tianqin said. After she finished speaking, she wanted to leave with her people. "If you want to leave, then leave thoroughly. Get out of Fengyun Mountain. Otherwise, I will kill you." Man Ku's cold voice resounded. Bing Tong and Lu Tianqin froze and stopped in their tracks. "Man Ku, don't be too overbearing. Do you really think that you are the master of Fengyun Mountain? Let me tell you, with the strength of the Barbarian Alliance and Man Ku, it is not enough to unify the Fengyun Mountain." Bing Tong shouted. "That's right. If the north, south, and east regions work together, we will be able to destroy the Barbarian Alliance." Lu Tianqin added. The leaders of the other forces were also tempted to take action. They were all deep in thought. "You are courting death." Man Ku's eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. Boom, he took a step forward and dashed towards Bing Tong and Lu Tianqin. "Since you are courting death, I will destroy you first." Man Ku shouted coldly. He clenched his fist and an ancient bronze sword appeared in his hand. This was his origin secret skill. Swoosh! Swoosh! The bronze sword slashed out and two sword radiances slashed towards Bing Tong and Lu Tianqin. Don't think that I am afraid of you. Die. Bing Tong shouted. He waved his hand and a shocking blade radiance shot out. At the same time, Lu Tianqing attacked. Her fist shone brightly and a terrifying fist radiance shot up to the sky towards the sword radiance. Boom, boom, boom. 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 Manka's sword radiance was destroyed. However, Bing Tong and Lu Tianqing shuddered and retreated slightly. Barbarian God Sword. Manka shouted as he slashed out with his bronze sword. His swordsmanship was simple and majestic. Every move seemed simple, but it was filled with an ancient feeling. Its power was shocking. This guy's sword skills are stronger than the last time. They seem to have become more mysterious. What is going on? Lu Ming was surprised. He felt that Manka's sword skills had undergone a transformation. For example, his sword skills were incomplete in the past. Now, they were complete and their power had increased. Boom. Boom, the battle between Manku, Bing Tong and Lu Tianqing was intense. They were all peak divine kings and had awakened their origin divine force for the fourth time. They had all sorts of divine skills and secret skills. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Manku was powerful. He was able to suppress Bing Tong and Lu Tianqing even though he was fighting against two of them. The other faction leaders' eyes lit up but they did not attack. When the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fishermen would benefit. If Manku, Bing Tong and Lu Tianqing were injured, they would be the ones to benefit. Even if they could not injure each other, they could let Bing Tong and Lu Tianqing test Manku's strength. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. Bing Tong and Lu Tianqing were forced to retreat. What? Is this all you've got? You want to fight me? Manku sneered. Roar. At this moment, Bing Tong shouted and used his primordial godly body. His body changed rapidly and turned into a giant centipede. His legs were like divine blades as he flew towards Manku. At the same time, Lu Tianqing unleashed her primordial divine body and attacked Manku with all her might. Are you finally going to use your trump card? However, you are overestimating yourself if you want to compete with me in terms of the primordial divine body. Manku said indifferently with a mocking smile on his face. Following that, he let out a loud roar as his body swelled up and rapidly grew bigger. In an instant, he was 10,000 meters tall. However, that was not the end. His body continued to grow until he was 100,000 meters tall. 100,000 meters. Oh my God, it is the 8th transformation of the primordial divine body. Oh no, Manku's primordial divine body has reached the 8th transformation. Clang clang clang, at this moment, the divine sabers formed by the centipede legs slashed Manku's body. However, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. Then, the divine sabers were all sent flying back. However, only a few shallow marks were left on his body. That is, Lu Ming's pupil shrank. Without a doubt, Manku was using the barbarian god physique. Lu Ming had seen him use it before. However, the last time he used it, it was far from this size. It was only 1,000 meters tall. Now, it had grown to 100,000 meters tall. Moreover, the stone armor on his body was crystal clear and looked like it was made of crystal. It gave off a feeling that it was indestructible. The divine saber formed by the soldiers I could only leave a shallow mark on it. Then, Lu Ming thought of the other people's exclamations. The 8th transformation of the primordial divine body, what did that mean? It was obvious that the ancient god body was of a higher level than the purple-armored ancient god body. For a moment, thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. At this moment, Manku laughed maniacally. My barbarian god body has already reached the peak of the 8th transformation. You haven't even reached the 8th transformation. You want to fight me? Go die. Manku laughed. Although he was huge, he was extremely agile. He waved his bronze battle sword and charged towards Bing Tong and Lu Tianqing. Bing Tong and Lu Tianqing were shocked. They roared and unleashed their strongest attacks. The terrifying fist energy and the resplendent divine saber pierced through the air towards Manku. However, Manku didn't care about this and allowed their attacks to land on his body. Boom boom boom, Manka's body only swayed slightly. There were only some marks on his stone armor, but it didn't break at all. You want to break my barbarian god body? You're still a little lacking. Die. Manka roared and slashed down with his bronze sword. Not good, retreat. Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin's faces changed as they quickly retreated. But it was too late. The bronze sword flashed and slashed at the giant centipede that was transformed from Soldier Eye. A section of the giant centipede's tail was chopped off. Bing Tong screamed as his body began to shrink rapidly. What a powerful attack. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The centipede's defensive power was shocking, but it was unable to block Manka's sword. Manka's strength was far above the weapon pupil. The soldier pupil was severely wounded, and it was hard for him to maintain his primitive divine body. Die. Manka shouted as he stomped down on Bing Tong. Manka's body was gigantic. He was 100,000 meters tall, while Bing Tong's body was shrinking. Compared to Manka, Bing Tong was like a small worm. No, save me, Bing Tong screamed in fear. However, Lu Tianxin couldn't save him at all. He couldn't even protect himself, so he quickly retreated. You want to leave? Stay. Manka waved his huge sword, which covered the sky. It turned into a huge sword image that shot towards Lu Tianxin, cutting off her escape route. Lu Tianxin could only try her best to resist. Manka's foot had already landed. Bing Tong was unwilling to give up and tried his best to resist. However, he was severely injured and could not break through Manka's defense. Boom, finally, Manka's foot landed heavily on the ground. Bing Tong was under his foot, and he landed heavily on the ground. The ground shook violently, and a huge crater appeared. Soldier pupil is dead. Someone said in a hoarse voice. That was because they could feel that soldier pupil's life force had completely disappeared. Soldier pupil was stomped to death by Manka's foot. At that moment, Lu Tianxin was no match for Manku. She was forced to retreat and coughed out blood. There was a deep sword wound on her body, and she was bleeding profusely. I surrender. I'm willing to surrender. Lu Tianxin shouted in fear. If this continued, he would end up like soldier pupil. It's too late to surrender now. Die in peace. Manku shouted as his attacks became more aggressive. He waved his sword with his right hand and punched with his left. He launched a barrage of attacks. Everyone, let's attack together. If he kills me, he won't let any of you go. Unless all of you surrender, Lu Tianxin shouted. He wanted to ask the experts from the North and South region to attack. There were experts from the North and South regions who were no weaker than them. They might even be stronger than them. Now, he only had a chance to survive if the other experts attacked him together. However, the experts from the North and South region looked hesitant. Hurry up. Attack. Lu Tianxin shouted crazily. However, in the next moment, he was hit by Manku's fist. He flew out like a cannonball and slammed into a wall. Cracks appeared on the hard wall. Everyone, let's attack. Otherwise, there will be no place for us in Fengyun Mountain. At that moment, a young man from the South region said. This person was an overlord from the South region. He was extremely powerful, and his name was Fu Xiu. Attack? Manka's primordial divine body has reached the peak of the 8th transformation. He specializes in defense and his defense is invincible. With our strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to break his defense. If we can't break his defense, we won't be able to defeat him. Another leader of the forces said. It's easy to break through his defense. You just need to have a corresponding attack power. For example, if your primordial divine body has reached the 8th transformation and you have an origin secret technique that's good at attacking, you can break through his defense. Fu Xiu said. Primordial divine body 8th transformation? Have you made a breakthrough? The face of the other leader changed abruptly as he looked at Fu Xiu in shock. Fu Xiu nodded silently and said, let's attack. Alright, let's attack together and kill Manku. Let's join forces. The leaders of the other factions also voiced their opinions. Manku was aware of this. His expression changed slightly as he uttered a roar, kill. the giant bronze sword slashed at Lu Tianqin. No! Lu Tianqin screamed in horror. Seeing that he could not withstand the attack, his body quickly shrank to his normal size. He wanted to use his small body to dodge the attack. However, Manku's sword light had completely enveloped the area and locked onto him. There was no way he could escape. Boom, the huge bronze battle sword smashed down, and Lu Tianqin let out an unwilling scream. Her body exploded, and her soul was destroyed. In the Fengyun Mountain East region, the two overlords, Bing Tong and Lu Tianqin, were killed. At that moment, Fu Xiao and the other 4 experts dashed toward Manku. 5 streams of light tore through the void and charged toward Manku. There was no doubt that those who dared to attack Manku were top experts. They were all peak supreme beings and their origin divine power factors had all awakened 4 times. Their strength was no weaker than Bing Tong and Lu Tianqin. The 5 experts attacked Manku at the same time. Each of their attacks could easily kill a large number of ordinary peak divine kings. Swoosh, at the critical moment, Manku swung his sword horizontally. The sword light was like a rainbow, covering the sky as it chopped down on the 5 attacks. 5 consecutive huge explosions rang out. All 5 attacks were blocked by Manku. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wishes. Manku looked at Fu Xiao and the others with a ferocious expression. Manku, although you are strong, you are not invincible in the Divine King realm. Fu Xiao said calmly. However, his aura was getting stronger. Roar, suddenly, Fu Xiao let out a roar and his body swelled rapidly. He turned into a rhinoceros. The rhinoceros was covered in black scales and had a pair of wings. There was a horn on its head that was as sharp as a heavenly blade. The rhinoceros was huge. It did not stop growing even when it was 10,000 meters tall. In the end, it was at least 50,000 meters tall and 100,000 meters long. It was even bigger than Manku when it spread its wings. The 8th transformation of the primordial divine body. Your primordial divine body has reached the 8th transformation. Manku's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. Manku, you are not the only one who has reached the 8th transformation. I have reached the 8th transformation as well. I can break through your barbarian divine body. Fu Xiao's voice came from the rhinoceros. The horn on his head shone brightly and emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, a bronze blade appeared and merged with the horn on his head. The blade was Fu Xiao's origin secret technique. You are only at the middle stage of the 8th transformation. Do you think you can fight me? Manku shouted. You can do it with us. Another young man said. He finally had some confidence after seeing Fu Xiao's primordial divine body. Then let's try. Manku shouted and swung his bronze sword at Fu Xiao and the other 4. The 4 of you restrain him. I will be the main attacker and break through his defense. Fu Xiao sent a message to the other 4 young men. As soon as he finished speaking, he flapped his wings and flew out. His horn shone brightly and combined with his origin secret technique, it made his body look like a war blade. He pierced through the air and charged at Manku. Die. Manku brandished his bronze greatsword and chopped down. Clang, the giant bronze sword collided with Fu Xiao's horn, resulting in an earth-shattering roar. Boundless energy swept out in all directions, leaving terrifying sword and saber scars on the ground of Fengyun Peak. Retreat. The other people at the scene didn't dare to stay. They all stayed far away. Lu Ming brought the Dragon Alliance members and retreated far away, maintaining a distance from the battlefield. Attack. At this moment, the other 4 top experts also took action. They turned into their original divine bodies and dashed toward Manku. One of them actually turned into an incomparably huge spider, but it had 18 claws. It opened its mouth and a huge spider web flew out, enveloping Manku. There was also a young man who had transformed into a giant snake with a human face and a snake body. He opened his mouth and spat out a poisonous mist. When heaven and earth were first created, many primitive divine spirits were born. These primitive divine spirits came in all shapes and sizes. Many of them were even the ancestors of the various races. Therefore, the primitive divine bodies that were cultivated came in all shapes and sizes. These 4 young experts were also the leaders of their respective forces. In Fengyun Peak, they were as famous as Bing Tong and Lu Tianqin. Their primitive divine bodies were also existences who were about to enter the eighth transformation. Their combat strength was not weak at all. The four of them joined forces, not to attack but to trap Man Ku. They used all kinds of methods to envelop him. Break! Man Ku blocked Fu Xiu's attack and swung his sword horizontally, trying to break out of the encirclement of the four experts. However, the four experts flashed and dodged Man Ku's attack. Then, they used all kinds of methods to attack Man Ku, hoping to trap him. For a moment, Man Ku was somewhat affected and his movements slowed down. For example, the snake venom was extremely terrifying and could paralyze the nerves. The spider web was extremely tough. When Man Ku swung his sword, it didn't immediately unravel. Instead, it almost entangled him. Fu Xiu wouldn't miss this opportunity. He flapped his wings and charged toward Man Ku. Clang! Fu Xiu's head collided with Man Ku's body, making an ear-piercing sound. The crystal-like stone armor on Man Ku's body trembled violently. In the next moment, a crack was heard, and the stone armor cracked. Fu Xiu's horn pierced through it. Man Ku let out a roar and took a few steps back. Then, he threw a punch at Fu Xiu, knocking him back. However, a bloody hole still appeared on Man Ku's body, and blood kept flowing out. It's broken! The other four young experts were overjoyed when they saw this. Fu Xiu was indeed able to break through Man Ku's defense. As long as he could break through Man Ku's defense, it would be easy to kill him. Attack with all your might. The other four young geniuses used their full strength, using all sorts of entrapment techniques to surround Man Ku. Man Ku tried his best to break free, but it was difficult for him to do so. His movements were greatly affected. On the other side, Fu Xiu launched another attack. His body was like a huge sharp knife, crashing into Fu Xiu's body. Fu Xiu roared angrily. His stone armor was broken. Again, and a deep wound appeared. His flesh and bones were exposed, and blood kept flowing out. Man Ku let out a painful roar that was as loud as thunder. Don't you dare hurt young Master Man Ku. If you want to win by numbers, we'll be your opponents. Angry roars were heard. Then, a dozen figures pounced on Fu Xiu and the others like lightning. These were a dozen old barbarians. They were very old and did not have much lifespan left. They were all skin and bones, but they were very strong. Each of them was a peak divine king who had awakened their origin divine power factor 3 times. When Lu Ming first entered this world, he had suffered at the hands of these old barbarians. These old barbarians saw that Man Ku was no match for them and immediately rushed out. You're courting death. You guys continue to trap him. Leave these old guys to me. Fu Xiu's voice was heard. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He flapped his wings and rushed out, making a terrifying whistling sound. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the next moment, from the top of Fu Xiu's head, rays of saber light burst out and slashed at the old barbarians. The saber light whistled at an astonishing speed. The old barbarian who was flying at the front was the first to bear the brunt. Break! The old barbarian roared. He held a giant axe and swung it, trying to break the saber light. However, when the axe hit the saber light, his face changed drastically. He saw that the battle axe in his hand had shattered. The saber light flashed and cut the old barbarian in half, killing him instantly. The other blade lights did not stop and continued to attack the other old barbarians. Puff puff puff, blood flashed, and the blade flashed. 5 to 6 old barbarians were cut in half and died on the spot. Not good, retreat. The expressions of the remaining old berserkers changed drastically. They retreated madly, then gathered together to form a rune to fend off Fu Xiu. It's too late to retreat now. Kill! Fu Xiu's cold voice rang out. He flapped his wings and his gigantic body turned into a gigantic blade. He charged towards the old berserkers and crashed into the rune they had set up. A dazzling light shot up into the sky, followed by a loud bang. There was a huge explosion, followed by screams of pain. When the light and screams disappeared, only Fu Xiu was left in the sky, and the old barbarians had disappeared without a trace. A bunch of old fogies who overestimate themselves. Fu Xiu said coldly. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the barbarians. Their faces were ugly, but they were secretly shocked. Fu Xiu's strength was indeed terrifying. Those old brute tribesmen could be said to be very powerful. Their divine origin force had been awakened for the third time, and their lifespan was not long. They had cultivated for 5 full stellar years, and the power of their various divine skills was extremely terrifying. Their combat strength was almost at the peak of the divine king realm. However, there was still a huge gap between them and a terrifying heaven's pride like Fu Xiu. They couldn't compete at all. In just a few breaths, a dozen powerful barbarian elders were all killed. Fu Xiu, I want you dead. At this moment, Man Ke let out a furious roar. His body glowed, and he seized the opportunity to madly swing his bronze sword. In an instant, he had slashed out over 1,000 times. The attacks of the 4 experts finally cracked open a crack, and Man Ke burst out. Don't let him escape. Quick, surround him. The 4 young experts shouted. Their figures flashed, and all kinds of entrapment attacks were launched. At the same time, Fu Xiu also rushed towards Man Ke. However, at this moment, a malevolent expression appeared in Man Ke's eyes. He opened his mouth and a snow-white bone flew out from his mouth. That's right, it was a bone. As soon as the bone flew out, a terrifying aura spread out. Roar! In the next moment, a terrifying roar came from one of the snow-white bones. The loud roar turned into a mysterious aura that spread in all directions. Fu Xiu and the 4 geniuses were the first to bear the brunt of this aura. Immediately, their bodies stiffened, and then they revealed looks of pain. All of their attacks stopped in an instant. That loud roar quickly spread into the distance. Many people were enveloped by it. Some people's expressions changed drastically, and some people with lower cultivation levels let out miserable screams. Their faces were filled with pain. It's a soul attack. Get back. Lu Ming's expression changed. He could clearly feel that when that aura passed through his body, it turned into a strange energy that rushed towards his soul. However, his soul was protected by the frightening feather painting, which blocked this energy. But the other members of Dragon Alliance couldn't. Some of them revealed pained expressions and some of them cried out. Hearing Lu Ming's words, they quickly retreated and distanced themselves from him. The others were the same, retreating frantically. The further away they were, the greater the impact. One could imagine how much Fu Xiu and the other 4 young experts had been affected by it. Kill! Man Ke roared as he swung his bronze sword at Fu Xiu. Not good. Fu Xiu was shocked. At the critical moment, he used all his strength to move sideways, but he was still a step too late. One of his wings was cut off by the bronze sword, and blood stained the sky. Fu Xiu was shocked and wanted to retreat. But the white bone that Man Ke used let out a loud roar, and a strange energy spread out, causing Fu Xiu's body to stiffen and his movements to slow down. Soul attack. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. This white bone could affect the soul. It was extremely terrifying. In a battle between experts, a small difference could lead to a huge difference. Although Fu Xiu and the others were only slightly affected, the outcome of the battle could be worlds apart. Where did this Man Ke get this treasure? Did he have a fortuitous encounter recently? Lu Ming's mind raced as he was filled with doubts. The last time he saw Man Ke, his barbarian god body wasn't even at the purple-armored ancient god body. At most, it was at the peak of the blue-armored ancient god body. Moreover, Man Ke definitely didn't have the white bone. Otherwise, he would have used it when Lu Ming forced him into a desperate situation by borrowing the power of the array. But this time, not only did Man Ke have the white bone, but his primordial ancient god body had also surpassed the purple-armored ancient god body and reached the next level. Moreover, it had reached the peak of the next level, and his combat strength had increased by a large margin. Aside from a fortuitous encounter, it was hard to explain. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind, but the battle on the battlefield was still ongoing. Man Ke used the white bone to affect Fu Xiu, and then continued to slash with the bronze sword. Roar! Fu Xiu roared, trying his best to control himself to resist Man Ke. At the same time, the other 4 young experts also attacked. However, their souls were affected by the white bone, and their strength was still affected. Their combat strength was weaker, and their speed was also slower. In an instant, Man Ke and Fu Xiu exchanged a few moves. Fu Xiu was no match for Man Ke, and his body was slashed by the bronze sword. A sword wound that was a few hundred meters long appeared on his body, and Fu Xiu's head was almost cut off. Fu Xiu was severely injured, and he coughed up blood and retreated. The other 4 young experts wanted to trap Man Ke again, but Man Ke had already escaped from the encirclement. Moreover, he had the White Bone's help, and it was easy for him to escape from the encirclement, and he continued to attack Fu Xiu. Barbaric God Sword, bloody killing god. Man Ke roared, and the dazzling sword light completely enveloped Fu Xiu. Fu Xiu tried his best, and the horn on his head flew out to attack Man Ke, but he was sent flying by Man Ke's sword. In the end, Fu Xiu let out a shrill scream as his neck was slashed by the bronze sword, and his huge head flew out. Then, the sky full of sword light fell, and Fu Xiu's head was smashed into pieces. Fu Xiu had fallen. Not good. The other 4 experts were shocked when they saw Fu Xiu's tragic death, and they quickly retreated. It's too late to retreat now. Man Ke's cold voice resounded throughout the battlefield, and he strode forward, attacking the 4 experts. Roar! The white bone floated above Man Ke's head, and it kept roaring. The roar had no effect on Man Ke, but it had a huge impact on the others. The 4 young experts had to use a lot of energy to protect their souls, and in this way, their strength would be greatly reduced. Man Ke caught up with the 4 of them in an instant, and the bronze sword turned into a sky full of sword light, and violently slashed at the 4 young experts. The 4 experts joined forces to resist. Originally, with their strength, if they joined forces, they could resist for a while, but now that they were affected by the white bone, it was difficult. The 4 young experts barely managed to block more than 10 moves before one of them was almost cut in half by the battle sword. He retreated frantically and was severely injured. Since one of them was severely injured, the remaining 3 were even weaker. Not long after, all of them were severely injured. Time to send you on your way. Man Ke's eyes were extremely ferocious. As for the spectators, they were all sighing. It seemed that the chaotic situation in Fengyun Mountain was finally coming to an end. It was going to be unified. Man Ke had suppressed the crowd. The outcome was set. Especially those from the Dragon Alliance, their eyes were filled with unwillingness. They had followed Lu Ming and lived a good life. If Fengyun Mountain were to be unified, how could those who followed the barbarian tribe be treated so well? However, the current situation was almost certain. Man Ke was too strong and the other experts could not resist him. The outcome of resisting was too tragic. Bing Tong, Lu Tianxin, and Fu Xiu were killed one after another. The remaining 4 experts could not even protect themselves. Although Lu Ming was strong, he was still not as strong as Man Ke. Just as everyone was sighing, Man Ke launched a violent attack. The 4 experts were beaten back and vomited blood. Their injuries were even more serious. It seemed that defeat was only a matter of time. I surrender. I'm willing to submit to you and manage Fengyuan Mountain with you. I'll be your deputy. At that moment, a young man shouted. You're about to die and you want to be the deputy? You must be dreaming. Man Ke sneered and rejected him directly. Then I don't want to be the deputy. The young man shouted. If you want to stay alive, I'll give you a chance. Surrender and swear on your life origin that you'll listen to my orders. Not only in this world, but when you return to the Eldritch universe, you'll listen to my orders for the rest of your life. Man Ke said ferociously. What? You? Don't go overboard. I can listen to your orders in this world, but not in the Eldritch universe. The young man shouted. He was a peerless genius and came from a powerful force in the Eldritch universe. His future was bright. He could listen to Man Ke's orders for a short period of time in this world, but how could he listen to Man Ke for the rest of his life? If you don't agree, then die. Man Ke shouted coldly and slashed out his battle sword, cutting off one of the young man's arms. Then, the sword light slashed horizontally, wanting to kill the young man. I surrender, I surrender. The young man roared. Under the threat of death, he chose to surrender. Even though he was unwilling to be controlled by the other party for the rest of his life, there was nothing he could do if he were to die. Take this with you first. Swear it later. A headband appeared in Man Ke's hand, and he tossed it to the other party. The young man caught the headband, and his expression changed. He was extremely unwilling, but when he felt the intense killing intent from Man Ke, he finally compromised. Gritting his teeth, he put on the headband. From now on, his life and death would be in Man Ke's hands. What about you guys? Following which, Man Ke's gaze turned towards the remaining 3 youths. As of this moment, the 3 young men were seriously injured and unable to fight. Man Ke wasn't in a hurry to attack them. He wanted to subjugate them one by one, which would be very useful to him when he returned to the Your Wild universe. How foolish. Lu Ming shook his head in his heart and secretly sneered. This Man Ke must have been blinded by his victory. Making these geniuses swear on their life source to be loyal to him was simply courting death. These geniuses came from the major forces in the Your Wild universe. Some of them were even stronger than the Taishu dynasty or the barbarian tribe. The prodigies of that faction had sworn to be loyal to Man Ke forever. If the powerhouses of that faction were to find out about this in the future, they would probably fly into a rage and kill Man Ke in the dark. Once Man Ke was dead, the oath would naturally be useless. This was also the reason why most people in this world wouldn't make others swear on their life source. However, Man Ke didn't think too much about it. He had been blinded by his victory. The remaining 3 youths' faces were extremely ugly. Since you don't want to talk, I'll send you to hell together. Man Ke's killing intent exploded. Alright, I promise you, I promise. In the end, one of the youths shouted and surrendered to Man Ke's threat. Put it on. Man Ke took out a headband and tossed it to the youth. The youth caught it and put it on his head. What about the 2 of you? Following which, Man Ke looked at the remaining 2 people. You want me to listen to your orders for the rest of my life? Dream on. What's the difference between that and a puppet? You might as well kill me. One of the youths shouted coldly. That's right. Do it. You want me to submit to you for the rest of my life? Impossible. You're not qualified. The second youth shouted. Not everyone had a backbone. These 2 youths had a strong sense of pride and backbone. They would rather die than submit. Since that's the case, I'll send you to hell. Man Ke's eyes flashed coldly. His aura exploded and he was about to attack. It's time to strike. At this moment, Lu Ming said in a low voice. After the chaotic battle, the situation in Fengyun Mountain had changed drastically. It was time to strike. Moreover, Man Ke had used up most of his trump cards. Lu Ming was more or less prepared. Lu Ming stepped out and walked towards Man Ke. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. Now, there was still someone who dared to step out. What was he trying to do? Alliance leader. The members of the Dragon Alliance were also shocked. Their eyes flickered. What is he trying to do? The same thought crossed the minds of the others. Man Ke and the other 2 youths also looked at Lu Ming. Kid, show your true face. Don't hide your head and tail. Man Ke shouted coldly. Man Ke, it's been a while. How have you been? Lu Ming smiled. He waved his hand and took off the black robe on his body, revealing his true face. It's you, Lu Ming. Man Ke exclaimed when he saw Lu Ming. Then, he emitted a cold murderous intent. Man Ke, it's been a while since we last met. Your cultivation has improved a lot. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, you still dare to attack after seeing my strength. Today will be the day you die. Man Ke roared. His powerful aura shrouded Lu Ming. He ignored the other 2 youths. In comparison, he wanted to kill Lu Ming more. After all, Lu Ming was a genius of the Taishu dynasty. The Taishu dynasty and the barbarian tribe were mortal enemies. Man Ke wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He stepped forward and landed in front of the other 2 youths. His body also emitted a powerful aura. Is this person really going to fight with Man Ke? Who is this person? Many people were shocked. I know. This person is the alliance leader of the Dragon Alliance. I heard that he is extremely powerful. He fought Bing Tong and Lu Tianqing to a draw. Someone recognized Lu Ming. It's the alliance leader of the Dragon Alliance. Many people suddenly realized. After all, the battle between Lu Ming and Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin had spread throughout Fengyun Mountain. Lu Ming and Man Ke stood facing each other as their auras clashed. Roar, Lu Ming let out the ancient god's roar. Then, his body expanded rapidly and transformed into a purple-armored ancient god. Lu Ming had already reached the pinnacle of the purple-armored ancient god body. Although he was still 10,000 meters tall, his body was covered in dark purple scales that shone brightly. However, the difference between 10,000 meters and Man Ke's 100,000 meters was still too big. So you've already reached the pinnacle of the seventh transformation of the ancient god body. However, you're too naive if you think you can fight me with that. I'll send you on your way. Man Ke sneered as he looked down at Lu Ming. He lifted his foot and stomped down on Lu Ming, wanting to stomp Lu Ming to death. Come on, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with battle intent as his body glowed with divine light. At this moment, Lu Ming exploded with all his strength. The battle character art increased his combat strength by 5 times and the 11 types of divine power circulated as he threw out a punch. Boom, when the punch landed on Man Ke's foot, there was a loud explosion. Lu Ming felt as if he had hit a mountain as a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he retreated continuously. His arm felt numb. If not for the fact that he had cultivated the heavenly fiend golden body and had a strong physical body, he would have exploded. However, Lu Ming managed to block Man Ke's kick. You're quite strong. Man Ke's eyes flashed with surprise. He had not expected that Lu Ming would be able to block his attack with his current strength. Kid, let's see how many moves you can take. Man Ke bellowed as he slashed down with his bronze sword. A terrifying sword gleam whistled as it exploded with a terrifying roar. The berserk sword pressure pressed down on Lu Ming from all directions. Tyrannical divine spear, gate of domination, void-shattering sword, Lu Ming let out a long howl. He used all kinds of origin secret techniques, which expanded rapidly and blasted toward Man Ke. Clang, the void-breaking sword was the fastest, and it collided with the opponent's bronze battle sword. A loud sound rang out, and the void-breaking sword trembled violently before it was sent flying. Next, the bronze battle sword slashed at the ruler's gate, and the ruler's gate was sent flying as well. In the end, it collided with the tyrant god spear. Wung, the tyrant god spear violently trembled as a terrifying power passed through the tyrant god spear and entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming continuously retreated as he felt his blood and chi churn as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The ancient cultivation method is indeed powerful. I will definitely kill you today. Man Ke shouted coldly. His killing intent became even colder. The stronger Lu Ming was, the stronger his killing intent was. The bronze sword turned into thousands of rays of light, slashing towards Lu Ming. This fellow's strength is indeed formidable. If I were to rely on my own strength, I would definitely be no match for him. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. In comparison, Man Ke was far superior to Lu Ming in many aspects. For example, the primordial divine body had already reached the peak of the 8th transformation. On the other hand, Lu Ming's purple-armored ancient divine body was only at the peak of the 7th transformation. There was an entire level difference. In terms of divine power of origin, Man Ke had awakened 4 times and his cultivation was at the peak of the divine king realm. He was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. What Lu Ming could rely on was the battle character art and the universe myriad Dao art's 11 types of divine power and various secret techniques of origin. However, these were not enough to close the gap between them. Now, he could only join forces with Xianxia. Xianxia, with a thought, Xianxia wriggled rapidly and turned into an armor that covered Lu Ming's body. At the same time, bolts of lightning covered Lu Ming's body. A metallic life form? Do you think you can fight me with just a metallic life form? Kill both of you. Man Ke shouted coldly. He was very confident as he slashed down with his bronze sword again. Fight. Lu Ming held the tyrant god spear in one hand and the gate of domination in the other. He soared into the sky and continuously attacked Man Ke. Boom, boom. Boom, the two of them clashed continuously and exchanged more than 10 moves in an instant. For a moment, there was no clear victor. Lu Ming can actually fight Man Ke? He blocked Man Ke's attack in a head-on confrontation? Many people were shocked and found it hard to believe. They had seen how strong Man Ke was previously. He had killed many top heavens prides consecutively and could be said to be incomparably violent and invincible. Right now, Lu Ming was actually able to fight with Man Ke. This was really incredible. Sizzle, each of Lu Ming's attacks was accompanied by a huge bolt of lightning that poured into Man Ke's body along with his attacks. Man Ke's huge body was covered with lightning. As the lightning attacked, Man Ke's speed slowed down slightly. This was what Lu Ming wanted. Moon of Moon, Sun of Sun. Lu Ming controlled the two origin source secret techniques and floated in the air, sprinkling down rays of light that landed on Man Ke's body. He wanted to completely melt him in the rays of light. However, the crystal-like stone armor on Man Ke's body was dazzling. A layer of light appeared and blocked the attacks of the Moon of Moon and Sun of Sunday Clang. Then, Lu Ming broke through Man Ke's attack. The Tyrant God Spear pierced Man Ke's chest and made a loud sound. Sparks flew in all directions, but it didn't pierce through. It only left a shallow mark on his body. Ha ha ha, even if you add the metallic life form, you can't break through my defense. Man Ke laughed loudly, extremely arrogantly. Lu Ming's face sank and continued to attack. Later, Lu Ming attacked Man Ke several times, but he couldn't break through Man Ke's defense. Ha ha ha, Man Ke laughed even more unscrupulously. He completely ignored his defense and attacked Lu Ming crazily. For a moment, Lu Ming was pressured to retreat continuously. Xiao, Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xiao. He planned to use the broken sword form. Lu Ming waved his hand and the Tyrant God Spear disappeared. Then, Xiao wriggled and turned into a huge sword that Lu Ming held in his hand. Clang, Lu Ming swung his sword and collided with Man Ke's bronze battle sword. Boundless energy burst out and swept in all directions. However, after Xiao turned into this broken sword, its attack power increased to an astonishing level. Man Ke's body shook violently and retreated continuously. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and slashed horizontally with his battle sword, slashing at Man Ke's chest. Sizzle, this time, there was a terrifying sound of friction. Sparks flew in all directions and crystal-like gravel flew everywhere. Impossible, Man Ke's eyes widened as he roared in disbelief. Because he felt that his stone armor was about to be broken. Man Ke suddenly stepped on the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. His huge body retreated rapidly and only stopped after retreating for tens of thousands of meters. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a sword wound on his chest that went straight through the stone armor, revealing his flesh and blood. Blood was flowing out continuously. How is this possible? Man Ke was shocked. His eyes widened. He couldn't believe that his defense had been broken. The barbarian god body was originally good at defense. He had cultivated it to the peak of the 8th transformation. His entire body was covered in crystal armor that was indestructible and couldn't be broken. But now, it was broken by Lu Ming's sword. Blood was flowing out. The defense that Man Ke relied on was broken, and this made him a little frightened. This brat deserves to die. Man Ke roared. His eyes were filled with blood-red light. He opened his mouth and a white bone flew out. It was the white bone that he used to deal with Fu Xiu and the others. When he fought with Lu Ming, he kept it. In his opinion, he didn't need the white bone to deal with Lu Ming. But now, he used it again. Brat, die. Man Ke roared. At the same time, he activated the white bone. Waves of roars came out from the white bone. A mysterious and terrifying energy rushed towards Lu Ming. It then entered Lu Ming's head and rushed towards Lu Ming's soul. Lu Ming seemed to have seen a terrifying barbarian god dashing into his mind, brandishing his combat sword and slashing at his soul, wanting to shatter it. It seemed that Fu Xiu and the others had been attacked like this before. However, when the barbarian god attacked Lu Ming's soul, the Jingyu scroll glowed and a layer of light enveloped Lu Ming's soul. When the barbarian god's battle sword slashed at the light barrier shook, but nothing happened. If it was an ordinary person, they would have to spend a lot of energy to control their soul to dodge. This way, their strength would be greatly affected. However, Lu Ming didn't care at all. Of course, Man Ke didn't know that. He thought that Lu Ming's soul was also greatly affected. His face was ferocious, and his killing intent was cold. He waved his bronze battle sword and rushed towards Lu Ming, slashing down at Lu Ming's head. However, Lu Ming swung his sword and deflected Man Ke's bronze battle sword. Then, the battle sword didn't stop and continued to slash at Man Ke. Asterisk sizzle, asterisk the battle sword slashed on Man Ke's body, producing a piercing sound. Then, a deep sword wound appeared on Man Ke's stone armor, penetrating his bones. Man Ke roared in pain and retreated. He shouted in disbelief, "Why aren't you affected?" "Petty tricks," Lu Ming said calmly as he continued to swing his sword towards Man Ke. Man Ke didn't believe it. He did his best to control White Bones. White Bones' roars were like thunder, and the soul attack became even stronger. However, Lu Ming had the protection of the frightening feather painting, so he wasn't affected at all. He continued to attack Man Ke. The two exchanged a few more moves, and Man Ke was once again struck by Lu Ming's sword, leaving a sword wound on his body. Although Man Ke circulated his barbarian god physique with all his might, and the crystal armor on his body was wriggling and healing his wounds, his injuries were real. If this continued, he would become weaker and weaker. "Man Ke, it seems like you've reached your limit," Lu Ming sneered. "Lu Ming, you're relying on a metallic life form. What kind of ability is that? Do you have the ability to fight me fairly?" Man Ke roared. "A fair fight? Ridiculous." Lu Ming sneered and said, "That white bone in your hand is also an external object. Is it fair for you to use it against the enemy? Also, your cultivation is 2 levels higher than mine. Is it fair for you to fight me with a cultivation 2 levels higher?" Man Ke's face turned ugly. However, he didn't dare to fight Lu Ming without using the white bone and at the same level as Lu Ming. Although he was strong, Lu Ming was even more abnormal. If they fought at the same level, he would definitely be the one to lose. "Brat, don't think you can defeat me." "Fuse!" Man Ke roared. Then, the white bone emitted a resplendent radiance and rushed into Man Ke's body, fusing with his body. Next, a layer of white bone armor appeared on Man Ke's body, covering his entire body. Clang, Lu Ming slashed his sword on Man Ke's body again, but this time, a terrifying explosion rang out. Man Ke's body was forced back, but Lu Ming didn't manage to break through his defense. "It can actually be like this." Lu Ming was stunned. Man Ke fused the white bone into his body, and a layer of white bone armor appeared. It actually increased his defense by a large margin. Even Xiaoqiu's battle sword couldn't break through his defense. "You want to kill me? Dream on, dream on." Man Ke roared. His gaze was extremely ferocious, and he couldn't wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. He had to pay a price for fusing with the white bone. Because he could only fuse with the white bone 3 times. After fusing with it 3 times, the white bone would be completely destroyed. Even the ability to affect the soul would disappear. At a critical moment, it could save his life. Unless it was a last resort, he wouldn't use it. But now, because Lu Ming wasted it once, his heart was bleeding. "Die for me." Man Ke roared and madly rushed towards Lu Ming, slashing out with his bronze battle sword. However, when Lu Ming swung his sword and clashed with the bronze battle sword, Man Ke's huge body was shaken and he was forced back. Although he had fused with the white bone, it only increased his defense. His combat strength didn't change. After repelling Man Ke, Lu Ming took the opportunity to attack. His sword landed on Man Ke's body again, but it was still blocked. He couldn't break through Man Ke's defense. "Nest, this guy is like a tortoise shell. His defense is comparable to Dandan's." Lu Ming was speechless as he muttered. Then, he continued to attack. However, every time Man Ke was sent flying by Lu Ming, he couldn't break through his defense. Of course, Man Ke's attack power wasn't enough, and he couldn't cause any harm to Lu Ming. The two of them were in a stalemate. Boom, after another exchange, Man Ke was sent flying for thousands of miles. His expression was ugly. "Not good, the time for fusion is almost up." Man Ke was a little anxious. There was a time limit to the fusion of the white bone. Once the time was up, it would disappear. It would be difficult to fuse with it again in a short period of time. However, although he was anxious, he didn't show it on his face. Lu Ming, my divine power is about to run out. At this moment, Xiao was transmitting a message to Lu Ming. His broken sword form consumed a lot of divine power. After a series of attacks, Xiao's divine power was about to run out. Lu Ming's mind raced, but he didn't show it on his face as he stared at Man Ku. However, the two of them didn't attack. They looked at each other from a distance. Kid, you can't break through my defense. Man Ku said savagely. You only know how to hide in your tortoise shell. However, the feeling of hitting a sandbag isn't bad. Lu Ming smiled contemptuously. Humph. I'll spare your life today. However, it's useless for you to rely on this metallic life form. When you can't use this metallic life form anymore, it'll be the day you die. Man Ku shouted coldly. Then, he looked at the two youths with headbands on their heads and said, let's go. The two youths were helpless. Then, they shouted, let's go. Man Ku turned around and left. The people of the barbarian tribe and his subordinates all followed him. The two youths under his control also took their men and left with Man Ku. Lu Ming didn't chase after them. At this moment, only about half of the people were left on the mountain peak. Brother Lu, thank you for your help. Of the 4 experts who had surrounded Man Ku, 2 of them hadn't been controlled by Man Ku. Halfway through, they had been saved by Lu Ming. Now, they thanked Lu Ming. What do you plan to do in the future? Lu Ming asked. In the future? The 2 young men frowned. Now, more than half of Fengyun Mountain is in the hands of the Man Alliance. His ambition will not stop. You should know the consequences. Now, there is only one path in front of you. Lu Ming said plainly. His eyes were glowing and his meaning was self-evident. The 2 young men looked at each other with a complicated expression. They obviously understood what Lu Ming meant. It was simple. He wanted them to submit to Lu Ming. Now, Fengyun Mountain was divided into 2 and there were 2 overlords. They were Man Ku and Lu Ming. If they wanted to establish themselves in Fengyun Mountain, they had to submit to one of them. Do you want me to be direct? Submit to me. I can make you deputy alliance leaders. You don't have to condense divine crystals and you can get a portion of them. How about that? Otherwise, I will have to take action. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the 2 young men. Previously, Lu Ming only occupied the territory of the Yuntian Alliance and did not continue to expand. That was because he was not powerful enough and his wings were not strong enough. However, it was different now. His strength was enough to intimidate Fengyun Mountain. These people would either submit to Man Ku, submit to him, or leave Fengyun Mountain. Deputy Alliance Leader. The 2 young men's eyes lit up. Deputy Alliance leaders did not have to condense origin divine crystals and they could get a portion of it. Although it was not as good as them controlling a territory, it was much better than submitting to Man Ku. Alliance Leader Lu, thank you for saving us. I am willing to submit to Alliance Leader Lu and join the Dragon Alliance. One of the young men suddenly cupped his fist. I am also willing to join the Dragon Alliance. The second young man also cupped his fist and joined the Dragon Alliance. Great. The 2 of you will be Deputy Alliance leaders after joining the Dragon Alliance. Lu Ming was overjoyed but he did not show it on his face. After that, Lu Ming looked at the others. What about you? I believe you have heard of the Dragon Alliance's rules. Join the Dragon Alliance and you can keep 30% of the origin divine crystals you condense. Lu Ming looked at the remaining people. I am willing to join the Dragon Alliance. Me too. The first to agree were the people from the Eastern region. The people from the Soldier Peak Alliance and the Sky Heart Alliance agreed without hesitation. Now that Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin were dead, the Soldier Peak Alliance and the Sky Heart Alliance had disbanded. They had been eyeing the Dragon Alliance's distribution for a long time. Naturally, they agreed without hesitation. Following that, the other forces in the Eastern region also agreed. The leaders of these forces knew that they couldn't go against the general trend. With Lu Ming's strength, if they didn't agree, they could only leave Fengyun Mountain. If they wanted to stay in Fengyun Mountain, they could only agree. After that, in addition to the forces in the Eastern region, the other regions also agreed. In this way, Lu Ming controlled more than half of Fengyun Mountain's territory. The number of people under him increased rapidly, reaching over 10,000. With so many people, how many primordial divine crystals can we obtain in the future? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as he stayed here for a period of time and stored a large amount of primordial divine crystals, he would have enough resources for a long time in the future. It should be noted that the energy of the star core he obtained back then was almost used up. The energy of the star core could have been used until Lu Ming broke through to the 7th layer of the King God realm. However, although Lu Ming had broken through to the 7th layer of the King God realm, he had relied on the energy of the primordial divine crystals to break through. Hence, there was still some energy left in the star core. However, it wasn't enough to support Lu Ming to break through to the 8th layer of the King God realm. However, with the primordial divine crystals, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of energy. What happened next was simple. Lu Ming started to arrange his men and took over half of Fengyun Mountain's territory. He was in a standoff with the Man Alliance. In the Man Alliance's territory, Man Ku was furious. Lu Ming, damn you! Man Ku roared. Man Ku bellowed furiously. This time, his original plan was to have complete control over Fengyun Mountain. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had appeared out of nowhere and ruined his plan completely. In the end, Lu Ming had benefited from it. Lu Ming controlled more than half of Fengyun Mountain. This made him extremely unhappy. Humph, you want to share Fengyun Mountain with me? Dream on. Looks like I'll have to ask the Guardian for help. Man Ku muttered. Then, his figure flashed and he left the place. After Lu Ming returned, he continued to cultivate in seclusion. So, the primordial divine body is divided into 9 transformations. The ancient god technique I obtained is indeed incomplete, Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. After the battle with Man Ku ended, he asked around and finally resolved the doubts in his heart. The cultivation of the primordial divine body was divided into 9 transformations. The ancient god technique he obtained was divided into red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple transformations. They were the 1st to the 7th transformations. Hence, when Lu Ming cultivated the purple armored ancient god body to the peak, he felt that there were more levels and that he hadn't reached the limit. Every breakthrough was a transformation. The primordial divine body would become stronger. This was why it was called the 9 transformations. The 9th transformation wasn't the limit. He could still break through. However, breaking through after the 9th transformation would bring him closer to the level of the primordial divine spirit. It made sense. Even if he cultivated to the 9th transformation, he would still be miles away from the primordial divine spirit's divine body. For example, Man Ku had cultivated to the peak of the 8th transformation and displayed the barbarian divine body. He was 100,000 meters tall. If he cultivated to the 9th transformation, he would only be 1,000,000 meters tall. However, when Lu Ming cultivated under the primordial divine statue, he could see the primordial divine spirits fighting in the galaxy. The fists of the primordial divine spirits were bigger than a planet of life. How big was a planet of life? 1,000,000 meters was countless times smaller than a planet of life. It was like the difference between an ant and a mountain. Hence, the 9th transformation of the primordial divine body was still far from the primordial divine spirit's divine body. Looks like I have to get the complete version of the ancient god technique as soon as possible. Lu Ming murmured. In this world, there must be others who cultivated the ancient god technique. The complete version would most likely appear. After that, Lu Ming sent out an order to ask the Dragon Alliance if they had the complete version of the ancient god technique. Unfortunately, after some time, they still couldn't find the complete version of the ancient god technique. Lu Ming could only expand his search and purchase the complete version of the ancient god technique from other famous mountains. If he didn't have the complete version of the ancient god technique, his ancient god body would be stuck at the peak of the purple armored ancient god body. It would be difficult for him to break through. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since the battle with Man Ku. On this day, Tianxia hurried over to see Lu Ming. Alliance leader, the Guardian wants to see you. Tianxia reported with a serious expression. The Guardian. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. By now, Lu Ming had a better understanding of this world. This world wasn't managed by no one. It was managed by people. The people who managed the place were the protectors. There were a total of 13 guardians. Every famed mountain had a guardian. Of course, the guardians wouldn't show themselves and wouldn't interfere with any fights between forces. No matter how the famed mountains fought, they wouldn't interfere and would let things develop naturally. However, they had to guarantee one thing. It meant that no single power could cross two famed mountains. In other words, no matter how strong a force was, they couldn't occupy two famed mountains at the same time. They could only occupy one famed mountain at most. This was also the reason why Fengyun Mountain still existed. Otherwise, Fengyun Mountain would be in chaos and the other famed mountains would intervene. Fengyun Mountain would have long been occupied by the other famed mountains. After all, some famed mountains were extremely powerful and the masters of the famed mountains were even more unfathomable. In this world, there was a list called the God King list. 30 of the most powerful geniuses were listed on it. These 30 strongest geniuses were almost the strongest in the God King realm. However, no one from Fengyun Mountain was on the list. Even Fuxiu wasn't on the list. Those who were on the list were mostly from the famed mountains. They were either masters or deputy masters of the famed mountains. However, with the guardians around, no matter how strong the famed mountains were, they couldn't interfere with Fengyun Mountain. This was because the strength of the guardians was above the God King realm. They were Sir Gods. In addition, it was said that there were higher-ups above the guardians. They were called enforcers. It was said that there were a total of 3 enforcers and they were in charge of all the famed mountains. However, they were elusive and rarely seen. Lu Ming was puzzled. He stepped out and came to a protruding peak. A burly middle-aged man stood on the peak with his hands behind his back. Lu Ming greets the Lord Guardian. Lu Ming landed and cupped his fists. You're here. A deep voice rang out, and the Guardian turned around. Seeing the Guardian's appearance, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted, and he was surprised and bewildered. This was because the Guardian's appearance and body shape were too similar to the barbarian tribe. It could be said that he was completely a barbarian tribe member. How could the barbarian race be the guardians of this world? Wait, Mount Barbarian God, Lu Ming's mind raced as he thought of Mount Barbarian God. There was a tunnel within Mount Barbarian God that led to this world. They had entered through Mount Barbarian God. Could it be that this person was really related to the Berserkers? Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind in an instant. A glint flashed across the Guardian's eyes. He smiled and said, "You can see that I'm related to the barbarian tribe." As expected. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He could only brace himself and cupped his fists. I wonder why Lord Guardian is looking for me. I've heard about your battle with Man Ku. Your strength is indeed amazing. I've been guarding Fengyun Mountain for many years and have seen countless geniuses. However, it's extremely rare to see someone as strong as you. The Guardian said. Lord, you're flattering me. Lu Ming said, but he had a bad premonition in his heart. I've heard that you and Man Ku came from the barbarian tribe's territory together. You entered through the tunnel left behind by the barbarian god. The Guardian continued. Lu Ming didn't know what the Guardian was trying to say, so he could only nod. Let me tell you something. I'm the descendant of the barbarian god in the barbarian tribe's legend. The Guardian said. Lu Ming's heart trembled. His pupils shrank and the bad premonition grew stronger. The Guardian continued, the barbarian god in the barbarian tribe's legend is an ancestor of the barbarian tribe. He's also my ancestor. He came here a long time ago, but too much time has passed. My ancestor's lifespan has dried up and he passed away. I've been the Guardian here for a few years. I didn't expect to see someone from the same tribe coming here. Of course, I have to take care of them. Don't you think so? After saying that, the Guardian stared at Lu Ming, wanting to see Lu Ming's expression. Lu Ming's expression didn't change, but many thoughts were running through his mind. He understood many things now. It turned out that the Guardian was from the same tribe as the barbarian tribe. He could be considered a member of the barbarian tribe. No wonder Man Ku's strength increased tremendously after disappearing for a period of time. Especially his primordial divine body, it increased from the peak of the 6th transformation to the peak of the 8th transformation. It was definitely because of the Guardian that he could improve so quickly. Even the white bone might have been given to him by the Guardian. I'm very satisfied with Manku's talent. It's definitely rare in the history of the barbarian tribe. Since he's here, I naturally have to give him a chance so that he can help the barbarian tribe rise in the future and become stronger. Letting him control a famous mountain is a great chance. Do you understand? The Guardian continued. At the end of his words, his tone became more serious. His eyes shone brightly, and they pierced out like sharp swords. Lu Ming wasn't stupid. He naturally knew what the Guardian meant. He wanted Manku to control Fengyun Mountain. Haha. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? The Guardian asked coldly. If Manku wants to control Fengyun Mountain, it's simple. Let him challenge me. If he can defeat me, I'll naturally give up Fengyun Mountain. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about it. Lu Ming said. How could it be so easy for him to hand over Fengyun Mountain? Don't you understand what I mean? The Guardian's face darkened completely, and the coldness in his eyes intensified. So what if I understand and so what if I don't? If Manku wants Fengyun Mountain, he can forget about it. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom, suddenly, a terrifying aura exploded from the Guardian and pressed down on Lu Ming. It was extremely heavy. Lu Ming's body trembled and he almost knelt down. Roar, Lu Ming let out a furious roar and used all his strength to block off the pressure. However, his body still trembled slightly. Divine Lord, the Guardian's cultivation was definitely a Divine Lord. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary first or second heaven Divine Lord but someone stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to exert such a terrifying pressure. It seems like you're courting death. The Guardian said coldly. You dare to kill me? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a Guardian. There are still enforcers above you. The Guardian can't interfere with the internal strife of the various famed mountains. You've already violated the rules. If the enforcers know about this, you'll have to bear the consequences. Moreover, when I came out just now, everyone from the Dragon Alliance came to me to meet the enforcers. If you attack me, I guarantee that the enforcers will know about it. Lu Ming shouted. You! How dare you! The Guardian's murderous intent surged. He hollered coldly and the pressure became stronger. It was as if he was moving mountains and trampling seas, pressing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled as he retreated. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Lu Ming was injured by the Guardian's aura, but his eyes were unyielding. He glared at the Guardian and roared, "The bold ones are openly favoritism and violating the rules." Lu Ming roared fearlessly as he stared at the Guardian. At this moment, he could not back down. The Guardian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted to slap Lu Ming to death, but he did not dare to do so. After all, he could not hide the truth from the masses in this world. Guarding Fengyun Mountain was just a mission. He had to listen to someone else's orders. Gradually, the Guardian retracted his aura and revealed a cold smile. Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I hope you know what's good for you. With that, the Guardian took a step forward, turned into a stream of light, and left the place. Phew, Lu Ming let out a long breath and realized that he was drenched in cold sweat. Then, Lu Ming frowned. He did not expect the Guardian of Fengyun Mountain to be a descendant of the barbarian tribe's ancestor. Fortunately, the Guardian could not hide the truth from the masses in this world. There were still enforcers behind him. However, Lu Ming felt that this matter would not end so easily. Let's go back first and take one step at a time. The Guardian will not dare to interfere in Fengyun Mountain's matters. At most, he will help Manku increase his strength. But as long as my strength continues to increase, there will be nothing to fear. Lu Ming thought for a while before he stepped out and returned to the valley where the Dragon Alliance was. Alliance leader, we have found the ancient god technique. As soon as he returned, a young man smiled and flew forward. This young man was called Bo Yi. He was one of the 4 young experts who fought against Manku. Later on, he joined Lu Ming and became one of the 2 vice alliance leaders of the Dragon Alliance. Bo Yi had been in this world for a long time and had a wide network. Therefore, the search for the ancient god technique was left to Bo Yi. I have found the ancient god technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, but the other party wants to meet me personally to negotiate the price. Bo Yi said. Oh, where is he? Lu Ming asked. It's not far away. Alliance Master, follow me. With that, Bo Yi flew off in a certain direction with Lu Ming following closely behind. Along the way, Lu Ming found out that the person selling the ancient god tactics was not from the Fengyun mountain, but from another famous mountain. Not long after, a young man stood on top of a mountain. Fengyun mountain was extremely huge. It was actually a huge mountain range. On top of it, there were naturally mountains within mountains. There were high mountains, valleys, and lakes. Then I'll take my leave, Alliance Master. Bo Yi cupped his fists and left. Lu Ming flew up and landed on the mountain peak. Greetings, Alliance Master Lu. When the young man saw Lu Ming, he cupped his fists and said. Brother, you don't have to be so polite. I heard that you have the complete ancient god tactics? Lu Ming asked. That's right. I have the complete ancient god tactics. I can cultivate all the way to the ninth transformation, the peak of the gold-armored ancient god body. The young man said. Gold-armored ancient god body. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He finally knew what the ninth transformation of the ancient god body was. Give me a price. Lu Ming went straight to the point and asked for the price. I need 5,000 primordial divine crystals. The young man said. 5,000. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The price was indeed ridiculously high. How precious were primordial divine crystals? When he was at Breeze Mountain, a person could only condense one primordial divine crystal every 10 years. Even on a famous mountain, it was a huge sum. Unless one was the leader of a faction, it would take at least a few thousand years for an ordinary person to condense 5,000 primordial divine crystals. However, Lu Ming had plenty of primordial divine crystals now. He did not care. 5,000 primordial divine crystals is fine. But how do I know if the ancient god body is complete? Or, is it true? Lu Ming said coldly. That's simple. Just take a look. I believe that with your status, you won't cheat me of the ancient god tactics. The young man smiled, then took out an ancient book and threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out to take the book and saw the words ancient god tactics written on the cover. Lu Ming flipped it open. The first page introduced the grades of the ancient god body. Like other primordial divine bodies, the ancient god body was divided into 9 transformations. According to the color of the scales, it was further divided into 9 grades: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, and gold. After the purple-armored ancient god body, it is the silver-armored ancient god body and gold-armored ancient god body. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he quickly flipped through it. He did not study it carefully. He just wanted to see if it was real or fake. The first 7 transformations, from the red-armored ancient god body to the purple-armored ancient god body, were exactly the same as Lu Ming's. Lu Ming flipped to the silver-armored ancient god body and gold-armored ancient god body. With Lu Ming's understanding of the ancient god tactics, it was easy for him to tell if it was real or fake. If it was fake, Lu Ming could easily tell. However, after reading it, Lu Ming found that it was real and there was no problem. Okay, I'll take this ancient god tactics. Here are 5,000 primordial divine gems. Lu Ming waved his hand and a storage ring flew out. There were 5,000 primordial divine gems in it. The young man took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Alliance Leader Lu. Goodbye." The young man cupped his fists and left. Soon, the young man came to a secret place in Fengyun Mountain. There was a burly figure sitting cross-legged in this place. If Lu Ming were to see this, he would definitely be shocked. This was because this figure was the guardian of the Windcloud Mountain. "Greetings, Guardian." The young man saluted the guardian. "Is it done?" The guardian opened his eyes and asked. "It's done." Lu Ming didn't suspect anything. The young man replied. "Very good. I just changed the order slightly. He won't be able to see through it." Hee hee, Go ahead. This is for sure. The guardian sneered. He waved his hand and a storage ring flew out. The young man was overjoyed. He saluted and left. Lu Ming, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The guardian sneered. Lu Ming was naturally unaware of all this. He returned to his place of seclusion and took out the ancient god tactics. He studied it carefully. After a few days, he had more or less studied it thoroughly and started cultivating. He had already cultivated the purple-armored ancient god body to the peak. If he went one step further, it would be the silver-armored ancient god body, which was the 8th transformation of the primordial divine body. However, it wasn't easy to cultivate from the 7th transformation to the 8th transformation. It was extremely difficult. Even with the primordial divine gems, it was still the same. He needed time to train and it wasn't something that could be broken through overnight. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only a few people who had reached the 8th transformation among all the Skyprides in Fengyun Mountain. For example, the leaders of the forces, Bing Tong, Lu Tianqin, and the others had plenty of primordial divine gems. However, the primordial divine body was stuck and couldn't break through to the 8th transformation. It was obvious how difficult it was to break through. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. In these months, Lu Ming had been comprehending the ancient god tactic and refining the primordial divine crystal. However, he had not made much progress. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. He knew that haste made waste. He needed to slowly grind. At this time, Lu Ming received news that Man Ku was leading the Man Alliance to attack the Dragon Alliance. They wanted to take over the Dragon Alliance's territory. Man Ku, what the hell are you doing? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Man Ku could not do anything to him. Why would he attack? Lu Ming did not think too much about it. He ended his seclusion and led the Dragon Alliance to fight. Somewhere in the Wind Cloud Mountain, a large number of geniuses were fighting. Man Ku led a group of people and stood in the air, watching the battle from afar. They're here. Man Ku whispered. His eyes shone as he looked forward. There, a few streams of light were rushing over. In the next moment, a few figures appeared in the sky. These figures were naturally Lu Ming and the others. Man Ku, are you looking for a beating again? Lu Ming shouted coldly when he saw Man Ku. Humph, shameless boasting. You didn't defeat me last time. If not for that metallic life form, I could have killed you with a flip of my hand. Man Ku snorted. If we fight at the same level, I can crush you with a finger. Lu Ming's reply made Man Ku's face turn gloomy. However, he sneered and said, Lu Ming, you want me to fight at the same level? You don't have a chance. However, if you can't make that metallic life form help, I will have a chance. After speaking, Man Ku cupped his fists to a black-robed youth beside him and said, Brother Feng, wait a moment. I'll leave the other party's metallic life form to you. Don't worry. The black-robed youth smiled faintly and stepped forward. Lu Ming could not help but look at the black-robed youth. The most eye-catching thing was the snake wrapped around his arm. It was a metallic snake. Its entire body shone with a metallic luster. It was definitely made of metal and not flesh and blood. Let's see how powerful my gold-devouring demonic snake is. The black-robed young man said coldly. Then, he waved his hand and the metal snake flew out. After flying out, the metal snake madly grew in size until it was tens of thousands of meters long. The giant snake opened its mouth, and a huge mouth appeared. It was like a black hole, emitting a terrifying suction force. Wang! Buzz! At this moment, many of the legendary weapons that were being controlled by the geniuses started vibrating violently. What happened? I can't control my sword. Not good. Those youths cried out in alarm, trying their best to control their divine items. But in the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. Their divine items flew out of their control, flying toward the giant snake's mouth. Then, they all disappeared into the giant snake's mouth. Those who had lost their divine weapons were naturally the prodigies on Lu Ming's side. These people had lost their divine weapons and were shocked. They were careless and were attacked by the people from the Barbarian League. Instantly, more than 10 of them were killed in midair. Retreat! Lu Ming shouted. When his voice rang out, the people from the Dragon League stopped fighting and retreated. Ha ha ha, my gold-devouring demonic snake eats metals. It can even swallow a divine weapon in one gulp. The black-robed young man laughed. It's indeed amazing. It can swallow so many divine weapons in one gulp. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. When Xiao ate divine weapons, it took one bite at a time. But this metal snake had swallowed so many divine weapons in one gulp. Its appetite was really good. Fong Lin, it's Fong Lin. At this moment, Bo Yi, who was beside Lu Ming, shouted. Bo Yi, do you know this person? Lu Ming asked. I've seen him before. Leader, his name is Fong Lin. He's not from the Fengyun Mountain. He's an expert from another famed mountain, the Qitong Mountain. Bo Yi said. Qitong Mountain? Lu Ming's expression changed. Fong Lin, there are rules in this world. People from different famed mountains can't interfere with each other. He's from the Qitong Mountain. How dare he interfere with the matters of the Fengyun Mountain? He has violated the rules. Bo Yi shouted. When did I violate the rules? I'm good friends with Man Ku. What's wrong with helping him? Besides, I didn't do anything to your people. I brought my gold-devouring demonic snake to look for metals to eat. That's not against the rules, right? Fong Lin sneered. You're being unreasonable. I'm going to report you to the Guardian. Bo Yi shouted. Go ahead. What do I have to fear? Fong Lin sneered. His fearless look made Bo Yi's face turn ugly. Bo Yi, there's no need to say anything more. Lu Ming said. This matter was probably approved by the Guardian. Even if he reported it to the Guardian, it would be useless. Lu Ming, let's settle this today. At this moment, Man Ku shouted and stepped out. His body swelled rapidly as he displayed the barbarian god physique, turning into a 100,000-meter-tall barbarian god. He clenched his fist and a bronze sword appeared. He slashed at Lu Ming. Fight. Lu Ming was fearless. He also displayed the ancient god physique and turned into a 10,000-meter-tall purple-armored ancient god. At the same time, Xiao wriggled rapidly and turned into armor, covering Lu Ming's body. At the same time, Lu Ming's palm wriggled and turned into a huge sword. Lu Ming and Xiao went all out as soon as they struck. Swoosh, the sword slashed out and clashed with Man Ku. There was a loud sound. Man Ku's body trembled and he retreated a few steps. Metal life form. It's really a metal life form. What a powerful metal life form. Little snake, devour him. Fong Lin shouted with a greedy look. Hiss, the gigantic snake let out a hissing sound. It twisted its huge body and charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, it opened its mouth like a black hole. A powerful suction force shrouded Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming was still fine after being enveloped by this suction force. However, Xiao, who was covering him, began to wriggle rapidly. It seemed to be unable to maintain its armor form and was about to return to its original form. It works. Man Ku was delighted. Ha ha ha, such a powerful metal life form. Become my little snake's food. The Gold-Eater demonic snake is the king of metal life forms. Not only can it eat divine artifacts, it can also eat other metal life forms. Fong Lin laughed wildly as if he could see Xiao being eaten. Moreover, after eating Xiao, his Gold-Eater demonic snake would become stronger. Swoosh, Xiao, who was on Lu Ming's body, wriggled rapidly and turned into a huge ball. It then flew toward the Gold-Eater demonic snake. Xiao, Lu Ming was shocked. I'm fine. This snake looks delicious. I'm going to eat it. At this moment, Xiao's voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming immediately felt relieved. Man Ku stopped attacking. He wanted to see Lu Ming's metal life form being eaten and reveal a look of despair. Then, he wanted to suppress Lu Ming and let Lu Ming know the consequences of going against him. Xiao was about to fly into the Gold-Eater demonic snake's mouth. Xiao quickly flew toward the metal-devouring demonic snake and was about to be swallowed. However, at this moment, the metal-devouring demonic snake's eyes were filled with fear. Its huge body trembled slightly and the suction force in its mouth disappeared instantly. Hiss, Then, the metal-devouring demonic snake let out a few shrieks and turned to run like a mouse seeing a cat. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Just a moment ago, the metal-devouring demonic snake looked like it was going to eat Xianxia. Why did it turn and run in the blink of an eye? What was going on? It's too late to run now. Xianxia let out a childish voice and rushed out, landing on the metal-devouring demonic snake. It quickly wriggled and turned into a pool of liquid metal, covering the metal-devouring demonic snake's body. The metal-devouring demonic snake struggled madly, but it was useless. In a few breaths, Xianxia had completely covered the metal-devouring demonic snake. Then, with a few vibrations, Xianxia turned into a huge metal ball and floated in the air. Everyone was dumbfounded. The metal-devouring demonic snake was eaten. Just a moment ago, the metal-devouring demonic snake looked ferocious and wanted to eat Xianxia. Who would have thought that it would be eaten by Xianxia in the blink of an eye? Xianxia moved and flew to Lu Ming's side. It even opened its mouth and burped. King of the metal creatures? That's all you got? Lu Ming said indifferently. Fong Lin's eyes widened and turned blood red. Finally, he roared, my metal-devouring demonic snake. Ah, I want to die. Before he finished his roar, Fong Lin rushed toward Lu Ming and turned into his huge primordial divine body to attack Lu Ming. Primordial divine body 8th transformation. Lu Ming was shocked. This Fong Lin had cultivated the primordial divine body to the 8th transformation. His strength was astonishing. Xianxia, Lu Ming's heart moved. Xianxia landed on Lu Ming and turned into an armor, covering Lu Ming. The battle sword was formed again. Then, the sword slashed out. Boom, boom. Fong Lin's god body was shaken hard. He snorted and backed off, spurting blood. So the origin divine power factor has only awakened 3 times. Lu Ming's heart shook. This Fong Lin's god force origin factor had only awakened thrice. His battle prowess was even lower than Man Ku's. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to block Lu Ming's attack. Brat, give me back my gold-devouring demonic snake. Fong Lin roared with bloodshot eyes. They've all been eaten. How are they still alive? Lu Ming said. Then give me the metallic life form, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Fong Lin shouted, his eyes filled with greed. Not only could Xianxia eat his gold-devouring demonic snake, but it also had such powerful combat strength. Is he an idiot? Now that you've lost to me, even if you want to let it go, I don't want to. Lu Ming said coldly. He stepped forward and attacked Fong Lin. Lu Ming, if you dare to touch me, I, Qi Tongshan, will not let you off. Fong Lin's expression changed, and he began to threaten him. Idiot. Lu Ming said coldly. He slashed out with his sword, and a mighty sword light slashed toward Fong Lin. Fong Lin was shocked and frantically retreated. At the same time, Man Ku also made his move. He slashed out with his bronze sword and blocked Lu Ming's sword light. Brother Fong, we can't do this today. Let's retreat first. Man Ku transmitted his voice to Fong Lin. Damn it. Fong Lin roared. He was extremely unwilling, but he also knew that he was no match for Lu Ming. There was nothing he could do even if he stayed. I won't let this go so easily. Just you wait. Fong Lin roared and turned to leave. Let's go. Man Ku led the people of the Barbarian Alliance and turned to leave. Lu Ming did not chase after them. His strength had not made any major breakthrough. Even if he wanted to fight, he would be on par with Man Ku. There was no need to fight. He led his people back to the Dragon Alliance and ordered them to tighten the defense in case the barbarian tribe attacked again. I'm going to report this to the Guardian. Bo Yi was indignant and wanted to report to the Guardian to punish Man Ku and Fong Lin. Lu Ming did not stop her, although he knew that it would be useless even if he reported it. This matter must have been tacitly approved by the Guardian. However, if he reported it, at least the Guardian would not be so arrogant and brazen. As expected, after a period of time, Man Ku was not punished. Lu Ming continued to cultivate and strive to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Today, he had offended Fong Lin and was afraid that he would not let it go. Fong Lin was not the strongest group of people in Qitong Mountain. The strongest people in Qitong Mountain were the Mountain Master and the Deputy Mountain Master. Mao Qitong was a famous mountain that was unified. The Mao Qitong's mountain master's strength was unfathomable. The other mountain masters under him were also very powerful. Being ranked in the top 30, they were probably not weaker than Man Ku. If they were to fight, Lu Ming was not confident even if he had Qiuqiu. He had to continue to make a breakthrough. Soon, more than a month had passed. Qitong Mountain and Man Ku did not make any moves. Rumble, this time, Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion. Suddenly, he felt a tremor. It was as if the entire Fengyun Mountain was shaking. What's going on? Lu Ming's face changed drastically. Fengyun Mountain was one of the famous mountains. It was a place that gave birth to a primordial god spirit. It was huge and sturdy, unlike the mountains in the outside world. What kind of existence could cause Fengyun Mountain to shake? It was unbelievable. Even an expert among the Sur gods would not be able to shake a corner of Fengyun Mountain, let alone shake the entire mountain. Lu Ming ended his seclusion and went out. He was not the only one. The entire Dragon Alliance felt it and they were all shocked. Rumble, at this moment, Fengyun Mountain trembled again. One could clearly feel that the ground beneath their feet was shaking. It was as though a terrifying beast was moving its body within Fengyun Mountain. What's going on? Could it be that another terrifying primordial god spirit is being nurtured inside Fengyun Mountain? This thought involuntarily flashed across Lu Ming's mind. At this thought, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. If that was the case, it would be an earth-shattering event. In the current Eldritch universe, primordial god spirits were no longer around. If another primordial god spirit were to appear, it would definitely be an earth-shattering event. The primordial god spirits were too powerful. Any one of them was a pinnacle expert in the Eldritch universe. They were terrifying existences that could shake the universe. Fengyun Mountain shook for a while before it regained its calmness. Could it be a divine energy explosion? At this moment, Bowie spoke. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Divine energy explosion? Lu Ming was puzzled. However, many others had heard of it and were also surprised. Alliance leader, the 13 famous mountains have given birth to primordial god spirits. Therefore, there are terrifying primordial god crystals in the mountains. After a long time, the primordial god chi in the mountains will accumulate to the peak. Then, it will explode. It is called a divine energy explosion. Bowie explained. Eruption of divine energy? Will it cause a huge impact? Lu Ming's face changed. If all the divine energy in Fengyun Mountain were to erupt, would it cause a devastating blow to Fengyun Mountain? It won't cause a huge impact. The divine energy in the mountain will automatically find a weak area and erupt. However, the exact location is not fixed and it's hard to determine. There is no pattern to the eruption of divine energy in the famed mountains. Moreover, there will be a long interval between each eruption. I didn't expect that we would be able to witness an eruption of divine energy in Fengyun Mountain. Bowie was amazed and she looked even happier. Could it be that the eruption of divine energy is an opportunity? Lu Ming asked. Of course. Primordial divine spirits are born in the famed mountains and they are filled with terrifying aura. No one can enter and explore. I'm afraid that even divine lords would be crushed to death if they enter. Therefore, no one knows what's inside the famed mountains. However, to be able to give birth to primordial divine spirits, one can only imagine the situation inside the famed mountains. It will definitely give birth to unimaginable treasures. As for primordial divine crystals, I'm afraid there are countless of them. Every time there's an eruption of divine energy, there will be a large number of primordial divine crystals in the famed mountains. Even more precious treasures will erupt at the same time. This is truly a huge opportunity. Bowie said. Treasures in the famed mountains. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, his eyes flickered and he said, if that's the case, I'm afraid that the experts from other famed mountains will come and fight for it. No, there are rules in this world. The famed mountains are not allowed to fight or interfere with each other. The eruption of divine energy is Fengyun Mountain's matter and also our opportunity. Even if the other famed mountains covet it, they can't interfere. Bowie said. That's great. Immediately arrange for people to search for the places where the divine energy might erupt. We have to find the place before the Man Alliance does. Lu Ming instructed. The people from the Dragon Alliance started to take action. During this period, there was no need to condense primordial divine crystals. They could focus on searching for the places where the divine energy might erupt. At the same time, the people from the Man Alliance started to search the mountains. From time to time, people from both sides would bump into each other and erupt into fights. As time passed, Fengyun Mountain trembled more and more violently. It was not far from the divine energy eruption. On this day, Lu Ming received a report that they had found the suspected location of the explosion. The location was actually at the foot of Fengyun Mountain. Lu Ming immediately rushed over with his men. At the foot of the mountain south of Mt. Fengyun, there was a pile of rubble. During this period of time, divine aura was constantly seeping out from this pile of rubble. The divine aura became extremely dense and pervaded the air like mist. This was most likely the weakest spot. The divine qi within the Fengyun Mountain was pouring towards this spot, resulting in such a situation. Rumble, when Lu Ming arrived, the area was still shaking slightly. Lu Ming even saw the ground rise and fall, as if a prehistoric beast was about to rush out of the ground. At this moment, Lu Ming looked in another direction. Streaks of rainbow light were flying towards them from that direction. The berserkers really did come. Lu Ming muttered. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, numerous figures flew over from that direction. The one leading them was Man Ku. Man Ku led the Berserker Alliance and stopped in the distance, facing the Dragon Alliance. Man Ku, we were the first to find this place. Bo Yi shouted. You guys found it first? What a joke. We were the first to find this place, but when my men went back to report to me, you guys took over this place first. Now that we are here, you guys can leave. Man Ku smiled faintly. How shameless. Bo Yi shouted coldly. Man Ku was obviously lying through his teeth. Lu Ming did not say much. This time, no one would be willing to let go of the divine energy eruption. Even if the berserkers found it first, he would not let it go. Vice versa. There was no point in talking too much. When the time came, strength would do the talking. This time, let's get rid of the berserkers once and for all. A cold light flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. Similarly, Man Ku's eyes were filled with killing intent. Both parties faced each other and waited quietly, waiting for the divine energy to erupt. Time passed by quickly. Day after day passed by. With each passing day, the area began to tremble more and more violently. Soon, half a month had passed. Rumble, a loud rumbling sound came from underground. The ground was undulating as if a giant beast was about to emerge. Retreat. Lu Ming and Man Ku both shouted as they retreated with their subordinates to a safe distance. The eruption of divine qi was no small matter. Once the divine qi rushed out, its power was boundless. If one was hit by the divine qi, they would die no matter how strong they were. After the first wave of explosions, the divine qi would weaken. They're coming. Suddenly, someone spoke in a nervous voice. Rumble, the ground exploded, and the pile of rocks in front of him trembled. Then blood-red pillars of light shot out from the ground, and those incomparably hard rocks exploded one by one. In the blink of an eye, over 100 blood-red light pillars appeared on the ground. Furthermore, these light pillars grew larger and larger. In the end, boom, there was an earth-shattering roar, and gravel flew everywhere. A huge blood-red light pillar with a diameter of over 100 miles erupted from the ground. It pierced through the clouds and rushed into the sky. It was a spectacular sight. Be careful. Lu Ming shouted as he set up layers of defense in front of him. The others did the same as well. Gravel constantly flew over like a divine weapon with great power. Divine qi condensed into a shield in front of them, blocking the gravel. What a rich divine qi. Lu Ming took a deep breath and was shocked. The blood-red light pillar was made up of primordial divine qi. It was extremely rich, and many times richer than the primordial divine qi in Fengyun Mountain. In the future, the primordial divine qi in Fengyun Mountain would be very rich, and the speed of condensing primordial divine crystals would increase. It was a great opportunity for the entire Fengyun Mountain, and it would make the other famous mountains jealous. Rumble, the blood-red light pillar continued to erupt as if there was no end to it. After a while, the intensity of the light pillar weakened a little. At this moment, along with the pillar of light, numerous crystals flew out. Primordial divine crystals. The primordial divine crystals are out. Someone exclaimed. The densely packed crystals were all primordial divine crystals. No one knew how many there were, but it was a shocking number. Everyone waited and did not make a move immediately. The primordial divine crystals shot into the sky along with the light pillar, and then scattered in all directions. Moments later, crash, primordial divine crystals that filled the sky sprinkled down from the sky like raindrops. Snatch them! Someone roared and rushed towards the sky, pouncing on the primordial divine crystals. Attack! They're mine! At this moment, everyone moved and rushed towards the sky to snatch the primordial divine crystals. Most of them had gone crazy and were frantically snatching the primordial divine crystals. This was a rare opportunity and it belonged to whoever snatched it. There was no need to hand it over. It was much faster than slowly accumulating it. No one would complain about having too many primordial divine crystals as they were priceless treasures. Lu Ming also rushed towards the sky and condensed his divine force into a giant hand. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of primordial divine crystals were caught. In just a few moments, Lu Ming had obtained a few thousand primordial divine crystals. There were tens of thousands of people in Fengyun Mountain, Dragon League and Man League. No matter how many primordial divine crystals there were, it wasn't enough for them to snatch. Soon, all the primordial divine crystals were about to be snatched clean. Conflict erupted. Get lost. These primordial divine crystals are mine. You're the one who should get lost. I saw it first. Then I'll send you on your way. Loud roars resounded as blade radiance and sword radiance flashed. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard in the sky as many people were engaged in a fierce battle. Then, screams could be heard as someone was killed and blood dyed the sky red. This was like a fuse as the scope of the battle expanded rapidly. Soon, more than half of the people from Dragon League and Man League were involved in an intense battle. Of course, no one dared to fight beside Lu Ming, Bo Yi, and the others. Ordinary Man League disciples didn't even dare to fight with them. Swoosh, Lu Ming's figure flickered as he continued to snatch the primordial divine crystals. At this moment, the light pillar formed by the primordial divine qi in Fengyun Mountain was getting smaller and weaker. However, there were still primordial divine crystals flying out. That's divine force origin. Bead. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flashed and a dazzling radiance burst out from them. He saw two treasures flying out from Fengyun Mountain along with the primordial divine crystals. They were clearly divine force origin beads. Inside the Fengyun Mountain, there was actually a divine force source bead. A divine force source bead that could awaken an origin source secret technique. Back then, the Nine Sabers Heavenly King had used a divine power source bead to cause the geniuses in the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion to kill each other. In the end, the divine power source bead was obtained by Lu Ming. Such treasures were extremely rare, and could only be found by chance. Now that two of them had appeared at the same time, how could Lu Ming miss out on this opportunity? With a movement of his body, Lu Ming dashed toward the divine power origin bead. On the other side, Manku also saw the divine power source bead. Greed flashed across his eyes. Although he had already awakened the source secret technique, the godly power source pearl's attribute determined its value. It was too precious. It had to be known that many divine Lord Realm existences had yet to awaken an origin secret technique. A divine power origin bead was enough to drive these divine lords crazy. Manku also rushed towards the god power source pearl. As he rushed out, his body rapidly swelled up, turning into a huge barbarian god. He was 100,000 meters tall, standing between the heavens and the earth. He grabbed towards the god power source pearl, wanting to grab it. Scram! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He also turned into his purple-armored ancient god body. Then, the ball wriggled and covered his entire body. A battle sword condensed in his hand, and he slashed out. A dazzling sword light slashed onto Manku's palm. Manku's arm trembled, and he couldn't help but retract it. The two divine power source beads flew past Manku's hand. The divine power source beads are mine. Man Ke roared. The bronze battle sword appeared, and he slashed towards Lu Ming. At this moment, the battle character manual in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness was shining brightly, and it vibrated slightly. This was Lu Ming activating the battle character manual to increase his combat strength by 5 times. Now, the battle character manual had 5 times combat strength, and Lu Ming had cultivated it to a 1 in 7 chance. Every time he activated it, he would succeed. Boom, Lu Ming succeeded in activating it, and he went all out, slashing his sword towards Man Ke. Dang, the battle sword clashed with Man Ke's bronze battle sword, and Lu Ming still had the upper hand. The bronze battle sword bounced back, and Man Ke retreated continuously. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward, and his battle sword continued to slash towards Man Ke. Attack! Man Ke suddenly shouted. At this moment, a figure wrapped in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of Man Ke, holding a round ball in his hand. The round ball shone brightly, and it rapidly expanded. There seemed to be mountains and lakes carved on it, and it looked like a planet. It flew towards Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming's sword slashed at the round ball, and it shook violently. However, Lu Ming's sword was also blocked. Lu Ming's face froze. In the Man Union, other than Man Ke, who else could block his sword? Swoosh, at this moment, in the sky, another black-robed figure flashed. He was as fast as lightning, and he grabbed the 2 divine power source beads in his hand. Then, he appeared beside Man Ke. Who are you? Hide your head and show your tail. Show your true face. Lu Ming coldly shouted. If you want to know, let's see if you have the ability to do so. One of the black-robed figures sneered. Kill. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the other party. He held his battle sword and attacked. Attack! Man Ke roared. He opened his mouth, and the white bone flew out again. Man Ke's expression was one of pain as the white bone flew towards him and fused with him, transforming into a set of white bone armor that covered his body. With the protection of the white bone armor, Man Ke's confidence increased greatly. He roared and waved his bronze battle sword, launching a storm of attacks at Lu Ming. The other 2 black-robed figures flashed, and they also attacked Lu Ming. Union leader, we're here to help you. At this moment, Bowie shouted. He and the other vice-union leader wanted to help Lu Ming, but another black-robed figure appeared in front of them. This person held a halberd. When the halberd slashed out, the Qilin roared, and a few huge Qilins flew out, rushing towards Bowie and the vice-union leader. Boom! Boom! 2 violent explosions sounded. Bowie and the vice-union leader's expression changed, and they retreated rapidly. They weren't a match at all. Qilin halberd, you're Lin Xian. Bowie shouted, his expression was very ugly. Lin Xian was the vice leader of another famous mountain, Qitong Mountain. The vice leaders of other famous mountains actually interfered in the Battle of Fengyun Mountain. If you don't want to die, get lost. The youth holding the halberd, Lin Xian, shouted coldly. He turned around and attacked Lu Ming, wanting to besiege Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming slashed out more than 10 times, and the sword light filled the sky. Although Man Ke's defense was strong enough, his attack power was still weaker than Lu Ming's. He was hit by the sword light, and he was forced to retreat. The other 2 black-robed figures were even weaker, and they were sent flying by the violent sword light. You do have some strength. It seems that if I don't use my strongest move, I won't be able to take him down. One of the black-robed figures shouted coldly. Suddenly, he roared, and the black robe on his body exploded, revealing his true appearance. A black-robed man's black robe exploded, revealing his true appearance. Then, his body swelled up rapidly and turned into a huge tiger. The tiger had a single horn and a pair of wings. Its body was covered in blood-red scales. That was the primitive divine body. What was shocking was that the primitive divine body was huge, almost the same size as Man Ke. 8th transformation of the primitive divine body. That was obviously the 8th transformation of the primitive divine body. Then, another black-robed man's body swelled up rapidly and turned into the primitive divine body. He was a huge wolf with 3 heads. His body was huge and not any weaker than Man Ke. Another 8th transformation of the primitive divine body. Then, Lin Xian also used his primitive divine body and turned into a huge golden ape. He was 100,000 meters tall and held a huge halberd in his hand. He was also at the 8th transformation of the primitive divine body. The 3 experts, together with Man Ku, made a total of 4 people. They surrounded Lu Ming. Their violent aura was like a vast ocean, filling the entire area. This scene shocked the others. Those people who were fighting couldn't help but stop and look over in shock. "It's you guys. Damn it. How dare you?" Obviously, Bowie recognized the 3 of them. He yelled and then said to Lu Ming, "Alliance Chief, they are the Deputy Lords of Qitongshan. There are a total of 3 Deputy Lords of Qitongshan. All of them are here. Lin Xian is ranked in the top 30 on the Divine King list. Deputy Mountain Masters of Qitong Mountain? No wonder." Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. No wonder they were so powerful. Especially Lin Xian, who was ranked in the top 30 on the God King list. The God King list was a list selected by the people of this world. It only listed the top 30 strongest geniuses, and each of them had shocking combat strength. Qitong Mountain has interfered with the matters of Fengyun Mountain. You have seriously violated the rules. If the Guardian knows about this, you will be in deep trouble. Bowie shouted. Hee, this is only the foot of Fengyun Mountain. We have not climbed up the mountain. Lin Xian quibbled. Nonsense. This is the territory of Fengyun Mountain. Bowie shouted. Why are you talking nonsense with them? Let's kill Lu Ming first. Man Ke shouted as he brandished his bronze sword and charged towards Lu Ming. At the same time, Qitongshan's 3 deputy mountain lords also moved, charging towards Lu Ming. The 4 experts attacked Lu Ming from all directions. Their attacks were like a torrential storm. Lu Ming's gaze was very cold. Needless to say, the fact that Qitong Mountain's deputy mountain chieftain dared to kill his way here must have been tacitly approved by the guardian of the barbarian tribe. He could only rely on himself now. Kill. Lu Ming let out a long roar as various secret techniques of the origin emerged from his body. They separated into 4 waves and attacked Man Ku, Lin Xian, and the others. As for Lu Ming, he brandished his sword and charged towards the 3-headed giant wolf. Man Ke's defense was too strong and not easy to deal with. But for the others, it was impossible for their defense to be as abnormal as Man Ke's. Roar, roar, roar. The 3-headed giant wolf let out a loud roar and spat out 3 beams of light, directly blasting away Lu Ming's secret techniques of the origin. Lu Ming's cultivation was still a little weak after all. With his own strength, even if he used his secret techniques of the origin, he still couldn't defeat these people. After the secret techniques of the origin were blasted away, the beams of light continued to blast towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming swung his sword and chopped down, directly splitting the 3 beams of light in half. Then, he continued to attack the 3-headed giant wolf. The 3-headed giant wolf's expression changed. Clearly, Lu Ming's attack power had exceeded his expectations. With another 3 roars, 3 bolts of lightning shot out from his mouth, transforming into 3 swords and slashing towards Lu Ming. At the same time, Lin Xian, Man Ke, and the other 2 also blasted away Lu Ming's secret techniques of the origin and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was helpless. He could only give up on attacking Man Ke and dodge with all his strength. His figure flashed continuously, narrowly avoiding the attacks of these people. You can't dodge. Lin Xian's cold voice rang out. The Qilin battle halberd slashed down horizontally. The Qilin roared and pounced towards Lu Ming with terrifying power that could tear apart the void. Man Ke roared as he waved his bronze sword and attacked from another direction. On the other hand, the one-horned giant tiger controlled a huge ball and pressed it towards Lu Ming. The 3-headed giant wolf laughed wildly as 3 lightning swords slashed towards Lu Ming. Every attack was extremely terrifying and could easily kill a large number of peak divine kings. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless. He waited with rapt attention as he waved his sword continuously, forming an airtight defense around himself. Boom, 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 terrifying explosions continued to erupt. In the end, the attacks of the 4 experts were all blocked by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's face also paled. The rebounding force wasn't pleasant. Not good. If this continues, Xiaoqiu's divine power will be exhausted soon. Lu Ming thought to himself. However, the 4 experts on the other side weren't any weaker than him. The 4 of them joining forces was too powerful. Fight. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a ruthless look. At this point, he could only fight with his life on the line. Xiaoqiu, you have to hold on. Lu Ming muttered as he rushed forward. He was still rushing towards the 3-headed giant wolf. Although the 3-headed giant wolf's attack power was very high, its defense was relatively weak. Moreover, it was the easiest to deal with among the 4 experts. In the process of rushing out, Lu Ming's body lit up continuously. 9 layers of crimson gold armor and ice shackles wrapped around Lu Ming. At Lu Ming's current level, although the 9 layers of crimson gold armor and ice shackles weren't enough, they could at least increase his defense, right? Kill. Lu Ming shouted as the battle sword in his hand slashed towards the 3-headed giant wolf like a storm. At the same time, all kinds of secret origin techniques bombarded the 3-headed giant wolf. Lu Ming only focused on the 3-headed giant wolf's attacks. As for the others' attacks, Lu Ming didn't feel like paying attention to them. The 3-headed giant wolf roared as it spat out one attack after another, but they were all defeated by Lu Ming. At the same time, Man Ke, Lin Xian, and the other 2's attacks also landed on Lu Ming's body. Almost in an instant, the ice shackles and 9 layers of crimson gold armor were shattered. One attack after another landed on Lu Ming's body. Immediately, Lu Ming's body shook violently. Xiaoqiu's armor violently squirmed, becoming incomparably hard and blocking all kinds of attacks. However, some places were still broken through. For example, Lin Xian's Qilin battle halberd directly tore a hole in Xiaoqiu's armor. A terrifying power poured into Lu Ming's body. Immediately, blood flowed wildly. But fortunately, Xiaoqiu blocked the majority of the power. Furthermore, Lu Ming cultivated the demonic golden body. His body was powerful, and his vitality was extremely tenacious. He forcibly blocked this attack. As for Man Ke and the Horned Tiger's attacks, they were forcibly blocked by Xiaoqiu's armor. However, some of the power passed through the armor and poured into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's body to shake violently. But in the end, he still managed to block it. Kill. Lu Ming roared as his attacks didn't stop. He stared at the 3-headed giant wolf and slashed down with his sword. Lu Ming stared at the 3-headed wolf, his sword light raining down like a storm. The 2 of them exchanged more than a dozen moves, but in the end, Lu Ming was stronger. He broke through the 3-headed wolf's attack, and when his sword light landed on the wolf's body, blood splattered everywhere. One of the 3-headed wolf's heads was forcibly cut off by Lu Ming. The 3-headed wolf let out a wail and retreated. Kill. Lu Ming shouted and continued to charge toward the other party. Courting death. Man Ke, Lin Xian, and the others roared. All kinds of attacks once again bombarded Lu Ming. Lu Ming still didn't dodge, taking everyone's attacks head-on. His body staggered and he almost fell, but he managed to hold on. His attacks didn't stop as he continued to attack the 3-headed wolf. The 3-headed wolf was heavily injured after losing one of its heads. Its strength declined and it was no match for Lu Ming. Although it rapidly retreated and set up several dozen defenses in front of it, it was still struck by Lu Ming's sword, leaving a deep sword wound on its chest. Just as Lu Ming was about to take the opportunity to pursue, Man Ke madly charged forward. With shocking speed, he arrived in front of the 3-headed wolf, resisting Lu Ming's attack. With Man Ke's defensive power, Lu Ming could only force him back. It was hard for him to break through his defenses. What a pity. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The other side had too many people, and they had to support each other. It was still difficult for him to focus on one person. Following that, Lu Ming changed direction and attacked the one-horned tiger. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several dozen moves. It had to be said that Xiaoqiu's strength was getting stronger and stronger, closer and closer to the divine monarch realm. Moreover, Xiaoqiu had swallowed a large amount of divine tools along the way, and there was no lack of defensive divine tools like shields. Among the 4 great experts, only Lin Xian could truly break through Xiaoqiu's defenses and injure Lu Ming. But with Lu Ming's tenacity, he was able to withstand it. Therefore, even though the Opponent had the upper hand in the fierce battle, he was still unable to kill Lu Ming. This fellow's metallic lifeform's defensive power is too great. What do we do? Manka secretly transmitted his voice to the others. No matter how strong his defense is, he will still die. Force him to the hole where the primordial divine energy is erupting and blast him into the interior of Fengyun Mountain. He will definitely die. Lin Xian's expression was ferocious as he also transmitted his voice. That's right. The inside of this famed mountain is filled with an incomparably terrifying pressure. Even a peak divine lord will die if they go in. If this brat goes in, he will die without a doubt. Let's do this. Manka's eyes lit up. At this moment, the three-headed giant wolf had recovered a little and charged back. However, it only followed Manke and did not dare to leave. The four experts surrounded Lu Ming and attacked him continuously. Slowly, their battlefield shifted to the top of the hole where the primordial divine chi was erupting. At this moment, the primordial god chi was almost fully released. However, there were still primordial god crystals flying out from time to time. It's time. Suppress them. At this moment, Lin Xian shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a stone pagoda appeared. This stone pagoda was 100 stories tall. It rapidly expanded and turned into an incomparably huge stone pagoda. Like a mountain, it suppressed Lu Ming. Break it. Lu Ming brandished his battle sword and slashed at the stone pagoda. He wanted to blast the stone pagoda away. Clang, the battle sword slashed at the bottom of the stone pagoda, causing the stone pagoda to shake. However, the bottom floor of the stone pagoda suddenly exploded, forming a terrifying gravitational force that pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body involuntarily fell into the hole. Oh no, they want to force me into the interior of the famed mountain. Lu Ming's expression changed. With his current cultivation, he would definitely die if he entered the interior of the famed mountain. No matter how tenacious Qiuqiu's vitality was, it would still be crushed into ashes by the terrifying pressure. The interior of the famed mountain was the place where the primordial divine spirit was born. What kind of existence was a primordial divine spirit? It could kill a group of divine lords with a single breath. It was a peak existence in the primitive universe. Charge! Lu Ming shouted and executed the Garuda technique to the extreme. He turned into a Garuda and was about to soar into the sky. However, the stone pagoda began to explode again. Moreover, several floors exploded consecutively. Boom! Boom, boom. Several terrifying gravitational forces rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's upward momentum was immediately obstructed. Slash! Lu Ming shouted and brandished his sword continuously. He wanted to break through the gravitational force. However, after barely breaking through the first layer, several more layers pressed down on him. Lu Ming's body continued to fall. Haha, you want to charge out after being suppressed by my 100 layers pagoda? How naive. Go down and explode. Lin Xian laughed and shouted. The stone pagoda continued to press down on Lu Ming. At the same time, several floors exploded. Every time a floor of the stone pagoda exploded, a gravitational force pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to fall. Alliance Master, it's over. At this moment, the members of the Dragon Alliance who saw this scene sighed deeply. Lu Ming was blasted down from Fengyun Mountain. Only death awaited him. It was impossible for him to survive. Retreat, let's retreat quickly. At this moment, Bo Yi shouted and gathered the members of the Dragon Alliance. Then, they retreated. Although the explosion of primordial divine energy had not ended and there were still primordial divine crystals exploding, they could no longer care about the primordial divine crystals. With Lu Ming dead, no one could stop Man Ku, not to mention the 3 vice mountain lords of Qitongshan. If they continued to fight for the primordial divine crystals, only death awaited them. They retreated towards Fengyun Mountain. Man Ku glanced at them and did not ask anyone to pursue. Humph, I'll let you live for a while longer. Man Ku snorted. It was better to collect the primordial divine crystals first. As for the Dragon Alliance, without Lu Ming, it would be destroyed by him sooner or later. Explode, 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 Lin Xian shouted and formed seals with both hands. He controlled the stone pagoda to explode continuously. Waves of gravity pressed down on Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming was unable to charge forward. Every time the gravity pressed down on him, his body would fall down by a large margin. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had fallen over 10,000 meters. Dong dong dong. At this point, Lu Ming's ancient god heart started to beat violently. That was because of the pressure coming from all directions. The further down he went, the more terrifying and shocking the pressure in all directions. Lu Ming felt that it was difficult for him to breathe. However, the stone pagoda continued to press down. There were a total of 100 levels and the gravity was endless. Lu Ming's body continued to fall crazily. When he had fallen 30,000 meters, the pressure was already terrifying. Lu Ming's body was in intense pain and his bones were cracking. He could not hold on any longer and was about to break. Bloody scars appeared on the surface of his body. Blood flowed out continuously. Even with Xiaoqiao's protection, it was useless. Moreover, Xiaoqiao was not in a good condition either. It squirmed and curled into a ball. It was hard for it to protect itself and Lu Ming. It's so painful. Xiaoqiao screamed in agony. His body was wriggling and even emitting green smoke. Xiaoqiao, hang in there. We won't die. Hang in there. Lu Ming shouted. At the same time, thoughts were running through his mind as he tried to come up with a solution. In an instant, dozens of ideas and solutions flashed through his mind. However, none of them worked. The main reason was that the pressure outside was too strong. At this moment, Lu Ming couldn't even move. The stone pagoda above couldn't withstand the pressure and was trembling constantly. However, in the next moment, the stone pagoda exploded violently. Initially, there were still over 50 floors of the stone pagoda that hadn't exploded. At this moment, the remaining 50 floors exploded in an instant. Over 50 gravitational forces pressed down on Lu Ming. It's over. A thought popped up in Lu Ming's mind. Subsequently, over 50 gravitational forces pressed down on Lu Ming and Xiaoqiao. The two of them fell down like two meteorites. In an instant, they had descended over 100,000 meters. After descending to this point, Lu Ming scanned his surroundings and was shocked. This was an underground space. It was obviously the inner region of Fengyun Mountain. The space was huge and filled with dense blood-red mist. It was primordial divine qi. On the surrounding walls, there were longan-sized crystals that were blood-red in color. Primordial divine crystals. All of them were primordial divine crystals. They were scattered all over the walls. How many of them were there? Millions? Tens of millions? Lu Ming didn't know. In short, there were countless of them. How long had Fengyun Mountain existed? When the primordial divine qi in this place reached a certain level, it would condense into primordial divine crystals. By now, it was unknown how many primordial divine crystals had appeared. At this moment, blood radiance appeared on Lu Ming's body. His body was cracking and disintegrating. The pressure here was so strong that it was terrifying. As soon as Lu Ming entered, his body was about to disintegrate under the pressure. It hurts. I'm going to die. Xiaoqiao screamed as cracks appeared on his metallic body. What a pity, Lu Ming sighed. What was the use of having so many treasures here? He couldn't even survive, let alone obtain any treasures. Seeing that Lu Ming's body was about to disintegrate, at this time, the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows began to shine. The purple copper coffin that had been kept in the frightening feather painting actually flew out on its own. As soon as the purple copper coffin flew out, it emitted a gentle light that enveloped Lu Ming and Xiaoqiao. As soon as he was enveloped by this light, the pressure from the outside world instantly disappeared without a trace. Hoo, Lu Ming panted heavily. He felt that his body was extremely relaxed. Xiaoqiao was about the same. It had shrunk into a ball and was panting with its mouth wide open. We're saved. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, he would be saved by the purple copper coffin. In fact, he had wanted to take out the purple copper coffin before this, but his body was suppressed by the pressure from the outside world. He couldn't even take it out even if he wanted to. This is the place where the primordial divine spirit was born. The purple copper coffin is actually able to withstand the pressure here. It's really mysterious. What exactly is inside the purple copper coffin? What kind of secret does it hold? Lu Ming sized up the purple copper coffin as thoughts ran through his mind. He even suspected that there was a living primordial divine spirit in the purple copper coffin. Because the purple copper coffin was revealing information related to the primordial divine spirit, Lu Ming couldn't help but think this way. Even if there wasn't a living primordial divine spirit, it was very likely that there was a fallen primordial divine spirit. Otherwise, how could it be so mysterious? Shaking his head, Lu Ming shook his head to get rid of his wandering thoughts. He then sized up his surroundings. This place was almost the bottom of Fengyun Mountain. The primordial divine qi was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. The surrounding walls were filled with primordial divine crystals. Afterward, Lu Ming's eyes widened when he looked at the bottom of the cave. On the ground at the bottom, there was a blood-red fluorescent glow. There was a large pile of longan-sized crystals. All of them were primordial divine crystals. At a glance, there were countless of them. There were many times more than the primordial divine crystals on the surrounding walls. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened. He found another kind of treasure among the piles of primordial divine crystals. It was the divine force source bead. Yes, at a glance, he saw at least 10 divine force source beads. This was only what he saw. There were definitely more than that. In addition, Lu Ming also saw a few plants. They were swaying and emitting dazzling rays of light. Treasures. Plants that grew in such an environment were peerless treasures. They were priceless treasures. The outside world's legends weren't wrong. There were indeed countless treasures in Fengyun Mountain. If the treasures here were to be seen by the people outside, they would definitely go crazy. I'm rich. I'm rich. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming looked around in a daze. He almost drooled and laughed foolishly. How many resources were there? If he brought them out, it would definitely shock the Taishu dynasty. What kind of force could he develop into? With these treasures, Lu Ming wouldn't need to fight with others in the future. He could use money to kill others. Lu Ming was fantasizing about the beautiful days in the future. At this moment, there was another change in the purple copper coffin. With a cracking sound, the lid of the purple copper coffin opened by itself, leaving behind a small gap. Lu Ming was shocked. His hair stood on end. His body tensed up and his heartbeat accelerated. The purple copper coffin opened by itself. What's going on? Could there really be a living creature in the purple copper coffin that wanted to crawl out? At the thought of this, Lu Ming broke out in cold sweat. Click, the lid of the purple copper coffin continued to open. It slowly became bigger. Finally, an inch-wide crack appeared. Strange. There isn't that terrifying aura. Although Lu Ming was shocked, he still felt that it was strange. In the past, when Lu Ming opened the purple copper coffin on his own initiative, as long as there was a crack thinner than a fan, a terrifying aura would spread out. That aura was so powerful that even he couldn't bear it. It contained a terrifying danger. But now, the purple copper coffin opened by itself to an inch-wide gap, but there wasn't a trace of strange aura released. What the hell? Could there really be a living creature inside? Lu Ming's heart tightened. It was too similar. It was like when he opened the purple copper coffin, the existence inside was unhappy. That was why it emitted that terrifying aura. But when it opened itself, it wouldn't emit that kind of aura because it was voluntary. The next moment, something happened that made Lu Ming wail. A powerful suction force suddenly erupted from the purple copper coffin, enveloping all directions. Hoo-hoo, suddenly, the surrounding primordial divine qi madly gathered toward the purple copper coffin and was sucked into it. Not only that, but the primordial divine crystals on the ground and walls also moved. They flew toward the purple copper coffin and disappeared into it. No! Lu Ming screamed miserably. He watched helplessly as countless primordial divine crystals flew into the purple copper coffin. In just a breath's time, a large amount of primordial divine crystals flew into the purple copper coffin. A few 100,000? A few million? It was probably more than that. Moreover, the suction force from the purple copper coffin was getting stronger and stronger as if there was no end to it. The primordial divine chi and primordial divine crystals flew into the purple copper coffin at an even faster speed. My primordial divine crystals! Lu Ming screamed and wanted to rush out to stop them. However, as soon as he got close to the outside, a terrifying aura pressed down on him and almost caused his body to explode. He quickly retreated and did not dare to go out. Whoosh, primordial divine crystals flew towards the purple copper coffin from all directions. There were even divine force source beads mixed in with them. Although there were not many of them, Lu Ming saw at least a dozen of them. That was a dozen divine force source beads. If they were taken out, each of them could be sold for a sky-high price. However, they had disappeared in an instant. Lu Ming's heart ached. His liver and lungs ached. His entire body ached. His heart was about to break. My treasure! Lu Ming screamed miserably. However, the purple copper coffin did not seem to have any intention of stopping and continued to absorb. A large amount of primordial divine chi flew into the purple copper coffin along with the primordial divine crystals. Even the divine force source beads were absorbed into the purple copper coffin. This was the real plunder. Lu Ming's heart was bleeding. A few minutes later, the purple copper coffin finally stopped absorbing. With a click, the purple copper coffin lid closed and floated quietly. A ray of light shone down and enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked around and realized that the primordial divine crystals in the Fengyun mountain had almost all been plundered. Only a small portion was left and it was sparse. The primordial divine chi was also much thinner. However, this place was mysterious and would constantly produce primordial divine chi. It would not dry up just like that. This damn guy. His appetite is too big. Lu Ming cursed. Of course, he only thought about it in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. He really didn't know what was inside the purple copper coffin. If he angered it and got swallowed, he would be finished. After muttering to himself for a while, Lu Ming's resentment lessened a little. Then, he controlled the purple copper coffin to fly towards a wall. There were still a few scattered primeval divine crystals here. Lu Ming wouldn't let them go and planned to plunder them all. Flying over, Lu Ming used his god force to form giant hands that grabbed the primordial god crystal and broke it off. Asterisk crack crack, asterisk following that, Lu Ming continuously took action to gather the remaining primordial divine crystals. Although there was only a small portion left, that was compared to before, the number was still very astonishing. After Lu Ming walked around the walls and the ground, Lu Ming still managed to collect over 1,000,000 primordial divine crystals. There were over 1,000,000 primordial divine crystals, and this was only a little bit left. One could imagine how much there was before. It was no wonder that Lu Ming's resentment was so strong. What made Lu Ming want to vomit blood the most was that only the primordial divine crystals, divine power source beads, and that strange plant were all swallowed by the purple copper coffin. Nothing was left. Is there anything else? Lu Ming's eyes swept around, not letting go of any corner. This place was a holy land between heaven and earth. Anything that appeared here was a rare treasure. Asterisk roar. Asterisk at this moment, a loud roar was heard. Lu Ming was shocked. There was actually a living creature below. This was definitely not a small matter. Then, Lu Ming saw a spot on the ground that was glowing. Strands of multicolored light flew out. These strands of multicolored light were like threads that spiraled in the air. They intertwined with each other and actually formed an ape-like living creature. Of course, it wasn't a real living creature. It was just an outline that was formed by strands of multicolored light. However, it was very real. This living creature was indeed an ape-like living creature. It was as if the strands of multicolored light were the veins of a human body, forming an outline. The next moment, the multicolored light scattered again and flew around randomly. After a while, it gathered together again and formed the outline of an ape-like living creature that let out a roar. What? What is this? Lu Ming was a little confused. You're rich. Kid, you're rich. At this moment, Gumo's surprised voice sounded. What's going on? Lu Ming asked. If I'm not wrong, this multicolored light is the most basic substance that gives birth to a primordial divine spirit. Gumo said. The most basic substance that gives birth to a primordial divine spirit? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. If there's enough time, this substance can even give birth to another primordial divine spirit. However, the conditions are different now. The environment doesn't support it. No matter how much time passes, it's impossible to really succeed. Lu Ming, this is a great opportunity. Although it's only a few strands, as long as you refine it, your ancient god body will skyrocket and continuously break through. Guillemot said continuously, unable to hide his excitement. It can be refined directly? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That's right. This multicolored light is the purest energy for living creatures who cultivate the primordial divine spirit. It's easy to refine. Guillemot said. Okay. Lu Ming was very decisive. He controlled the purple copper coffin and flew toward the multicolored light. At the same time, he was very nervous. He was afraid that the purple copper coffin would open again and absorb the multicolored light. It turned out that he worried too much. The purple copper coffin didn't have any reaction. Obviously, the purple copper coffin didn't absorb the multicolored light previously. It was either that it didn't need it or it was deliberately left behind to help Lu Ming. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Was the purple copper coffin so humane? Soon, Lu Ming approached the multicolored light. However, at this moment, he made a new discovery. There was actually a small pit on the ground where the multicolored light appeared. There was some blood-red liquid in the small pit. This liquid was very strange. Not only was it filled with mist, but the mist was constantly twisting and changing, forming the shape of apes. This is the primordial spirit liquid. It's good stuff. Lu Ming, don't miss it. Take it all. Guillemot shouted again. What's the effect of the primordial spirit liquid? Lu Ming asked. The primordial divine spirit that was born in this place should be related to apes. It might be the primordial divine ape, the ancestor of all apes. This primordial spirit liquid is most likely left behind by the primordial divine ape. It might be the primordial divine ape sweat, saliva, or even urine, Guillemot explained. Lu Ming was dumbstruck and tongue-tied. The saliva or urine of the primordial divine ape? Lu Ming was quite speechless. Don't underestimate it. This is most likely left behind by the primordial divine ape. It's the purest and has extraordinary effects. Other living beings only need to consume one drop to be reborn. They will have a trace of the primordial divine ape's bloodline in their body and can cultivate the primordial divine body related to the primordial divine ape. Guillemot explained. One drop can cultivate the primordial divine body. Lu Ming was really shocked. Lu Ming was shocked that a drop of primordial spiritual fluid could allow someone to cultivate the primordial godly body. It should be known that the primordial divine body was not easy to cultivate. If one wanted to cultivate it successfully, even if it was only the first transformation, the difficulty was extremely high. The conditions were extremely harsh. Back then, Lu Ming had been able to cultivate the primordial godly body only by chance. In fact, any secret body constitution technique was extremely difficult to cultivate as there were a series of harsh conditions. In this world, the people that Lu Ming met all cultivated the primordial godly body and were at a high level of attainment. This was because the people who came to this world were all geniuses from different races and forces in the primitive universe. It was hard to say how many races and forces there were in the primitive universe. It was normal for every force to have a few geniuses who had cultivated the primordial godly body. At the same time, this world was very helpful for cultivating the primordial godly body. That was why these people were so skilled. However, for ordinary people, secret body constitution technique and the primordial godly body were just wishful thinking. For example, in the Taishu dynasty, those who had cultivated the secret body constitution technique were in the minority. Most of them were geniuses. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming could cultivate an army of primordial godly body cultivators with the primordial spiritual fluid? At the thought of this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had the primordial godly body and would not need it. However, others could use it. For example, the dark ape fighting tribe, this primordial spiritual fluid was left behind by the primordial godly ape. The dark ape fighting tribe was also an ape. It was just right and complemented each other. Perhaps the effect would be even better. As for the ape's primordial godly body cultivation method, Lu Ming did not have to worry about it. In this world, what kind of primordial godly body cultivation method did not exist? He had seen others using the ape's primordial godly body before. He could just buy one in the future. Lu Ming was excited. He took out a jade bottle made of excellent material. This jade bottle was a secret treasure that he had obtained from the opponent he had killed. It was very spacious and was specially used to store primordial spiritual fluid. Using his god force, the primordial spirit liquid in the small pit flew toward the jade bottle. In the end, all of it was sucked into the jade bottle, not leaving a single drop behind. After putting the jade bottle into the Jingyu painting, Lu Ming stared at the rays of light again and slowly approached them. Dong dong dong, his ancient god's heart began to beat violently, emitting a powerful suction force that enveloped the rays of light. Suck! Lu Ming shouted, and the suction force increased. A few rays of light flew into the ancient god's heart and disappeared. Once the light entered the ancient god's heart, it turned into even smaller rays of light. From the heart, it traveled along Lu Ming's blood vessels and distributed throughout Lu Ming's body. Then, there was a loud roar as the multicolored light seeped into Lu Ming's body through his blood vessels. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt a tearing and penetrating sensation in his body. His bones, muscles, meridians and everything else began to tremble and twist. He was transforming at a terrifying speed. Pain, extreme pain, but Lu Ming gritted his teeth and endured it. He knew that this was caused by the rapid transformation. As long as he endured the process, he would reap great rewards. Lu Ming's body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Roar! After a while, Lu Ming let out a roar of the ancient god. His body expanded uncontrollably and transformed into a purple-armored ancient god body. However, after transforming into a 10,000-meter-tall purple-armored ancient god body, his body didn't stop expanding. It was still expanding rapidly. 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters, the speed of expansion was extremely shocking. However, this was the space within Fengyun Mountain. Fengyun Mountain was so huge that Lu Ming was no different from an ant in it. Soon, Lu Ming's body expanded to 50,000 meters. At this time, the color of his scales began to change. It was originally dark purple, but the purple color began to fade and was replaced by silver. Light silver. This was the sign of the 8th transformation of the ancient god body. I broke through to the 8th transformation so fast. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His ancient god body was already at the peak of the 7th transformation. However, even at the peak of the 7th transformation, it would take a long time to reach the 8th transformation. Even with the primordial divine crystal, it wouldn't be that easy to break through. However, with the help of the multicolored light, he was about to break through to the 8th transformation in just an hour. His body was still expanding. He hadn't reached his limit yet. The 8th transformation would allow his body to grow to 100,000 meters tall. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. Lu Ming's body finally grew to 100,000 meters tall. He had completely entered the 8th transformation. However, he was only at the early stage of the 8th transformation. The scales on his body were still light silver. However, only a small part of the multicolored light had been refined. There was still a lot left. The multicolored light was too heaven-defying. Its effect was far more than that. Continue. Lu Ming activated the complete ancient god technique and continued to cultivate and refine the multicolored light. However, during the process, Lu Ming felt a little obscure. However, under the heaven-defying effect of the multicolored light, this obscure feeling didn't affect him at all. His ancient god body was rapidly growing stronger. Lu Ming didn't think too much about it and focused on cultivating. His ancient god body was growing stronger at a terrifying speed. In just half a day, his ancient god body had forcefully increased from the early stage of the 8th transformation to the peak of the 8th transformation. Then, it was charging towards the 9th transformation. Roar roar roar, Lu Ming's body emitted a dazzling light. This light condensed into a huge ancient god shadow. The ancient god shadow roared towards the sky and its aura grew stronger and stronger. After a while, Lu Ming's body emitted crackling sounds again. His body had started to change again. This time, the speed of change was even more shocking. Then, his body started to grow rapidly again. 100,000 meters tall, 200,000 meters tall. In just one day, his body had reached a shocking height of 1 million meters. The scales on his body had also lost their silver glow and were replaced by gold. Faint gold. The ninth transformation of the ancient god body. In such a short time, Lu Ming had broken through to the ninth transformation of the ancient god body. If this news were to spread, it would scare people to death. At this time, a large part of the multicolored light had been consumed. There wasn't much left. However, it was still strengthening Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was becoming stronger every second. After a day, when the last bit of multicolored light had been refined, the scales on Lu Ming's body had turned dark gold. Ancient God Body Ninth Transformation, great success. Lu Ming had already cultivated the ninth transformation to the great success. I heard that after cultivating the ancient God Body to the ninth transformation, it is considered to have reached the great success stage. However, there are more mysterious realms after that. One can even condense the blood of the ancient god. Lu Ming pondered. The ninth transformation of the primordial divine body wasn't the end. It was just the peak of the initial stage. There was still a long way to go because even if one cultivated to the ninth transformation, there was still a huge gap between them and the primordial divine spirit. The primordial divine body was said to be able to transform into a primordial divine spirit when cultivated to the peak. Therefore, there was still a path after the ninth transformation. It was said that as long as one could cross it, they could even condense the blood of the primordial divine spirit, which was known as the primordial divine blood. However, it was extremely difficult to cross this step. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even an unparalleled genius would find it difficult to cross this step. Once they did, they would obtain boundless power and their combat power would increase tremendously. However, Lu Ming was already satisfied with cultivating to the ninth transformation. At this moment, he felt that his body was filled with boundless power. Also, the cultivation conditions here are too good. Comprehending the origin divine power factor and origin secret techniques here is shockingly fast. Lu Ming exclaimed. Previously, during the process of the primitive god body's transformation, he had already felt that comprehending the origin's divine power and the origin's secret techniques here would speed up his progress by leaps and bounds. It wasn't something the primitive god statue could compare to. This was the place where the primordial divine spirit was born. Although the primordial divine spirit that was born here might control the primordial divine power, it might be different from Lu Ming's cultivation. However, the primordial divine spirit's essence was the same. They were all born from the primordial era and the universe. Comprehending the essence was useful for all kinds of divine power. However, I am going out now. I will come back to cultivate in the future. Lu Ming muttered. He had been here for a few days and was worried about the Dragon League. Man Ku would definitely not let the Dragon League off. Lu Ming could only pray that Man Ku and the others were collecting the primordial divine crystals and didn't have time to deal with the Dragon League. However, a few days had passed and no one knew what would happen. With a thought, Lu Ming's body quickly shrunk to the size of a normal person. He then rushed up to the sky. The cave that was broken by the primordial divine chi was still there. This kind of cave would slowly disappear as time passed. Of course, it wouldn't be a short period of time. In the past, Fengyun Mountain had also experienced divine energy outbursts. After rushing out of such gaps, the divine energy would automatically disappear. Soon, Lu Ming rushed up hundreds of thousands of meters. At this point, the terrifying pressure disappeared. Lu Ming put away the purple copper coffin and used the Nine Heavens Kuan-Pung technique to transform into a Kuan-Pung and soared up. Not long after, he finally saw the gap, and light shone in. Man Ku, I hope you haven't done anything yet. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. He rushed out of the cave and soared into the sky. As expected, there were still people in the vicinity of the gap. However, there weren't many of them, only about 100 or so, guarding the area. There were also people from the Berserker tribe among them, but Man Ku and the others were not there. When these people suddenly saw a person rush out of the gap, they were almost scared to death. They were so shocked that they were dumbstruck. There were actually creatures rushing out from within the famed mountains. What was going on, however, when they saw the person who rushed out, they were even more shocked. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. How is that possible? Wasn't he blasted into the famed mountains? How is he still alive? Send a voice transmission to the alliance leader. These people exclaimed. Some of them even took out their voice transmission jade talismans to send a voice transmission. Whoosh, Lu Ming rushed over and pressed his hand down. A huge palm was formed and pressed down on these people. These people did not care about sending voice transmissions. They attacked one after another, but they were too far away from Lu Ming. Under the pressure of the huge palm, these people coughed out blood and retreated with pale faces. Divine Dragon Dharma form. Lu Ming shouted and pushed his hands forward. 99 nine-clawed dragons appeared and rushed in all directions. Then, over 100 explosions sounded. Over 100 people from the Barbarian Alliance coughed out blood and were severely injured. Then, Lu Ming used the ice chains to bind these people and freeze them. Tell me, where is Man Ku? Lu Ming asked coldly. These people were pale. Don't even think about it. A barbarian shouted. Poof. Lu Ming flicked his finger, and a spear light flew out and pierced the barbarian's glabella, killing him. I'll tell you, I'll tell you. Immediately, someone shouted. Not all of them were barbarians. Most of them were prodigies from other races. They were not loyal to Man Ku. When they saw Lu Ming's ruthlessness, they immediately told him everything. Man Ku led his men to the Dragon Alliance's base. The young man shouted. What? Damn it, when did that happen? Lu Ming shouted. He left not long ago. It was less than an hour ago. The young man said. Only an hour. Fortunately, we should be able to make it in time. Lu Ming was slightly relieved. Then, he waved his hand and spear light shot out, killing all the barbarians present. As for the prodigies from other races, Lu Ming did not kill them. He had no enmity with them. After killing the barbarians, Lu Ming rushed to the sky and rushed toward Fengyun Mountain, toward the Dragon Alliance's base. Seeing Lu Ming leave, the surviving prodigies heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were still sealed by the ice chains. If they did not suffer, they would not be able to escape. Outside the valley of the Dragon Alliance's headquarters, there was a sea of people. The valley was surrounded by Man Ku and his men. Bo Yi and the rest of the Dragon Alliance were hiding in the valley, relying on the valley's formation to resist. You think you can stop me with just a formation like this? Naive. Man Ku transformed into his 100,000-meter tall barbarian god body. He wielded his bronze sword and kept slashing at the formation outside the valley. At the same time, Lin Xian and the other two vice mountain masters of Qitong Mountain were beside Man Ku. They looked on coldly. Boom boom boom, the formation kept shaking. Finally, it could not hold on any longer. Cracks appeared on it, and it finally exploded with a bang. After breaking the formation, Man Ku stopped. He looked down at Bo Yi and the rest coldly. Lu Ming is already dead, and you still want to fight back? You don't know your own strength. Bo Yi and the rest were pale. It seemed that the Dragon Alliance could not be saved. I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to surrender too. Many people in the Dragon Alliance shouted. This was normal. Many prodigies joined the Dragon Alliance only as a cooperative relationship. They handed over the origin divine crystals, and they would receive a portion of them. This world operated by such rules. There was no such thing as loyalty. They were only in this world to cultivate. Once they succeeded in their cultivation, they would leave this world and return to their original world in the primitive universe. I surrender too. Many people in the Dragon Alliance shouted their surrender. Bo Yi and the other vice leader of the Dragon Alliance had ugly expressions. They were defeated by Man Ku last time, but they did not surrender. This time, they would not surrender either. Man Ku sneered as he looked at the members of the Dragon League. After a while, he said, you can surrender if you want to. Kill the two of them and you can surrender. Then, Man Ku pointed at Bo Yi and the other vice leader of the Dragon League. What? Kill the two of them and you will surrender? The other members of the Dragon League were shocked. That's right. Kill the two of them and I will reward you handsomely. Otherwise, don't even think about surrendering. Today, you will all be buried with Lu Ming. Man Ke's eyes flashed with killing intent and madness. You! How dare you? I am the prince of the Heavenly Saint dynasty from the primitive universe. If you dare to kill me, the barbarian race will be annihilated. One of the young men shouted. Hee, don't try to scare me with your identity. If I kill you, the people of the Heavenly Saint dynasty won't know. Moreover, killing is a common thing here. If you are killed, the Heavenly Saint dynasty will attack the other forces. Wouldn't that be a joke? The other forces will laugh at you. Man Ke sneered. The young man's face turned pale. Indeed. In this world, there were many prodigies from different forces who were constantly killing each other. Every day, there would be people dying in battle. If they all went to seek revenge, the universe would be in chaos. Kill the two of them and you can live. You will also be rewarded. Man Ke sneered. Many people's eyes lit up as they stared at Bo Yi and the other vice leader with killing intent. Bo Yi and the other vice leaders' faces changed. Man Ke, don't use this method to humiliate us. Bo Yi shouted. I want to humiliate you. What's wrong with that? Man Ke sneered. He was extremely unhappy with Bo Yi and the other vice leader. Last time, they didn't submit to him and chose to submit to Lu Ming. He could let the others go, but not Bo Yi and the other vice leader. Man Ke, let's fight to the death. Bo Yi roared, and his body soared into the sky. He transformed into his ancient god body and charged at Man Ke. The other vice alliance leader did the same and charged toward Man Ke. They would rather die in battle than be surrounded by the other members of the Dragon League. That would be a great humiliation. The two of them used their full strength and planned to fight to the death with Man Ke. You overestimate yourself. Man Ke said coldly. He opened his mouth, and the white bone flew out, emitting a terrifying roar. Instantly, Bo Yi and the young man's souls were attacked, and their bodies trembled. Whoosh! Whoosh! Man Ke's bronze sword slashed towards the two of them. The two of them weren't as strong as Man Ke to begin with, and with their souls affected, they were sent flying. Following that, Man Ke slashed out 2 more times, slashing at Bo Yi's 2 disciples. Bo Yi's 2 disciples let out a muffled groan as they fell to the ground, a deep sword wound appearing on their bodies. Man Ke didn't continue to kill Bo Yi and the other person. Instead, he looked at the people from the Dragon Alliance and said, "What are you waiting for? Kill those two." The eyes of even more Dragon Alliance members lit up. Now that Bo Yi and Yi Shiwen were injured, killing them would be even easier. Many people were tempted. Man Ke, I'll fight you to the death. Bo Yi roared. He erupted with all his strength and was about to charge forward to fight Man Ke. Bo Yi, leave this to me. At this moment, a voice came from the sky. The voice was clear but abnormally cold, filled with cold killing intent. Hearing this voice, Bo Yi and Yi Shiwen's bodies trembled. Then, they revealed an excited expression as they looked towards the sky. The other people from the Dragon Alliance were also shocked. This is the Alliance Master's voice? It's the Alliance Master's voice. Many people from the Dragon Alliance exclaimed. How is this possible? Man Ke was also shocked. He was too familiar with Lu Ming's voice. He would never forget it for the rest of his life. But wasn't Lu Ming dead? How could he appear? Man Ke raised his head and looked towards the sky. In the sky, a young man stood there, looking at them coldly. If it wasn't Lu Ming, who else could it be? At the same time, Qi Tongshan and the other 2 vice mountain lords also looked towards Lu Ming. Impossible! Lin Xian roared. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A few days ago, he had used the 100 Layers Force Pagoda to blast Lu Ming down to the bottom of Fengyun Mountain. How could Lu Ming still be alive? The 100 Layers Force Pagoda was a secret treasure that he had obtained by chance. It was very mysterious. Once it exploded, it would form a gravitational force that would suppress the opponent. Back then, he had used the 100 Layers Force Pagoda to explode, forming the 100 Layers Force Pagoda. He was confident that he could blast Lu Ming down to the bottom of the famed mountain. Lu Ming was just a divine king. How could he still be alive after being blasted to the bottom of the famed mountain? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure it out at all. Swish, Lu Ming took a step forward and landed in front of Bo Yi and the others. Lu Ming is still alive. The eyes of some people from the Dragon League flickered. They had been prepared to attack Bo Yi and the other Vice Mountain Lord, but now they had given up on the idea and decided to observe the situation. Lu Ming, I have to say that you're really lucky. You didn't die even after that. However, you're too stupid. Since you didn't die, you should find a place to hide. That way, you could have kept your life. I didn't expect you to appear in front of me. Today, I'll turn you into a dead man. Man Ke roared. His eyes were extremely ferocious. If I don't come out, how can I kill you? Lu Ming said indifferently. Kill me? Ha ha ha, it seems like you're not completely fine after being blasted down from the bottom of the famed mountain. You must be out of your mind. Man Ke laughed wildly. He then shouted, everyone, let's attack together with me and kill this person. He caused me to lose 100 layers Force Pagoda. He must die. Lin Xian said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his body swelled rapidly. He turned into a golden giant ape with the Qilin battle halberd in his hand. At the same time, the other two Vice Mountain Masters of Qi Tongshan also turned into primordial godly bodies. It seems like you have a primordial godly body related to the ape race. Just nice. Do you have the secret manual? Lu Ming stared at Lin Xian and asked. So what if I have it? Do you still want my primordial godly body? Ridiculous. Lin Xian retorted. It's good that you have it. Lu Ming showed some joy. As long as he could get the cultivation method of Lin Xian's primordial godly body and the primordial spiritual liquid, the Dark Ape Battle Clan would be able to cultivate. With these, he could even form an invincible army. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Kill him. Man Ke shouted. He waved his bronze battle sword and attacked Lu Ming. Roar, Lu Ming let out a roar. His body swelled rapidly and turned into the primordial godly body. In the blink of an eye, he grew to 10,000 meters. However, he did not stop. He only stopped when he was 100,000 meters tall. His whole body was shining silver. Lu Ming displayed the silver-armored ancient godly body. At the same time, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. He had already activated the battle character secret manual to increase his fighting strength by 5 times. Wang. Lu Ming activated his ancient god body to the peak of the silver-armored ancient god body and clashed with Man Ke. There was a loud bang and the two figures that were 100,000 meters tall retreated. This move was evenly matched. Before this, Lu Ming couldn't defeat Man Ke without Xiaoqiu's help. He would definitely be at a disadvantage in a head-on clash. But now, Lu Ming pushed his ancient god body to the peak of the silver-armored ancient god body. Without Xiaoqiu's help, he could fight Man Ke head-on. The 8th transformation of the ancient god body. How is this possible? Man Ke was shocked. Lin Xian and the rest were also shocked. A few days ago, Lu Ming was only at the 7th transformation of the ancient god body. How could he break through to the 8th transformation in just a few days? This speed was too fast. Thanks to you guys sent me into the famed mountain and allowed me to have a fortuitous encounter. My ancient god body broke through smoothly. I still have to thank you guys. Lu Ming said calmly. At the same time, Xiaoqiu wriggled and covered Lu Ming's body. Xiaoqiu could change its size. Even if Lu Ming became 100,000 meters tall, it could still cover Lu Ming. Not to mention 100,000 meters, it could even cover 1,000,000 meters. To thank you guys, I will send you on your way. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and murderous, like 2 icy pools. Xiaoqiu condensed into a battle sword in his hand and Lu Ming held it. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and charged toward Man Ke. Man Ke was shocked. He quickly controlled the white bone and merged it with his body, turning it into a white bone armor. This piece of white bone could only be fused with his body 3 times before it lost its effect. This was already the 3rd time. After using it this time, it would become useless. Man Ke's heart was bleeding, but he couldn't care less. Lu Ming's strength was already so shocking in the past. With Qiuqiu, Lu Ming could be on par with him. In fact, Lu Ming's attack power was even higher than his. Now that his ancient god body had broken through to the 8th transformation, his strength was even more terrifying. He was definitely not a match for Lu Ming. Clang, at the same time, Man Ke quickly retreated. He brandished his bronze sword and clashed with Lu Ming. A terrifying explosion erupted as a berserk chi swept out in all directions. Man Ke's body shook violently, and he almost lost his grip on his bronze battle sword. His huge body retreated like a cannonball. Kill. At this time, Lin Xian's group of 3 had already arrived, attacking Lu Ming. I'll kill you first. Lu Ming's gaze was like lightning. Brandishing his battle sword, he charged at Lin Xian's group of 3. In an instant, 9 sword glows appeared. After a series of explosions, Lin Xian's group of 3 had a change of expression, and retreated continuously. The 3 of them joined forces, but were unexpectedly repelled by Lu Ming. After repelling a few people, Lu Ming stared at one person and attacked. It was the 3-headed giant wolf. The 3-headed giant wolf let out a long howl as its 3 mouths continuously spat out terrifying beams of light. However, with Lu Ming's current strength, he had long surpassed it. With a wave of his battle sword, he broke through the beams of light and his figure rapidly followed up, violently slashing down. Puff, blood splattered everywhere as the 3-headed giant wolf was slashed horizontally. 2 of his 3 heads were chopped off. A few days ago, one of the 3-headed giant wolf's heads had been chopped off by Lu Ming. However, it had recovered in the past few days, but now, 2 of his heads had been chopped off at once. He was severely injured. The 3-headed giant wolf retreated in horror, wanting to escape. However, this time, Lu Ming would not let it escape. His 100,000-meter-tall body continued to step in the air. He slashed with his combat sword and the entire void was shrouded by the combat sword. No, the 3-headed giant wolf roared in despair. His full resistance was useless. A few days ago, before Lu Ming had broken through, his strength had already surpassed him slightly. Now that he had displayed the 8th transformation of the ancient god body, he was no match for him at all. He could not escape even if he wanted to. His attack and defense could not withstand a single blow. Like paper, they were split apart by Lu Ming's sword. Even his body was split apart. As the 3-headed giant wolf roared in despair, his soul was annihilated by the destructive power, and he died completely. A deputy mountain lord of Xianxia had died. At this moment, Lin Xian and Qiuqiu's attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body shook, and only Lin Xian managed to break through Qiuqiu's defense. However, after breaking through Qiuqiu's defense, their power was greatly reduced. They could only cut through the silver scales on the surface of Lu Ming's body, leaving only a trace of blood. Tyrannical God Spear. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. The tyrannical god spear appeared in his left hand. He swept Lin Xian and Qiuqiu's army with a move of total annihilation. Under the state of the silver-armored ancient god body, the power of wielding the tyrannical god spear was naturally stronger than before. With 2 booming sounds, Lin Xian and Qiuqiu's army were forced to retreat. Then, Lu Ming used the ruler's gate, void-shattering sword, moon of moon, sun of sun, and other secret techniques of the origin. They were all unleashed at Lin Xian's face. On the other hand, Lu Ming brandished his sword and slashed at the other deputy mountain lord of Xianxia. This person had just been forced back by Lu Ming's tyrannical god spear. Before he could even stabilize himself, Lu Ming had already arrived. In his panic, he barely managed to block a move. Then, he was cleaved into 2 by Lu Ming and died. From Lu Ming's attack to the killing of 2 people, it had only happened in an instant. It was unbelievably fast. At this moment, the surrounding people finally reacted. They found it hard to believe. The people of the Dragon Alliance were stunned. They didn't expect Lu Ming's strength to be so strong. As for Man Ke, he turned pale with fright. Lu Ming was blasted out of the famed mountain. Not only did he not die, his strength had increased greatly. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. At this moment, he was extremely terrified. As for Lu Ming, he had already launched a storm of attacks at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was slightly stronger than the other two. He could be ranked in the top 30 of this world's God King ranking. However, facing Lu Ming's storm of attacks, he could only die. Zzz, each of Lu Ming's attacks contained lightning like Qiu Qiu. Every time Lin Xian received a blow, his body would feel numb. As a result, his strength was reduced and he was no match for Lu Ming. Puff, Lu Ming slashed at his chest. A wound that was a few thousand meters long appeared. If he hadn't dodged in time, his body would have been cleaved into two. Man Ku, quick, come and lend me a hand. Lin Xian roared. Man Ku's expression changed. He was terrified. Then, he turned around and ran. At the same time, he shouted, Lin Xian, hold him off for a while. I'll get reinforcements to save you. Ah, Man Ku, you deserve to die. Lin Xian roared in despair. Man Ku was going to get reinforcements to save him. What a joke. Was it too late to get reinforcements now? He was obviously trying to escape. Don't worry. After I kill you, I'll send him to accompany you on your way. Lu Ming sneered. He attacked Lin Xian with all kinds of secret arts of the origin. He forced Lin Xian to reveal a flaw. Then, he slashed down with his battle sword. This time, Lin Xian couldn't dodge in time. He was hit. His body that was 100,000 meters tall was cleaved into two. He died completely. Man Ku's spiritual sense scanned the scene. He was almost scared to death and ran even faster. However, Lu Ming chased after Man Ku at high speed. Man Ku had to die. Lu Ming's speed was obviously faster than Man Ku's. The barbarian god physique was good at defense. Speed was its shortcoming. Before Man Ku could escape from the Fengyun mountain, Lu Ming had caught up to him. When he caught up, he slashed his sword at Man Ku. Man Ku hurriedly waved his sword to block, but with a clang, his body retreated and broke a mountain peak. Following that, Lu Ming waved his sword again and slashed at Man Ku's chest. Zzz, the battle sword slashed at Man Ku's chest, causing sparks to fly and an ear-piercing sound to be heard. Break for me! Lu Ming roared and unleashed all of his power. Together with Qiu Qiu's power, they exploded. Boom boom, the rocks under Man Ku's body exploded continuously. Gravel flew everywhere and a huge crater was formed. In the end, Man Ku's attack was broken. A crack appeared on the white bone armor. Even Man Ku's crystal armor was broken and fresh blood flowed out. Ah! Man Ku screamed in fear. The defense that he was so proud of was broken. This made him extremely terrified. He would die like this. He hurriedly waved his bronze sword to resist, but it was blocked by the tyrant god spear in Lu Ming's left hand. The battle sword in his right hand continued to slash at the wound. Poochie, the battle sword slashed into the wound and blood splattered everywhere. The power of lightning and Lu Ming's divine power rushed into the wound and exploded in Man Ku's body. Man Ku's body shook violently. His insides were in a mess and his organs were blown to pieces. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely die. However, Man Ku was a peak divine king and naturally wouldn't die so easily. He was severely injured and couldn't maintain his primordial divine body. His body shrunk rapidly and returned to its original state. No, don't kill me. Save me. Man Ku screamed hysterically. Go on your way. No one can save you today. Lu Ming said coldly and slashed down with his sword. But at this moment, a terrifying aura exploded in the sky. A huge palm grabbed at Lu Ming. The palm print whistled and the sky shook. The terrifying energy caused Lu Ming's expression to change. This palm print was fatal to Lu Ming. He couldn't care less about killing Man Ku and slashed at the sky with all his strength. Boom, Lu Ming's body shook as the battle sword struck the palm print. It was as if he had been hit by a planet. He was forced back several thousand meters before he could stabilize himself. And that palm print was also blocked by Lu Ming. A burly figure appeared in the sky. Guardian, that person was really the guardian of Wind Cloud Mountain and the descendant of the god of berserkers. The guardian Jin stood in the air, his body emitting a violent aura. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "This battle is over." All of you, disperse. His words shocked the others, especially the people from the Dragon Alliance. The Protector had actually personally appeared to interfere. According to the rules, the Protectors were not allowed to interfere in the battles within the various famed mountains, and allowed them to develop as they pleased. Only when people from other famed mountains came to attack this famed mountain would he intervene. What was going on? It will end here. Don't worry, after I kill Manku, this battle will be over. Lu Ming said coldly. You don't understand what I mean? Manku can't die. From now on, Wind Cloud Mountain will be split equally between the two of you. The Protector said coldly. Ha ha ha, split equally? What a joke. Manku was defeated by me. What right does he have to split equally with me? Also, as the Protector, you can't interfere in the internal affairs of the famed mountains. What right do you have to interfere? Lu Ming shouted. How dare you? Don't think that you can talk to me like that just because you have some talent. If I want you to die, it's as easy as crushing an ant. The Protector said coldly. As the Protector, you didn't interfere when the people from Qi Tongshan came to attack us. Instead, you want to interfere when we're having an internal conflict. I'll definitely report this to the enforcers. You'll be punished. Lu Ming shouted. Stubborn. You're courting death. The Protector exuded a strong murderous intent. His terrifying aura erupted and formed a terrifying pressure that enveloped Wind Cloud Mountain. Some of the weaker cultivators were unable to withstand the pressure and fell to the ground with a thump, their faces pale. Since you're courting death, I'll kill you once and for all. The Protector said coldly. He raised his right hand and a huge axe condensed. It exuded a terrifying aura and was about to chop down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face was extremely solemn. The Protector's strength was definitely at the fourth layer Divine Lord realm and above. He was too strong and definitely not someone he could go against. He could easily kill him. However, it was impossible for Lu Ming to beg for mercy. If you dare to make a move, I guarantee that you'll die a horrible death. At this moment, a cold voice came from the distant horizon. Hearing this voice, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. That was because it was the voice of Wan Shen. Lu Ming quickly looked over and saw a figure flying over at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of them. Who else could it be if it wasn't Wan Shen? However, Wan Shen came alone and Blue Merchant wasn't by his side. Wan Shen, are you alright? Lu Ming quickly asked. Back when they were being chased by the barbarian race, Wan Shen was seriously injured and unconscious. His injuries were extremely serious and Lu Ming was rather worried. I'm fine. I've long recovered. Wan Shen smiled. Kid, who are you? The Protector narrowed his eyes and looked at Wan Shen. His friend. Wan Shen pointed at Lu Ming and said. You're not from Tempest Mountain, right? The Protector said. No. Wan Shen said. If you're not from Tempest Mountain, then get lost. You have no right to interfere in this matter. The Protector shouted coldly. Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. This Protector was really shameless. He didn't care when Qi Tongshan's men came. Now that Wan Shen was here, he wanted to interfere. Wan Shen ignored the Protector and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Continue. Leave this guy to me. All right. Lu Ming nodded and walked toward Manku. How dare you? You're courting death. The Protector was furious. With a wave of his hand, the huge battle axe slashed down at Lu Ming. I think you're the one who's going to die. Wan Shen shouted. A stone spear appeared and became extremely huge. It pierced through the void and hit the huge battle axe, causing it to shatter. The spear did not stop and continued to attack the Protector. The Protector was shocked. He never expected Wan Shen to be so strong that he could destroy his battle axe in one move. Although it was just a battle axe condensed from his divine force, it was still shocking enough. How dare you attack the Protector? You're courting death. The Protector shouted coldly and took a step forward. Heaven and earth shook as terrifying divine force erupted like a volcano. Barbarian God Fist. The Protector shouted and punched out with both fists. In an instant, dozens of punches were thrown out. Dozens of fist gleams blasted toward Wanshen with earth-shattering force. The moment the fist gleams touched them, the void exploded. The power was terrifying. Wanshen's expression was calm. The stone spear vibrated and stabbed out dozens of times. Dozens of stone spears seemed to have appeared in the sky and collided with the opponent's fist gleams. Wanshen's attack collided with the Guardian's attack, causing the world to tremble. Then, Wanshen drifted back and the Guardian's fist force completely vanished. It was blocked, everyone was dumbfounded. Wanshen looked like a figure of the younger generation, but to be able to block the Guardian's attack, this talent was too terrifying. More importantly, Wanshen's cultivation was at the Divine Lord realm, so why would he appear here? Divine Lords were not allowed to enter this place, and once someone broke through to the Divine Lord realm, they would be sent away. Divine Lord realm, how did you come in? The Guardian bellowed. Why do you care how I came in? You should care about yourself first. Wanshen erupted with soaring fighting spirit as he took a step forward. The stone spear became as large as a mountain as it pressed down on the Guardian. Kill! The Guardian bellowed as his body emitted a resplendent radiance. This time a bronze battle axe condensed. This was the Guardian's origin secret technique. The Guardian was serious as he charged at Wanshen. Boom! Boom! The two engaged in an intense battle as the sky constantly trembled. Every collision was like a star exploding. For a moment, it was difficult to determine the victor. Wanshen's cultivation, Lu Ming was extremely shocked by Wanshen's cultivation. Before they entered this world, Wanshen's cultivation was at the second-level Divine Lord realm. But now, Wanshen's cultivation was definitely not at the second-level Divine Lord realm, or even the third-level Divine Lord realm. According to the experts Lu Ming had encountered in the past, Wanshen's cultivation had reached the terrifying fourth-level Divine Lord realm. How long had it been? Wanshen's cultivation had broken through 2 more levels, reaching the fourth-level Divine Lord realm. This was too terrifying. How could a Divine Lord realm's cultivation speed be so fast? It seems like Wanshen must have had a fortuitous encounter during this period of time. Lu Ming's heart stirred. This world was related to the primordial divine spirits everywhere, and Wanshen was formed from the bloodlines of dozens of primordial divine spirits. His talent was too terrifying. In this world, he was like a fish in water. With a little fortuitous encounter, he would advance by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, Wanshen and the Guardian exchanged over 100 blows. The more the Guardian fought, the more shocked and terrified he became. He had peak 6th-level Divine Lord cultivation and actually could not do anything to a young man. Below, Manku was almost scared to death. The Guardian was his backer. Now that his backer was blocked, who was going to save him? Bang! Lu Ming stepped out and walked towards Manku. Now, let's see who can save you. Die! Lu Ming said coldly. His huge body looked down at Manku. Help! Manku roared, calling for help from the Guardian. Get lost, brat! The Guardian roared. His body swelled up rapidly, turning into a 1,000,000-meter-tall giant that stood between heaven and earth. The Guardian had also cultivated the barbarian god body and had already reached the 9th transformation. His strength was extremely shocking. The gigantic bronze axe became incomparably huge. With a single chop, it seemed as if it could split the heavens and earth apart as it charged towards the myriad gods. Wanshen was fearless. With a long roar, his body emitted a dazzling light. One after another, origin source secret techniques flew out, shattering the void and charging towards the Guardian. There were a total of 18 origin source secret techniques. There were a few more than before. Boom boom boom, a series of explosions sounded. The Guardian's attack was blocked. 18 origin source secret techniques? How is this possible? Also, your primordial divine body. The Guardian roared in shock. His pupils contracted rapidly as if he had seen something unbelievable. He could become the Guardian because he was a peerless genius when he was young. Otherwise, how could he have awakened origin source secret techniques and cultivated the primordial divine body to the 9th transformation? It could be said that his strength was top-notch among those of the same level. An ordinary 6th-level Divine Lord would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. But now, he could not do anything to Wanshan even though his cultivation was 2 levels higher. Not only did Wanshan control 18 origin source secret techniques, but he had also comprehended each origin source secret technique to an extremely deep level. Moreover, Wanshan's divine body was too terrifying. Although it was only the size of an ordinary person, it had completely surpassed the ninth transformation of the primordial divine body. What kind of monster was this? Facing Wanshan's barrage of attacks, the guardian could not even take care of himself. He no longer had the strength to protect Man-Ku. Man-Ku revealed a look of despair and turned to escape. Young Master Man-Ku, leave quickly. We will hold him back. Over a dozen elderly barbarians rushed over. These elderly barbarians were nearing the end of their lives. They were not afraid of death and wanted to protect Man-Ku. With Man-Ku's talent, he would definitely become a big shot of the barbarian tribe in the future. He definitely could not die here. The dozen elderly barbarians were all peak divine kings. Moreover, they had awakened their origin source divine powers for the 3rd time. They were extremely strong and surpassed ordinary peak divine kings by a level. But now, facing Lu Ming, they could not withstand a single blow. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly and slashed out with his battle sword. A shocking sword light swept across the void. Accompanied by huge bolts of lightning, it blasted towards the elderly barbarians. Bang bang bang, these elderly barbarians were first struck by the lightning. Then, they were struck by the lightning. They exploded and died on the spot. The dozen elderly barbarians died tragically in an instant. Now, ordinary peak divine kings could not withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Moreover, there was also Cho. After killing the dozen elderly barbarians, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to walk towards Man-Ku and reached out his hand to grab Man-Ku. Man-Ku let out a cry of despair. Although he tried his best to resist, it was useless. He was caught by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was 100,000 meters tall. When he grabbed Man-Ku, it was like grabbing an ant. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. In front of Man-Ku's desperate eyes, he squeezed hard. Man-Ku let out a cry and his body exploded. He died on the spot. Let's go. With Man-Ku killed, the remaining barbarians did not dare to stay any longer. They all ran out of Fengyun Mountain, afraid that Lu Ming would settle the score. Lu Ming could not be bothered with these small fries. He focused on the battle in the sky. So powerful. So, origin source secret techniques can be used like this. Has he severed the shackles? Lu Ming looked at Wanshan's origin source secret techniques and sighed. Every origin source secret technique had boundless potential. There was a lot of potential to be unearthed. A newly awakened origin source secret technique was only the most superficial use. For example, Wanshan could unleash the power of origin source secret techniques to a shocking extent. When Wanshan used the gate of domination, a vortex would appear. There would be loud roars coming from within, as if there were terrifying creatures that were about to charge out. There were other origin source secret techniques that exploded with shocking power. Lu Ming heard that every origin source secret technique was covered with layers of shackles. However, they could not be seen or sensed by the naked eye. Only when one's comprehension of the origin source secret technique reached a certain level would one be able to sense it. As long as the shackles were severed, the power of the origin source secret technique would skyrocket. These shackles were like a seal that sealed the original might of the quintessence secret technique. Once the seal was undone, its might would erupt. Every quintessence secret technique had more than one shackle. It was said that once completely severed, its might would not be weaker than that of a true primordial god. Its might was astounding, capable of shattering the universe. Of course, severing these shackles was extremely difficult. It was even more difficult than awakening in quintessence secret technique. Up until now, Lu Ming had not seen anyone other than the myriad gods who had severed the shackles of in quintessence secret technique. Lu Ming had not done so either. The myriad gods were engaged in an intense battle with the guardian. Kill! The myriad gods roared, growing braver as they fought, their fighting spirit growing stronger and stronger. As for the guardian, he grew more alarmed as he fought, his fighting spirit weakening. Bam! Finally, the guardian was struck in the head by the myriad god's gate of domination. He retreated rapidly, his head spinning from the blow. If not for his profound cultivation and the ninth transformation of the barbarian god body giving him astonishing defensive strength, his head would have exploded. Even so, he still felt his vision blur as a large bump appeared on his head. Following that, he was infuriated. He was the guardian of a famed mountain, a peak 6th-level divine lord. For him to be struck by a youth was a great humiliation. Roar! The guardian let out a frenzied roar, intending to burn his divine power to fight the myriad gods, disregarding everything to slay them. Enough! At this moment, a dignified voice came from the sky, followed by a powerful pressure. The guardian and the myriad gods could not withstand this pressure. Their bodies trembled as they retreated. A gray-robed elder stepped down from the sky and landed between the guardian and the myriad gods. Lord Enforcer. Upon seeing the elder, the guardian's expression changed as he hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. This is an enforcer? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He had long heard that there were 3 enforcers in this world, their status above the guardian, but he had never seen them before. Old man, don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. The myriad gods shouted. It's not certain who will be killed. The guardian said coldly. Shut up. The enforcer shouted coldly and looked at the protector. The protector didn't dare to say anything else. Then, the enforcer looked at Wan Shen and smiled bitterly. Wan Shen, how about we let this matter go on account of me? From the looks of it, the enforcers knew the myriad deities. Humph, I'll kill this guy sooner or later. The myriad god coldly snorted and coldly glanced at the guardian. The guardian's face was unsightly, but he didn't say anything. He knew that there was nothing he could do to Lu Ming today. Even he would be punished. I have a general understanding of what happened. Man Qian, you have already violated the rules by allowing people from other famed mountains to interfere with MT Fengyun. Do you understand? The enforcer said. Coldly. This subordinate knows his mistake. The guardian, Man Gon, lowered his head and said. All right, since you're guilty, I'll strip you of your authority as a guardian. Go back and await your punishment. The enforcer waved his hand and said. Yes. Man Qian nodded. Then, he turned into a streak of rainbow light and flew towards a direction, leaving that place. Lu Ming, are you all right? After Man Qian left, Wan Shen flew over and looked at Lu Ming worriedly. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled and shrunk his body to the size of an ordinary person. By the way, where have you been all this time? Also, where's Lan Shu? Wasn't he with you? Lu Ming asked a few questions. When the 2 of us entered, we appeared in an underground palace. The cultivation environment there is very good. I've been cultivating there for more than 100 years and my cultivation has broken through 2 levels. However, Lan Shu's luck is even better. He had a fortuitous encounter and is now cultivating in seclusion. I believe that he will look for you once he's done with his cultivation. Wan Shen said. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Blue Merchant was fine and even had a fortuitous encounter. By the way, Lu Ming, I came to look for you this time to bid farewell to you. Wan Shen suddenly said. Farewell? Lu Ming was stunned. Wan Shen bade him farewell. Where was he going? Lu Ming couldn't help but look at the enforcer. Instinctively, Lu Ming felt that this matter had something to do with the enforcer. Wan Shen wants to follow me to the cryptic world. The enforcer walked over and said. The cryptic world? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. Since you're Wan Shen's friend, you'll know sooner or later. There's no harm in telling you. In fact, this world hides a big secret that's beyond your imagination. The world you're in now is just the peripheral world. The real core is in the cryptic world. The enforcer explained. There's actually a cryptic world? Where's the entrance? Why haven't I heard of it? Wait. That door? Lu Ming's mind raced. He suddenly remembered that when he first entered this world, he found a huge, faintly discernible door on a mountain range. Could that door be the door to the cryptic world? You should have heard that as long as one's cultivation reaches the Divine Lord level or above, they will be sent away. Let me tell you, some people enter the cryptic world to cultivate, while others are sent back. The enforcer explained. Yes, Lu Ming, I've been to the cryptic world. That world is too suitable for me, so I want to bid you farewell. Wanshan said. Yes, Wanshan has the strongest talent among all the people I've seen. He's the most compatible with the primordial gods. It's unbelievable. If he enters the cryptic world to cultivate, his progress will be amazing. He'll definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Even I can't predict his achievements. The enforcer said. Go. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Wanshan. Cultivate well and strive to reach the peak as soon as possible. Lu Ming knew very well that Wanshan was evolved from the bloodline of dozens of primordial gods. His talent was too terrifying. Moreover, this world was the world of the primordial gods. It was very suitable for Wanshan to stay here and cultivate. He would definitely be able to improve rapidly. Following him would only be a waste of his talent. He was happy for Wanshan. Lu Ming, I'll definitely cultivate hard and help you out as soon as possible. Wanshan said with a determined gaze. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lu Ming smiled. Also, I'll leave the coordinates here. When Lan Shu comes out, he'll find this place. Speaking of this, Wanshan walked over and gave Lu Ming a hug. Lu Ming, take care. Take care. Lu Ming replied with a smile. Then, Wanshan followed the enforcer and stepped into the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After the enforcer left, the scene was silent. Everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Now that Man Ku was dead, Lu Ming was the king of Fengyun Mountain. Are you guys going to surrender or leave? Lu Ming looked at the people from the Barbarian Alliance. In the Barbarian Alliance, the original members of the Barbarian tribe had left long ago. The remaining members were all Skyprides from other tribes. When Lu Ming looked over, these Skyprides exchanged glances and cupped their fists at the same time. We're willing to submit to the Dragon Alliance. Great, then stay in Fengyun Mountain from now on. The ratio of primordial divine crystals submitted will be the same as the rest of the Dragon Alliance. Lu Ming said. As for those in the Dragon Alliance who wanted to attack Bo Yi and the others, he was too lazy to deal with them. In this world, there was no such thing as loyalty. Everyone was just a partner and a passerby. Once they left, no one could control each other. As long as these people could help Lu Ming gather primordial divine crystals, Lu Ming could not be bothered with them. Then, Lu Ming gave the order to integrate Fengyun Mountain. The entire Fengyun Mountain belonged to Lu Ming and became the 12th famed mountain to be unified. Alliance leader, you killed 3 deputy mountain masters of Mount Qitong. Be careful of the mountain master of Mount Qitong's revenge. At this moment, Bo Yi flew over with a grave expression. Oh, the mountain master of Mount Qitong? How's his strength? Lu Ming asked. Very strong. Although he's also a peak divine king, his primordial divine body has already reached the 9th transformation. He's far stronger than Man Ku and the others. He can definitely kill them easily. Bo Yi said. 9th transformation? Lu Ming muttered. His ancient divine body had also reached the 9th transformation and was at the peak of the 9th transformation. If he cooperated with Qiu Qiu, he might be able to fight against the mountain master of Mount Qitong. However, 30 years later, the legendary 14th famed mountain will be opened. Therefore, all the leaders of the famed mountains are cultivating in seclusion, trying their best to increase their strength so that they can obtain a great opportunity when the 14th famed mountain opens. Bo Yi said. The 14th famed mountain? There are 14 more famed mountains? Lu Ming was stunned when he heard that. Aren't there only 13 famed mountains? Alliance leader, you haven't heard of them? Bo Yi was surprised. Lu Ming shook his head. This was the first time he had heard of 14 famed mountains. The 14th famed mountain is very special. It's completely different from the other famed mountains. It's been sealed all year round and will only be opened after a long period of time. Once it opens, outsiders can get in. The 14th famed mountain is different from the other famed mountains. There are big opportunities there. I heard that someone once brought out the fresh blood of the original God Spirit. That person successfully broke through the limit of the 9th transformation of the original God body and stepped into another unfathomable level. He condensed a drop of the original God Spirit's blood in his body and transformed his God body. Bo-yi explained. Ancient divine ancient body. Lu Ming's pupil shrank. Divine too. Fresh? Blood Ming. Was. This was definitely a precious treasure for those who practiced the primitive divine body, and its effects were hard to imagine. Lu Ming was surprised. If that was the case, it would be explosive news. Bo-yi shook her head. There isn't a living primordial divine body, but there are a few theories. One is that a primordial divine body was nurtured in the 14th famed mountain, but something happened before it was fully matured. The primordial divine body died and left behind fresh blood. Due to the special location, the blood was preserved and kept fresh. Another theory is that a primordial divine body returned to the 14th famed mountain and sealed his blood in it. However, there are many different theories and it's hard to find a unified theory. I see. Lu Ming nodded. In truth, there are many mountain sovereigns whose cultivations could have broken through to the Divine Lord realm long ago. But, in order to wait for the 14th mountain to appear, they suppressed their cultivations and stayed here because they wanted to obtain the great lucky chances within. Bo-yi explained. Lu Ming nodded. He could understand. Normally, the primordial divine body would reach the 9th transformation and that would be the limit. If one wanted to break through to the next level, they would have to condense a drop of real primordial divine body's blood. Then, the primordial divine body would break through and become closer to the primordial divine body's constitution. Their strength would be terrifyingly strong. However, it was too difficult to cultivate by oneself. Once one obtained a drop of primordial divine body's blood and refined it, it would be much easier to condense one's own blood with the help of the blood. The mountain master of Mount Chitong, Dongfang Ke, has been in seclusion. However, if he hears that the 3 deputy mountain masters have been killed, he might come out and find trouble with you. Bo-yi said worriedly. According to the rules, he can't just barge into Fengyun Mountain. Lu Ming said. Now that the guardian of the barbarian tribe had left, there would definitely be a new guardian who would handle things impartially. According to the rules, he can't come in and interfere with the internal affairs of Fengyun Mountain. However, he can challenge you in the name of settling a personal grudge. The guardian won't care. Bo-yi said. Oh, it's fine. During this period, I'll be in seclusion. Once Dongfang Ke comes to challenge me, use this jade token to inform me. After speaking, Lu Ming took out a jade token and dripped a drop of blood on it. The jade token flashed and the drop of blood disappeared. When the time comes, you just have to crush this jade token. Even if I'm in seclusion, I'll be able to sense it. Lu Ming said. All right. Bo-yi nodded and kept the jade token. Lu Ming headed towards the gap that led to the interior of the famed mountain alone. The eruption of primordial divine qi had basically ended and there was no one around. Lu Ming looked around and when he realized that there was no one around, he rushed into the gap and took out the purple copper coffin before flying down. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the bottom and sat down with his legs crossed. The purple copper coffin floated above Lu Ming's head and released a special aura to block off the pressure from outside. Then, 4 storage rings appeared in Lu Ming's hand. These 4 storage rings were obtained from the hands of Man Ku, Lin Xian, and the others. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Man Ku was needless to say. Lin Xian and the others were the deputy mountain masters of Chitong Mountain, so they didn't have to condense their own primordial divine crystals. How many primordial divine crystals had they accumulated after so many years? Lu Ming opened the storage rings and checked them one by one. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lu Ming's heart still thumped violently after checking them. He was rich, he was really rich. Man Ku had only been in charge of the Barbarian League for a short period of time, but there were more than 2 million primordial divine crystals in his storage ring. The main reason was that there were many people. There were more than 10,000 people in the Barbarian League and none of them could condense 1 primordial divine crystal in a month. If one handed in 90%, they would have to hand in at least 10 primordial divine crystals. 10,000 people would have to hand in 100,000 primordial divine crystals in a year. Therefore, Man Ku had accumulated more than 2 million primordial divine crystals over the years. The most shocking ones were Xianxia and the other two. The three of them were deputy mountain masters of Mount Qitong, so their share was naturally not that high. However, they had been here for at least 1,000 years, or even tens of thousands of years. Each of them had tens of millions of primordial divine crystals in their storage rings. The three of them added up to more than 30 million crystals. They were rich. The primordial divine crystals were of great use to Lu Ming. Not only did he need to cultivate, but he also planned to refine the dark ape fighting tribe after leaving this place. He would use the primordial divine liquid to transform the dark ape fighting tribe so that they could cultivate the primordial divine body. However, cultivation would definitely require primordial divine crystals. Otherwise, the progress would be too slow. Only with primordial divine crystals would he be able to progress rapidly. The more primordial divine crystals he had, the better. After tidying up, Lu Ming was in a good mood. After a while, Lu Ming adjusted his state of mind and began to meditate. All of a sudden, Lu Ming entered a wonderful state. His body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of warm energy. It was extremely comfortable. It was as if he was the primordial divine spirit that was being nurtured. In this mysterious state, his understanding of the primordial divine power factor and the primordial divine power factor increased rapidly. In 30 years, the 14th famed mountain would open. It contained the fresh blood of the primordial divine spirit and other opportunities. Lu Ming was also tempted. He did not want to miss it. However, the mountain masters of the famed mountains were not easy to deal with. Each one was stronger than the last. According to Bo Yi, some of the mountain masters were too strong. Before this, there were a total of 11 mountain masters. Without a doubt, they were the 11 strongest people in this world. As for the mountain master of Mount Qitong, Dongfang Ke, he was ranked 11th. He was the weakest among the 11 mountain masters. Lu Ming had no confidence in dealing with those people. He had to improve his strength. Lu Ming controlled 11 types of primordial divine power. Naturally, he could not comprehend them all at once. He had to comprehend them one by one. First, Lu Ming began to comprehend the Overlord Spear. Initially, Lu Ming had the deepest understanding of the sovereign's divine power. However, over the past few years, Lu Ming had been using the tyrannical deity spear the most and was the most comfortable with it. The more he used it, the deeper his understanding. Gradually, he surpassed the sovereign's divine power. From the very beginning, Lu Ming's comprehension of the Hegemon King's mystic power increased by leaps and bounds. The Overlord's godly power was progressing from the third awakening to the fourth awakening at an astonishing speed. It had only been a year, but Lu Ming's body was emitting an even denser ancient aura. The Overlord Spear's power was incomparably dazzling, covering Lu Ming's entire body, transforming into countless tiny spear lights that swam about. I've broken through. I've really broken through. I've awakened 4 times. Lu Ming was ecstatic. Originally, although his comprehension of the Overlord Spear force was the deepest, he had only broken through to the third awakening not too long ago. If he wanted to achieve the fourth awakening, he did not know how long it would take. But now, in just a year's time, Lu Ming's Overlord Spear force had already awakened 4 times. This speed was simply too terrifying. This was simply cheating. Continue. Lu Ming kept the Overlord Spear force and began to comprehend the sovereign's godly power. In about a year's time, the sovereign's godly power had another breakthrough, reaching the fourth awakening. Then, it was the moon godly power. The speed of his cultivation was too shocking. On average, the various godly powers would break through once in a little more than a year. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming already had 9 godly powers that had awakened 4 times. There were only 2 godly powers left. By the time Lu Ming had been here for 13 years, the remaining 2 godly powers had also awakened 4 times. At this time, Lu Ming's 11 godly powers had all awakened 4 times, causing his strength to skyrocket. Now, although my cultivation is still in the 7th layer of the God King realm, my godly power should not be weaker than those peak God Kings who have awakened 4 times. Lu Ming revealed a confident smile. Previously, his godly power had only awakened 3 times. Against those peak God Kings who had awakened 4 times, he was at a disadvantage. His cultivation was weak to begin with, and his origin godly power was weak. Even if he activated the battle formula to increase his fighting strength by 5 times, it was still not enough to make up for the difference. He still needed to work together with Qiuqiu to make up for the difference. But now, in terms of cultivation and godly power, he was not at a disadvantage. Now, let's start to comprehend the origin secret technique. Let's see if I can comprehend the origin secret technique with the remaining godly powers. Lu Ming pondered. He had awakened a total of 6 origin secret techniques. They were the Sovereign's Gate, Overlord Spear, Void Shattering Sword, Moon of Moon, Son of Great Yang, and Primordial Divine Dragon Horn. There were still 5 godly powers that had not awakened the origin secret technique. They were the Demonic Path Godly Power, Wind Annihilation Godly Power, Profound Heavenly Godly Power, Heavenly Evil Godly Power, and Divine Eye Godly Power. First, Lu Ming comprehended the Demonic Path Godly Power. It was very difficult to awaken the origin secret technique. Every godly power seemed to be shrouded in layers of fog. It was impossible to see or touch them. But in such an environment, there seemed to be a mysterious power that pushed aside the fog, allowing Lu Ming to see the essence of each godly power. In just a month, Lu Ming succeeded. Demonic Qi filled the air. A stone-made saber that was filled with demonic Qi floated above Lu Ming's head. This was the origin secret technique awakened by the Demonic Path Godly Power, the Heavenly Demon Blade. Lu Ming held the Heavenly Demon Blade and slashed out. A vast saber light slashed at a wall. With a clang, sparks flew. Of course, the wall here was not something that Lu Ming could break. He did not even leave a mark. But Lu Ming was already very satisfied. The Heavenly Demon Blade's attack power was very strong. It possessed the domineering might of the demonic path. Then the second one is the Wind Annihilation Godly Power. Lu Ming put away the Heavenly Demon Blade and began to comprehend the Wind Annihilation Godly Power. This kind of cheat-like cultivation environment could only be encountered by chance. Lu Ming did not want to waste any time. He seized every bit of time to cultivate. Another month passed. The origin secret technique of the Wind Annihilation Godly Power was awakened. A pair of stone-made boots appeared, surrounded by a gentle breeze that was filled with destructive power. Wind Annihilation Boots was the name of this origin secret technique. Let's test its power. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The Wind Annihilation Boots flew to his feet and fused with them. Swish, Lu Ming's heart stirred. His figure burst out, turning into a light shadow. With amazing speed, he appeared thousands of miles away. What amazing speed! Lu Ming was overjoyed. When he used the Wind Annihilation Boots, his speed would increase tremendously. If he used it with the Garuda technique, his speed would increase even more. The origin secret techniques that he had awakened previously were mostly offensive. He had enough offensive means. Now that an auxiliary origin secret technique had appeared, he was naturally overjoyed. Although the Primordial Divine Dragon Horn did not look like an offensive origin secret technique, he had not discovered its specific profundity. Moreover, he felt that the Wind Annihilation Boots was not only fast, but also filled with destructive power. Its attack power was also very shocking. There are still 3 types of divine power that have yet to awaken their origin source secret techniques. I hope that these 3 types of divine power can awaken auxiliary origin source secret techniques. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. To be honest, he had more than enough offensive origin source secret techniques. It was more than enough. Sometimes, support-type origin secret techniques could be of great use. For example, the Wind Destroyer Boots could save his life at critical moments. Lu Ming was about to continue cultivating when his expression changed slightly. He waved his hand, and a jade token appeared in his hand. The jade token was shining. Bo Yi is looking for me. It seems that Dongfang Ke, the leader of the Qitong Mountain, has come out of seclusion. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Humph, then let's end this quickly. I'll come back to cultivate after I finish off this Dongfang Ke. Lu Ming snorted coldly. Then, he soared into the sky and flew upward. The foot of the mountain at the west side of Fengyun Mountain was crowded with people. A young man in a fiery red robe sat cross-legged on a piece of green rock, blocking the entrance of Fengyun Mountain. This person was the leader of the Qitong Mountain, Dongfang Quebec. He had been in seclusion previously. When he came out of seclusion, he heard that 3 of his deputy leaders had been killed. He was furious and charged to Fengyun Mountain. Of course, he could not kill wantonly in Fengyun Mountain because the new guardian had stopped him. He could only block the entrance of Fengyun Mountain and challenge Lu Ming. The people of the Dragon Alliance were looking at Dongfang Ke on Fengyun Mountain. There was also a large number of people outside Fengyun Mountain. Some of them were from the Qitong Mountain, and some were from other famous mountains. They had all heard that Dongfang Ke was going to challenge the leader of the Dragon Alliance and had rushed over to watch the show. "Where's Lu Ming? Ask him to come out and die," a young man from the Qitong Mountain shouted. His roar was like thunder. "We've said that our leader is in seclusion. If you want to fight, wait until he comes out." Bo Yi replied. "Humph, I think he's scared. He's a coward and doesn't dare to fight our leader. That's why he's hiding." The young man from the Qitong Mountain sneered mockingly. Bo Yi and the others had ugly expressions and did not reply. "If Lu Ming doesn't come out, we'll block the entrance of Fengyun Mountain. You guys can stay in Fengyun Mountain for the rest of your lives," the young man from Qitongshan said coldly. Although they couldn't kill their way into Fengyun Mountain, if the people from Fengyun Mountain came out, there would be no restrictions. They could attack as they wished. "Have you sent a message to the Alliance Master?" Someone in the Dragon Alliance asked Bo Yi in secret. "I've sent a message. I believe the Alliance Master will be here soon," Bo Yi said. "Even if he did, it would still be dangerous. Dongfang Ke has been guarding Mount Qitong for many years and is extremely powerful. Would the Alliance leader be a match for him?" "That's right. In this world, apart from the other 10 mountain masters, no one can defeat Dongfang Ke." Many of the Dragon Alliance members looked worried. Relatively speaking, the treatment that Dragon Alliance gave was the best. They didn't want Lu Ming to be killed just like that. "When the Alliance Master arrives, we'll persuade him to bear with it and not accept the challenge. Dongfang Ke can't do anything about it. We'll stay in Fengyun Mountain and cultivate in peace. I don't believe that Dongfang Ke will be stuck here forever." "That's right. Let's persuade the Alliance Master later." Many people were discussing this matter. "The Alliance Master is here." Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked in the same direction. In that direction, a young man was walking in the air. If it wasn't Lu Ming, who else could it be? Soon, Lu Ming arrived in front of Bo Yi and the rest. "Lu Ming, you're finally here." Dongfang Ke stood up and a powerful aura burst out. His body was covered in flames and the temperature was so high that it distorted the void. "You're Dongfang Ke?" Lu Ming said calmly. "That's right." Dongfang Ke replied. "Why did you bring your men and surround my Fengyun Mountain? You're disturbing our cultivation. Do you know that my time is very precious?" Lu Ming said loudly. After witnessing the heaven-defying cultivation effects in Fengyun Mountain, Lu Ming wished that he could stay in there all the time. His time was really precious. However, Dongfang Ke thought that Lu Ming was humiliating him. He was so angry that the flames on his body trembled. "Lu Ming, you've killed 3 of my deputy mountain masters. Now, I'm officially challenging you. Come out and fight." Dongfang Ke shouted. "So you want to fight? Come on, cut the crap." After saying that, Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed out. "Alliance Master," many people from the Dragon Alliance were stunned. They wanted to persuade Lu Ming to bear with it. However, before they could say anything, Lu Ming rushed out impatiently as if he was in a hurry. The moment he rushed out, Lu Ming condensed the Overlord God Spear in his hand. When he saw Dongfang Ke just now, he had already activated the battle formula. Now, he had successfully activated the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times. Boom, the Overlord God Spear pressed down on Dongfang Ke like a mountain. The void shook violently as if it was being squeezed by something. Then, it swept to both sides like water. Heavenly Firebow. Dongfang Ke roared and the flames on his body burned even brighter. At the same time, a fiery red bow appeared in his hand. He pulled the bowstring and a fiery red arrow pierced through the void and flew towards Lu Ming. Its speed was shocking. Boom, the fiery red arrow collided with the Overlord God spear. There was a loud explosion as if the sun had exploded. Scorching flames spread in all directions. The Overlord God spear shook and pushed the flames away. About type origin source secret skill? No, it's just an ordinary origin source secret skill. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. At this moment, Dongfang Ke continued to attack. His divine power surged and the bow grew rapidly. With a buzzing sound, more than 10 huge arrows flew towards Lu Ming. A terrifying whistling sound reverberated in the void. The temperature between heaven and earth rose rapidly. Lu Ming brandished the Overlord God spear and attacked. At the same time, the Gate of Domination and the Voidbreaker sword appeared and attacked Dongfang Ke from 2 other directions. Dongfang Ke's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand and the arrows quickly changed directions. They turned in the air and blocked the Gate of Domination and the Voidbreaker sword. Dongfang Ke was indeed a peerless genius. He had cultivated an ordinary origin source secret skill to the point where it was no weaker than an origin source secret skill. The bowstring vibrated continuously. This time, hundreds of arrows shot towards Lu Ming. Divine Dragon Dharma Body. Lu Ming took a step forward. 99 nine-clawed divine dragons appeared between heaven and earth. They pounced and blocked all the arrows. If it had been before, it would not have been so easy for him to block because Dongfang Ke had obviously awakened 4 times. But now, Lu Ming's 11 types of divine power had also awakened 4 times. Although his cultivation was 2 levels lower, he still blocked all the arrows. No need to test me. Get serious. I don't have time to waste with you. Lu Ming said coldly. He became one with his spear and broke through 2 arrows. He charged towards Dongfang Quebec. Dongfang Ke's expression changed. His body flashed and he retreated tens of thousands of meters. Not bad. No wonder you could kill my deputy mountain master. Kill. Dongfang Ke roared. Ka, following that, a sharp cry was heard as the eastern sparrow's body rapidly grew in size. Finally, it turned into a huge flaming bird. To be precise, it was a flaming bird. This was Dongfang Ke's true form. He wasn't a human but a flaming bird from the Divine Beast clan. That wasn't all. After turning into a flaming bird, his body swelled again until he was 1,000,000 meters tall. He was covered in flames and looked like a sun from afar. Primordial Divine Body, this was his primordial divine body that had turned into a primordial divine sparrow. Die! Dongfang Ke roared as he flapped his wings. Countless feathers flew out and turned into arrows that shot towards Lu Ming. This is the primordial divine body 9th transformation. How scary. Back off. The spectators retreated, not daring to get close. Dongfang Ke had turned into the primordial divine body 9th transformation. With a flap of his wings, tens of thousands of arrows covered a large area. They didn't dare to stay. If one was hit by an arrow, only death awaited them. Wind-extinguishing boots. Lu Ming thought. A pair of stone boots appeared and fused with Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming stepped out. His body was like a stream of light, flashing continuously. He was even faster than Dongfang Ke's feathers. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone could only see Lu Ming's figure in the sky. He dodged all the feathers and arrows and hit every single one of them. A speed-type origin source secret skill. Let's see if yours is faster than mine. Dongfang Ke let out a long howl. Its huge body charged toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. His huge wings flapped, bringing with them a terrifying gust of wind and flames that filled the sky. They spread towards Lu Ming and covered the entire area. No matter how fast Lu Ming was, he couldn't avoid them. At the same time, Dongfang Ke's huge claw grabbed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body was like an ant compared to it. Primordial Divine Body 9th transformation, and you want to fight with me? Naive. Dongfang Ke's cold and arrogant voice rang out as his giant claws rapidly approached Lu Ming. Do you think that only your primordial divine body has broken through to the 9th transformation? Lu Ming's voice rang out, followed by a deafening roar. Then, Lu Ming's body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had transformed into a golden giant 1,000,000 meters tall. The terrifying aura of the gold-armored ancient god body spread out in all directions, shocking everyone. The ninth transformation of the primordial divine body. It's the ninth transformation. Oh my god, Lu Ming's primordial divine body has also reached the ninth transformation. How is this possible? No wonder he's so confident to challenge Dongfang Ke directly. The scene was filled with exclamations. Lu Ming transformed into his gold-armored ancient god body and felt his body brimming with power. The overlord god spear trembled and swept out, bringing with it an endless storm. It swept away the flames from Dongfang Ke's fan and then collided with Dongfang Ke's giant claw. Boom! When the two sides collided, there was an earth-shattering explosion. A terrifying force swept out in all directions. Then, a figure quickly retreated. The figure that retreated was Dongfang Quebec. On the other hand, Lu Ming's body only swayed a little. You've also reached the ninth transformation. Dongfang Ke shouted in shock. In this world, as far as he knew, there were no more than 15 people who could reach the ninth transformation. Other than the masters of the 11 famed mountains, there were also a few deputy mountain masters of the strongest famed mountains who had reached the ninth transformation. Other than them, there was no one else. He had not expected that a previously unknown Lu Ming would also reach the ninth transformation. The ninth transformation. There's nothing to be proud of. Today, I'll suppress you. Lu Ming said coldly. His aura became even more violent. His cultivation was raised to the maximum. At the same time, a saber appeared in his left hand. It was the heavenly demon blade. Above his head, the gate of domination and the void-shattering sword appeared. Swoosh, the void-shattering sword was the fastest. It was the first to attack Dongfang Quebec. At the same time, the gate of domination also suppressed Dongfang Quebec. Lu Ming held the tyrant god spear and the heavenly demon blade in his hands. He stepped into the void and attacked Dongfang Quebec. Several origin secret techniques were used at the same time. The attack was like a raging tide, bombarding Dongfang Ke's head. Dongfang Ke roared and used all his strength to resist. His origin secret technique was a pair of wings. It could stimulate an endless amount of feather arrows that covered the sky. However, Lu Ming used the wind-extinguishing boots to dodge them one by one. Then, he pressed the tyrant god spear. A dazzling spear light pierced towards Dongfang Quebec. On the other side, the heavenly demon blade slashed out. The blade light whistled. An incomparably huge demonic blade cut across the void and slashed towards Dongfang Quebec. Everywhere it passed, the feather arrows were destroyed. Dongfang Ke was shocked. Endless flames covered his body. They turned into two flaming swords and shot out. They blocked the tyrant god spear and the heavenly demon blade. However, he was forced back by Lu Ming's violent strength. When the gate of domination and the void-shattering sword fell, he couldn't resist. He screamed as his feathers flew. His body was almost cut in half. Now, Lu Ming's divine power was not much weaker than Dongfang Ke's. When he used all his techniques, Dongfang Ke was no match for him. He was injured after a few moves. Flying sparrow slash. Dongfang Ke roared. His origin secret technique wings flew out and turned into a terrifying blade light. It emitted a scorching aura and slashed towards Lu Ming. He was unwilling to lose. He wanted to counterattack and defeat Lu Ming. However, the difference in strength was there. No matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. Boom! Boom! Under the bombardment of several secret arts of origin, the pair of wings were sent flying. The tyrant god spear pierced out and almost pierced Dongfang Ke's chest and head. This time, Dongfang Ke was truly shocked and scared. He let out an indignant roar and actually turned around to run. Lu Ming, I'll remember this debt. You'll pay for it sooner or later. Dongfang Ke roared. Then, he flapped his wings desperately and rushed into the distance. You want to leave? Stay. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He stepped into the void and dashed toward Dongfang Ke at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the sky-splitting sword caught up with Dongfang Ke with a swoosh and slashed toward his neck. Dongfang Ke was shocked. He quickly moved to the side and avoided the attack. However, he couldn't completely avoid it. One of his wings was cut off and blood sprayed into the sky. Dongfang Ke screamed. He was even more shocked. He condensed his divine power into wings and flew forward. At the same time, he controlled his origin secret technique to slash at Lu Ming. Explode. In the end, Dongfang Ke let out a loud roar. His origin secret skill wings exploded, turning into surging energy that charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved the tyrant god spear and the heavenly demon blade and attacked continuously. Finally, he blocked the rolling energy. Unfortunately, this delay had allowed Dongfang Ke to run far away and disappear into the horizon in the blink of an eye. You ran fast. Lu Ming snorted. After this battle, he believed that Dongfang Ke would not dare to attack again. There was complete silence at the scene. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming actually won. What terrifying combat strength. Such combat strength is enough to squeeze into the top 10. As expected of someone who could unify a famed mountain. He lives up to his name. Truly terrifying. Many people were discussing. Many people from the other famed mountains had their eyes flickering. Given Lu Ming's combat power, it was sufficient for him to compete with the top 10 powerhouses. Moreover, they had heard that the ratio of primordial divine crystals collected by the Dragon Alliance was very low. It was much lower than that of other famous mountains. They only took 70% and could keep 30% for themselves. The other famed mountains would have to hand over 90%. Many people were calculating in their hearts, wondering if they should rely on Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming's current strength was enough to protect them. The League leader has won. The people from the Dragon League found it most unbelievable. Lu Ming had actually defeated Dongfang Quebec. This was far beyond their expectations. Many of them had watched Lu Ming progress step by step. His growth was too fast, and the speed of his improvement was too terrifying. They were all monstrous geniuses, but compared to Lu Ming, they were trash. Alright, it's over. Disperse. Lu Ming waved his hand and flew back to Fengyun Mountain. He collected the primordial divine crystals that he had accumulated over the years. After more than 10 years, he had earned more than 1,000,000 primordial divine crystals. After collecting them, Lu Ming instructed Bo Yi and the others before returning to Fengyun Mountain to cultivate. Following that, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the origin source secret techniques. There were still 3 types of divine powers that had not awakened the origin source secret techniques. After that, his cultivation went very smoothly. The main reason was that the environment of the famed mountains was too good. In just half a year, the remaining 3 types of divine powers had all awakened the origin source secret techniques. The mysterious sky divine power was the origin source secret technique that Lu Ming had cultivated. It was called the mysterious sky shield. It was a stone shield. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was a defense-type origin source secret technique that could save his life at critical moments. When Lu Ming turned into the primordial godly body, his defensive power was shocking, but who would complain about having a strong defense? Naturally, the stronger one's defense, the better. This way, Lu Ming had all kinds of offensive, defensive, and speed-type origin source secret techniques. It could be said that he had no weaknesses. This was absolutely freakish. One had to know that these were all source secret techniques. Their power could be unleashed to the greatest extent, and their potential was boundless. Others could only awaken one origin source secret technique. It was very simple, and they needed to cultivate ordinary secret techniques. However, how could ordinary secret techniques compare to origin source secret techniques in terms of power? Moreover, their potential was much lower. What should I cultivate next? Lu Ming began to ponder. Now, he had awakened all 11 types of divine powers 4 times, and all of them had awakened their origin secret arts. Next, there were 2 main directions for cultivation. One was to continue comprehending the godly power and the quintessence godly power factor, allowing the quintessence godly power factor to continue awakening and achieve the quintessence godly power factor. However, from the quintessence godly power to the quintessence godly power factor, it was too difficult. One had to know that the difficulty of each awakening increased exponentially. From the 3rd awakening to the 4th awakening, it would take more than a year. From the fourth awakening to the fifth awakening, it would probably take more than 100 years. Yes, even here, it would take more than 100 years. In the outside world, the time needed to achieve the fifth awakening would be even more terrifying. For others, the time needed was measured in stellar years. Now, there were only 16 years left until the 14th famed mountain would open. If he continued to comprehend the quintessence godly power factor, there wouldn't be much of a harvest in 16 years. Then, let's comprehend the origin source secret techniques. Lu Ming made his decision. There were 9 shackles on the origin source secret techniques. Every time one was unlocked, its power would increase greatly. For some origin source secret techniques, such as the Dominator's Gate and the Tyrannical God Spear, Lu Ming had already awakened them for a long time. After so many years, he had comprehended them more deeply. Perhaps there would be a breakthrough. Let's comprehend the Tyrannical God Spear first. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming had used the Tyrannical God Spear the most. Now, he had comprehended it the most. Next was the Dominator's Gate. With a thought, the Tyrannical God Spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He placed it in front of him and closed his eyes, entering a state of emptiness. His mind and the Tyrannical God Spear became one, and he began to comprehend it with all his might. Comprehending here, his understanding of the Tyrannical God Spear increased by leaps and bounds. However, it was extremely difficult to unlock the shackles on it. Time flew by, 1 year after another. In the blink of an eye, 15 years had passed. There was only 1 year left until the 14th famed mountain opened. At this time, Lu Ming finally had a major breakthrough. I see it. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly like 2 suns. A miraculous scene appeared in his eyes. 9 chains appeared on the Tyrannical God Spear, locking onto the Tyrannical God Spear like 9 runes, sealing the Tyrannical God Spear. 9 shackles, I see it. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. However, very soon, the other 8 shackles disappeared rapidly. Only 1 shackle was left floating in the air. Slash! Lu Ming shouted. The Tyrannical God Spear vibrated, and a powerful force burst out from the Tyrannical God Spear, slashing at the shackle. This kind of shackle could not be severed by external forces. For example, Lu Ming could not touch this kind of shackle even if he used his divine power or soul power. Only the power of the secret skill of the origin could touch it. Dang dang dang, the power of the Tyrannical God Spear constantly bombarded the shackle. The shackle shook continuously, but it wasn't broken. Dang dang dang, Lu Ming continued to control the origin secret skill to bombard it. This process lasted for 3 hours. Finally, a crack appeared on the shackle. Almost there, almost there. Lu Ming was overjoyed and continued to control the Tyrannical God Spear. Dang dang dang, with Lu Ming's continuous bombardment, the crack on the shackle became bigger and bigger. 2 hours later, the shackle was finally broken. Boom, once it was broken, the Tyrannical God Spear flew up and burst out with a terrifying force. What a powerful force. This force is several times stronger than before. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Once the shackle was broken, it was as if the sealed power of the Tyrannical God Spear was released. Lu Ming held the Tyrannical God Spear and casually waved it. The void exploded, and a terrifying whistling sound could be heard. Haha, my strength has increased by another level. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With the Tyrannical God Spear breaking his shackle, Lu Ming's strength had undoubtedly increased. If he were to fight with Dongfeng Ke now, he would definitely be able to kill him easily. Now, Lu Ming finally had the confidence to fight with the top 10 mountain masters. He had heard that some of the top 10 mountain masters were extremely terrifying. They had reached the pinnacle in all aspects. In fact, they could have broken through to the Divine Lord realm long ago, but they had been suppressing it. These people had all kinds of terrifying means. It was normal for some of them to have broken the shackles of their origin secret technique. Lu Ming wouldn't underestimate the heroes of the world. There's still a year left. Let's study the Gate of Gods first. Lu Ming put away the Overlord God Spear and began to study the Gate of Gods. A year passed quickly. Lu Ming naturally couldn't make any major breakthroughs in a year. He only gained a deeper understanding of the Gate of Gods. Time's up. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and soared into the sky. He left the place and returned to the Dragon Alliance headquarters. Alliance leader, you're back. Many people are preparing to leave. Bo-E said. The opening of the 14th famed mountain was a major event in this world. Countless geniuses would gather. Most of the geniuses would rush over, not wanting to miss this rare opportunity. If they could encounter an opportunity inside, they might soar into the sky and rule over a region in the future, becoming the master of a famed mountain. After all, it was only a matter of time before the leaders of the famed mountains left. They couldn't stay here forever because they needed to make breakthroughs in their cultivation. If they kept suppressing their cultivation, they would miss the golden age for cultivation. It would be a great hindrance to their future cultivation. Therefore, some of the strongest geniuses would have to leave sooner or later. Once they left, the famed mountains were destined to change masters. It would be a chance for others to rise. If they could obtain an opportunity in the 14th famed mountain, their battle prowess would skyrocket. After the other masters left, they could occupy a famed mountain. That would also be a great opportunity. How much could they gain by occupying a famed mountain and staying there for thousands or even tens of thousands of years? How many primordial divine crystals could they obtain? It was completely unimaginable. Even if they left later, they would still have a large amount of resources to cultivate in the future. It was an endless temptation. However, there were only so many famed mountains. In each era, only a dozen or so people could become the master of a famed mountain. This trip to the 14th famed mountain was extremely important and couldn't be missed. In fact, before Lu Ming returned, many members of the Dragon Alliance had already gone ahead. Let's go. Lu Ming gave the order and led the remaining members of the Dragon Alliance to the 14th famed mountain. The 14th famed mountain was in the southernmost part of this world. It was called the 100,000 volcanoes, which meant that there were countless volcanoes here. As soon as they arrived at this place, waves of heat assaulted their faces. Everyone used their divine power to protect their bodies and rushed into this area. When they went deep into the volcano, an incomparably huge mountain appeared in front of them. This mountain was incomparably huge, even bigger than the other famed mountains. However, the air around the mountain was distorted, as if there were endless waves of fire enveloping the mountain. This was the 14th famed mountain. It hadn't completely emerged yet and was faintly discernible. This area was already crowded with people. At a glance, there were at least a few 100,000 people. Lu Ming. A cold voice filled with killing intent rang out. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man staring coldly at Lu Ming. This person was the leader of the Chitong Mountain, Dongfang Quebec. What? Last time, you ran away. This time, you want to die. Again. I don't mind sending you on your way. Lu Ming sneered. Such big words. Who can you kill? At this moment, another figure spoke up. Another young man appeared beside Dongfang Quebec. This person was also wearing a fiery red robe and he looked quite similar to Dongfang Quebec Alliance leader. This person is called Dongfang Tianke. He is Dongfang K's elder brother and the leader of another famed mountain. They are also the only pair of brothers in this world. Each of them occupies a famed mountain and he is extremely powerful. He is ranked 6th on the Divine King board. Bo-E explained. Lu Ming came to a realization. So he was Dongfang K's elder brother. No wonder they looked similar. What? You want to stand up for your brother? Be careful not to become a roasted sparrow. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Kid, I'll spare your life now. When we enter the famed mountains, don't let us see you. Dongfang Tianke said coldly. Of course, he didn't dare to make a move here as there were other leaders of the famed mountains around. If they attacked Lu Ming, the other leaders of the famed mountains would only benefit from it. Nearby, many pairs of eyes looked in their direction. Lu Ming felt that some of the gazes were as sharp as swords. So many experts. Lu Ming's heart was swept by these gazes. His skin could not help but tighten. These people were a threat to him. That's the leader of the fiery mountain. That's the leader of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Bo-E introduced them to Lu Ming one by one. They were all leaders of the famed mountains. Lu Ming remembered them all. Alliance leader, that's the leader of the 6 Min Mountain. He's extremely terrifying. He's ranked 3rd on the Divine King board. You must be careful if you meet him. Bowie whispered to Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked over and saw a young man in a black robe. His black robe was embroidered with all kinds of ghastly creatures. His eyes were like 2 pitch-black whirlpools. He was also sizing up Lu Ming with a strange smile. This person is terrifying. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was definitely a top expert. Dongfang Ke couldn't be compared to him. Alliance leader, there's Feng Qingxue. She's ranked 2nd on the Divine King board. Her strength is even more terrifying. Bowie looked in another direction. It was a woman in white. She seemed to be in her 20s. Her beauty was unparalleled. She was definitely one of the most beautiful women Lu Ming had ever seen. Such a beautiful woman was ranked 2nd on the Divine King board. There were many geniuses of the primitive divine body in this world. The fact that she was ranked 2nd among so many geniuses showed how terrifying she was. Of course, the Divine King board only referred to a certain stage of the Divine King board. For example, a long time ago, there were leaders of other famed mountains who left after reaching the Divine Lord realm. Feng Qingxue's face was cold. Even her surroundings were filled with coldness. Many people kept a distance from her. Who's ranked 1st on the Divine King board? Lu Ming asked. He was curious about how powerful the person ranked 1st on the Divine King board was. He's not here yet. But he's extremely terrifying. His combat strength is shocking. Wait, he's here. Bo Yi's eyes suddenly widened as she looked in a direction. So did the others. They all looked in that direction. A group of people was flying over from that direction. The leader was a handsome young man in a blue robe. He had a jade-like face and a gentle smile on his face. The 1st on the Divine King board, Morong Qiushui. Bo Yi swallowed her saliva and said with a serious face. Lu Ming knew at a glance that the blue-robed young man was Morong Qiushui. This was the intuition of an expert. This man was unfathomably powerful. Feng Qingxue and the mountain master of the 6-Min Mountain looked very serious. They seemed to be afraid of this man. Dongfang Ke and Dongfang Tianke even had a trace of fear in their eyes. They seemed to be afraid of Morong Qiushui. You're all here early. Morong Qiushui smiled. He stood on one side and greeted everyone. He seemed very friendly. Morong Qiushui greeted everyone. He seemed very friendly and had a smile on his face. However, when he looked at Lu Ming, a shocking aura erupted from his body. The people around him were shocked and they could not help but retreat. What happened? Everyone was shocked. They did not understand why Morong Qiushui would suddenly lose control of his emotions and release his aura. Morong Qiushui's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Lu Ming, as if he wanted to pierce through Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with an ice-cold killing intent. Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. That fellow has a Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. At this moment, the Vitality Stone Spirit's exclamation came from the Vitality Stone that had been silent all this time. What? This fellow has a Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. Lu Ming's heart was shocked. The Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment he had before was just a fragment. The Rock Spirit had told him that the Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment had a rock spirit that would find a peerless genius to become its master. Moreover, when 2 people with Life Spirit Source Stone Fragments came close, the rock spirit could sense each other. Lu Ming finally understood why Morong Qiushui would lose control of his emotions and release his aura when he looked at him, even releasing an ice-cold killing intent. Needless to say, the other side knew that he had a Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment in his body. I never thought that I would meet someone with a Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment here. I am a rather direct person. Take the initiative to give me the Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment and I will spare your life. A voice entered Lu Ming's ears. It was clear that it was Morong Qiushui's voice. Is that so? I also want to say this to you. If you take the initiative to give me the Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment, I will also spare your life. Lu Ming coldly replied. These words made Morong Qiushui's face darken. His gentle smile disappeared and what was left was an extremely cold killing intent. This killing intent was as cold as ice, causing the temperature to drop. This was the Flame Mountain area and the ground was covered in flames. But at this moment, under this killing intent, the flames seemed to be frozen. What is going on? Why did Morong Xiaoshui suddenly release such a terrifying killing intent? The surrounding people were shocked and they all retreated. Lu Ming and Morong Xiaoshui had talked to each other through voice transmission, so they did not know. Very good, very good. Morong Xiaoshui stared at Lu Ming and said very good twice. Since the top genius broke through to the divine monarch realm and was sent away, since he sat on the throne of the first place on the God King list, no one in this world had dared to talk to him in this world. Even the second and third ranked existences did not dare to do so. It's him. Many people looked at Lu Ming, feeling bewildered. It was obvious that Morong Xiaoshui's killing intent was directed at Lu Ming. However, why would Morong Xiaoshui target Lu Ming? This brat has offended Morong Xiaoshui. It seems like we don't need to make a move. Xiaoshui, it seems that I have been in seclusion for a while and some people don't put me in their eyes. Very good, before entering the 14th mountain, I will exercise my body. A cold voice came from Morong Xiaoshui's mouth. Then, a stream of water appeared in his hand. The water kept wriggling and turned into a flying dagger. Xiao, Morong Xiaoshui waved his hand and the flying dagger turned into a flash of light, flying towards Lu Ming. It was fast, extremely fast. With a flash of light, the flying dagger approached him and aimed at his forehead. With such a fast speed, Lu Ming did not have time to use his secret origin technique to block it. At this critical moment, Lu Ming could only raise his hand to block the attack. Clang, the flying dagger hit the bracelet on Lu Ming's wrist. This bracelet was transformed by Qiu Qiu. With a loud bang, the bracelet almost exploded. Lu Ming felt a mountain-toppling force coming from his wrist. He flew back like a cannonball for several thousand miles before he could stabilize himself. What a strong force! Lu Ming felt an intense pain coming from his arm. It was as if his bones were about to break. His opponent did not even use his primordial divine body. It was just a flying dagger formed by a stream of water, but its power was already so terrifying. The number 1 on the God King list was indeed terrifying. So it's a metallic life form. Do you think you can save your life by relying on a metallic life form? Then I will kill this metallic life form as well. Morong Xiaoshui said indifferently. He was incomparably domineering. A terrifying aura spread out from his body and several streams of water appeared. He was about to attack. Hong Long Long, at this moment, a violent explosion came from heaven and earth. The sound came from the 14th mountain. The 14th mountain kept shaking. The surrounding space shook and a terrifying explosion came from it. The air around the 14th mountain was originally distorted, but now it had completely disappeared. It became calm. Looking from afar, one could see mountains standing between heaven and earth. The 14th mountain was too big. It was endless. The surrounding mountains reached into the clouds and the main mountain in the middle was like a crane and a flock of chickens, piercing through the clouds. The 14th mountain was opened. Everyone's eyes lit up. Shwa shwa shwa, suddenly, countless people moved. They turned into streaks of light and charged into the mountains, as if they were afraid of being slower than others. Let's go! Dongfang Ke, Dongfang Tian Ke, and the mountain masters of the other famous mountains also charged into the mountains. 6 Min Mountains mountain masters Feng Wuqi and Feng Qingxue looked at Lu Ming and Morong Xiaoshui before charging into the mountains. Many people wanted to see the result of Lu Ming and Morong Xiaoshui, but there was no time. If they entered the 14th mountain late, the opportunity might be taken by someone else. When it came to opportunities, the slightest difference could lead to a huge difference. If they were late, it might belong to someone else. Alliance Master, Bowie looked at Lu Ming with a bit of anxiety on his face. You all go in first. Lu Ming waved his hand. If Morong Xiaoshui wanted to fight, then he would fight. Alliance Master, be careful. Bowie gritted his teeth and charged into the mountains. In the blink of an eye, only Morong Xiaoshui and Lu Ming were left. Kill! Morong Xiaoshui gave a cold roar. His body began to grow, finally turning into a strange being. This being was over 1,000,000 meters tall and had a dignified appearance. On his back, there were 6 arms. This was Morong Chiao Shui's primordial divine body, and he had already reached the peak of the 9th transformation. He wanted to end this quickly and take care of Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Xiao, 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 his 6 arms swung out and 6 flying daggers flew at Lu Ming. Fast, accurate, and fierce, the might was terrifying, piercing through the void. It was more than 10 times stronger than before. Lu Ming was prepared this time and did not dare be careless. He directly used his ancient divine body, turning it into the golden armored ancient divine body. The tyrant god spear appeared and he instantly stabbed out 6 times. 6 spear glows stabbed out at the 6 flying daggers. Hong, 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 6 terrifying explosions rang out like 6 planets exploding. The shockwaves caused Lu Ming's body to tremble and he took 2 steps back. So you've already reached the primordial divine body 9th transformation and the life soul source stone fragment chose you. You're really something. Brat, I'll wait for you at the 14th mountain. I hope you dare to come in. Morong Chiao Shui said in a cold voice with a gloomy face. Lu Ming's ability was beyond his imagination. If he wanted to get rid of Lu Ming, he had to resort to some tricks. However, in this way, he would be 1 step behind when he entered the famed mountain. He was afraid that the opportunities inside would fall into the hands of others. Leaving these words, Morong Chiao Shui took a step forward and charged into the mountains, disappearing into the vast mountains in the blink of an eye. This fellow is really strong. He's really terrifying. Lu Ming muttered, but he was not afraid. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. Morong Chiao Shui was very terrifying and his strength was unfathomable. He definitely did not use his full strength when he attacked just now. Of course, Lu Ming did not use his full strength either. For example, he did not use the battle symbol art to increase his battle strength by 5 times. He also did not use his other origin secret techniques. Even the Overlord God Spear did not use its full strength. The Overlord God Spear Lu Ming had already severed the first shackle, but he did not release the power of the first shackle just now. Let's go. Lu Ming did not stop and also charged into the 14th mountain. Their goal was the highest peak in the middle. It was said that the true main peak was inside that peak. But it was very far from the main peak. Moreover, the 14th mountain was not only filled with terrifying flames and high temperatures, there was also a strong pressure that made their speed very slow. It was not easy to fly to the main peak. Hundreds of thousands of people flew into the boundless mountains and completely disappeared. It was like a few drops of water falling into the sea, not creating any waves at all. Lu Ming flew towards the main peak. After around an hour, he passed 2 secondary peaks and was still quite a distance away from the main peak. Such rich primordial divine energy, Lu Ming exclaimed. He found that the primordial divine energy of the 14th mountain was richer than that of the Fengyun mountain. There was also a special pressure. Cultivating here would definitely be better than cultivating in Fengyun mountain. But now was not the time to cultivate. He had to enter the main peak and obtain opportunities. Lu Ming's goal was the primordial god spirit's blood. As long as he could obtain it, Lu Ming would be able to break through and condense the primordial god spirit's blood. Just as Lu Ming flew over a mountain peak, a few figures flashed and flew out, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. Dongfang Ke, Dongfang Tian Ke. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. These people were the 2 brothers, Dongfang Ke and Dongfang Tian Ke. There were also 3 other young men with exceptionally powerful auras. Lu Ming speculated that they were at the level of the Deputy Hill Master. Lu Ming, I never thought that your luck would be this good. You actually survived Morong Chiao Shui's hands. Dongfang Ke's eyes were cold. It seems like Morong Chiao Shui is in a rush to enter the 14 mountains, so he let him go. However, your luck has reached its end, meeting us. We'll send you on your way today. Dongfang Tianke said coldly. Do you think you can kill me with just the 2 of you? Lu Ming sneered and looked at Dongfang Ke with disdain, meaning that he was looking for a beating. Lu Ming, let me tell you, my big brother's strength is far above mine. Moreover, this is the volcanic area. You will be suppressed here and we will be stronger. Today will be the day you die. Dongfang Ke shouted and his body quickly turned into the primordial god spirit. At the same time, the others also attacked and turned into the primordial god spirit. There was no doubt that Dongfang Tian's primordial god spirit was also at the ninth change, and it was the limit of the ninth change. As for the other three deputy hill masters, one of them had also cultivated the primordial god spirit to the ninth change. It seemed like he was at the early stage of the ninth change. The five of them charged at Lu Ming at the same time and launched their attacks. Endless waves of fire swept over, wanting to turn Lu Ming into ashes. The Overlord spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he stabbed it out. Instantly, 5 spear lights appeared and stabbed at the 5 of them. Hong hong hong, there were 5 consecutive explosions. As the energy swept out, the 4 figures retreated. However, Dongfang Tianke did not retreat. His body only swayed a little. What a strong divine power! Dongfang Tian's divine power is so strong. It's an ancient cultivation method. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He realized that Dongfang Tian's divine power was incredibly strong. He could clearly sense that Dongfang Tianke possessed 2 types of divine power. Ancient cultivation method. Dongfang Tianke had also practiced the ancient cultivation method and possessed 2 kinds of divine power. This was the second heavenly legend that Lu Ming had met who practiced ancient cultivation methods. The first one was Chu Chungkong, the number 1 genius of the war god clan of the Taishu dynasty. Furthermore, Lu Ming discovered that the ancient cultivation method of cultivating various kinds of divine powers was very different from cultivating the heaven and earth myriad Dao art. By cultivating the cosmos myriad Dao's incantation, one could cultivate many types of god power. However, the strength of each type of god power, such as the size of a star core, was the same as that of an ordinary person. However, the result of cultivating the ancient cultivation method was that one's star core would be bigger than an ordinary person's, and each type of god power would be stronger and more condensed. Although Dongfang Tianke had only cultivated 2 types of god power, his divine power was so strong that it was comparable to 3 or 4 types of god power that an ordinary person possessed. This made his strength extremely shocking. "Is this all you've got? Go to hell!" Dongfang Tianke shouted. His wings pierced through the sky like 2 divine swords, cutting through the void. "I'll kill your underlings first so that you can live a little longer." Lu Ming's cold voice rang out in Dongfang Tian's ears. Then, a pair of stone battle boots appeared and merged with Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming took a step forward and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of one of the deputy leaders. Boom! Lu Ming activated the battle character incantation, which increased his combat strength by 5 times. At the same time, he transformed into the gold-armored ancient god body. 11 types of god power burst out as he stabbed his spear toward one of the deputy leaders. Fast, too fast. With the help of the wind destroyer boots, Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. With a puff, blood splattered everywhere. The deputy leader's glabella was directly penetrated. His soul was annihilated, and he died on the spot. After killing the deputy leader, Lu Ming's figure flashed and charged toward another deputy leader. The gate of domination pressed down, and the void-breaking sword arrived first. The deputy leader was terrified and used all his strength to block the gate of domination and the void-breaking sword. However, Lu Ming had already arrived and killed him with a single spear strike. After killing 2 deputy leaders in a row, the rest of the people were terrified and quickly retreated to Dongfang Tian's side. "Lu Ming, you're courting death." Dongfang Tianke was extremely angry. He flapped his wings, bringing along violent flames that swept toward Lu Ming. Dongfang Tian's secret origin technique was the same as Dongfang Tian's. It was a pair of wings that were extremely powerful and had both speed and attack effects. At the same time, Dongfang Tianke also attacked. With a flap of his wings, countless arrows flew toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's mind moved, and a huge stone shield appeared in front of him. It was the secret origin technique, the mysterious heavenly shield. Boom, 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 the arrows bombarded the mysterious heavenly shield and were all blocked. How can this kid have so many secret techniques of origin? Dongfang Ke was shocked. So what if he has so many secret techniques of origin? Kill! Dongfang Tianke shouted as he flapped his wings. They slashed at the mysterious heavenly shield like a heavenly blade, causing the shield to let out a loud boom. Whoosh, Lu Ming's figure swayed and he appeared in front of the third deputy mountain master, kicking him. This deputy mountain master was very powerful. He had cultivated the ninth transformation of the primitive divine body and was not much weaker than Dongfang Quebec. He was also one of the top 30 on the Divine King board. He shouted angrily and threw out a punch to meet Lu Ming's kick. With a loud boom, the deputy mountain master was forced to retreat. The Wind Destroyer boots also had a strong offensive power. Son of the Sun! Lu Ming shouted softly. A huge sun emerged, erupting with dazzling brilliance. The flames between heaven and earth gathered toward the sun in a frenzy. Then, rays of light burst forth, shrouding the deputy mountain master. Lu Ming had the divine power of the sun and was not affected by the flames at all. Instead, the son of the sun was even more powerful. Ah! The light of the sun made the deputy mountain master let out a shrill cry. Damn it, Lu Ming, don't run away. Dongfang Tianke shouted as he flapped his wings and pounced on Lu Ming. He slashed forward with one of his wings and the void was split open. Flames were rolling as he slashed at Lu Ming. However, the mysterious heavenly shield appeared in front of him silently and blocked his attack. Then, the Gate of Domination, the void-shattering sword, and the heavenly demon blade all attacked Dongfang Ke and Dongfang Tianke, temporarily blocking their attacks. Lu Ming, on the other hand, attacked the deputy mountain master fiercely. Although the deputy mountain master was powerful, he was still weaker than Lu Ming. After blocking a few moves, Lu Ming's spear pierced through his head and he died on the spot. The 3 deputy mountain masters that Dongfang Tianke had brought with him were all dead. Boom! Boom! Behind him, there was a deafening roar, accompanied by a furious roar. Dongfang Sky Sparrow was indeed very powerful. With a terrifying airwave, he blasted the Tianxian shield and the heavenly demon blade away, suspending them around Lu Ming. The 6th on the Divine King board really live up to his name. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Dongfang Tianke was indeed very powerful. If he did not use his full strength, he would not be able to defeat Dongfang Tianke for a while. Boom! Just as he was thinking about it, Dongfang Heavenly Sparrow arrived. His wings were like blades, slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming brandished his spear and exchanged blows with the other party. His body shook violently and he could not help but retreat a few steps. Of course, Dongfang Heavenly Sparrow also retreated a few steps. Lu Ming held the hegemon spear in his hand and pointed it at Dongfang Tianke. In the next moment, a shocking aura erupted from the hegemon spear. A spear gleam burst forth automatically and pierced toward Dongfang Tianke at an alarming speed. Dongfang Tianke used his wings to block the spear. Boom! Dongfang Tianke's body shook and he was pushed back. At the same time, dozens of feathers flew in the air. You've severed the shackles. Your origin energy secret technique has severed the shackles. Dongfang Tianke roared in shock and disbelief. It was extremely difficult to sever the shackles with the origin energy secret technique. As far as he knew, there were only 2 or 3 people in the world who could do it. Lu Ming had also severed the shackles. That was too terrifying. Little brother, run! Dongfang Tianke shouted and turned to run. Lu Ming was already powerful. Now that he had severed the shackles with the origin energy secret technique, he knew that even if he joined forces with Dongfang Tianke, they would not be a match for Lu Ming. He quickly ran. In fact, Dongfang Tianke's reaction was faster than Dongfang Tianke's. The moment Dongfang Tianke opened his mouth, Dongfang Tianke had already turned to run. Qiuqiu, hold him back. Lu Ming waved his hand and Qiuqiu flew out. It turned into a huge battle sword and slashed at Dongfang Tianke. Boom! Qiuqiu and Dongfang Tianke exchanged blows. They were evenly matched. If they were at the same level, Qiuqiu would not be a match for Dongfang Tianke. However, after Qiuqiu swallowed the broken sword, it turned into a broken sword and had incredible attack power. When it turned into a broken sword, it could barely fight Dongfang Tianke. Lu Ming, on the other hand, charged at Dongfang Tianke. Boom! The tyrannical god spear pressed down. The void shook violently and exploded continuously. The terrifying pressure caused the ground to shake violently. Dongfang Tianke was extremely frightened. He let out a long cry and flames filled the sky. He put his wings together and slashed out. A huge flaming battle sword was formed and slashed at Lu Ming. He wanted to block the tyrannical god spear. However, when it collided with the tyrannical god spear, the flaming battle sword shook violently and exploded. From the beginning to the end, it only lasted for half a breath. The tyrannical god spear did not stop. It continued to bombard Dongfang Tian's body. Dongfang Tian's huge body fell to the ground like a meteor. He crashed heavily on the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. However, the rocks here were extremely hard. Such a terrifying attack only shattered a few rocks on the ground. However, the impact on Dongfang Tian was even greater. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and many bones in his body were broken. "Big brother," Dongfang Tian roared in fear. If Dongfang Tian died, he would not be able to live either. He let out a hysterical roar and attacked Qiuqiu crazily. However, Qiuqiu's vitality was shockingly strong. Its defense was also extremely strong. It was fine after being hit a few times. It was like a dog's skin plaster that entangled Dongfang Tian tightly. It was difficult for Dongfang Tian to escape. After Lu Ming severely injured Dongfang Tian, he did not stop. He swooped down and stabbed Dongfang Tian with his spear. Dongfang Tian was terrified. He tried his best to block and move sideways to avoid Lu Ming's attack. However, his defense was broken through by the tyrannical god spear. Now, Lu Ming had pushed his strength to the limit. He had reached the peak in history and had completely surpassed Dongfang Tian. Puff, in the end, Dongfang Tian avoided the fatal blow to his head. However, his body was penetrated by the spear. The destructive force exploded in Dongfang Tian's body. Dongfang Tian's body exploded continuously. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Dongfang Tian screamed in pain. Then, his body shrunk rapidly. He turned into a small sparrow that was only a meter long and flew away in fear. He turned into a small sparrow and tried to dodge Lu Ming's attack with agility. However, Lu Ming had the wind-extinguishing boots and the Garuda technique. Dongfang Tian was severely injured. How could he escape? Lu Ming took a few steps forward and caught up with Dongfang Tian. Then, he stabbed his spear. This time, Dongfang Tian could not dodge. He let out an unwilling roar. His 1-meter-long body was no different from an ant in Lu Ming's current state. The tip of the tyrannical god spear could completely envelop him. Bam! Dongfang Tian was stabbed by the tip of the spear and let out a cry of agony. His entire body exploded and his soul was destroyed. Dongfang Tian was dead. Dongfang Tian was even more terrified after Dongfang Tian's death. He was careless and was almost hit by Qiuqiu's battle sword. However, he was still hit by the sword and hundreds of feathers fell to the ground. Lu Ming moved and appeared not far away from Dongfang Tian like a flash of light. "Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to swear on my life origin to be loyal to you forever." Dongfang Tian roared. He was really scared. Even his elder brother was dead. He could only die. He could not figure out why Lu Ming was so terrifying. When he fought with Lu Ming more than a decade ago, although Lu Ming was strong, he was only slightly stronger than him. He was far from being this powerful. Lu Ming had already severed the shackles of the Origin Source secret skill. He was sure that Lu Ming did not sever the shackles of the Origin Source secret skill more than a decade ago. Otherwise, he would have been killed more than a decade ago. In just a decade, Lu Ming had achieved such shocking results. He must have gotten a great opportunity. "Swear loyalty to me." "I'm sorry, but it's better to send someone like you on your way," Lu Ming said coldly. Dongfang Tian was definitely from a powerful force. He did not want to complicate matters. Killing him was the safest thing to do. Whoosh, Lu Ming attacked. The tyrant god spear stabbed toward Dongfang Tian. At the same time, Qiuqiu joined in as well. Dongfang Tian did not stand a chance. He barely managed to block 2 moves before he died on the spot. Dongfang Tian and the other 4 were all dead. Then, Lu Ming's body flashed and 5 storage rings appeared in his hand. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. These were the storage rings of Dongfang Tianke and the others. Dongfang Tianke and Dongfang Tianke were the leaders of their respective mountains. How many primordial divine crystals would they have? Lu Ming remembered clearly that the 3 deputy mountain masters of Qitong Mountain had contributed more than 30 million primordial divine crystals to Lu Ming. As the mountain chieftain, Dongfang Ke's net worth was definitely more than the 3 deputy mountain chieftains. In addition, there was also Dongfang Tianke, who was ranked 6th, and the 3 vice mountain masters. The primordial divine crystals inside were absolutely astonishing. Lu Ming merely used his spiritual sense to sweep over, and he saw primordial divine crystals piled up like a mountain. Ha ha ha, awesome. Lu Ming didn't count them in detail because he didn't have time. He just put away the storage ring first. Cho turned back into a bracelet on Lu Ming's wrist, and Lu Ming charged into the depths of the 14 famed mountains. It was very peaceful later on. Nothing happened. Lu Ming spent about an entire day before he arrived at the main peak of the 14th mountain. There was not a single person. It was quiet, as if everyone had disappeared without a trace. Soon enough, Lu Ming knew what was going on. He circled the main peak and discovered a huge cave. This cave was too huge. It was 5,000 kilometers wide, and shockingly tens of thousands of kilometers tall. It was like the cave of a huge beast. It was pitch black inside, and he didn't know where it led to. Everyone should have entered this cave. Lu Ming muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he stepped out and charged into the cave. The cave was very long. Lu Ming walked forward for a full hour. Then, there were 2 forks in the road. Lu Ming frowned. The 2 forks were exactly the same, and he couldn't see any difference. How was he supposed to choose? He could only choose one at random. In the end, Lu Ming chose one at random and ran forward. However, before long, 2 more forks appeared before him. They were exactly the same, and he couldn't tell them apart. Lu Ming could only choose one at random, just like before. However, after walking for a while, he encountered another 2 forks. Lu Ming frowned. Was there no end to this? However, he was helpless. There was no better way, so he could only continue forward. Just like that, Lu Ming went through 7 forks and finally reached the end. Yes, it was really the end. There was no road ahead. There was a wall in front of him, and it was broken. I don't believe it. Lu Ming punched the wall in front of him, and there was a violent boom. However, there was no trace of the wall at all. Not even a crack appeared. What a hard rock. How can it be so hard? Lu Ming was shocked. The rocks of the famed mountain were indeed incomparably hard and difficult to destroy. However, with Lu Ming's strength, he could still shatter some rocks. But here, his punch didn't leave a single mark on the rock. This was unusual. Let's try again. The Overlord spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he stabbed the rock wall. Boom, the wall shook again, but the Overlord spear also shook violently and bent into an arc. However, there was still no trace of the wall. Still no trace. This is too hard. Let's try on both sides. Lu Ming stabbed the wall on both sides with the Overlord spear. However, the result was the same. The wall was immortal, and there was no trace left. Could this be a maze? Lu Ming frowned. In this situation, he could only return to the nearest fork and walk along another path. On the way, Lu Ming also experimented. He used the Overlord spear to bombard the wall, but there was still no trace left. Lu Ming could only give up. It seemed that it was impossible to destroy the wall. He could only find a way. Sure enough, not long after he moved forward, there was another fork in the road. This time, there were 3 paths in front of him. Lu Ming casually chose a path and kept moving forward. After passing through a few forks in the road, he reached the end and saw a wall. Lu Ming was helpless and could only return to the previous fork. Something's not right. When Lu Ming returned to the previous fork, his face changed greatly. He clearly remembered that this was a 3-forked road before, but now, it had become a 5-forked road. The most important thing was that the path he came from before had disappeared. How could he get out? This was a moving maze. Each path was constantly changing. In other words, if he couldn't find the exit, he wouldn't even have a way out. The most important thing was that Lu Ming didn't even know which path he had just taken. Because if he went forward and went back, the path he took just now might have changed. Moreover, the wall was incomparably hard. He couldn't leave a mark. How could he do this? If I can't leave a mark, I can at least leave an item. Lu Ming took out an ordinary divine crystal and threw it at the intersection he had just walked through. This way, as long as there was a mark at the intersection he had walked through, he would know that he had walked through it. As long as he didn't walk through it, he would walk out sooner or later. However, what made him dumbfounded was that when the divine crystal fell to the ground, the rock actually squirmed and swallowed the divine crystal. Then, the rock returned to its original state. You can't do this. Lu Ming was speechless. He took out another piece of divine crystal, but the result was the same. I don't believe it. Let's try something else. Then, Lu Ming took out a fragment of a divine weapon and threw it on the ground. The result was the same. It was swallowed by the ground. He took out the refining materials, medicinal herbs, and medicinal pills. No matter what he took out, as long as he threw it on the ground, it would be swallowed. This place doesn't allow people to make marks. Am I supposed to rely on my luck? If I'm lucky, I'll be able to get out, but if I'm unlucky, I'll be trapped here? Lu Ming was speechless. In the end, Lu Ming could only brace himself and move forward. Just like that, Lu Ming walked around in circles for 10 days, but he still couldn't find the exit. On this day, when Lu Ming came to a fork in the road, his body suddenly flashed. 2 figures appeared in front of Lu Ming and blocked his way. Finally, one of you is here. Hee hee, another mark. One of the young men sneered and stared at Lu Ming. You don't know me? Lu Ming was surprised. Do we have to know you? You're just a 7th heaven divine king. Do you think we know you? The other young man said disdainfully. It seemed that not everyone had seen Lu Ming before. By the way, you said there would be another mark. What do you mean? Lu Ming asked. It's okay to tell you. This maze will swallow everything, so it's impossible to make a mark. However, it won't swallow living things. So, as long as we beat you half to death, seal your cultivation, and throw you at a fork in the road, won't there be another mark? One of the young men explained. Yeah, that's a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? Lu Ming clapped his hands. He had thought wrongly before and thought of marking things. He didn't expect to use living things as a mark. That's right. If the wall swallowed living things, wouldn't he be swallowed too? Kid, do you understand now? Be a good boy and be a mark. We'll go easy on you. A young man laughed sinisterly as he and another young man rushed towards Lu Ming. Then, a loud rumbling noise sounded. After a few breaths of time, 2 youths held in grief. They each laid on a fork in the road, their faces bruised and swollen. They couldn't move at all. Lu Ming clapped his hands and said, Be a good symbol. Lu Ming smiled and walked towards an unmarked intersection. Not long after, Lu Ming came to another fork in the road. To his surprise, he discovered that there was a young man lying on the ground at one of the junctions. His eyes were rolled back weakly. Obviously, many people had already thought of this idea and started to use people as markers. After seeing Lu Ming, the young man hurriedly shouted, Brother, save me, save me. Don't worry about being a mark. With your cultivation base, you might get killed if you fight for the opportunity. I'm doing this for your own good, Lu Ming said earnestly before walking towards an unmarked intersection. Sure enough, he found that he would often see some markers at the next fork in the road. Of course, there were also some ignorant people who wanted to make a move on Lu Ming and make Lu Ming a mark. In the end, they ended up becoming a mark themselves. Of course, not everyone wanted to make a move on Lu Ming. Some people knew Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming, their expressions changed and they turned to run. Just like that, Lu Ming wandered around for another 10 days. As time passed, more and more markers appeared at the forks. There were hundreds of thousands of people entering the maze this time. Although the maze was huge, it was impossible for there to be so many intersections. Therefore, in the end, all the intersections that were not accessible were marked out. Lu Ming walked more and more smoothly and his speed became faster and faster. After another day, Lu Ming finally saw light. In front of him, he saw the exit. Lu Ming was overjoyed and strode towards the exit. Out of the cave, there was a huge platform. In front of the platform, there was an abyss. Below the abyss, there was a scorching aura. He could even see the flames dancing. But these flames were pure black and looked like demonic flames. Above the abyss, there was a stone bridge that led to the front. At the end of the bridge, there was a young man standing with his hands behind his back, blocking the bridge. Around the platform, there were many young men, at least 1,000 of them. These people were angrily staring at the young man, but they did not dare to make a move because the young man was Morong Chiu Shui. Morong Chiu Shui, you've been blocking this bridge, what is your meaning? If you don't want to cross the bridge, then don't block us. The second-ranked Feng Qingxue shouted. That's right, Morong Chiu Shui, move aside. Although you are strong, there are so many of us, you are not a match for us. The third-ranked Six-Min Mountain's mountain master coldly said. Of all the people present, only they dared to talk to Morong Chiu Shui like this. I am waiting for someone. When I see someone, you can naturally go over. Morong Chiu Shui lightly said. What does it matter to us that you are waiting for someone? Move aside. Feng Qingxue loudly shouted, her aura becoming stronger. Coming. At this time, Morong Chiu Shui opened his mouth and looked at the entrance of the maze. Everyone's eyes couldn't help looking over and they found that it was Lu Ming. It's him. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like Morong Chiu Shui was waiting for Lu Ming and wanted to kill Lu Ming here. Little brat, you're finally here. This is the place I chose for you to be buried. How about it? Are you satisfied? Morong Chiu Shui indifferently said. He walked towards Lu Ming and moved aside from the bridge. Let's go. When Morong Chiu Shui moved aside, there were people who charged towards the stone bridge. It was very calm and there was nothing strange. These people quickly crossed the stone bridge and disappeared on the other side. Let's go too. Feng Qingxue, the Six-Min Mountain's mountain master, and the others all moved, charging towards the stone bridge. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Ming and Morong Chiu Shui were left on the platform. This time, Morong Chiu Shui was not in a rush. This was because he was the first one to pass through the maze and he had already crossed the stone bridge, entering the other side. But the other side was not calm. If he wanted to pass, it would not be easy. Letting these people pass first would save him some energy. It wouldn't be too late for him to rush over after killing Lu Ming. Then let's see if you have the skills. The Tyrant God Spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. At the same time, Lu Ming activated the battle character art to increase his battle strength by 5 times. His body began to grow as he turned into a golden-armored ancient god. Facing Morong Chiu Shui, Lu Ming did not dare be careless. He used his full strength as soon as he attacked. At the same time, Morong Chiu Shui also released his primordial divine body, turning it into 6 arms. He looked very dignified, just like a Buddha. Streams of water appeared, turning into 6 flying daggers. Kill. This time, before Morong Chiu Shui could make a move, Lu Ming made a move first. He had already activated the battle character art to increase his battle strength by 5 times. The wind-extinguishing boots appeared and fused with Lu Ming's feet, increasing Lu Ming's speed to its peak. A spear glow flew out, stabbing at Morong Chiu Shui's forehead. Lu Ming's spear stabbed at Morong Chiu Shui's forehead as fast as lightning. But before the spear could reach him, a flying dagger flew out from Morong Chiu Shui's hand. Fast, too fast. Lu Ming had never seen an attack faster than this. Even if it was Emperor Sword One's sword, it still wouldn't be enough. Dang, the flying dagger collided with the spear and released a terrifying explosion. The Overlord God Spear trembled and buzzed without stopping. Shoo, shoo, shoo. At the same time, the 5 flying daggers in Morong Chiu Shui's other 5 hands also shot out. They turned into 5 bolts of lightning and shot at Lu Ming's forehead, throat, and heart. Profound Sky Shield. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and the Profound Sky Shield appeared in front of him, blocking his entire body. However, the 5 flying daggers actually made a turn and flew behind Lu Ming to launch an attack. Void Shattering Sword, Ruler's Gate, Heavenly Demon Blade. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and several origin secret techniques appeared, flying at the 5 flying daggers. At the same time, the Overlord God spear wildly swept behind him. Hong, hong, hong. With a series of explosions, the 5 flying daggers were all blocked. So many origin secret techniques, it seems like your cultivation technique is not small. Not bad, not only can I obtain the life soul source stone by killing you, I can also obtain your cultivation technique, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Morong Qiao Shui's cold voice sounded and his killing intent became even stronger. His aura became stronger and his divine power became brighter. Finally, a flying dagger appeared. This flying dagger was no longer condensed from water, but rather a stone dagger. It released an ancient aura. This was Morong Qiao Shui's origin secret technique. But it did not stop there. After the first flying dagger appeared, a second one appeared, and then a third one appeared. In the end, there were actually 9 stone flying daggers that appeared around Morong Qiao Shui. 9 kinds of origin secret techniques? No, it's just one. Lu Ming's eyes opened wide in shock. In the beginning, he thought that Morong Qiao Shui had 9 kinds of origin secret techniques, but looking carefully, he found that this wasn't right. The 9 flying daggers came from the same source and were clearly the same origin secret technique. Could this be a saber formation? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He instinctively felt that these 9 flying daggers must be very powerful. Most people would only awaken one origin secret skill, such as Lu Ming's Gate of Domination, Hegemon Spear, Heavenly Demon Blade, Tianxian Shield, and so on. However, there was no rule stating that one could only awaken one origin source secret technique. Origin secret techniques were just a type of secret technique. Secret techniques were ever-changing. For example, the wind extinguishing boots only had 2 pieces. It wasn't surprising that there were 9 of them. Lu Ming had heard that there were some origin source secret techniques that could be used to form a sword formation or even an army. Generally, those kinds of secret techniques were very powerful. Have a taste of my immortal slaying flying saber. Kill! Morong Qiao Shui roared out. With a wave of his hand, 9 flying daggers flew out at Lu Ming. It was as if they pierced through space and appeared in front of Lu Ming in a flash. Lu Ming didn't dare be careless. He controlled various origin source secret techniques to fly out, wanting to block the immortal slaying flying saber. The void-shattering sword was the fastest. In a flash, it collided with one of the immortal slaying flying saber, exploding with a terrifying explosion. The void-shattering sword trembled and was sent flying back. Then it was the heavenly devil blade, the immemorial dragon god's horn, and the others. They collided with the immortal slaying flying saber and were sent flying back one by one. Dang, Lu Ming stabbed out with the Hegemon spear and collided with one of the immortal slaying flying saber. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying power surging towards Lu Ming. His body trembled and he couldn't help retreating. It really is a saber formation. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The 9 flying daggers were arranged in a mysterious position. The power of each flying dagger was shockingly strong. Xiao, the remaining flying daggers flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the profound sky shield and the Gate of Sovereigns to protect his body. Dang, 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 the immortal slaying flying saber collided with the profound sky shield and the Gate of Sovereigns, causing a terrifying explosion. It shook violently as if they would explode at any time. Whoosh, Lu Ming's body was sent flying back by the powerful force. Morong Qiao Shui is indeed the number 1 on the God King list. The origin source secret technique, flying saber formation, is too powerful. Dongfang Tianke is no match for this saber formation. Lu Ming's mind was racing, but the other party's flying daggers did not stop attacking. They collided with Lu Ming's origin secret skill. Lu Ming was blasted back by the powerful force until he retreated to the edge of the abyss. It seems like I have to activate the true power of the Hegemon spear. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a cold glint. He planned to activate the power of the Hegemon spear after severing a shackle. Lu Ming, there's no need to fight to the death with him. Take a step back first. The demon fire below the abyss is useful to me, but it can't hurt you. At this moment, Bone Demon's voice sounded. The demon fire is useful to you? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he immediately understood Bone Demon's meaning. The demon fire was a terrifying flame that could burn a person's body and soul. The abyss was filled with this kind of flame. With their cultivation below the divine monarch realm, they would definitely die if they went down. However, Bone Demon said that the demon fire was useful to him and it couldn't hurt Lu Ming. His meaning was very simple. He wanted Lu Ming to go down first and let Morong Qiao Shui think that Lu Ming was dead. Then Lu Ming would follow behind and watch the tigers fight. He would let the other prodigies compete with each other while he reaped the benefits. To be honest, Morong Qiao Shui was very strong. It was said that the top 3 people on the God King list all had their origin secret technique severed a shackle. Morong Qiao Shui clearly hadn't activated this power yet, otherwise it would be even more shocking. Even if Lu Ming activated the power of the Hegemon spear, he might not be able to beat Morong Qiao Shui. This was a true peerless prodigy that came from a large race in the universe. To be recognized by the Life Spirit Source Stone, how could he be weak? Lu Ming's cultivation was 2 levels lower and this was his biggest weakness. Brat, hand over the Life Spirit Source Stone and the cultivation technique you cultivate. Otherwise, I'll throw you into the abyss and let you die without a burial. Morong Qiao Shui coldly shouted. If you want to make a move, then make your move. Stop wasting words. Lu Ming coldly said. You're seeking death. Morong Qiao Shui angrily roared, but he still hesitated. If he threw Lu Ming into the abyss, he wouldn't be able to obtain anything. But at this time, Lu Ming suddenly hit a flying dagger with his spear and there was a loud explosion. Lu Ming's body shook and he was sent flying above the abyss. When Lu Ming flew above the abyss, there was a powerful force that swept over Lu Ming and directly pulled Lu Ming into the abyss. No, damn it. Morong Qiao Shui angrily roared as he watched Lu Ming fall into the abyss and disappear. He wasn't worried about Lu Ming's safety, but rather he couldn't obtain the Life Spirit Source Stone and cultivation technique from Lu Ming. This made him very angry. At this moment, he hated Lu Ming to the bone. If he wanted to die, then he should have died. Why didn't he give him the Life Spirit Source Stone and cultivation technique? No matter, the Life Soul Source Stone fragments are peerless treasures, a trivial demon Azura's flame can't destroy them. You go and fight for the primordial divine spirit's blood first, I'll think of a way to let you enter the demon Azura's flame and obtain the other party's Life Soul Source Stone fragments. A voice came from Morong Qiao Shui's body. This voice came from the Life Soul Source Stone spirit in his body. Alright, we can only do this for now. Morong Qiao Shui nodded. His face was gloomy as killing intent flickered. Then he stepped onto the stone bridge and left this place. Lu Ming was swept away by a power and couldn't help falling into the abyss. Immediately, the demon Azura's flame enveloped him, causing intense pain to come from Lu Ming's body, as if he was being torn apart. Bone Demon, the fire is burning your butt, quickly block the demon Azura's flame. Lu Ming quickly sent a voice transmission to Bone Demon. No rush, the demon Azura's flame has a very good tempering effect on the divine body and soul. Your primordial divine body has been improving too quickly during this time, so it's a good time to polish it. At the same time, it's also beneficial to your soul, increasing its strength. Bone Demon's voice came out. Lu Ming was speechless, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Soon, the demon Azura's flame enveloped Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's flame seeped into Lu Ming's body and even into Lu Ming's soul. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and opened the frightening feather painting, allowing the demon Azura's flame to envelop his soul. Zzz suddenly, there was the sound of barbecuing. Lu Ming took in a cold breath. It was too painful, Lu Ming almost roared out. Luckily, Lu Ming held back in the end. Soon, Lu Ming fell to the bottom of the abyss. More and more demon Azura's flame gathered around Lu Ming, becoming denser and denser. Lu Ming's body began to emit a burnt smell. Bone Demon, I can't take it anymore. The flames are too strong, if this continues, I'll be burned to ashes. Lu Ming shouted. The demon Azura's flame was too strong, it exceeded the range he could resist. Let me. Bone Devil's voice came out, and then it flew out from Lu Ming's forehead. His entire body was made up of pitch-black bones. At this moment, there seemed to be an attractive force. The surrounding Mo Luo's fire was constantly gathering towards the Bone Demon's body. The Mo Luo's fire enveloping Lu Ming's body naturally became much fainter. Finally, it was within Lu Ming's tolerance range. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief and silently endured the test of Mara's fire. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lu Ming felt that many impurities had been burned out of his god body. His body had become much purer. The biggest change was in his soul. At this moment, Lu Ming's soul was radiant. It was at least twice as strong as before. In just 3 short days, his soul had improved so much. The effects were truly astonishing. But as time went on, the effect became worse and worse, as if his soul had already gotten used to the burning of the fire of Mara. With the improvement of his soul, Lu Ming felt his mind become much clearer. Even his perception seemed to have improved. The soul was the foundation of a person. It's been 3 days, it's about time. Any later and this opportunity will be snatched away by others, Lu Ming said to Bone Devil. In these 3 days, Bone Devil had absorbed a large amount of azure flames. The azure flames in this abyss were almost completely absorbed by Bone Devil. At least 80% of it had been absorbed. Bone Devil had undergone a great change. His bones had become smoother and brighter, looking very solid. Especially in his eye sockets, there were 2 balls of flames dancing like 2 small suns. Obviously, Bone Devil's harvest this time was great. Good, let's go. There seems to be a passage in front, Bone Devil said. Then, he turned into a ray of light and flew back into Lu Ming's forehead, hiding in the frightening feather painting. Lu Ming walked towards one side of the abyss. Soon, he saw a wall. Under the wall, there was a cave. It was a passage. Lu Ming stepped into the passage. Strangely enough, when Lu Ming stepped into the passage, the azure flames completely disappeared. It had been isolated by some kind of energy. Lu Ming increased his speed and rushed along the passage. Careful! Bone Devil suddenly warned him. At the same time, Lu Ming also felt a powerful pressure coming from the side. At the same time, he heard a fierce whistling sound. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he retreated. With a bang, a sword slashed at the place where Lu Ming had just stepped. Boom! Following that, a 3-meter-tall figure appeared not far from Lu Ming. A puppet. Lu Ming's gaze changed. This was clearly a puppet made of bronze. It held a bronze sword and coldly stared at Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Following that, more and more bronze puppets appeared on both sides of the passage. They seemed to have directly charged out of the passage's walls. There were a total of 18 of them, and they coldly stared at Lu Ming. Come! Lu Ming clenched his hand, and the tyrant god spear appeared. At the same time, he activated the battle art. As if sensing Lu Ming's battle intent, 2 of the bronze puppets took a step forward. The ground rumbled, and their 3-meter-tall figures charged at Lu Ming. Their 2-meter-long bronze swords slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming brandished the tyrant god spear and swept it out, colliding with the 2 bronze swords. Buzz! The tyrant god spear violently vibrated, and Lu Ming felt a terrifying energy charge at him. Lu Ming couldn't help retreating 2 steps. It's so strong? Lu Ming's face changed. The strength of the 2 bronze puppets was shockingly strong. Without a doubt, they were peak divine kings. However, their strength was so strong that an ordinary peak divine king would probably be killed in one strike. Swoosh! After the 2 bronze puppets repelled Lu Ming, they didn't stop attacking and continued to charge at Lu Ming. Fortunately, the passage wasn't big. At most, there could only be 3 or 4 bronze puppets attacking at the same time. However, there was a huge problem for Lu Ming, and that was that he couldn't use his ancient god body. The passage here was at most 10 meters tall, and his ancient god body couldn't be used at all. If he really used it, he would probably be squeezed to death. With a boom, Lu Ming's aura became stronger. He successfully activated the battle art. His strength increased by 5 times, and he swung his spear twice, clashing with the bronze swords. However, this time, Lu Ming didn't retreat and successfully blocked the attacks of the 2 bronze puppets. Following that, Lu Ming launched a counterattack. The tyrant god spear vibrated, and a long spear river appeared, enveloping the 2 bronze puppets. Countless small spear lights bombarded the bronze puppets, but something happened that made Lu Ming's face change. Those spear lights bombarded the bronze puppets' bodies, producing clanking sounds, but the bronze puppets were unharmed. They didn't break through the defense. What a shocking defense! Lu Ming frowned. At this moment, it seemed that the two bronze puppets had fallen below, and another two bronze puppets charged over. A total of 4 bronze puppets waved their bronze swords, splitting the long spear river. 4 bronze puppets charged towards Lu Ming, breaking through the long river of spear Dao and slashing down towards Lu Ming. Come out! Lu Ming's heart stirred and the void-shattering sword flew out. In a flash, it appeared beside a bronze puppet and slashed down. With a clang, the void-shattering sword was repelled and only a shallow mark was left on the bronze puppet's body. The void-shattering sword won't work either. Lu Ming muttered as he retreated, dodging the attacks of the bronze puppets. However, the 4 bronze puppets chased after him relentlessly. I can't use the ancient god body here, so I can only activate the power of the Overlord God Spear. Lu Ming muttered, and then his divine power erupted. The Overlord God Spear trembled slightly and erupted with a terrifying power. The power of the Overlord God Spear after severing the shackles was completely stimulated by Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust his spear towards a bronze puppet, deflecting the opponent's battle sword and piercing the bronze puppet's chest. Boom! The Overlord God Spear's power erupted, and the bronze puppet's chest exploded, creating a large hole. Its body was also sent flying. It's broken! Lu Ming was overjoyed. As long as he could break through the opponent's defense, he could defeat them. Then, the wind-extinguishing boots appeared and merged with Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming's figure flashed and dodged the attacks of several bronze puppets. Then, he swept his spear and heavily struck a bronze puppet's body. The bronze puppet was sent flying and crashed into the wall of the passage, creating a violent explosion. The place where he was struck by the long spear also exploded, and his body was almost split into 2. Then, Lu Ming's spear continuously swept out, bombarding several puppets. These puppets were sent flying one after another. However, these puppets were not crippled. After being sent flying, they struggled to get up and charged towards Lu Ming. But after a while, he was sent flying again. Furthermore, Lu Ming was attacking the same spot where he had attacked previously. After 2 consecutive attacks, the bronze puppet finally could not take it anymore. There was a huge hole in its chest that was penetrated from the front to the back. It staggered a few times and fell to the ground. The other was struck by the Tyrant God Spear twice in a row. His body was split into 2 and he was crippled. The other 2 weren't any better. 4 of the bronze puppets were crippled, but the other bronze puppets continued to attack Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion rang out in this tunnel. A moment later, the place was filled with a pile of broken bronze. The 18 bronze puppets were all defeated. Following that, Lu Ming continued to move forward. On the road behind him, Lu Ming would be attacked by bronze puppets from time to time. However, after the Tyrant God Spear severed a shackle, its attack power was astonishing and it destroyed these puppets one by one. Lu Ming had traveled for roughly 1,000 miles and destroyed at least 100 bronze puppets. Finally, Lu Ming made it through the tunnel and arrived at a platform. In front of the platform, there was a flight of stairs. At the top of the stairs was a stone door. The stone door was incomparably tall, tens of thousands of miles high. Even if Lu Ming transformed into a gold-armored ancient god, he still couldn't compare. I'm almost at the end. Where does this stone door lead to? Lu Ming was very curious. He walked up the stairs and arrived at the stone door. He pushed with all his strength, but the stone door didn't budge at all. Boom! Lu Ming activated the battle character art and transformed into a gold-armored ancient god body. He continued to push with all his strength, but it still didn't budge. I don't believe it. Break for me. Lu Ming condensed the Tyrant God Spear and attacked the stone door. The stone door only trembled slightly, but there wasn't a single mark on it. Even when Lu Ming activated the Tyrant God Spear's full power, he still didn't leave a single mark on it. I can't open it at all. It seems this path is different. I can only go back and return to the abyss. Lu Ming was speechless. He had spent so much effort, but he had actually taken a dead end. No, there's writing here. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He saw a stone tablet at the bottom right of the stone door. However, the stone tablet was too small. Compared to the stone door, it was just a tiny bit. Lu Ming had overlooked it before. Lu Ming undid his ancient god body and returned to his normal state. He walked in front of the stone tablet. Place all the puppets under the stone door. The door will open. There was only one line of words on the stone tablet. All the puppets? Are they the puppets I defeated before? Lu Ming muttered. He quickly used his movement technique and returned to where he came from. Fortunately, those puppets were still there. They had been torn apart by Lu Ming and were scattered all over the passage. Lu Ming hurriedly took out an empty storage ring and put all the puppet remains into the storage ring. After returning to where he came from and putting away all the puppet remains, Lu Ming returned to the door. With a wave of his hand, all of the puppet corpses fell to the ground below the gate. The gate immediately began to move, and a ray of light spread out, enveloping the puppet corpses. The puppet corpses then flew into the gate and disappeared. It can't be recycling, right? Lu Ming muttered. He guessed that it really was recycling. Once these puppet remains were collected, it wouldn't be long before another group of lively bronze puppets appeared in that passage. Crack, finally, a sound came from the door, and it slowly opened. Lu Ming looked over and was startled. Behind the door was a huge mountain. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and charged out. He immediately found himself at the peak of the mountain. Boom! Boom, boom! Lu Ming heard intense rumbling as soon as he appeared on the mountain. It was as if there was an intense battle going on around the mountain. What's going on? Let's go and have a look. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and went to the side of the mountain. He looked down. There was a path that stretched from the foot of the mountain to the top. Lu Ming saw a group of people fighting with a group of strange wild beasts. Feng Qingxue. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The person in front of the group was a beautiful woman. She was Feng Qingxue, ranked second on the Divine King list. Many wild beasts attacked them from all directions. These wild beasts looked like divine dragons, but Lu Ming could tell that they were not divine dragons, but dragon beasts. There were all kinds of dragon beasts, including flood dragons, savage dragons, demonic dragons, and so on. These dragon beasts were very similar to divine dragons. They were covered in scales and had only 4 claws on their abdomens. They roared and attacked Feng Qingxue and the other geniuses. Feng Qingxue was very strong. She held a long sword in her hand. Every time she slashed, a dragon beast would be killed. Blood stained the hillside. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened. He saw something strange. After the dragon beasts died, a wisp of blood chi flew to the top of the mountain from each dragon beast. Although it was only a wisp, 100 times thinner than a strand of hair, Lu Ming still noticed it. Every dragon beast had a wisp of blood chi flying to the top of the mountain. Feng Qingxue was very strong, but the mountain was very big, and there were countless dragon beasts. The dragon beasts kept charging at Feng Qingxue. Feng Qingxue wanted to climb to the top, but it was very slow. She had to kill many dragon beasts before she could move 10 meters forward. Every time a dragon was killed, a wisp of blood chi would fly to the top of the mountain. Lu Ming followed the blood chi and finally found an altar in the middle of the mountain. All the blood chi was flying toward the altar. Lu Ming walked over and found a drop of blood floating in the middle of the altar. All the blood chi was gathered in this drop of blood. Roar! As soon as Lu Ming approached, a loud roar could be heard from the blood. A vast and rich ancient aura surged toward him, filled with terrifying oppression. It was as if it was high and mighty, the ancestor of all life. It wanted to make people kneel down and submit to it. The blood of the primordial divine spirit. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was sure that it was the blood of the primordial divine spirit. It turned out that the blood of the primordial divine spirit did not just exist. It gathered the power of the blood chi. Lu Ming understood that the blood of the primordial divine spirit had probably spread out and evolved into countless dragon beasts that were scattered all over the mountain. The dragon beasts that Feng Qingxue had killed earlier had a trace of the blood of the primordial divine spirit in them. After killing the dragon beasts, the power of the blood would be absorbed by the altar and gathered here, eventually becoming a drop of blood of the primordial divine spirit. At this moment, it seemed that a lot of blood qi had gathered. Roar! Roar! The roars of the dragon beasts could be heard from all directions, as well as the sounds of a great battle. Lu Ming walked in another direction and discovered another path. A group of elites was fighting with the dragon beasts. The young man at the front was the leader of Six-Min Mountain, who ranked third on the Divine King list. Just like Feng Qingxue, every time they killed a dragon, a wisp of blood qi would gather at the altar and become a part of the drop of blood. Following which, Lu Ming came to another direction. There was another road and a group of youths was charging forward with all their might. The person in front was also a mountain lord. Lu Ming stood at the top of the mountain and circled around. He found a total of 9 paths, each of which was filled with fighting. This fellow Morong Xiaoshui, he really is powerful. On a road, Lu Ming found Morong Xiaoshui. Morong Xiaoshui was very strong and was far ahead. He was already halfway up the mountain and the number of dragon beasts that had died at his hands was innumerable. 9 flying daggers circled around his body. Every time they flew out, a dragon beast would be killed. He kept pushing forward. Not only were the people on this path incomparable to him, but even on other paths, such as Feng Qingxue and the others, there was a certain gap between them and him. Climbing this mountain is like a test. Lu Ming finally understood. There were a total of 9 paths on this mountain. The geniuses who had come here would head to the top of the mountain from these 9 paths. They killed their way up, and the bloodlines of the dragons that were killed would be gathered together to form the blood of the original gods. Whoever reached the top of the mountain first would be able to obtain the blood of the primordial god. It seems like now is not the time to take the primordial god's blood. The more dragon beast bloodlines gathered, the better. I should wait. These people would never dream that I would already be at the top of the mountain. It seems like Morong Xiaoshui will be the first to reach the top. I wonder what kind of expression he will have when he reaches the top and sees me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. He was looking forward to it. Lu Ming silently waited at the top of the mountain. Morong Xiaoshui and the others did not notice that there was an extra person at the top of the mountain. Time slowly passed and Morong Xiaoshui became braver as he fought, slowly approaching the top of the mountain. The others were also fighting with all their strength, using all their methods. They wanted to be the first to reach the top and obtain the primordial god's blood. As more and more dragon beasts were killed, more and more blood was gathered. The drop of primordial god's blood became more and more resplendent and the ancient aura became stronger and stronger. Lu Ming couldn't help being shocked. At the same time, his eyes burned with passion. If he could refine this drop of primordial god's blood, his primordial god's body would change. He would be able to refine his own drop of primordial god's blood and his primordial god's body would enter another level. After half an hour, Morong Xiaoshui's body was covered in blood as he finally reached the top of the mountain. It's about time, Lu Ming said in a low voice. Then he arrived beside the drop of primordial god's blood and reached out to grab it. Roar! A fierce roar came from the primordial god's blood, just like a dragon's roar. That's right, Lu Ming could see a very small dragon inside this drop of primordial god's blood. It was roaring at Lu Ming. A strong repulsive force repelled Lu Ming, preventing Lu Ming from approaching. You still want to resist? It's just a drop of blood, come in for me. Lu Ming roared and forcefully grabbed it, wanting to put it into his storage ring. Roar, 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 instantly, a fierce roar came from the primordial god's blood. It resounded through the clouds and shook the entire mountain. What's going on? Why is there a fierce roar coming from the top of the mountain? Has someone already reached the top? Damn, it must be Morong Xiaoshui. Feng Qingxue and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. But they did not know that Morong Xiaoshui's face was even uglier. He had not reached the top yet, so why was there such a loud roar coming from the top? What was going on? Had someone reached the top before him? Impossible. Morong Xiaoshui angrily roared. He did not believe that someone could reach the top before him. Kill! He roared and wildly attacked. The dragons in front of him were killed one after another. At this moment, Lu Ming's hand was getting closer and closer to the primordial god's blood. Just as he was about to grab it, the drop of primordial god's blood suddenly wriggled and turned into a small sharp sword. With a slash, it cut open Lu Ming's hand. Then it merged with Lu Ming's blood and drilled into Lu Ming's body. It directly drilled into my body. Lu Ming was a little stunned. He wanted to put it away and slowly refine it. How did it merge with his blood and enter his body? Lu Ming. At this moment, an angry and unbelievable roar rang out. Morong Qiu Shui had rushed to the top of the mountain and saw Lu Ming put away the primordial god's blood. His eyes opened wide and filled with disbelief. Wasn't Lu Ming pushed into the abyss filled with the demon flame? Why wasn't he dead yet? And he had reached the top of the mountain before him? What was going on? Then, he saw the door, and in an instant, he understood. There was another way to reach this place. It turned out that his life and death struggle had all been for nothing. It had all been taken advantage of by Lu Ming. He almost spat out blood and went crazy. Morong Qiu Shui was so angry that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were filled with pain. It was as disgusting as eating a dead rat. He had planned everything and fought to the death, but in the end it had all been taken advantage of by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, die for me! Morong Qiu Shui angrily roared as his handsome face twisted. With a roar, he charged at Lu Ming. But Lu Ming was already prepared. His figure flashed as he charged through the door. He never thought that the moment he charged through the door would quickly close. It closed so quickly that Morong Qiu Shui did not even have time to charge through. Morong Qiu Shui, I have to thank you for this. If it wasn't for you pushing me into the abyss of the demon flame, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the primordial divine blood so easily. Lu Ming stood behind the door as he spoke with a smile of disdain. As soon as his voice fell, the door also closed with a gotcha sound. Hong, on the other side, Morong Qiu Shui wildly charged forward, slamming his fist into the door. The door made a loud sound, but there was not a single mark left on it. Damn! Morong Qiu Shui angrily roared as his face turned fierce. 9 throwing knives appeared and kept slashing at the door, but it was no use at all. There was not a single mark on the door. Lu Ming, I will definitely cut you into 10,000 pieces. Morong Qiu Shui angrily roared as his killing intent reached its peak. Not long after, a figure flashed and Feng Qing Shui appeared at the top of the mountain. Morong Qiu Shui, it seems like the primordial divine blood has been taken by you. Feng Qing Shui stared at Morong Qiu Shui with sparkling eyes. Bullshit, the primordial divine blood is with Lu Ming. That brat came out of the door and stole the primordial divine blood. Morong Qiu Shui angrily roared. Lu Ming? Feng Qing Shui was stunned. She had heard Morong Qiu Shui's roar before, but she suspected that Morong Qiu Shui was acting. He had clearly obtained it, but he was framing Lu Ming to prevent others from stealing it from him. But seeing Morong Qiu Shui's wild and angry expression, it didn't seem fake or like he was faking it. Rumble, suddenly, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. The ground rumbled and a huge vortex appeared in the sky. Looks like we're about to leave now that we've obtained the primordial divine blood. Feng Qingxue said. This was clearly a passageway out. Once the primordial divine blood was obtained, many places would have this kind of vortex appear. As long as there were people, it would appear and send all living people out. Go out and kill Lu Ming. So what if he has the primordial divine blood? I want him dead. Morong Qiu Shui gave an angry roar and charged into the sky, charging into the vortex. The others also rushed into the whirlpool and left. However, Lu Ming did not leave because the primordial divine blood in his body was acting up. The door closed, and before he could even take a few steps, the primordial divine blood rushed through his body and almost pierced through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming had no choice but to stop and use the ancient god tactic to refine the drop of blood. The primordial divine blood contained a shocking amount of energy. It turned into waves of energy and flowed through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming crazily tried to refine it. Pai pa la, strange sounds kept coming out of his body. Every bone and muscle in his body was mutating and advancing to a terrifying realm. Poochie, suddenly, a crack appeared on Lu Ming's body and blood spurted out. What's going on? Lu Ming's face changed. More and more cracks appeared on his body and blood kept flowing out. Not only that, but his muscles were also wriggling crazily. Cracks were also appearing all over his body. Even his bones were trembling. Some parts of his body had even broken. Lu Ming's body seemed to be breaking away from his control and heading toward destruction. It's the ancient god tactic. There's a problem with the ancient god tactic. Lu Ming quickly found the problem. It was the ancient god tactic that was causing his body to break apart. Damn it, the ancient god body that I bought was tampered with. Some parts of it were changed. Lu Ming roared in his heart. The complete ancient god tactic must have been tampered with. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have been able to tell. However, there were some parts of it that Lu Ming would not be able to tell if the order was slightly changed. The slightest difference could lead to a huge error. The difference of a single word could lead to a huge mistake. In fact, when Lu Ming broke through from the 7th transformation to the 8th transformation, there would have been a huge problem. He would have exploded and died. However, the light that Lu Ming had obtained in Fengyun Mountain was too magical. He had ignored the cultivation method and forcefully pushed the ancient god body to the 9th transformation. But now, when breaking through to the next level, the drawbacks were finally revealed. Lu Ming's divine body was about to disintegrate. Puchi, Kacha, Lu Ming's body was constantly cracking. His muscles were constantly tearing apart, and his bones were breaking. A terrifying energy was rampaging. Lu Ming was unwilling to accept this. He wanted to control his body, but he found that he was completely unable to. His body was gradually disintegrating. In the end, he would definitely die. Damn it! Lu Ming roared. It had not been easy for him to reach this step. He was unwilling to fall just like this. He used all his strength to resist, but it was useless. Bone Devil, do you have any ideas? Also, Rock Spirit, Old Liang. Lu Ming transmitted to Bone Devil and the others. But there was only silence. Bone Devil and the others were also helpless in this situation. Seeing Lu Ming in danger, that drop of primordial god blood was no longer restrained. It became even more unrestrained and rushed toward Lu Ming's head. Roar! At this critical moment, dragon roars came from every corner of Lu Ming's body. Then, 9 divine dragons appeared in Lu Ming's meridians. 9 nine-clawed dragons. It's the blood essence of 9 dragons. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had once refined 9 drops of blood essence of 9 dragons. The blood essence was not ordinary blood. In the past, the blood essence of 9 dragons had merged with his blood. But now, it appeared again. It turned into 9 dragons and rushed toward the drop of primordial god blood. With a swoosh, the 9 dragons rushed into the drop of primordial god blood. Roar! There was originally a small divine dragon in the drop of primordial god blood. Now, it was fighting fiercely with the 9 dragons. In the end, the 9 dragons were stronger. After all, the 9 dragons had merged with Lu Ming. This was the main battlefield of the 9 dragons. It contained Lu Ming's will. The 9 nine-clawed dragons tore the divine dragon apart. Then, the drop of primordial god blood divided into 9 parts and flew toward Lu Ming's limbs and bones. The 9 parts of primordial god blood merged with Lu Ming's blood and spread to his muscles and bones. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt numb and itchy. Then, his body recovered at an astonishing speed. His muscles and bones trembled, and those cracks quickly mended together, becoming whole again, perfect and flawless. It did not take long for Lu Ming to recover from his injuries. Then, he began to evolve rapidly. Crack, his body trembled uncontrollably, and with a loud roar, his body began to grow rapidly. Soon, he turned into a gold-armored ancient god 1,000,000 meters tall. Fortunately, this place was spacious and tall. However, the gate was tens of thousands of miles tall. After turning into a gold-armored ancient god, Lu Ming began to change. The golden scales on his body began to fall off until there was not a single piece left. After the scales fell off, his body began to wriggle. It became longer and thinner. Nestle, what's going on? Why is my body transforming into a divine dragon? Lu Ming was shocked. He had cultivated the ancient god body. Even if he broke through to the next level, it should be related to the ancient god body. His form should also be that of an ancient god. However, his current form was rapidly transforming into a divine dragon. Could it be related to the previous changes? And that drop of primordial divine spirit blood? Lu Ming's mind raced. That drop of primordial divine spirit blood should be related to the divine dragon. It was not difficult to see that there was a small divine dragon in the blood. Also, the mountain was full of dragon beasts. The dragon beast's blood had gathered to form a drop of primordial divine spirit blood. It was very likely that this drop of primordial divine spirit blood came from the primordial divine dragon. The primordial divine dragon was the ancestor of all divine dragons. It was born from heaven and earth. However, ordinary people who obtained the primordial divine spirit blood would erase some of the primordial divine spirit blood, leaving only pure energy. Then, they would absorb and refine this energy for their own use. Finally, they would condense their own primordial divine spirit blood. However, Lu Ming encountered a big problem during this process. It led to a series of uncontrollable changes. In addition, his 9 dragons' blood essence had merged with the primordial divine spirit blood, causing his primordial divine spirit body to change dramatically. It was transforming into a divine dragon. This process was very slow. As time passed, about half a month had passed. Lu Ming's body had completely transformed into a divine dragon. It was a divine dragon with 9 dragon claws. It was incomparably huge and covered in a layer of dragon scales. At the same time, Lu Ming felt that his body was filled with an explosive power that was much stronger than the ninth transformation of the ancient god body. He had broken through. Lu Ming understood that he had already broken through to the next level of the primordial divine body, surpassing the primordial divine body ninth transformation. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation base had also broken through to the 8th sky of King God realm. He didn't know if it was because the original god spirit's blood had abundant energy or something else. His strength skyrocketed. Where is my primordial divine blood? Why didn't I see him? Lu Ming was a little confused. He scanned his body with his inner consciousness, but he did not find any primordial divine blood. Let's transform into human form first. With a thought, Lu Ming's body quickly shrank and turned into a human. After transforming into human form, Lu Ming discovered that there was a drop of blood in his heart. It was extremely resplendent. As long as he activated it, the roar of a dragon could be heard. It was filled with an ancient and desolate aura that changed Lu Ming's temperament. My ancient god heart has also changed. Lu Ming discovered that his ancient god heart had also changed greatly. It was as though it had become the heart of a divine dragon. What a complete change. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. After this change, his divine body had changed completely. It was no longer related to the ancient god body. Instead, it was related to the divine dragon body. Dragons and I are really fated. Lu Ming laughed at himself. The reason for such a huge change was mainly because of the problem with the ancient god technique and the 9 dragon blood essence in his body. Of course, it was also related to the drop of primordial divine blood. All these coincidences had led to such a change. So be it. As long as I'm strong, it doesn't matter. Lu Ming smiled. Ancient gods and primordial divine dragons were both primordial divine spirits. It did not matter what form they cultivated into as long as they could obtain great power. Let's give it a try. With a thought, Lu Ming activated the drop of primordial divine blood. The primordial divine blood immediately spread out and mixed with Lu Ming's blood. It spread to his limbs and bones. At this moment, Lu Ming's body exuded an ancient and desolate aura. A layer of blood chi permeated the air. At this moment, Lu Ming had a feeling that he could transform into a huge divine dragon or not. He could control it. Roar. With a dragon's roar, Lu Ming transformed into a huge divine dragon and rapidly grew. He became 10,000 meters long, 100,000 meters long, 1,000,000 meters long. Lu Ming even felt that he could grow bigger. He could control its size. Very soon, it became 10 million meters long. Then, with a thought, Lu Ming shrank rapidly. In the end, he became a divine dragon that was 10 meters long. There were 9 dragon claws on his abdomen. Could it be that the primordial divine dragon also has 9 dragon claws? Lu Ming pondered. His current state should be the primordial divine dragon and not the 9-clawed dragon. Then, Lu Ming's body changed again. He turned into a human. Boom, Lu Ming threw a punch. A huge explosion occurred in the void. It was extremely shocking. Transforming into a human and dragon form is slightly weaker, but it's more flexible. I just need to activate the primordial divine blood. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Breaking through to the 9th transformation and entering a new level, not only did his strength soar, but he could also control his form freely. It was too convenient. In the past, when he transformed into an ancient god, he had to become extremely huge. Especially the 9th transformation, he could reach a height of 1,000,000 meters. If he was in the universe, it would be fine. If he was fighting in a narrow space, he would not be able to use it. In the past, the primordial divine spirits were even more terrifying. However, Lu Ming speculated that the primordial divine spirits should be able to control their size at will. With a thought, he kept the primordial divine blood. The primordial divine blood turned back into a drop of blood and entered his heart. This is convenient. It can be my trump card in the future. Lu Ming smiled. It's said that the cultivation of the primordial divine body is to condense primordial divine blood. Now it's just a drop of primordial divine blood. In the future, I can condense 2, 3, 4, or even more. In the end, when all the blood in my body has turned into primordial divine blood, I will be no different from a real primordial divine spirit. I will have the power to destroy the world. Lu Ming pondered. However, he was still too far away from that. How many drops of blood were there in a human body? It was too difficult to turn all of them into primordial divine blood. This trip is considered a success. It's time to go out. How do I go out? Do I have to go back the way I came? Lu Ming muttered. However, the next moment, he saw a vortex floating above his head. This is the exit. Have the others already gone out? Lu Ming muttered and then dashed into the whirlpool. After Lu Ming entered the whirlpool, he soon appeared in a valley. I'm out. I've left the main peak. Lu Ming soared into the sky and looked around. He found that he was still on the 14th mountain, but he had left the main peak. Lu Ming was relieved. As long as he left the main peak, he would be safe. The maze in the main peak scared him. Then, Lu Ming flew out of the mountain. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the edge of the famous mountain. So many people. When he arrived at the edge of the 14th mountain, Lu Ming found that there were many people outside the mountain. They formed an arc and surrounded the area. He's out. Lu Ming is out. Suddenly, there was a loud shout from outside. All of a sudden, countless pairs of eyes looked toward Lu Ming. It's so lively. Seems like everyone knows that I have the primordial divine blood. Lu Ming muttered. Looking at the situation, Lu Ming could guess what was going on. Morong Qiao Shui must have spread the news that he had obtained the primordial divine blood. However, Lu Ming was not worried at all. Not only had his primordial divine body reached a new level, but he had also condensed a drop of primordial divine blood. His cultivation had also reached the 8th layer of the Divine King realm. His combat strength had increased by several times. What was there to be afraid of? Lu Ming looked calm. He stepped out and left the 14th mountain. Buzz, when Lu Ming left the 14th mountain, the area around the mountain shook. The space distorted and the 14th mountain became faintly discernible. The 14th mountain was sealed again. No one knew how long it would be before it opened again. Lu Ming, I heard that you have the primordial divine blood. A young man with a cold face spoke first. He stepped out and closed in on Lu Ming. Seeing that the young man had spoken, the others did not move. This young man was the master of a famous mountain. He was ranked 7th on the Divine King list. His name was Lan Wei. In fact, although there were many people there, most of them were just there to watch the show. They knew that the primordial divine blood had nothing to do with them. Putting aside the fact that the top 10 on the Divine King list were all eyeing him covetously, Lu Ming himself had defeated Dongfeng Ke and was able to compete with the top 10 geniuses. Who would dare to challenge him? That's right, I'm the one who got the primordial divine spirit's blood. Lu Ming didn't deny it. Lu Ming's words were out of everyone's expectations. Originally, everyone thought that Lu Ming would lie. They didn't expect that Lu Ming would directly admit it. So the primordial blood is really on you. Good, very good. Hand him over. Lan Wei said, revealing a greedy expression. I took it out and refined it. Lu Ming said. What? You refined it? Impossible. How could the primordial divine blood be refined in just half a month? You're lying. Lan Wei roared. He thought that Lu Ming was spouting nonsense. Believe it or not. Lu Ming said calmly. If you don't hand it over, I'll take it myself. Lan Wei yelled and unleashed his primordial divine body. He transformed into a giant beast that was 1,000,000 meters tall and charged toward Lu Ming with a furious roar. At this moment, Morong Xiaoshui, Feng Qingxue and the others had arrived and were watching the fight from the side. You're courting death. Lu Ming shouted and the overbearing god spear appeared. He swung the spear and the overbearing god spear became 1,000,000 meters long. It swept toward Lan Wei. With a violent explosion, Lan Wei's body shook violently and he was forced to retreat. What shocking strength! Many people were shocked. How could Lu Ming be so strong when Lan Wei was forced to retreat? No one had seen Lu Ming kill Dongfang Ke and Dongfang Tian Ke on the 14 mountains. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so surprised. Blade of Skynet, kill! Lan Wei roared and unleashed all his strength. He released the primordial secret technique and charged at Lu Ming. To be honest, Lan Wei was very strong. He was ranked 7th on the Divine King list and was as strong as Dongfang Tian Ke. If it was before Lu Ming's breakthrough, it wouldn't be easy to kill Lan Wei. He would have to use all the power of the overbearing god spear. But now, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 8th level, so he didn't need to use all the power. Boom, Lu Ming circulated all his divine power and activated the battle secret art to increase his combat strength by 5 times. The overbearing god spear pressed forward. Clang, Lan Wei's primordial secret technique was sent flying. The giant overbearing god spear hit Lan Wei again. Lan Wei's body shook violently and he coughed up blood. He was severely injured. Then, with a thought, Lu Ming condensed the void-breaking sword and the heavenly fiend blade and charged toward Lan Wei. Lan Wei quickly used all his remaining strength to resist, but Lu Ming had already arrived. A dazzling spear radiance stabbed at Lan Wei. There was a p sound, accompanied by a terrifying roar. Lan Wei was pierced by the spear gleam and pinned to the ground. His body shrunk rapidly and he transformed into a human. He widened his eyes and stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. At the same time, his life force was rapidly dissipating. You, Lan Wei stared at Lu Ming and blood kept spurting out of his mouth. He couldn't believe that he was defeated so easily. He was completely defeated in just a few moves. In the next moment, his life force was gone and he was no longer breathing. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept Lan Wei's storage ring. Lu Ming wouldn't let go of the storage ring of a mountain lord. SSS, gasps could be heard coming from all directions. They stared with their eyes wide open, unable to believe what they were seeing. Lan Wei, who was ranked 7th on the Divine King list, was killed just like that. It was unreal. The other top heavenly legends, such as the masters of other famous mountains, looked even worse. Especially the mountain lords who were ranked 4th and lower. They looked extremely serious. If Lu Ming could kill Lan Wei, they would be in danger even if they were to fight him. Only the top 3 on the God King list would be able to put up a fight against him. Amazing. It seems like you have a fortuitous encounter in the 14th mountain. You have broken through 1 level and reached the 8th Divine King realm. A cold and sinister voice was heard. At the same time, a figure slowly walked toward Lu Ming. The sinister and cold aura caused the temperature of the scene to drop rapidly. Feng Wuqi is going to attack. Someone whispered. Feng Wuqi was the mountain lord of the 6-Min mountain. He was ranked 3rd on the Divine King list, second only to Morong Xiaoshui and Feng Qingxue. You are going to attack too? Lu Ming looked at Feng Wuqi. If you hand over the primordial divine spirit blood, I won't attack you. Feng Wuqi said. I told you that I had refined it, but you didn't believe me. Fine, attack me. If you want to die, I will send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. How arrogant. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you have broken through. Don't forget that your cultivation is one level lower than mine. Come out, realmless Ghost King. Feng Wuqi roared. His body quickly enlarged and turned into a giant zombie. Lu Ming ate it. It was really a zombie. Feng Wuqi's primordial divine body was a zombie. The primitive divine body evolved from the primitive divine spirit, and the primitive divine spirit was born from nature. Could nature give birth to zombies? How was that possible? Weren't zombies formed from the death of an elite? Lu Ming was shocked. After Feng Wuqi transformed into the primitive divine body, a ghost king appeared beside him. It was huge and filled with a chilling aura. That was Feng Wuqi's primitive secret technique, the Void Ghost King. Kill! Feng Wuqi roared. Together with the realmless Ghost King, they charged toward Lu Ming from both sides. Wang, Lu Ming shook the Overlord spear and turned it into two spear radiances that pierced towards Feng Wuqi and the Void Ghost King. Two consecutive explosions were heard as Feng Wuqi and the Void Ghost King were forced to retreat. That's all you got. I heard that your origin secret technique has already severed one shackle. Use it or you're no match for me. Lu Ming said. He was curious and wanted to see how powerful other people's origin secret techniques were after they severed their shackles. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Feng Wuqi roared. The Void Ghost King roared and charged towards Feng Wuqi. It merged with Feng Wuqi and a terrifying aura burst out, causing the void to tremble violently. Retreat. Such terrifying pressure. Is this the power of the origin secret technique after it severed one's shackle? Many people were shocked and retreated. Lu Ming, die. Feng Wuqi roared and his million-meter-tall body pounced towards Lu Ming. His fingernails were extremely long and they were like sabers as he grabbed at Lu Ming. Compared to his size, Lu Ming was just a tiny dot. However, Lu Ming did not lose in terms of aura. The Overlord spear soared into the sky and turned into a huge spear as it struck out. Boom, the two of them clashed and the world shook violently. The void was swept up by the terrifying shockwaves and turned into a mess. The Tyrant God spear vibrated non-stop. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly as he took a few steps back. What astonishing strength! Severing one shackle and not severing it are indeed two different levels. Lu Ming exclaimed inwardly. Feng Wuqi was much more powerful than Dongfang Tianke and Lanwei. It wouldn't be too difficult for him to kill them. Lu Ming estimated that Feng Wuqi's ability could probably kill an ordinary first-level divine lord. One must know that the gap between a god king and a god monarch was simply too huge. Only a very small number of monstrous geniuses could fight a divine lord at the divine king realm. It was obvious that Feng Wuqi was such a person. In fact, people like Dongfang Tianke and Lanwei could fight against ordinary first-layer divine monarchs. They might not win, but they might not lose either. Kill. After Feng Wuqi defeated Lu Ming with one move, he launched a torrential attack to kill Lu Ming. Why hasn't Lu Ming used his primordial divine body? Otherwise, he won't be able to defeat him. I don't know what he's planning. But he's really powerful. He hasn't even used his primordial divine body and he can already fight Feng Wuqi to this extent. It's terrifying. If he breaks through to the peak divine king realm, Morong Qiu Shui's throne will be in danger. Isn't that so? Many people were discussing softly. Gate of Domination, Void-Shattering Sword. Lu Ming condensed several secret techniques of origin and attacked Feng Wuqi. However, Feng Wuqi's strength was indeed shocking in such a state. His body was indestructible and he had boundless strength. He sent the Gate of Domination flying with one move. After a few moves, the Void-Shattering Sword and Heavenly Demon Blade were also sent flying. Ancient Cultivation Technique, mastering many secret techniques of origin. What's the use of having many but not mastering them? It's better to specialize in one. Feng Wuqi shouted coldly with a strong sense of mockery. His attacks became even more violent. Lu Ming blocked with the overbearing God Spear. After a dozen moves, Lu Ming's body trembled and he was pushed back 1,000 miles. Isn't it just cutting off one of the shackles of the secret technique of origin? Do you think you're the only one who succeeded? Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. Then, a terrifying aura exploded from the overbearing god spear. It was shocking, and the dazzling spear light seemed like it was going to pierce through the sky. Everyone's expression changed. It was a spectacular sight. The secret technique of origin has cut off the shackles. His secret technique of origin has also cut off the shackles. How is it possible? How did he cultivate it? Many people shouted. Some people who knew the situation knew that Lu Ming had only been here for less than 200 years. They found it unbelievable, and their self-esteem was severely damaged. Feng Wuqi's expression also changed. He had a look of disbelief. Alliance Master, the people who were most shocked were the people from the Dragon Alliance, especially those who had followed Lu Ming for a long time. For example, Tian Xing and Shui Chu. They had followed Lu Ming from Breeze Mountain. When they first met Lu Ming could only compete with them. But now, in just a few years, Lu Ming could compete with the world's top geniuses. Every once in a while, when they saw Lu Ming again, Lu Ming's ability would soar by a large margin. This kind of improvement speed was shocking. Let me beat you up. Lu Ming roared and stepped forward. He waved the overbearing god spear and smashed it towards Feng Wuqi with a terrifying aura. Roar, Feng Wuqi roared. He was like a primordial divine zombie that had come back to life. His body emitted a thick corpse aura as he charged towards Lu Ming. Dong. Dong, in an instant, the two of them had exchanged 18 blows. Feng Wuqi's body shook violently and he retreated as if he had been electrocuted. 3 of his fingers, which were comparable to a monarch-grade divine artifact, were broken. Swoosh, after defeating Feng Wuqi, Lu Ming did not stop moving. He thrust his spear forward and a dazzling spear radiance pierced Feng Wuqi's chest at a shocking speed. Feng Wuqi screamed in pain. A large hole had appeared in his indestructible chest. He retreated and blood spurted from his mouth. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming held his spear and stepped forward. He wanted to kill Feng Wuqi once and for all. At that moment, Lu Ming had activated the power of the overbearing god spear. His strength was completely above Feng Wuqi's. At that moment, Lu Ming's face changed. The Wind Destroyer boots had appeared under his feet. His body flashed and he left the spot. As soon as Lu Ming left, a blade radiance flashed past where Lu Ming had been standing. Lu Ming appeared 1,000 meters away. His face was cold as he stared in a direction and muttered, Morong Qiao Shui. That's right. It was Morong Qiao Shui who had attacked Lu Ming with a flying dagger. If it wasn't for Lu Ming's sharp senses, he would have been hit. This is the number 1 genius on the Divine King list? A sneak attack, ha, ha. Lu Ming gave a mocking laugh. Morong Qiao Shui's face was calm and he did not care. He looked around and said in a loud voice, Everyone, I suggest that we work together to kill Lu Ming. What do you think? Morong Qiao Shui's words made many people's eyes sparkle, especially those mountain masters. The leaders of the famous mountains were all tempted by the offer. Lu Ming was too strong, he could even suppress Feng Wuqi. If they were alone, other than Morong Qiao Shui, there was no one else that was Lu Ming's match. If they went up one by one, the result was already decided. But with all of them attacking together, it wouldn't be a problem to take down Lu Ming. Even if the primordial divine blood hasn't been refined by me, with so many of you attacking. How will you split it? Even if you steal it, it will still fall into Morong Qiao Shui's hands. You're just wasting your strength and being used by Morong Qiao Shui. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Once these words were said, the faces of the mountain lords changed again. Lu Ming was right. Lu Ming's strength was abnormal, but wasn't Morong Qiao Shui the same? Even if they obtained the primordial divine blood, would they be able to compete with Morong Qiao Shui? In the end, it would be Morong Qiao Shui's wedding dress. Everyone's eyes sparkled and for a while, no one made a move. Morong Qiao Shui's face sunk and his killing intent towards Lu Ming became stronger. He said in a cold voice, Everyone, I can swear that after killing Lu Ming, I won't take the primordial divine blood. You can deal with the primordial divine blood, I just want his life. Morong Qiao Shui, is this true? Someone was moved. I can swear on my life source. Morong Qiao Shui said. Although the primordial divine blood was precious, compared to the life soul source stone fragments, he could give it up. According to what the life soul source stone fragments said, once all the fragments were gathered and formed into a complete life soul source stone, one could become the overlord of the universe. The overlord of the universe, what kind of existence was that? It was truly immortal and could coexist with the universe. How many years had the universe existed? How many lives had been born and how many peerless geniuses had been born, no one could say for sure. But after countless years, with countless shocking talents, how many people could become the overlord of the universe? On the list of the universe's 10,000 races, the only ones that could be called overlords were the rulers of the top 10 races. Of course, the giants of the heavenly palace were another matter. It was not hard to imagine what kind of existence a universe overlord was. He was someone who could make the universe tremble with a stomp of his feet. Although the primordial divine spirit blood was precious and could help people condense the primordial divine blood, Morong Chao Shui was very confident in his innate talent. He believed that even if he didn't have the primordial divine spirit blood, he would still be able to condense the primordial divine blood. It would just take a bit more time. Alright, it's settled then. Attack. Immediately, a few famous mountain lords took action. They transformed into their primordial divine bodies and launched a terrifying attack at Lu Ming. Clang, Lu Ming sent Morong Chao Shui's 3 flying daggers flying with a single move and the attacks of the mountain lords arrived. Lu Ming's divine power circulated madly, and the other origin source secret techniques emerged. The moon of the moon and the sun of the sun blasted towards a mountain chieftain who looked like a lion, blocking his path. Furthermore, the gate of the sovereign and the void-shattering swords had both been blocked by one of the mountain lords. Kid, die for me! Feng Wuqi roared angrily. His huge body charged toward Lu Ming. He was extremely powerful. Every attack shook the void. His palm, which was glowing with a metallic light and was larger than a mountain, slapped toward Lu Ming. On the other side, Morong Chao Shui controlled 9 flying daggers and flew towards Lu Ming. Each flying dagger could kill a top expert. Each flying dagger could create a fatal crisis for a Divine Lord realm powerhouse. Heavenly Snow Sword. At the same time, another top genius attacked. Feng Qingxua's body was filled with a bone-chilling cold. She held a snow-white sword in her hand and the sword radiance shot up into the sky. Then, she slashed down at Lu Ming. Feng Qingxua's origin source secret technique had also severed one shackle. She was definitely not weaker than Feng Wuqi and might even be stronger. Otherwise, she wouldn't be ranked higher than Feng Wuqi. Other than Lu Ming, there were originally 11 mountain lords. Since Lu Ming had killed 3 of them, there were still 8 left. At this moment, almost all of the 8 mountain lords had attacked. With so many top experts attacking at the same time, even a normal divine lord would be killed in an instant. Lu Ming stepped on the wind destroyer boots and coupled with the 9 heavens Kuan-Ping technique, he flashed rapidly and dodged the attacks. At the same time, he used the Tianxian shield and the Dominator's Gate to protect his body. The tyrannical god spear continued to attack and blocked a portion of the attacks. However, Lu Ming was still sent flying and crashed into a flaming mountain. However, that was only the first wave of attacks. After a moment, the second wave of attacks arrived. Lu Ming is finished. Many people thought. Despicable. So many mountain lords are attacking the leader alone. Despicable. Many people from the Dragon Alliance shouted in their hearts. However, they could only watch helplessly. With their cultivation, they couldn't interfere in a battle of this level. Even someone like Bo Yi was the same. The difference was too big. But at this moment, rays of light flew over from the distance. These rays of light were like divine blades, shattering the void. They had a terrifying might as they attacked Morong Chao Shui's group. Morong Chao Shui's group's expressions changed. They could only stop attacking Lu Ming and change directions to block these rays of light. Hong, a series of explosions rang out as the multicolored light was blocked. However, a few of the weaker mountain lords were forced to retreat continuously from the impact. Who is it? Morong Chao Shui roared out as he looked in a certain direction with a cold expression. In that direction, a figure was flying over. Lan Shu. Lu Ming called out in pleasant surprise. The person who came was Blue Merchant. Lu Ming, are you all right? Blue Merchant looked at Lu Ming with a bit of worry. I'm fine. Lan Shu, your cultivation. Lu Ming carefully looked over Blue Merchant and couldn't help opening his eyes wide in shock. Blue Merchant's cultivation naturally hadn't recovered. What had changed was his soul strength. Blue Merchant's body was surrounded by rings of light. These rings of light were formed from his soul strength. The most shocking thing was that Lu Ming could feel that the strength of Blue Merchant's soul strength had already broken through the limit. It was completely equal to the Divine Monarch realm. Blue Merchant's soul strength was already extremely strong in the past, far surpassing others. Even a peak Divine Monarch realm expert's soul strength couldn't compare to Blue Merchant's. This was because Blue Merchant's peak cultivation was at the peak Divine Monarch realm. But at that time, Blue Merchant's soul strength was only at the peak Divine King realm. With just his soul strength, he could fight a peak Divine King and even crush them. And now, Blue Merchant's soul strength was equal to the Divine Monarch realm. Lu Ming had never heard of such a strong soul strength before. Using soul strength to enter the Divine Monarch realm? This was an inconceivable matter. It seemed that Blue Merchant really had a fortuitous encounter during this time. What a strong soul strength. It's equal to the Divine Monarch realm's soul strength. When Feng Qingxue and the others saw Lan Shang, they were also shocked. They all came from big forces, but they had never seen someone with such a strong soul power without any cultivation. It was something they had never seen before. Lu Ming, leave them to me. Blue Merchant spoke as the halos around him became even more dazzling. These halos turned into divine blades and floated around Blue Merchant, aiming at the geniuses. Humph, isn't he just a monarch god? Just kill him. Feng Wuqi shouted coldly, his killing intent thick. With their strength, why would they be afraid of a monarch god? Moreover, Blue Merchant had only become a monarch god with his soul. How strong could he be? Feng Wuqi made his move. He stepped into the void and charged at Blue Merchant. He slapped out his palm and suppressed Blue Merchant. Feng Wuqi was 1,000,000 meters tall and Blue Merchant was like a speck of dust in front of him. However, a halo lit up on Lan Shang's body and illuminated the area. It was like a divine blade that slashed towards Feng Wuqi. With a boom, the two attacks collided. Feng Wuqi's body shook violently and he retreated continuously. Then, Blue Merchant stepped forward. Multicolored light filled the air and enveloped the 8 mountain masters. Lan Shu, leave that guy to me. Lu Ming pointed at Murong Qiushui and said to Blue Merchant. This guy is very strong. You have to be careful. Lan Shang sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Then, rays of light burst forth and charged toward Feng Wuqi and the rest, shrouding Feng Wuqi, Feng Qingxue, and the rest of the 7 powerful figures. Rays of light shrouded these people. Lu Ming stepped forward and charged at Murong Qiushui. Murong Qiushui, there are only 2 of us now. Let's fight. Lu Ming pointed the Overlord God Spear at Murong Qiushui. Do you think that I won't be able to take you down by myself? That's good. This way, your primordial divine blood will be mine. Murong Qiushui gave a cold smile. Even when Blue Merchant appeared and blocked the others, his face was still calm and filled with confidence. Then let me see what you're capable of. Lu Ming stepped through the air and his body turned into a phantom as he charged at Murong Qiushui. The Tyrant God Spear trembled and a bright spear glow pierced out at Murong Qiushui. Everyone's hearts raced. Lu Ming was going to fight Murong Qiushui. Who was stronger? Was there going to be a change in the number 1 on the God King list today? Explode. Murong Qiushui angrily roared and the 9 flying daggers beside him began to violently tremble. Then they exploded with a shocking aura as the daggers glowed. This was the power of severing the shackles. Kill. Murong Qiushui shouted. The 9 flying daggers turned into 9 graceful flashes and flew towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. However, Lu Ming was already prepared. His spiritual sense locked onto the 9 flying daggers, and the Tyrant God Spear burst forth. Clang clang clang, the tip of the spear collided with the 9 flying daggers, creating a shocking explosion. Then, the 9 flying daggers were sent flying. However, as soon as the 9 flying daggers were sent flying, they changed their direction and continued to charge toward Lu Ming. They were unpredictable and powerful. However, Lu Ming was no longer the same as before. The tyrant god spear kept thrusting out, and each time, it accurately sent the 9 flying daggers flying. At the same time, he kept approaching Morong Chiu Shui. Hong, in the end, Lu Ming pressed down with his spear. The giant spear glow pressed down on Morong Chiu Shui and completely locked onto him. Morong Chiu Shui's face changed. Thousands of streams of water surrounded his body and formed a heavy shield around him. At the same time, he controlled the 9 flying daggers to attack Lu Ming. Origin secret techniques kept appearing on Lu Ming's body. He used all of his origin secret techniques to block all of the flying daggers. When the tyrant god spear pressed down, all of Morong Chiu Shui's attacks were shattered and exploded. With a hong sound, the tyrant god spear pressed down. Morong Chiu Shui's body wildly trembled and he was sent flying like a cannonball. This is your full strength? What trump cards do you have? Use them all. Lu Ming's voice rang out. Although Morong Chiu Shui's current strength was strong, it was only because of the mysteries of the flying daggers. At most, he was only a bit stronger than Feng Wuqi. The number 1 on the God King list, an invincible existence, only had this bit of strength? Good, good, good. How many years has it been? No one has forced me to use my full strength. Lu Ming, you are the first one. Morong Chiu Shui roared out and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. Then with an explosive roar, his body erupted like a volcano, releasing an even more shocking aura. Your aura has doubled. This is a secret technique. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He guessed that Morong Chiu Shui should have mastered a secret technique similar to the battle word art, which could double his strength. Morong Chiu Shui was already very strong. With his strength doubled, his battle strength would naturally be even more shocking. Weng, weng, the 9 flying daggers floated beside Morong Chiu Shui. They kept vibrating because of the large amount of power injected into them. Die for me. Morong Chiu Shui roared. The 9 flying daggers turned into 9 dazzling rays of light and charged at Lu Ming with shocking speed. The power this time was even more shocking than before. It was twice as strong. Come. Lu Ming shook the tyrant god spear and dazzling spear lights shot out. Each spear light stabbed at a flying dagger. A series of terrifying tremors erupted as a huge explosion occurred in this area. Each collision was like a ball exploding. The shockwaves spread in all directions. If it was outside, it would definitely destroy the world. Such power. I'm afraid it's not as simple as doubling my strength. The continuous collisions made Lu Ming's hand feel a bit numb. Lu Ming gave a sigh. The secret technique Morong Chiu Shui cultivated was not small. Although it could not compare to the battle word art, it still increased his strength by 3-4 times. This was definitely a rare secret technique. Morong Chiu Shui, he really was worthy of being a heaven's pride chosen by the Fate Spirit Source Stone. He was too strong and his strength was truly shocking. Of all the heaven's pride Lu Ming had met, other than the unfathomable Di Jiani, there was no one at the same level that could be Morong Chiu Shui's match. The universe was too big and there were countless races. It was unknown how many heaven's pride there were. Although Lu Ming was a monster, that didn't mean there wasn't someone even more monstrous than Lu Ming. For example, there might be geniuses who had mastered some heaven-defying divine skills and secret skills. There might even be geniuses who had mastered a few origin ancient characters. When meeting this kind of person, wanting to fight across several realms was not realistic. Facing Morong Chiu Shui, Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 realm lower. Moreover, without using his primordial body, Lu Ming was not his match. Then, come. With a thought from Lu Ming, the drop of primordial god's blood in his heart began to move. It turned into thousands of blood qi and entered Lu Ming's countless blood lights before entering his body. From Lu Ming's body, there was a faint dragon's roar. At this moment, Lu Ming felt his body filled with explosive strength. Lu Ming activated the primordial god's blood, but he did not turn into a divine dragon. He still maintained his human form. Following that, his spear swept out. A giant spear light swept out in all directions and hit the 9 flying daggers. The Overlord God's spear hit the 9 flying daggers and the 9 flying daggers shook violently. They were sent flying and almost shattered. In the distance, Morong Xiaoshui's expression wildly changed. His body trembled and he retreated. His face was pale and blood came out of the corner of his mouth. The shock from the origin source secret technique was too strong. Even he himself was affected by it and suffered some injuries. This? Why is his strength so strong? Morong Xiaoshui was incomparably shocked and his eyes were filled with shock. How could Lu Ming's strength suddenly explode with such power? It completely suppressed him. Didn't I say that I have already refined the primordial divine blood? Lu Ming lightly said. This? You really refined the primordial divine blood? Damn. Morong Xiaoshui angrily roared. His heart was filled with shock. Lu Ming could actually refine the primordial divine blood in half a month. He did not doubt it at all because Lu Ming's strength was too shocking. His body did not become bigger, but his strength increased by a lot. This could only be done by refining the primordial divine blood and entering a new realm with the primordial divine body. Morong Xiaoshui's face was filled with jealousy. How long had he been in this world? After all these years of hard work, he had finally reached the peak and became the #1 expert on the God King list. But after all these years, he had not cultivated the primordial divine body to the next level and refined the primordial divine blood. But Lu Ming had done it. He was about to go crazy with jealousy. Hearing the conversation between Lu Ming and Morong Xiaoshui, the others were incomparably shocked. Lu Ming, so what if you refined the primordial divine blood? If I kill them, extract their blood, and refine them, I will still be able to take that step. Morong Xiaoshui's face was incomparably fierce as he roared, 9 daggers as one, man as one, cut through everything, kill. Shua, shua, Morong Xiaoshui's 9 flying daggers gathered together and became a flying dagger. At this moment, Morong Xiaoshui's body shrunk and flew into the flying dagger. He fused with the flying dagger and turned into a flying dagger. This flying knife emitted an earth-shattering blade light. Just the overflowing blade light alone was enough to cause the void to tremble and ferocious cracks to appear. Whoosh, then, the flying knife shot toward Lu Ming. Are you finally going all out? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. The energy in his body wildly surged into the tyrant god spear. Then, Lu Ming became one with his spear, turning into a spear glow that stabbed at Morong Xiaoshui. At this moment, many people found it hard to breathe as they stared at this attack. The battle between Blue Merchant and Feng Wuqi and the others also stopped. At that moment, Feng Wuqi and the others were in a sorry state. They were covered in wounds and blood. Even with so many of them working together, they were still no match for Blue Merchant. They were forced together and could only resist with all their might. They no longer had the strength to fight back. At this time, Blue Merchant stopped and did not attack. He just looked at Lu Ming and Morong Xiaoshui. Only then did Feng Wuqi and the others have a chance to catch their breath. Under the gazes of countless people, a long spear and a throwing knife met in the air. Hong, the void violently shook. At the place where the long spear and the throwing knife met, there was an incomparably dazzling light that was even brighter than the sun. It was as if 2 stars had collided and exploded. The terrifying force turned into waves that could be seen with the naked eye and swept out in all directions. Retreat, retreat. The people watching the battle all retreated again and again. Because this kind of collision was too terrifying. It had already surpassed the limits of the Divine King realm and entered another level. It could be considered a battle of the Divine King realm. In the instant that the two collided, the flying dagger started to violently vibrate. The crowd was able to see cracks appearing on the flying dagger. Furthermore, the number of cracks on the flying dagger was rapidly increasing. Morong Xiaoshui is about to lose. Many people were wildly shocked. It was clear that Morong Xiaoshui was at a disadvantage. Pung, in the next moment, the throwing knife shattered and a pitiful cry rang out. Then everyone saw a figure fly out at an astonishing speed. This figure was naturally Morong Xiaoshui. Hong, Morong Xiaoshui slammed into a volcano, causing the volcano to shake and almost shatter. Morong Xiaoshui spat out large mouthfuls of blood and his face was pale. There was a large hole in his chest that had been pierced through by the spear glow. Morong Xiaoshui had been heavily injured and his aura was very weak. The long spear in the air flashed and Lu Ming's figure appeared. Lu Ming's aura was calm and his face was cold. That move just now had no effect on him at all. Now that Lu Ming had activated the primordial god's blood, his strength had completely surpassed Murong Qiushui's, even if his cultivation was still a layer lower. Murong Qiushui has lost. Now send him on his way. Lu Ming coldly said. He walked forward step by step, moving towards Murong Qiushui. His ice-cold killing intent continued to fill the air around Murong Qiushui. Kill him, ha, ha, ha. Within Lu Ming's body, the life spirit rock spirit broke out in laughter. It was incomparably excited. As long as it killed Murong Qiushui and obtained the other side's life spirit source stone fragment, it would be able to swallow the other side's life spirit source stone and strengthen itself. Just thinking about it made it excited. It was becoming more and more satisfied with Lu Ming. He had actually defeated another person with a life spirit source stone fragment like this. This had surpassed its expectations. The life spirit source stone fragment chose a master and it chose a very rare heaven's pride. Even if they weren't unparalleled, they were close. Moreover, they were all people with great luck. It was reasonable to say that they wouldn't be easy to defeat or kill. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. Murong Qiushui angrily shouted. Can't kill, nonsense. Just kill, ha, ha. Lu Ming had not even opened his mouth when the life spirit rock spirit loudly shouted. Of course, no one else could hear it, only Lu Ming could hear it. Can't kill? He. Lu Ming gave a cold laugh. His ice-cold killing intent represented everything. Indeed, you can't kill him. At this moment, an old voice came from the sky. With a flash of light, an old man appeared in front of Murong Qiushui. Sir Enforcer. Murong Qiushui was filled with joy. Enforcer. Lu Ming knit his brows. In this world, there were 3 enforcers. This enforcer was not the one Lu Ming knew. Sir Enforcer, do you want to break the rules and interfere in our duel? Lu Ming said. The guardians and the enforcers could not interfere in their duel. We're definitely going to intervene this time. In another direction, another voice came. Lu Ming looked over and saw another old man. This person's clothes were the same as the enforcers. Another enforcer. Lu Ming, you can't kill him. A sigh came from another direction. Lu Ming looked over and his eyes changed. This person was also an enforcer and it was the one Lu Ming had seen before. The last law enforcer that appeared was the one that Lu Ming had seen before, the one that had come with the 10,000 gods. He walked over with a helpless look on his face. Ha, Lu Ming, I've said it before, you can't kill me. Murong Qiushui laughed. Law enforcers, I want to know, what is going on? Lu Ming asked with a frown. According to the rules here, the protectors and law enforcers would not interfere in their fights. Even if they died, it would be because their cultivation was too weak. But now, the 3 law enforcers had come out to protect Murong Qiushui. Lu Ming was filled with doubts. Lu Ming, I'll tell you. Murong Qiushui has already caught the eye of an important person. Once he breaks through to the divine monarch realm, he will be taken in as a disciple. So, we can't kill him. If we kill him, we won't be able to explain it to that important person. The first law enforcer that appeared said. Important person. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In this world, law enforcers were the strongest. Then who was this important person that they were talking about? Is it that world? Lu Ming suddenly thought of the world that the 10,000 gods wanted to go to. The law enforcers had said that this world was very big. They were only in the periphery and there was an even deeper world. Lu Ming guessed that it was behind the door that he had seen before. The 10,000 gods had gone to that world to cultivate. Whether it was the protectors or the law enforcers, they were only there to temporarily manage this place. The important person that the law enforcers were talking about was most likely the important person of that world. So Murong Qiushui already had a backer. Lu Ming frowned. With the 3 law enforcers protecting Murong Qiushui, he could not kill him at all. With his cultivation, in front of the law enforcers, he was just an ant. Law enforcers, quickly kill this brat for me. I want this brat to die without a burial ground. Morong Chao Shui roared. But the 3 law enforcers did not move. What are you doing? Why aren't you moving? Are you ignoring my words? Morong Chao Shui shouted at the 3 law enforcers. That important person said that we would protect you, but we didn't agree to kill you. The first enforcer said. Now, I order all of you to kill him. I tell all of you that I can break through to the Divine Lord realm at any time. At that time, my status will be above all of yours. In this world, who can I not kill? Morong Chao Shui loudly shouted with a fierce expression. Morong Chao Shui, being able to catch the eye of that important person is because of his innate talent, but don't forget, Lu Ming being able to defeat him is enough to prove that his innate talent is above others. What would happen if the news of his defeat were to spread to the other world? There will definitely be a stronger lord taking him in as a disciple. When that time comes, will my status still be above his? The enforcer who took Wanshan away said coldly. Morong's face alternated between green and white. His hatred for Lu Ming was monstrous. He hated him to the bone. However, he couldn't refute it. With Lu Ming's talent, she believed that he would soon be taken in as a disciple by an even stronger expert. He might even be stronger than the expert who had taken a fancy to him. Good, very good. Brat, remember this. One day, I will personally twist off your head. Morong Chao Shui stared at Lu Ming as he spoke in a fierce voice. I understand. Someone who has been defeated is not my match, so you can only talk back. I understand. Clowns are all like this. Lu Ming softly said with a look of disdain. Morong Chao Shui was so angry that his body trembled. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was truly angry. Lu Ming's expression and tone were just too infuriating. In front of Lu Ming, he had become a clown. We'll wait and see. Morong Chao Shui angrily roared before turning into a streak of light and leaving. Ayaya, my life soul source stone fragment, Ayaya. Seeing Morong Chao Shui leave, the life soul source stone Ling cried miserably. Shut up for me, Lu Ming shouted at Ling with his soul power. This fellow didn't do anything, but it was crying so hard. Ling immediately closed its mouth. The life soul source stone fragment, I will get it sooner or later. It can't run. Lu Ming said in a low voice. At this moment, Feng Qingxue and the others took the opportunity to leave. They didn't dare to stay, fearing that Lu Ming would find trouble with them. There were only 3 law enforcers left, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant. At this moment, one of the law enforcers looked at Blue Merchant with a look of surprise and said, without a star core, you can reach this level with just your soul power. It's really a miracle. That's right. It's rare in the world. He's a rare genius. Another law enforcer also said. You flatter me. Blue Merchant cupped his fists. However, no matter if you cultivate divine power or soul power, your cultivation has surpassed the divine king realm. You can't stay in this world. Also, you haven't cultivated the primordial divine body, so you can't enter the next level to cultivate. You can only be sent out. The first law enforcer said. These words made Lu Ming and Blue Merchant's expressions change slightly. May I ask the law enforcers, how do you leave? Where do you go after you leave? Lu Ming asked. Back to where you came from, of course. The first law enforcer said. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant's expressions changed again, and they became a little gloomy. Back to where you came from, after Blue Merchant left, wouldn't he return to the barbarian tribe's territory and be in danger again? Law enforcers, can't we go to other places? Lu Ming asked. No, this was set by the big shots in the cryptic world. They must have their reasons, and it can't be changed. The first law enforcer said. Lu Ming's face darkened. He pondered for a moment and said, if you want to send him out, send both of us out. Although Lu Ming couldn't bear to leave this place for the time being, the cultivation environment in Fengyun Mountain was too good. If Lu Ming cultivated here, his divine power of origin and secret techniques of origin would improve rapidly, and it would save a lot of time. However, he couldn't just watch Blue Merchant go out to die and do nothing. Blue Merchant was Jingyu's teacher, and he had done him a great favor along the way. Lu Ming wouldn't abandon Blue Merchant because of his own selfishness. This went against his principles, and he couldn't do it. If they had to leave, they would leave together. If there was danger, they could face it together. No, Lu Ming, you don't have to leave with me. Stay here and cultivate. It won't be too late to leave after you've improved your cultivation. Blue Merchant said hurriedly. Lu Ming was Jingyu's hope to overturn the case, so he couldn't let Lu Ming go out with him. Yes, Lu Ming, your talent is too suitable for this place. When the news of you defeating Morong Qiao Shui spreads to the cryptic world, there will definitely be a big shot who will accept you as a disciple. Cultivating here is the most suitable place for you. The law enforcer who took Wanshan away also tried to persuade him. The enforcer who took Wanshan away was also interested in Lu Ming's talent. He hoped that Lu Ming could stay and cultivate here so that he could better unleash his talent. Lu Ming also wanted to stay. The cultivation environment in Fengyun Mountain was really tempting. However, he couldn't let Blue Merchant return to the barbarian territory alone and face danger. If they were to leave, they had to leave together. Lu Ming shook his head and said, unless you let Lan Shu stay as well, I'll leave with Lan Shu. Lu Ming's face was resolute and unquestionable. Blue Merchant sighed. He had known Lu Ming for so long and understood Lu Ming too well. Once Lu Ming made a decision, he wouldn't change it. If that's the case, let's leave together. Another enforcer said. Although he admired Lu Ming, he wouldn't stop Lu Ming if he insisted on leaving. Fellow enforcers, before Lu Ming leaves, he wants to do something. I hope you won't stop him. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. What do you want to do? One of the enforcers asked. You should have seen how many people joined hands to deal with me. If I don't get back at them, I won't feel good. Lu Ming said. The enforcers frowned. It was obvious that Lu Ming wanted to kill his way to the other famed mountains and find trouble with the mountain lords. However, this was equivalent to one famed mountain attacking another. It wasn't allowed. All right, we agree. However, there's a condition. You have to go alone and not kill anyone. The enforcer who took Wanshan away said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. All right, go then. Come back here 7 days later and we'll send you out. Also, we'll inform the guardians. We won't stop you. The enforcer said. Thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists. With a flash, he left the place. Sixmin Mountain was extremely magnificent. It soared through the clouds and covered a large area. There were even more experts here than Fengyun Mountain. At this moment, many people were discussing. Lu Ming is really powerful. Even Morong Qiao Shui is no match for him. Looks like there's going to be a change in the God King list. The first place is Lu Ming. I heard that Lu Ming has only been here for a few hundred years. This record is really amazing. I don't think anyone will be able to break it for a long time. This time, the Mountain Lord of the Mountain has attacked Lu Ming could be killed. I don't know if Lu Ming will come looking for trouble. The Mountain Master is hiding in the famed mountain. That Lu Ming shouldn't dare to come. These people were discussing, but in the next moment, their eyes widened. That was because a figure was walking in the sky from afar. His cold-killing intent was not concealed at all, causing the air to seem as if it was about to freeze. Someone exclaimed. Don't be nervous. He is the Mountain Lord of Fengyun Mountain. He won't dare to kill his way into our Sixmin Mountain. Otherwise, he will be violating the rules. Someone shouted to calm the enforcers down. Feng Wuqi, get out here. Lu Ming's shout was like rolling thunder, causing the entire Sixmin Mountain to vibrate. In the depths of the Sixmin Mountain, Feng Wuqi was recuperating in seclusion. In the previous battle, he had been injured by Lu Ming and Blue Merchant. His injuries were not light, so he had to take the time to recuperate. Then, Lu Ming's voice was heard. Damn it, Lu Ming. Feng Wuqi opened his eyes and roared angrily. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, but they were also filled with fear. Lu Ming had condensed the primordial divine blood. If he used all his strength, he could definitely kill Feng Wuqi. Mountain Lord, this is bad. Lu Ming is here. He is shouting outside the mountain and wants to challenge you. Someone came to report. Ignore him. He doesn't dare to come in. He can only roar outside. Feng Wuqi said with a gloomy face. Yes. That person left. However, not long after that person left, he ran in again in a panic and shouted, "Mountain Lord, this is bad. Lu Ming is here." He rushed into the Six-Min Mountain and no one can stop him. What? How dare he? He is the Mountain Lord of Fengyun Mountain. It is against the rules to barge in like this. Quick, inform the guardian. Feng Wuqi roared. Yes. That person went out immediately. However, after a while, he came back with an even more shocked face. Mountain Lord, this is bad. The guardian is not here. We can't find him. What? Damn it. Feng Wuqi roared. Wasn't the guardian always here? Why wasn't he here now? Feng Wuqi, get out here and fight with me. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice was heard again. This time, Lu Ming was right outside the cave where Feng Wuqi was cultivating in seclusion. Lu Ming had already fought his way here. Damn it, Feng Wuqi roared in his heart. At the same time, he was worried sick. However, since Lu Ming was already at the door, he could only go out. Gritting his teeth, Feng Wuqi got up and walked out of the cave. When he walked out of the cave, he saw Lu Ming standing outside the cave with his hands behind his back. His face was cold. He was surrounded by people from the Six-Min Mountain, but no one dared to make a move. Lu Ming, why are you here at the Six-Min Mountain? Feng Wuqi shouted coldly. Of course I'm here for you. Why? You ganged up with so many people to deal with me. Are you going to let it go? Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming, don't be rash. This is the Six-Min Mountain. You are the Mountain Lord of Fengyun Mountain. According to the rules, you are not allowed to make a move on other famous mountains. Do you understand? Feng Wuqi shouted. Now, he could only use the rules to suppress Lu Ming. I understand. So what? I'm going to make a move. Lu Ming sneered and stepped out. A violent aura shot up to the sky. He grabbed the air with his right hand and the Overlord spear appeared in his hand. How dare you? Feng Wuqi shouted. Boom, what welcomed him was a dazzling spear radiance that pressed down on him like a mountain. Feng Wuqi shouted and turned into his primordial divine body to resist. However, Lu Ming didn't bother to talk nonsense with him this time. He used all his strength to crush him. After a few breaths, Feng Wuqi was lying on the ground like a dead dog. His body kept twitching and many of his bones were broken. It was a horrible sight. Don't kill me, Feng Wuqi was really scared. He was scared to death and his body kept shaking. He was really afraid that Lu Ming would kill him directly. I'm too lazy to kill you. Hand over your storage ring. Lu Ming walked over and took Feng Wuqi's storage ring under Feng Wuqi's pleading eyes. Then, he left without looking back. Arg! Feng Wuqi let out a heart-wrenching scream. The storage ring contained all his wealth. He had been in this world for tens of thousands of years and had accumulated a shocking amount of primordial divine crystals. But now, they were all gone. Not a single piece was left for him. He even had the urge to die. After Lu Ming left, he continued to head to another famous mountain without stopping. Soon, Lu Ming came to the next famous mountain. Not long after, the owner of this mountain was also beaten to a pulp. His storage ring was also taken away by Lu Ming. In this way, Lu Ming went all the way and visited all the famous mountains. All the owners of the famous mountains were beaten half to death and had their storage rings taken away. It was the same even for a stunning beauty like Feng Qingxue. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He did not have the slightest bit of protective feelings for the fairer sex. He directly attacked and took away the storage ring. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's name shook the world and shocked everyone. He had visited all the famous mountains and taken away all the storage rings of the owners. This had never happened in history. Moreover, none of the guardians stepped forward. Everyone knew that this was tacitly approved by the guardians or the law enforcers. Everyone was even more shocked. There are so many primordial divine gems. It should be enough. Lu Ming was full of smiles. The number of primordial divine gems was astonishing. In total, it was definitely hundreds of millions. Lu Ming was finally in a better mood. Before 7 days were up, Lu Ming returned to the vicinity of the 14th mountain. The 3 law enforcers looked at Lu Ming strangely. In the past few days, they had received the news and knew what Lu Ming had done. This guy is really petty. We can't let him think about us. The 3 law enforcers muttered in their hearts. They could not help but feel a little scared. Lu Ming had infinite potential and would definitely surpass them in the future. If he came here again one day, would he cause trouble for them? At the thought of this, the 3 of them shuddered. Then, they put on smiles and asked about Lu Ming's well-being to express their affection. Lu Ming was speechless. He thought to himself, are these 3 old guys crazy? Lu Ming, we'll see you out. Remember to come back if you have the chance in the future. One of the law enforcers said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded silently. Then, he and Blue Merchant followed the 3 law enforcers and left. Not long after, they came to a strange place. Here, the space was constantly distorted, and there were more than a dozen huge vortexes that kept spinning. At a glance, Lu Ming knew that this was a space passage. This world has been set up by a supreme expert. It's very special. You can step into any vortex, but when you came in, your life imprints have been recorded. As long as you step into the vortex and leave this place, you will automatically return to the place where you came from. One of the law enforcers said. I see. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. It was no wonder that they wanted to return to where they came from. Lan Shu, let's go. Lu Ming looked at Blue Merchant. Lu Ming, Blue Merchant still wanted to persuade Lu Ming. If they left this place, they would return to the barbarian race's territory. Although it had been more than 100 years since they came in, who knew if the barbarian race was still guarding there? If they were still guarding there, it would be dangerous for them to go out. Lan Shu, let's go. Lu Ming smiled. He naturally knew what Blue Merchant wanted to say. Before Blue Merchant could finish, he had already stepped forward and stepped into a vortex. Blue Merchant sighed helplessly and followed him into that vortex. In a flash, the 2 of them disappeared. The familiar feeling of traveling through the void came again. Not long after, the void trembled, and Lu Ming and Blue Merchant appeared in the starry sky of the universe. We're back. Lu Ming took a deep breath. As soon as they returned, Lu Ming felt that the pressure on his body disappeared without a trace. He felt that his body was full of power, as if he could shatter a star with a punch. But the 2 of them immediately tensed up and looked around. There was no one, there was only a boundless starry sky around them. There were no living creatures, and no barbarian race. Did the barbarian race leave? Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were delighted. It was not impossible that the barbarian race had left after so many years. Let's leave this place quickly. How could the 2 of them miss such a good opportunity? They quickly rushed in a certain direction. But in the next moment, a powerful aura spread out in front of them. It pressed down on them from all directions, and the entire starry sky trembled. Not good. Lu Ming's and Lan Shang's expressions changed drastically. They quickly stopped in their tracks. In front of them, the void rippled. Then a burly figure appeared. Barbarian race. A barbarian race powerhouse. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. Without a doubt, this was a Divine Lord realm powerhouse. Moreover, he was not an ordinary first-level or second-level Divine Lord figure. The barbarian race people were still there. The 2 of them's hearts started to sink. It's been so many years. I didn't expect that it would be them who came out first. A voice came from behind. Following that, a powerful aura rose up. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant looked back. Several figures also appeared behind them. Each and every one of them had a strong aura. All of them were barbarians. There were more than a dozen barbarians. It looked like they were all Divine Lord realm barbarians. They were surrounded. More than a dozen barbarians stood in all directions, sealing off all of their escape routes. Looks like we can only go all out. Lu Ming, if there's a chance later, you have to seize the opportunity and escape. After Blue Merchant finished speaking, his glabella suffused with a resplendent brilliance. Following that, rays of divine light emerged on his body, revolving around him. powerful soul force radiated out. This is soul force. What a powerful soul force. A person without a star core actually has such terrifying soul force. Some barbarians exclaimed. Kill. Blue Merchant gave a cold cry and suddenly rushed in a direction. Divine light was like a heavenly blade, slashing toward the barbarian race in that direction. Making a move against me first, looks like you found the wrong person. This barbarian race person sneered and blasted a punch out. Bang, the void shook violently, being punched through. The terrifying fist force blasted toward Blue Merchant. The divine light that Blue Merchant attacked out directly exploded. You're a 5th level divine lord. Blue Merchant's expression changed wildly. Blue Merchant's cultivation back then was extremely profound, far above 5th level divine lord. Now, his soul force was even more astonishing. He naturally saw through the other party's cultivation realm at a glance. Although his current soul force was equivalent to the Divine Lord realm, it was at most equivalent to a 1st level Divine Lord. No matter how profound his soul force was, it was also impossible to be a 5th level Divine Lord's match. Swoosh, Blue Merchant immediately changed directions, wanting to rush in another direction. But the barbarian race person in that direction smiled malevolently. Grabbing out with a large hand, a huge palm grabbed toward Blue Merchant. This palm covered heaven and earth, boundlessly terrifying. The soul light that Blue Merchant burst forth directly collapsed. The large hand did not stop, continuing to grab toward Blue Merchant. 6th level Divine Lord. Blue Merchant's expression changed wildly. Then his glabella shone. A fist-sized crystal emerged, emitting a terrifying soul force, wanting to block that large hand. But it was completely useless. A 6th level Divine Lord existence was seriously too strong. With a grab from the large hand, that crystal trembled and flew back into Blue Merchant's glabella. The crystal that flew out from Lan Shang's glabella was very mysterious. It complemented his soul power perfectly. It was very mysterious. However, the difference between his cultivation base and that of the barbarian tribe was too big. The barbarian grabbed the crystal and sent it back into Blue Merchant's forehead. The Blue Merchant was enveloped by the huge hand and couldn't move. Lan Shu. Lu Ming was shocked. The tyrant god spear appeared and became one with the spear, turning into a spear light that stabbed at the huge hand. However, it was like an ordinary person holding a wooden sword and stabbing at a steel wall. It didn't leave a single mark. Instead, the rebounding force sent Lu Ming flying. Damn it. The barbarians' experts were too strong. They weren't people they could deal with. This kid's strength isn't bad. Why don't I play with him? At this time, a tall and sturdy barbarian stepped out. He held a battle axe in his hand and grinned. 1st level Divine Monarch realm, Lu Ming could feel that this barbarian's cultivation was at the 1st level Divine Monarch realm. Come. Killing one is enough. Killing two is a profit. Lu Ming said, his killing intent cold. Kill me? Ha ha ha, you're only at the 8th level Divine King realm. You sure talk big. Let's see how you're going to kill me. The 1st level Divine Monarch realm barbarian laughed. He stepped out and slashed his battle axe at Lu Ming. An incomparably huge battle axe light filled the sky. It was too big, as if it could split open the sky. Break! Lu Ming roared. He circulated his divine power and poured it into the tyrant god spear. Then, it turned into a shocking spear light that soared into the sky and pierced towards the battle axe. Boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The spear and battle axe light trembled at the same time. Then, they both collapsed. 4 awakenings of divine power. No, even 4 awakenings shouldn't be this terrifying. The barbarian exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Ming was actually evenly matched with him in one move. How was this possible? 8th layer of the Divine King realm could fight against a Divine Monarch realm expert. Furthermore, he had been on the battlefield for a long time and had experienced countless battles. His battle prowess was slightly stronger than ordinary 1st level Divine Lords. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and charged towards the other party. As he rushed out, an even more shocking aura erupted from his body. The battle formula increased his combat power by 5 times. Previously, he had only triggered the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 4 times. After all, 5 times wasn't a 100% success rate. There was still a chance. At the same time, secret skills of the origins appeared continuously around Lu Ming's body. Gate of Domination, Void Shattering Sword, Sky Demon Blade. These origin source secret techniques all blasted towards the other party. So many source secret techniques. The Goliath roared out in shock. At the same time, he erupted with the full strength of his Divine Lord Realm Cultivation. He wildly slashed out with his axe, instantly creating over 100 axe lights that cut towards Lu Ming. As these axe lights collided with Lu Ming's source secret technique, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. In the next moment, Lu Ming had already arrived, and the Tyrant God Spear slammed down. A series of explosions rang out as the axe lights exploded. The spear directly shot towards the Goliath. The Goliath was shocked and used his axe to block. With a clang, the Tyrant God Spear slammed into his axe. With a cracking sound, cracks appeared on his axe. His body violently trembled, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into a meteor and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Kill. Lu Ming controlled the wind-extinguishing boots and merged them with his feet. With shocking speed, he charged at the other party, wanting to kill him. He still hadn't activated the Tyrant God Spear's power after severing the shackles, nor had he used his primordial god blood. Now wasn't the time. He wanted to find a suitable time to suddenly erupt and see if he could find a chance to charge out. This brat is so strong. 2 more go. A Goliath who obviously had a high status waved his hand. Then, 2 more Goliaths rushed over and slashed at Lu Ming with their axes. These 2 Goliaths were also first-level Divine Lords. The 2 of them joined forces and attacked Lu Ming from the front. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and swept out his spear. The 2 Goliaths also retreated quickly. But with this block, the first Goliath caught his breath and came to the side of the other 2 Goliaths. The 3 Goliaths stood in a row. This brat is really monstrous. Be careful, don't capsize. The Goliath from before said. Join forces and support each other. Attack. Kill. The 3 Goliaths joined forces and attacked Lu Ming. The 3 of them seemed to have formed a battle formation and supported each other. Their combat strength was multiplied. Strange, there's no killing intent. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Although these Goliaths were shouting to kill, there was no killing intent on them. Lu Ming was a little puzzled, but he didn't have time to think. He waved the Tyrant God Spear and rushed towards the Goliaths. Bang! Bang, bang! Both sides had a fierce battle, colliding continuously in the air, erupting with horrifying rumbles. This was the power of the Divine Lord Realm. Each collision was like a planet exploding, incomparably terrifying. For some time, both sides were actually locked in battle. What astonishing combat strength! An old Goliath exclaimed in admiration. Indeed astonishing, but I keep feeling that he hasn't used his full strength yet. Another Goliath said. Hasn't used his full strength yet? The other Goliath's hearts jumped. Already so freakish and he still hadn't used his full strength. Then if he used his full strength, how freakish would it be? Let the 2nd level Divine Lords go. The person from before said. Really want the 2nd level Divine Lords to go? A Goliath said. 2nd level Divine Lords seemed to only be 1 level higher than 1st level Divine Lords. But in the Divine Lord realm, the disparity between each level was too great. An existence 1 level higher could easily kill an existence 1 level lower, or even instantly kill. Although Lu Ming was strong, could he contend with a 2nd level Divine Lord existence? Not like this. How can we force him to use his full strength? Xianxia, you make your move. That Goliath from before looked at a middle-aged Goliath. Okay. This middle-aged Goliath was called Xianxia. He nodded his head, then took a step out, rushing toward Lu Ming Thayal's battlefield. When he approached, he directly slammed a punch out. A huge fist crushed toward Lu Ming. The terrifying fist pressure made the starry sky tremble wildly. Lu Ming's expression changed, figure retreating wildly. But the other party's fist force held, its speed astonishing, pressing over. Bang, Lu Ming blocked with the Overlord God Spear. His body trembled wildly, and he was blasted out several 100,000 miles. All the muscles and bones in his body trembled. A stinging pain came from his wrist, bones almost breaking. Second-level Divine Lords, so strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Second-level Divine Lords were too strong. Although he could contend with 3 first-level Divine Lord existences, facing off against a second-level Divine Lord existence, he was absolutely not a match. Looks like wanting to preserve strength won't work. Lu Ming thought in his heart. He still wanted to preserve strength and suddenly erupt, catching the other party by surprise. But now, it could not. Facing off against a second-level Divine Lord, if he did not use his trump card, he would probably be directly killed by the other party. All of you retreat. Leave this person to me. Barbarian second-level Divine Lord Expert Xianxia said. The 3 first-level Divine Lord Barbarians nodded and retreated. You're very powerful. What trump cards do you have? Use them all. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming and said seriously. If I use them, I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. Lu Ming sneered. He took a step forward and suddenly charged towards Xianxia. With the support of the wind-extinguishing boots, his figure was as fast as lightning. With a swoosh, he rushed across hundreds of thousands of miles of space. At the same time, an incomparably powerful aura erupted from the Overlord God Spear. With a sweep of the spear, a world-shaking spear light pressed towards Xianxia. The power was much more shocking than before. This is an origin source secret technique to sever the shackles. On the side, some barbarians' faces changed wildly as they roared in shock. They were experienced and could naturally tell at a glance that Lu Ming's origin source secret technique had already severed the shackles. This was too shocking. In the Divine King realm, those who could comprehend an origin source secret technique were geniuses among geniuses. As for severing the shackles, it was too difficult and simply unbelievable. He severed the shackles. Xianxia also revealed a look of shock. Then, he revealed an even stronger fighting spirit. Divine power erupted from his body as he punched out. Boom, the starry sky within a radius of several million miles shook violently. A terrifying fist force blasted towards Lu Ming. Wherever the fist force passed, the void exploded and a void passage was blasted open. Boom, the Overlord God Spear and the fist force collided, erupting with a terrifying roar. The terrifying force swept across a radius of several million miles and even extended into the distant starry sky. Following that, the Overlord God Spear trembled incessantly and became bent. Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated rapidly, crashing into a meteorite that was several tens of thousands of miles in diameter. This meteorite directly exploded into pieces. Second-level Divine Lord realm is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's face was solemn. Although he activated the power of the Overlord God Spear, he was still not a match for a second-level Divine Lord realm. The gap between first-level Divine Lords was too great. It was impossible to rely on an origin source secret technique to sever a shackle to fight across realms. This was unrealistic. Severing one shackle only gave him a slight ability to resist. Otherwise, this move would have seriously injured him or even killed him. You've severed one shackle with your origin secret technique. Your battle prowess is indeed astonishing, but it's still not enough to contend against me. Do you have any other trump cards? Bring them out. Xianxia said. Of course, Xianxia was just joking. He still had a trump card? How was that possible? This was already monstrous enough, alright. At the side, the other barbarian race experts also smiled and shook their heads. He still had a trump card? Was that even possible? An 8th-layer Divine King realm cultivator could block a 2nd-layer Divine Monarch realm cultivator's attacks without dying. He didn't even suffer heavy injuries. This was already unbelievable. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. A God Lord had an overwhelming advantage against a God King. No matter how many God Kings there were, it was useless. A single slap could kill a large number of them. When a godly king met a godly monarch, there was only one path, death, but now, a mere 8th-layer Divine King realm cultivator was able to suppress a 1st-layer Divine Lord, and he could even hold his own against a 2nd-layer Divine Lord. This defied common sense. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering dragon roar came from Lu Ming's mouth. Then, Lu Ming's body started to grow crazily. Lu Ming activated the ancient god body and turned into a divine dragon. The divine dragon grew rapidly and turned into a divine dragon with 9 claws. It was a few million meters long and emitted a terrifying aura. All the barbarian race experts were stunned. Their eyes widened and they were tongue-tied. Just now, they were just casually talking. They never thought that Lu Ming would still have a trump card. Moreover, he turned into a divine dragon that was a few million meters long and emitted a terrifying aura. 9-clawed dragon. He turned into a 9-clawed dragon. What kind of secret technique is that? No, it's not a 9-clawed dragon. It looks like a primordial divine dragon. Could it be a primordial divine body? How could there be such a terrifying primordial divine body? The barbarian race experts were stunned. It was hard to imagine that there could be such a terrifying primordial divine body. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. One of his dragon claws grabbed the Overlord Divine Spear and whipped it toward Xianxia. At the same time, another dragon claw grabbed the Gate of Domination, another dragon claw grabbed the Void-Shattering Sword, and another dragon claw grabbed the Heavenly Demon Blade. Especially the immemorial Divine Dragon Horn. It merged with the dragon horn on Lu Ming's head and emitted a blade light that slashed toward Xianxia. A series of attacks rained down on Xianxia like a storm. Xianxia's expression was solemn. He didn't dare to be careless. An axe appeared in each of his hands. With a loud shout, his body rapidly expanded and transformed into the barbarian god body. However, his barbarian god body was at most equivalent to the 5th transformation. Although any genius from the primordial divine spirit world would have a 6th, 7th, or even 8th transformation of the primordial divine spirit body, that was because they were rare geniuses who stayed in that world to cultivate. In the outside world, it was extremely rare to see a primordial divine body reach the 5th transformation. The 5th transformation was equivalent to the green-armored ancient god body. At the same time, the 2 axes slashed out continuously. This was the sky-splitting axe skill. It was a terrifying attack secret skill of the barbarian race. Its power could split the sky. The attacks from both sides collided. In an instant, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Every collision was like a star exploding. It was as if hundreds of stars had exploded in the starry sky. It was a spectacular scene. After hundreds of collisions, a figure retreated quickly. It was Xianxia. He retreated hundreds of thousands of miles before he could stabilize himself. Lu Ming's huge body twisted and turned. At most, he retreated hundreds of thousands of miles. The winner was obvious. Lu Ming had gained the upper hand in this confrontation. Amazing. Again. Xianxia shouted. He waved his axes and charged at Lu Ming again. However, his body size was too different from Lu Ming's. He was just a small dot. Lu Ming twisted his body and charged at him. The Overlord God Spear turned into a dazzling spear light and stabbed at his opponent. Clang! Xianxia blocked the attack with his battle axe. However, his arm trembled and the battle axe almost flew out of his hand. He shouted and slashed at Lu Ming with his other axe. However, it was blocked by the saber gleam that burst forth from the dragon horn on Lu Ming's head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xianxia's body swayed. He used his movement skill and circled behind Lu Ming to attack. Lu Ming's body was huge. He wanted to defeat Lu Ming with his agility. Sure enough, Lu Ming did not react in time. He was swept by his opponent's axe light. The scales on his body were almost cut open and he felt a burning pain. Sure enough, after transforming into the primordial divine dragon body, although I can unleash 100% of my power, I am not as agile. Lu Ming thought. In his divine dragon form, he could unleash 100% of his strength, but his agility was affected. In his human form, although he couldn't unleash 100% of his speed and agility were much faster. Both had their pros and cons. At this moment, Lu Ming needed speed. With a thought, Lu Ming's body shrunk into his human form. He swept out his Overlord Divine Spear and clashed with Xianxuan's axe. There was a loud explosion and Lu Ming and Xianxia retreated at the same time. But in the next moment, the two of them clashed again. Lu Ming integrated the wind destroyer boots with his feet and his speed was amazing. He turned into a light shadow and attacked Xianxia. At this moment, his speed was above Xianxia's. The spear radiance moved around as though there were countless Lu Ming attacking Xianxia. In an instant, there were spear radiances piercing towards Xianxia from all directions. Xianxia waved his two axes and resisted with all his might. At this moment, he could only defend himself and couldn't fight back. Xianxia is no match for him. The other barbarians were shocked. An 8th realm divine king was so strong. They had lived for so long and had never heard of such a thing. Should we let a 3rd realm divine king try? Said an old barbarian. When he said this, he felt that he was crazy. How could a 3rd layer divine monarch god deal with an 8th layer divine king god? No need. Right at this moment, a deep voice resounded. It came from space, and then space rippled like a wave before a robust figure suddenly appeared. It was a middle-aged man covered in a layer of scales. There was a horn on his forehead and he looked like a humanoid crocodile. Marshal. When the barbarians saw the man, they bowed respectfully. You are Etion? When Lan Shang saw this middle-aged man, his eyes suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief, as if he was very surprised. When the middle-aged man appeared, Xianxia retreated quickly and distanced himself from Lu Ming. He stopped attacking. Lu Ming didn't chase after him. He instinctively felt that the middle-aged man was terrifying and his strength was unfathomable. It was the same feeling he had when facing the imperial tutor. The middle-aged man looked at Blue Merchant and waved his hand. The barbarian immediately let go of Blue Merchant. Teacher Lan, I didn't think that we would meet again after so many years. The middle-aged man smiled and walked over to give Blue Merchant a hug. Teacher Lan? This is? Lu Ming was a little confused. The barbarian seemed to be very respectful towards this man. It could be seen that he was an important figure among the barbarians. However, this man seemed to be very familiar with Blue Merchant. He didn't have any hostility and even hugged him. What was going on, and he even called him Teacher Lan? Etion, have you been in the barbarian tribe all these years? Blue Merchant said. That's right. I'm in the barbarian race. I'm the barbarian race's void annihilation marshal. Etion smiled. What? You are the famous void annihilation marshal. Blue Merchant's eyes suddenly widened. Lu Ming was equally shocked. He had been fighting with the barbarians for so many years. Naturally, he had heard of Void Annihilation Marshal. Void Annihilation Marshal was the commander-in-chief of the barbarian tribe in the war against the Taishu dynasty. His strength was unfathomable. He had fought with the Taishu dynasty for countless years and had killed countless experts from the Taishu dynasty. This man was Void Annihilation Marshal and he knew Blue Merchant. Lu Ming had many questions in his mind. Haha, you didn't expect this, right? When I saw the Dark Ape fighting tribe, I felt something was wrong. Teacher Lan, why don't you introduce them to me? Toward the end, Etion looked at Lu Ming. Blue Merchant hesitated and looked at the barbarians. Etion smiled knowingly and said, Don't worry. Although they are barbarians, they are my confidants. They are loyal to me. They are the kind that would risk their lives for me. That's good. Etion, this is Lu Ming, the descendant of the prince. Blue Merchant introduced. The prince he was referring to was Jingyu. He is indeed the descendant of the prince. Etion's eyes lit up and he laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, good, good. You are indeed the descendant of the prince. Your talent is unparalleled. You are only at the 8th stage of the King God realm but you can fight with the 2nd stage of the King God realm. Even the prince was not as talented as you. He looked at Lu Ming as if he was looking at a peerless jewel. Lan Shu, who is he? Lu Ming asked Blue Merchant. Lu Ming, let me introduce him to you. He is Etion. He was one of the 3 war generals under Prince Jingyu. He was also the leader of the 3 war generals. Blue Merchant said. The leader of the 3 war generals under Jingyu? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He then cupped his fists and said, "Junior Lu Ming greets Senior. Ha ha ha, you are welcome. Seeing your talent, the prince will be able to rest in peace." Tian laughed. Towards the end, there was a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were silent. After a while, Tian smiled again and said, "When I saw the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe last time, I had my doubts. The Dark Ape Fighting Tribe is under the command of the prince. Not many people know about it and they do not go to war easily. They hide in the ghost region. Why would they come out to fight the barbarian tribe this time? I suspected that it was you who had called them out, or perhaps the prince's successor had appeared. Hence, I passed down the order to only capture them alive." "Only capture them alive? So, they are not dead?" Lu Ming was overjoyed. "Of course. All these years, I have kept them in a place to cultivate peacefully," Tian explained. "Great." Lu Ming could finally put down the huge rock in his heart. All these years, he had thought that his men were most likely dead after being captured by the barbarian tribe. He did not expect them to still be alive. This was a huge surprise. No wonder the barbarian tribe wanted to capture them alive. It turned out that it was the order of the Void Annihilation Marshal. "Let's go back to my barracks first," Tian said. With a wave of his hand, a huge battleship appeared. They entered the battleship and arrived at the barbarian tribe headquarters. With Tian leading the way, Lu Ming and the rest entered a huge battleship silently. This battleship belonged to Tian. Without his order, no one could enter. Lu Ming saw his men here. When they saw Lu Ming, they were overjoyed. "Tian, how did you become the Void Annihilation Marshal of the barbarian tribe?" In a hall, Blue Merchant asked curiously. "Back then, the prince was killed unjustly and I was surrounded. In the end, I desperately escaped. It took me tens of thousands of years to recover from my injuries. However, I had to take revenge. I didn't mind it, but the prince died unjustly. I wanted them to pay the price. However, with my strength alone, I couldn't take revenge at all. So, I changed my name and joined the barbarian tribe. I joined the army and hunted the people of the Taishu dynasty. Then, step by step, I became the Void Annihilation Marshal. I wanted to borrow the power of the barbarian tribe to make the Taishu dynasty pay the price." Tian's eyes were filled with deep hatred. Hearing Tian's explanation, everyone understood. Tian had escaped with serious injuries. After recovering, he came to the barbarian tribe. He wanted to use the barbarian tribe's power to avenge Jingyu. He had been fighting with the Taishu Holy Dynasty all these years, and that was how he had become the Void Destroyer Marshal. "Tian, if you want to avenge the prince, using the barbarian tribe's power is just a bad idea," Blue Merchant said. "Oh? Does Master Lan have a good plan?" Tian asked. "The barbarian tribe's strength is far from the Taishu dynasty. In fact, they are a little weaker. If you want to rely on the barbarian tribe to avenge the prince, you can only kill some unimportant people. It's impossible to reverse the case for the prince and punish the people who framed him," Blue Merchant said. Tian frowned. He knew that Blue Merchant was right. Although he was the Void Destroyer Marshal and commanded thousands of troops, he could only fight against the Taishu dynasty's army. No matter how many troops he killed, it was useless. The Taishu dynasty was so vast. No matter how many troops he killed, there would be an endless stream of troops. However, it didn't affect the core members. With his combat power, it was impossible for him to kill his way to the Taishu dynasty. Although his combat power was strong, there were many in the Taishu dynasty who could match him. If you want to avenge the prince, you have to do it from within the Taishu dynasty. Find out the truth from within, kill the enemy, reverse the case for the prince, and prove the prince's innocence," Blue Merchant said. "How do we do it from within the Taishu dynasty?" Tian asked. "We have to rely on Lu Ming." Blue Merchant looked at Lu Ming and said, "Now in the Taishu dynasty, no one knows that Lu Ming is the prince's descendant. With Lu Ming's talent, he will rise quickly. He is now the governor of the general's residence. As long as his strength continues to rise, he will become the governor of the Heavenly King's residence and become the core of the Taishu dynasty. Then, he will be able to find out the truth and reverse the case for the prince." Etienne pondered and said, Master Lan is right. Alright, I will leave with Lu Ming and assist Lu Ming. No, you can't leave. Blue Merchant shook his head. I can't leave? Why? Etienne was stunned. With his strength, if he assisted Lu Ming secretly, Lu Ming's strength would soar quickly. You stay in the barbarian tribe for the time being. You will be more useful to Lu Ming. With the help of the barbarian tribe, Lu Ming can make more contributions. This way, he can improve his strength and status faster. Blue Merchant said. That's right, that's right. Why didn't I think of that? Alright, I will stay in the barbarian tribe for the time being and assist Lu Ming secretly. Etienne nodded and asked, Master Lan, Lu Ming, when do you plan to leave? As soon as possible. Lu Ming said. Alright, I will arrange it. 3 days later, I will send someone to send you off. Etienne said. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, a huge battleship flew in the direction of the Taishu dynasty. Inside the battleship were Etienne's trusted subordinates from the barbarian tribe. They were not afraid of being checked by the barbarian tribe. They left the barbarian tribe's territory smoothly and arrived at a remote star region. This star region was barren and lonely. There were not many living creatures at the border between the barbarian tribe and the Taishu dynasty. Everyone, let's part ways here. A burly barbarian said. Goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Then, the barbarian tribe left in the battleship. Lu Ming took out a small battleship from the Jingyu scroll. It was a battleship belonging to the Taishu dynasty. He, Blue Merchant, and his subordinates entered the battleship. The battleship started and headed towards the Heavenly Chaos Star region. He wanted to return to the Heavenly Chaos Star region directly. In the battleship, Lu Ming looked at a jade token in his hand. This jade token was given to him by Etienne. It was actually a map. On the map, there were a series of locations where the barbarian tribe troops were stationed. Every location of the barbarian tribe troops was clearly marked. With this map, Lu Ming knew the barbarian tribe's troops like the back of his hand. He could defeat them one by one. This was given to Lu Ming by Etienne so that Lu Ming could quickly accumulate merits. In addition, Etienne also told Lu Ming a secret. Etienne had a secret base in the Taishu dynasty. If Lu Ming wanted to contact him in the future, he could pass the message from that secret base. With this, I believe I can be promoted to the Marquis Mansion soon. Lu Ming whispered, revealing a confident expression. After some time, Lu Ming and the others finally returned to the Hidden Dragon Mansion in the Heavenly Chaos Star region. The Mansion Master is back. The Mansion Master is fine. Suddenly, the Hidden Dragon Mansion was in an uproar. They were extremely excited. Yuan Song quickly came out to greet them. Haha, Mansion Master, I knew you would be fine. The Mansion Master is blessed. How could anything happen to him so easily? Yuan Song grinned, his face full of joy. Senior Yuan Song. Lu Ming smiled and greeted Yuan Song and the others. He then looked around and asked, Where's Autumn Moon? Why isn't she here? Is she in seclusion? Normally, when Lu Ming returned after such a long time, Autumn Moon would have come out to see him. Autumn Moon, hearing Lu Ming ask about Autumn Moon, Yuan Song's face darkened. He didn't dare to look into Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He had a bad premonition. What's wrong with Autumn Moon? Tell me. Lu Ming shouted coldly with a commanding tone. He was really anxious. Mansion Master, more than 100 years ago, the 8th Barbarian Exterminating Army sent news that you had died in battle. Miss Autumn Moon panicked and said she didn't believe that you had died in battle. She went to the barbarian tribe's territory alone to look for you. Yuan Song said. What? Lu Ming was shocked and his face turned pale. Autumn Moon went to the barbarian tribe's territory alone? How could that be? With Autumn Moon's cultivation, wouldn't it be dangerous for her to go to the barbarian tribe's territory alone? Yuan Song, why didn't you stop her? Lu Ming shouted with a cold expression. Mansion Master, I did stop her, but I couldn't stop her forever. Miss Autumn Moon sneaked away when I wasn't paying attention. Sigh. Yuan Song sighed helplessly. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming whispered. In fact, he knew that he couldn't stop her. He knew Autumn Moon's personality very well. Although she was obedient in front of him, she was very stubborn. Once she decided on something, no one could persuade her other than him, Lu Yuntian, or Li Ping. When she heard that Lu Ming had died in battle, she would definitely go to find him. Autumn Moon, you'll be fine. Lu Ming whispered and left immediately. He went to Etian's secret base in the Taishu dynasty. Now, he could only rely on Etian. He wanted Etian to help him find out about Autumn Moon in the barbarian tribe. Etian had great influence in the barbarian tribe. If Etian couldn't find anything, it would be useless no matter how anxious he was. Even if he went to the barbarian tribe's territory personally, it would be useless. Instead, he would get himself involved. Everything went smoothly. Lu Ming successfully passed the news to Etian. Now, he could only wait. A few months later, Lu Ming received news from Etian. Etian said that he had sent people to investigate. No one had ever seen Autumn Moon in the barbarian tribe. Etian said that Autumn Moon might not have gone to the barbarian tribe. He didn't go to the barbarian tribe? What's going on? Lu Ming was confused. With Autumn Moon's character, he would definitely go to the barbarian tribe to find him. If he didn't go, there was only one possibility. Something must have happened along the way, causing him to be unable to go. Where did Autumn Moon go? What happened? Lu Ming's heart was in a mess. He was really worried that something might have happened to Autumn Moon. After half a month, Lu Ming gradually calmed down. It was useless to be anxious. If Autumn Moon was fine, he would definitely come back to find him. Perhaps Autumn Moon had encountered some fortuitous encounter and was cultivating in seclusion somewhere. After all, at their level, it was normal for them to cultivate in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. Of course, Lu Ming also sent a large number of people to find out where Autumn Moon was. No matter what, I have to continue. Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down. The next day, Lu Ming and Yuan Song left the Hidden Dragon Mansion and headed to the 9-extinction Heavenly King Mansion in the Taishu dynasty. That's right. He wanted to go back to the Ghost's Den and bring out all the experts of the Dark Ape fighting tribe. It was time to mobilize all the members of the Dark Ape fighting tribe. If he wanted to accumulate more merits, he would have to mobilize more experts. Moreover, he had obtained a large number of primordial divine crystals and primordial spiritual liquid from the primitive divine spirit world. He was going to start cultivating the Dark Ape fighting tribe. Everything went smoothly. Lu Ming returned to the Ghost's Den and told his opinion. The tribe leader of the Dark Ape fighting tribe, Yuan Huan, immediately gave the order to gather the experts of the tribe. Of course, it would take some time to gather the experts of the Dark Ape fighting tribe since many of them were cultivating in seclusion. Yuan Huan, have you heard of the primitive divine body? Lu Ming asked. Of course I've heard of the primordial divine body. Yuan Huan said. Does the Nether Ape Battle Clan have a way to cultivate the primordial divine body? Lu Ming said. No. The primordial godly body technique is extremely rare. Moreover, for a special race like us, we must have a suitable physique. Unless we have the primordial godly body secret technique related to the ape race. Yuan Huan said. Secret techniques? That's easy. I happen to have one here. Take it and have a look. Lu Ming took out a secret manual and handed it to Yuan Huan. Lu Ming had obtained this secret technique from a prodigy of the primordial divine spirit world. It was called the King Kong Raging Ape. Primordial divine body secret technique. Yuan Huan received it. His body shivered as he hurried to read it. The more he read, the more excited he became. It's really the secret technique of the primordial divine body, and it's related to the ape species. Yuan Huan was so excited that his face turned red. This kind of secret technique was extremely rare. It could not be found in the entire Taishu dynasty. It's a pity that the conditions to cultivate the primordial divine body are too harsh. It's too difficult to cultivate it successfully. Yuan Huan sighed. The conditions to cultivate the primordial divine body secret technique were too harsh. Only a very small number of exceptional prodigies would be able to cultivate it successfully. Ordinary people would not be able to cultivate it successfully, especially those who were old and had cultivated it for many years. I've obtained a treasure. It might be able to help you awaken the bloodline in your body. It might be helpful for cultivating this secret technique. Lu Ming smiled and took out a jade bottle. The jade bottle contained the primordial spiritual liquid. Lu Ming opened the jade bottle and guided it with his divine power. A drop of primordial spiritual liquid flew out. Instantly, a mysterious fluctuation was emitted. When Yuan Huan and Yuan Song saw the drop of primordial spiritual liquid, their eyes widened. Although they did not know what the primordial spiritual liquid was, when they saw the drop of primordial spiritual liquid, their blood started to boil. There was a desire in their hearts to obtain this drop of primordial spiritual liquid. This was an instinctive reaction. They instinctively felt that this drop of primordial spiritual liquid would be of great help to them. Warlord, this is? Yuan Huan took a deep breath to calm himself down. This is the primordial spiritual liquid. It was left behind by the primordial divine ape. Lu Ming said. What? The primordial divine ape. Yuan Huan and Yuan Song exclaimed in unison. The primordial divine ape was a primordial divine spirit. It was the ancestor of all apes. Of course, there might be more than one primordial divine ape. However, as long as it was a treasure left behind by the primordial divine ape, it would be a fatal temptation to apes. Yuan Huan, try consuming this drop of primordial spiritual liquid. Lu Ming said. Okay. Yuan Huan replied with a trembling voice. He did not refuse because he really wanted it. After taking a deep breath, the drop of primordial spiritual liquid flew into Yuan Huan's mouth. Yuan Huan immediately sat down cross-legged and began to refine it. A layer of light appeared on Yuan Huan's body and enveloped him. Roar, however, not long after, Yuan Huan suddenly let out a terrifying roar. His body rapidly enlarged and turned into a giant ape. He roared at the sky. A layer of bloody mist appeared on his body and turned into a giant ape. It looked very similar to the dark ape fighting tribe, but its aura was shocking. The bloodline in Yuan Huan's body was stimulated. What's going on? It's the patriarch. What's wrong with the patriarch? Yuan Huan's strange behavior also alarmed the other dark apes. Many of the dark ape battle tribe members rushed over. The patriarch is cultivating. Don't disturb him. Yuan Song shouted. Yuan Song was the great elder of the dark ape fighting tribe. He had a high prestige in the tribe. When he shouted, the other dark apes stopped. Roar, Yuan Huan continued to roar. The giant ape formed by the bloody mist on his body grew larger and more solid. Soon, 2 hours had passed. At this time, an earth-shattering aura erupted from Yuan Huan's body. This aura was too terrifying and unfathomable. When it erupted, it felt as if the entire world was shaking. So strong. Lu Ming was shocked. He felt that it was difficult to breathe. He was about to be crushed to death by this pressure. Battle ancestor, be careful. Yuan Song pulled Lu Ming and retreated. At the same time, he said with a joyful face, the patriarch is about to break through. Break through? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. The patriarch's cultivation used to be at the peak of the 7th level Divine Lord realm. However, he has been stuck at that level for more than 2 stellar years. I didn't expect that he would use a drop of primordial spirit liquid to stimulate his bloodline and break through the bottleneck. He is about to break through to the 8th level Divine Lord realm. Yuan Song explained. 8th level Divine Lord realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In fact, a 7th level Divine Lord realm expert was already a top expert in the Taishu dynasty. For example, the heavenly kings of the 27 heavenly king palaces and some weaker heavenly kings were also 7th level Divine Lords. An 8th level Divine Lord realm expert was an expert among experts. Yuan Huan's breakthrough to the 8th level Divine Lord realm was undoubtedly a great help to Lu Ming. Yuan Huan's breakthrough lasted for a full hour before stopping. He ended his cultivation. Whoosh, Yuan Huan took a deep breath, then got up. His eyes sparkled, and he seemed to be several decades younger. Yuan Huan thanks Battle Ancestor for granting my wish. Yuan Huan came in front of Lu Ming and bowed deeply. This time, it was all thanks to Lu Ming that he could break through. Originally, he had been stuck at peak 7th level Divine Lord for more than 2 stellar years and might not be able to break through in his lifetime. This time, it was all thanks to Lu Ming's primordial spirit liquid that he could break through in one go. He was sincerely grateful to Lu Ming. Don't mention it. How is it? Can you cultivate the primordial divine body now? Lu Ming asked. After absorbing the primordial spirit liquid, the bloodline in the depths of my body has already been stimulated. Cultivating the primordial divine body is absolutely no problem. Yuan Huan said, glowing with energy. Cultivation breaking through to 8th level Divine Lord, plus cultivating the primordial divine body, his combat strength had skyrocketed by God knows how many times compared to before. From now on, there were extremely few who could defeat him in the Taishu dynasty. Apart from those terrifying existences at 9th level Divine Lord and above, virtually no one could match him. Battle Ancestor. By the side, Yuan Song stared at Lu Ming with fiery eyes, wanting to speak but hesitating. Haha, Yuan Song, you naturally won't be left out. Take it. Lu Ming took out a jade bottle, and another drop of primordial spirit liquid flew out. This kind of thing, more was useless. One drop was enough. Just like Yuan Huan, one drop stimulated the bloodline in the depths of his body, and at the same time, broke through cultivation in one go. But that was because his cultivation was originally at peak 7th level Divine Lord and was just a hair away from breaking through. That was why he could break through. Continuing to refine the primordial spirit liquid now would not have much effect. Many thanks, Battle Ancestor. Yuan Song was overjoyed. He received the primordial spirit liquid and swallowed it, then started refining. Half a day later, Yuan Song succeeded in refining. Not only stimulated the bloodline in his body, but his cultivation also broke through. Yuan Song's cultivation was originally at peak 6th level Divine Lord and was just a step away from 7th level Divine Lord. Like Yuan Huan, when he stimulated his bloodline, his cultivation also broke through in one go. Good. Good. Lu Ming was ecstatic. 7th level Divine Lord, in the Taishu dynasty, that was a true top expert. Like the 9 Absolute Heavenly King, 9 Sabers Heavenly King, they were also just 7th level Divine Lord cultivation. In the past, the Nether 8 Battle Tribe's strength was similar to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace, but now, with Yuan Song and Yuan Huan's breakthrough, the Nether 8 Battle Tribe had completely surpassed the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. Yuan Huan, Yuan Song, bring as many people as you can and follow me to the Heaven Chaos Starfield. Once we're there, we'll choose suitable people to refine the origin spirit liquid. Also, take these. Lu Ming waved his hand and 2 storage rings flew towards Yuan Song and Yuan Huan. Battle Ancestor, this is the primordial divine crystal. It can help you cultivate the primordial divine body. Lu Ming said. The two of them were greatly shocked, and their eyes revealed a trace of horror. What had the Battle Ancestor experienced during this period of time? How could he have so many treasures? He was even more unfathomable than Jingyu back then. Of course, the two of them were overjoyed. Lu Ming gave Yuan Huan and Yuan Song 10,000 primordial divine crystals each. It was enough for them to use for a long time. In any case, Lu Ming now had a lot of primordial divine crystals. One had to know that in the primordial divine spirit world, the storage rings of more than 10 mountain lords were in his hands. The total number of primordial divine crystals in them exceeded 1 billion. A few days later, a large number of Dark Ape Battle Tribe members gathered. This time, at least 80% of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe's experts left with Lu Ming. Among them, there were 120 Divine Lords. In addition to the 11 that followed Lu Ming, there were a total of 131 people. As for the Divine Kings, there were 100,000. This was a terrifying force. Moreover, Yuan Huan also wanted to leave with them. More than 100,000 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members followed Lu Ming and left the Ghost region, heading towards the Heaven Chaos Starfield. A few months later, they arrived at the Heaven Chaos Starfield's Hidden Dragon Mansion. With the addition of this group of experts, Lu Ming's strength skyrocketed, surpassing some of the Heavenly King's mansions. Seeing that Lu Ming had brought so many experts with him, those who had previously sided with Lu Ming were dumbfounded. Their hearts were filled with shock, and they were even more determined to follow Lu Ming. After Lu Ming brought the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members to the Hidden Dragon Star, he did not immediately lead them to conquer the barbarian tribe. Instead, he distributed the primordial spiritual liquid for them to refine. Lu Ming had obtained more than 100,000 drops of primordial spiritual liquid. More than 100,000 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were enough. In a vast and uninhabited area, the 100,000 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were stationed here to refine the primordial spiritual liquid. A few days later. Roar! Roar, roar! The 100,000 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members all stimulated the primordial divine ape bloodline in their bodies. This way, they could all cultivate the primordial divine body. Lu Ming was looking forward to seeing more than 100,000 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members cultivate the primordial divine body. When the primordial divine body appeared, the 100,000 giant divine apes would struggle in the starry sky. It would probably shock countless people. At the same time, while they were refining the primordial spiritual liquid, a group of Dark Ape Battle Tribe members broke through in their cultivation. This group of Abyssal Ape Battle Tribe members had been stuck at the peak of a certain cultivation level before they were able to make a breakthrough. Not everyone was able to make a breakthrough. This time, the breakthrough was shocking. A total of 50 peak divine kings had entered the divine sovereign realm. 50 divine sovereigns had suddenly appeared. It would be shocking if word got out. One had to know that the Dark Ape Battle Tribe had only accumulated about 150 divine sovereigns over the years. This time, there were 50 more. These 50 divine sovereigns used to be peak divine kings, and they had been stuck at that level for a long time. This time, after they stimulated their bloodline, they broke through in one fell swoop. As for the divine king realm, many of them had made a breakthrough and increased their cultivation by one level. The overall strength of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe had increased by a large margin. Of course, this breakthrough was a one-time thing. It was because the Dark Ape Battle Tribe had been accumulating strength for a long time, and with the stimulation of the primordial spiritual liquid, they had broken through. They would not have such an opportunity in the future. Then, Lu Ming distributed the primordial divine crystal and the primordial divine body secret skill to each Dark Ape Battle Tribe member. Alright, now half of you will follow me to fight the barbarian tribe. The other half will stay here and cultivate the primordial divine body. We will take turns. Lu Ming ordered. Yes. The Dark Ape Battle Tribe members replied loudly, their voices shaking the heavens. Now, all of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were sincerely loyal to Lu Ming. They were willing to fight to the death for Lu Ming. In the end, it was decided that Yuan Huan would stay behind and lead a portion of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members to cultivate, while Lu Ming would lead Yuan Huan and half of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe to accumulate merits. At the border between the barbarian race and the Taishu dynasty, in a barren galaxy. On this day, a battleship suddenly appeared. According to the map provided by Absolute Tian, there is a barbarian race army stationed here. Let's destroy them. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. He had found this place based on the map provided by Absolute Tian. There was a barbarian race army stationed here. Lu Ming waved his hand and huge rocks flew out. These were all rest reflection stones. This time, Lu Ming had specially sent people to the Grand Council to get dozens of rest reflection stones. This way, he could record their contributions in all aspects. Alright, let's kill. Lu Ming waved his hand. Swoosh. Swoosh, more than 50,000 Dark Ape Battle Tribe soldiers charged towards the galaxy ahead. Enemy attack. That seemingly desolate galaxy immediately let out a roar, and then a large number of experts flew out from the various planets. There were at least a few 100,000 barbarian race soldiers. The two armies collided in the blink of an eye. Boom. Boom, in the starry sky, there was a terrifying explosion. Then, a huge planet exploded. There were Divine Lord Realm powerhouses fighting. However, it was obvious that although the Dark Ape Battle Tribe had fewer people, they had the upper hand in terms of combat power. One should know that Lu Ming had brought more than 80 Divine Lords with him this time. Moreover, there was Yuan Tsong, a 7th-level Divine Lord expert. There were also a few 6th-level Divine Lords. In this barbarian race army, the strongest expert was only a 5th-level divine lord. Boom, Yuan Song attacked. His terrifying fist was shocking. With a punch, thousands of barbarian race soldiers exploded. Regardless of whether they were divine kings or divine lords, they were all killed in one punch. 7th-level divine lord, damn it. Why did the Taishu dynasty send out such a terrifying existence? Also, how did they know that we are here? In the depths of the galaxy, a barbarian race expert roared. He was the commander of this army and had the cultivation of a 5th-level divine lord. However, at this moment, he was so scared that his face was pale. Commander, this is bad. We can't hold on anymore. More than half of our casualties are about to be killed. A barbarian came to report. Retreat, retreat. The barbarian commander shouted. Retreat? Where do you want to go? A cold voice sounded. The ape had appeared above their heads without them noticing. Oh no. The barbarian commander was terrified to the extreme. Boom, the ape threw out a punch. A gigantic fist that covered the entire sky came crashing down towards the leaders of the barbarian race. As the fist struck down, these people could not withstand it at all. Their bodies exploded one after another. Even that 5th-level divine lord barbarian race commander was also the same. 5th-level divine lord and 7th-level divine lord, the disparity was too great. Under the fist seal pressing down, his body directly exploded. Boom, in the end, the fist mark landed on the planet. An earthquake of a few hundred magnitude occurred on the planet, and huge cracks appeared on the surface of the planet. Then, endless lava soared into the sky. Then, the entire planet exploded like a brilliant firework. With the death of the leader of the barbarian tribe, the rest of the barbarian tribe had no power to fight back. They were constantly being hunted down. Before long, the entire group of barbarian tribe members had been hunted down. Let's go to the next location. Lu Ming ordered. With Etion's map, Lu Ming had a clear idea of where the barbarian army was stationed. He also knew which route would not be discovered and which would allow him to approach the barbarian army silently. In the next 3 years, Lu Ming led his men to conquer the north and south. In total, they killed 9 barbarian tribe troops, which added up to a few million. This was definitely a great contribution. If he reported this, Hidden Dragon Mansion would definitely be promoted and become a marquee mansion. As for Lu Ming, he would also become a marquee. The last target is Songming Galaxy. There is also a barbarian tribe army lurking here. As long as we defeat this barbarian tribe army, we will stop. Lu Ming said. In fact, Lu Ming had killed so many barbarian tribe members over the past few years. The barbarian tribe was shaken and began to withdraw their forces. At the same time, they sent out experts to set up defenses and look for opportunities to counterattack. Hence, there were not many opportunities left. At the same time, Etion could not go overboard. Otherwise, the barbarian tribe would suspect him. After this, it was time to end it. They headed towards Songming Galaxy. At the same time, in the starry sky far away from Lu Ming, a group of battleships was flying. This army was the right wing of the 8th Barbarian Extermination Army of the Taishu dynasty. The commander was Shi Huang, which was the army that Lu Ming and the others were in. I received news that there is a barbarian tribe army lurking in Songming Galaxy. Hurry over and eliminate this barbarian tribe army with lightning speed. This will be a great contribution. Do you understand? Shi Huang ordered loudly. Yes. His men accepted the order. Then, the battleships rumbled and broke through the sky, heading towards Songming Galaxy. After some time, when Shi Huang's fleet approached Songming Galaxy, they saw fireworks erupting in Songming Galaxy. It was the scene of a planet exploding. It was extremely terrifying. At the same time, screams and battle cries resounded in the starry sky. Damn it. Someone beat us to it. Shi Huang's face was ghastly pale. When he received the news, he immediately rushed over. He originally thought that he would be able to get a great contribution. He did not expect someone to beat him to it. Which army are they from? Shi Huang asked. General, the distance is too far and I can't see clearly. I can barely see that the ones attacking the barbarians are giant apes. A deputy general reported. Giant apes? Shi Huang frowned. He could not help but think of Lu Ming. Back then, there were also some dark ape battle race subordinates under Lu Ming who could transform into giant apes. Could it be Lu Ming? Impossible. Shi Huang shook his head and smiled. Lu Ming was already dead. He personally sent Lu Ming into a perilous situation. It could not be Lu Ming. Moreover, even if it was Lu Ming, did he have so many experts under him? One had to know that the barbarian tribe army lurking here had 5th-level divine lords. Could Lu Ming's men deal with them? Humph, how dare you snatch my credit? Let's wait here and see who did it. They will have to pay a price. Shi Huang snorted coldly. Even if it was another army of the Taishu dynasty, he also wanted to get some benefits. The battle did not last for too long. Soon, the battle was basically over. Battle Ancestor, there seems to be an army outside Songming Galaxy, but it's from the Taishu dynasty. Yuan Zhou reported to Lu Ming. The Taishu dynasty's army? Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming frowned, then led his men and flew out of Songming Galaxy. Where's your commander? Who is it? Ask him to come out and talk to me. Shi Huang stepped out and his voice could be heard from afar. However, before he could finish his words, his eyes widened involuntarily. It was as if he had seen a ghost. He stared ahead and yelled, Lu Ming, how could it be you? The right wing of the Barbarian Extermination 8th Army, Shi Huang. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. What a coincidence. Lu Ming, you're still alive? Shi Huang roared. He was really surprised. He sent Lu Ming to the planet with the wormhole to use Lu Ming as bait. As expected, the planet was besieged by a large number of barbarians. Lu Ming was bound to die under the siege of so many barbarian experts. As for him, the Shui army attacked calmly from behind. True enough, they annihilated many barbarians and gained a lot of credit. Later on, when he recaptured the planet, he did not find any traces of Lu Ming and the rest. He speculated that Lu Ming and the others had probably rushed into the wormhole, but the opposite side of the wormhole was the barbarian territory. Lu Ming would definitely die if he went there. Over the years, he had always thought that Lu Ming was dead, but now he suddenly saw him. He was really shocked. Shi Huang, are you disappointed to see that I'm not dead? Lu Ming sneered. After all, Shi Huang was the right-wing general of the 8th Barbarian Extermination Army. He commanded tens of millions of troops and had outstanding wisdom. He soon calmed down, and a few wisps of cold light flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming, how dare you? Since you're not dead, why didn't you return to the army? Moreover, you sent troops without permission. You've violated the military rules. How should you be punished? Shi Huang roared. He directly put a big hat on Lu Ming. Back then, you deliberately used me as bait to send me to my death? Now you want me to return to the army? Haha, how shameless you are. Lu Ming responded with a sneer. How dare you slander me? You're offending your superior. You'll be punished for multiple crimes. Shi Huang roared. Oh, and then? Lu Ming spread his hands and looked at Shi Huang with contempt. Lu Ming's action made the cold light in Shi Huang's eyes even more intense. This was a blatant provocation. Men, take this sinner down and punish him according to military law. Shi Huang gave the order coldly. Yes. Immediately, 2 generals in iron armor strode forward and dashed toward Lu Ming. These 2 armored generals, their strength was very strong. They were shockingly both first-level Divine Lord Cultivation. Their speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they closed in on Lu Ming. The 2 of them each held a chain and revealed a sinister expression as they roared, "Brat, surrender!" As he spoke, he brandished his iron chain and wrapped it around Lu Ming. Kill him. Lu Ming said calmly. Boom, next to Lu Ming, a warrior from the Dark Ape Battle Clan stepped out. The void trembled as a metal rod swept towards the 2 armored generals. The iron staff was like a mountain, pressing down on the starry sky. The entire starry sky shook. The power was too terrifying. This Dark Ape Battle Clan member had the cultivation of a 3rd-level Divine Monarch. How dare you? No. The two armored generals roared in horror. But in the next moment, the iron cudgel swept over and their bodies exploded, turning them into ashes. Third-level divine monarchs could kill second-level divine monarchs, let alone first-level divine monarchs. After killing the two armored generals, the Dark Ape Battle Clan member returned to Lu Ming's side without saying a word. Shi Huang was stunned. His subordinates were also stunned. It wasn't that he didn't know that Lu Ming had experts in his army. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to destroy the barbarian race in Songming Galaxy. But they didn't expect Lu Ming to be so bold as to kill their people directly. Who were they? The people of the barbarian exterminating 8th Army had a very high status on the battlefield, and Shi Huang was Lu Ming's immediate superior. Not only did Lu Ming kill his own people, but he also killed his superior's people. This was simply audacious to the extreme. Lawless. Lu Ming, this is a serious crime. A crime that deserves to be punished by death. Shi Huang roared. Oh, and then? Lu Ming still said the same words, indifferent, contemptuous, and disdainful. Shi Huang trembled with anger and his eyes became colder. Then, I'll sentence you to death. Bang, finished talking, Shi Huang took a step out. The sky shook violently. The entire starry sky was trembling. An incomparably horrifying pressure pervaded the sky. 6th-level Divine Lord. Beside Lu Ming, the ape whispered. Lu Ming nodded slightly. He wasn't too surprised by Shi Huang's cultivation. He heard that the barbarian exterminating 13 armies, each army's commander-in-chief was in existence above the 7th-level Divine Lord realm. And as the general of the 8th Army's right wing, Shi Huang had a 6th-level Divine Lord realm cultivation. It wasn't surprising. Come, men, kill this sinner together with me. Shi Huang spoke coldly. Yes. Immediately, several tens of people stepped out and followed Shi Huang. These several dozen people were all Shi Huang's trusted aides. They were also the strongest group of people. They stepped out seemingly slowly, but their speed was actually astonishing. In a blink of an eye, they closed in on Lu Ming and them. Apart from Shi Huang, the rest can live if they stop. Otherwise, die. Lu Ming's cold voice spread throughout the sky, but what he got in return was only a wave of ridicule. Ha ha ha, what did this kid say? He wants us to die? This kid has a problem with his head, doesn't take a look at what kind of situation he's in. General Shi Huang personally took action and he can still say these words. His heart is big enough. Behind Shi Huang, some people laughed coldly to no end. Shi Huang was a 6th-level Divine Lord existence. Killing a 5th-level Divine Lord was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Lu Ming could actually still say these words. What was it if not a problem with his head? I'll see how you make me die, kill. On Shi Huang's right side there was a burly man who was transformed from a giant bear. He gave a loud roar and smacked a palm out toward Lu Ming. Then, a black bear paw blotted out the sky and covered the sun, pressing toward Lu Ming, wanting to smash Lu Ming into minced meat. Horrifying, incomparably horrifying. This giant bear was one of Shi Huang's deputy generals. He had a 5th-level Divine Lord cultivation, no idea how many times stronger compared to a 3rd-level Divine Lord. But, facing such a horrifying palm, Lu Ming's expression remained calm from start to finish. He did not even raise his eyelids. Beside Lu Ming, an old Nether Ape fighting race member made a move. It was not Yuan Tsong, but an elder of the Nether Ape fighting race, a 6th-level Divine Lord existence. He held a giant saber in his hand and slashed out. The saber light slashed out violently, instantly illuminating the universe's starry sky as if it was going to split the starry sky in half. This is a 6th-level Divine Lord. That black bear's eyes widened all at once. His expression changed wildly, nearly frightened to death. He wanted to take back his bear paw, but it was already too late. He only had time to let out a roar of despair. Then, saber light flashed, blood light appeared, and a bear paw was chopped off. At the same time, saber light did not stop, slashing toward the giant bear's head. The giant bear never thought that Lu Ming's subordinate actually had a 6th-level Divine Lord existence. Hence, he did not plan on dodging or retreating at all. In fact, even if he was prepared, it was also too late. Pooh work, the saber light slashed down, directly splitting the giant bear into two halves, dying on the spot. Silence. At this moment, the universe's starry sky became deathly silent. Everyone on the right wing of the barbarian exterminating 8th Army opened their eyes wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. A 5th-level Divine Lord Deputy General was actually killed in one move. They thought that they were dreaming. At this moment, Lu Ming reached his hand out, catching a black bear paw in his hand, and said, "Today, there's bear paw to eat. Today, there's bear paw to eat." Lu Ming's indifferent voice came out. Only then did Shi Huang react. "Lu Ming, your people dare to kill my deputy general? This is my deputy general, this is the deputy general of the barbarian exterminating 8th Army. He has made great contributions to the sacred dynasty, how dare you?" Wild Rhino roared hysterically, its eyes turning red. "Oh, and then?" Lu Ming said that sentence again, downplaying it as if he did something insignificant. Shi Huang nearly vomited blood from anger and roared angrily, "This is a major crime. I'm going to report it to the Crown Prince, report it to the Sacred Emperor, and exterminate your entire family. Didn't you want to kill me personally just now? Why do you want to report it now?" Lu Ming said with a mocking smile. Shi Huang's expression was grim and ugly. But personally kill Lu Ming? Was that possible? There was actually a 6th-level Divine Lord existence by Lu Ming's side too. This point, Shi Huang never dreamed of it. What kind of existence was a 6th-level Divine Lord? In the barbarian exterminating 8th Army, to be able to be the right-wing general, the number of 6th-level Divine Lord existences in the entire barbarian exterminating 8th Army did not exceed 2 fingers. Such a character, placed in the entire Taishu dynasty, he was a big shot. One had to know, some heavenly kings of heavenly kings' matters were just 7th-level Divine Lords. This kind of character, as long as he took another step forward, he could be on equal footing with heavenly kings. Such a person, Lu Ming actually had him by his side, and with such a character, it was already impossible for him to want to kill Lu Ming. He could only report it to the Crown Prince and the Sacred Emperor. However, it's already impossible for you to report it. The matter of you screwing me over that day, it's time to settle it today. I'll use your head to offset your sin. Lu Ming's voice became incomparably icy. You want to kill me? Haha, you think that you can do it? Shi Huang laughed loudly. Similarly, a 6th-level Divine Lord, if he wanted to leave, could the other party make him stay, but in the next moment, he could not laugh anymore. Behind Lu Ming, several elderly Dark Ape Battle Clan members stepped forward. Their bodies emanated a terrifying aura that locked onto Shi Huang. 6th-level Divine Lords, all of them were 6th-level Divine Lords. 3 6th-level Divine Lords. Shi Huang's expression changed drastically. His face was filled with disbelief. The people from the right wing of the 8th Barbarian Extermination Army were almost scared to death. Shi Huang's subordinates looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Then, they slowly retreated. Did not dare to make a move anymore. Facing 3 6th-level Divine Lords, if they were to make a move, there was only death. What Lu Ming targeted was Shi Huang, not them. How do you have so many experts? Shi Huang roared loudly and was still slightly unable to accept this. This was a 6th-level Divine Lord, not cabbages that could be grabbed in large handfuls. You talk too much. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming ordered coldly. Kill. The 3 Dark Ape Combat Tribe members charged toward the Wild Rhino. Damn it. The Wild Rhino roared and turned into a streak of rainbow light, rushing upward. Facing 3 same-level existences, he did not have the heart to continue fighting at all. He could only escape. He wanted to report this to the higher-ups and punish Lu Ming. However, the attacks of the 3 Dark Ape Combat Tribe powerhouses had already arrived, forming an encirclement, blocking all of the Wild Rhino's escape routes. The Wild Rhino roared and attacked with all his might. 2 battle sabers appeared in his hands and he slashed out several hundred sabers frenziedly. Bang! 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 Both sides collided continuously. But the Wild Rhino was not a match at all when fighting 1 against 3. His body trembled violently and he was blasted out. Following that, a Dark Ape Combat Tribe member seized the opportunity and slammed a punch onto the Wild Rhino's shoulder. The Wild Rhino gave a muffled groan, his body retreating several tens of millions of miles, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Moo, the wild rhino let out a loud roar. His body changed rapidly, turning into a huge rhinoceros. This rhinoceros's fur was green and there was a single horn on its head. He roared loudly and turned into a streak of rainbow light, flying in a direction. That direction was already blocked by a dark ape combat tribe member. An iron rod smashed toward the wild rhino. "Get lost for me!" the wild rhino roared. Blazing flames spread out from his body. He was burning his divine power and was going all out. He had no choice but to go all out. He could see that Lu Ming was extremely daring and really wanted to kill him. If he did not go all out, he was afraid that he would really lose his life here. The wild rhino's combat strength was very strong. He fought with the barbarian tribe all year round and had rich combat experience. There were close to 10 6th-level divine lords in the barbarian exterminating 8th Army. But the fact that the wild rhino could sit on the throne of the right-wing general meant that he was naturally outstanding. Among those of the same level, he was considered strong. Now that he was burning his divine power, his combat strength had become even stronger. Bang! The wild rhino's horn collided with the iron rod of the dark ape combat tribe member. There was an earth-shattering roar, and the dark ape combat tribe member's expression changed as he retreated rapidly. How could the wild rhino miss this opportunity? He increased his speed to the maximum and rushed out of the encirclement of the 3 dark apes. In an instant, he had flown 1,000,000 miles away. "Lu Ming, just wait for your death. Just wait for the Crown Prince and the Saint Emperor's punishment." The wild rhino rushed out of the encirclement, heaved a sigh of relief, and then roared. He wanted Lu Ming to die miserably. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. There was even a hint of a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Was it possible for the wild rhino to escape? When the wild rhino saw Lu Ming's expression, he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Then, he looked forward and turned pale with fright. This was because there was a figure standing in front of him without him noticing. This figure was none other than Yuan Kong. "Get out of my way!" the wild rhino roared. The horn on his head shone brightly. His huge body and the horn seemed to have turned into a saber as he rushed toward Yuan Kong. Bang! Yuan Song was very direct and threw out a punch. The huge fist print was extremely fast. Before the wild rhino could react, Yuan Song's fist had already landed on the wild rhino's horn. With a crack, the wild rhino's horn was directly broken. His head shook violently, and with a crack, his neck was broken by the terrifying force. His head was almost smashed into his neck. Wild rhino's body retreated rapidly. As he retreated, he coughed up blood. He was seriously injured. 7th level divine lord, 7th level divine lord. Wild rhino roared in disbelief. His heart was about to explode as he looked at Yuan Song in shock. There was actually a 7th level divine lord existence by Lu Ming's side. How was this possible? A 7th level divine lord could become an overlord in the Taishu dynasty. How could he join Lu Ming? When the rest of the 8th Barbarian Extermination Army's right wing heard wild rhinos roar, they were all dumbfounded. 7th level divine lord, that was the realm of their commander. Countless people were trembling in fright. Their faces were pale, afraid that Lu Ming would find trouble with them. "Yuan Song, kill him," Lu Ming said coldly. No, you can't kill me. I'm the general of the 8th Barbarian Extermination Army's right wing. I've made great contributions to the sacred dynasty. You can't kill me." Wild Rhino roared desperately. His eyes were full of panic. He was afraid. He was really afraid. "You've made great contributions to the sacred dynasty. What does that have to do with me? If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed by me," Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Ming ordered. Yuan Song stepped out and charged toward Shi Huang. "Ah!" Shi Huang roared, wanting to escape in another direction. However, 3 6th-level divine lords from the Dark Ape Battle tribe blocked his escape route. "Attack, all of you attack! Destroy this traitor! Attack! This is a military order!" Shi Huang roared crazily, wanting to call the people of the 8th Barbarian Extermination Army to attack. He brought a lot of people. If they attacked together and triggered a chaotic battle, he might still have a chance to escape. However, no one attacked. The difference in strength was too great. Forget about others, just Yuan Song and the 3 6th-level divine lords alone could destroy all of them. If they attacked, they would be courting death. No one was a fool. Ah, you guys are still not attacking? You dare to disobey military orders? You cowards, this is rebellion, this is a serious crime. Shi Huang roared crazily, completely collapsing. His heart was filled with despair and regret. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Boom, Yuan Song's fist landed on Shi Huang's body. Shi Huang screamed, and then his body directly exploded, turning into ashes. Shi Huang was killed. The scene was silent. In the right wing of the 8th Barbarian Extermination Army, everyone held their breaths, and their eyes fell on Lu Ming. How would Lu Ming deal with them? I don't want today's matter to spread. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the scene, and his cold voice sounded in everyone's ears. General Lu, don't worry. Today's matter will definitely not spread. That's right, I won't say a word. Immediately, many people spoke and nodded. They were really afraid. Lu Ming even dared to kill Shi Huang. He was too bold. Would he care about them? Therefore, they were well behaved. Shi Huang died. What do you say when others ask? Lu Ming said. That's simple. We encountered the barbarian race and fought with them. General Shi Huang killed the enemy bravely, but unexpectedly, the enemy was too strong. General Shi Huang was killed by a barbarian race powerhouse. Immediately, someone shouted. Very well, let's say so. However, I don't trust you. Swear on your life source that you will never leak today's matter. Lu Ming said. This matter couldn't be leaked out for the time being. After all, Shi Huang was the right-wing general of the 8th Barbarian Extermination Army. If others knew that Shi Huang was killed by him, it would be difficult to explain. However, he couldn't kill so many people in the right wing of the 8th Barbarian Exterminating Army. Many people were hesitant. It's fine if you don't want to swear. Go accompany your General Desolate Rhino. Lu Ming's voice was ice-cold. There were definitely Shi Huang's trusted aides here. If he didn't swear, these people would most likely spread the news. I swear. I swear as well. Immediately, a large group of people swore. The Dark Ape Battle Clan's experts supervised the process until everyone had sworn their oaths. Scram. Lu Ming waved his hand. The right wing of the 8th Barbarian Exterminating Army felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They boarded their battleships and left. Let's go back. Lu Ming waved his hand and left with the Dark Ape fighting tribe. After some time, they returned to the Hidden Dragon Star. When they returned, Lu Ming asked all the Dark Ape Battle Clan members to cultivate their primitive divine body in peace on the Hidden Dragon Star. Lu Ming was also waiting there for news about the Mid-Autumn Moon. During this period, he constantly sent people out to investigate the Mid-Autumn Moon. At the same time, Tian also sent people to continue the investigation. Once there was any news, they would inform Lu Ming. Just like that, time flew by. Soon, 10 years had passed. After 10 years, there was still no news about the Mid-Autumn Moon. There was no news from the Taishu dynasty or the barbarian tribe. Mid-Autumn Moon, I believe that you will be fine. Lu Ming sighed softly. At this time, he planned to head to the Taishu sacred capital to submit his merits. With his accumulated merits, it was enough to promote the Hidden Dragon residence from the General's residence to the Marquis residence. Once it was promoted to the Marquis residence, more people would seek refuge with him. In these 10 years, the Dark Ape Battle Clan Elite's cultivation was also on the right track. With the help of a large number of primordial divine crystals, the Dark Ape Battle Clan members' primitive divine body and King Kong Violent Ape Battle Clan members' primitive divine body had improved tremendously. The main reason was that the Dark Ape Battle Clan's physique was too compatible with the King Kong Violent Ape secret skill. In addition, the primitive spiritual liquid had stimulated the primordial divine ape bloodline in their bodies. Their cultivation was constantly improving. In just 10 years, many of the Dark Ape Battle Clan members had cultivated the primitive divine body to the second transformation. Now that the Dark Ape Battle Clan's cultivation was on the right track, Lu Ming could go to the Taishu sacred capital without worry. Of course, he would not go alone. He would bring along a group of elites from the Dark Ape Battle clan. As usual, Yuan Song followed him while Yuan Huan guarded the hidden dragon star. On a mountain peak, Blue Merchant sat alone with his legs crossed. His body was covered by a layer of light, which made him look sacred and mysterious. This was the power of his soul. At the same time, there was a crystal that floated above Blue Merchant's head, emitting a mysterious light. Lan Shu's soul power has improved again. It seems like he's about to enter the second level of the Divine Lord realm. Lu Ming exclaimed. He had never seen a person with such a powerful soul power. Moreover, the speed of improvement was so fast. Nonsense. With the help of the Soul Mother, of course his soul power would improve quickly. Moreover, this kid's talent in the soul is already amazing. Guemo said. Soul Mother? Is it that crystal? Lu Ming was stunned. He remembered that Blue Merchant did not have it in the past. He guessed that it was because Blue Merchant had a fortuitous encounter in the primordial divine spirit world that allowed his soul power to break through. That's right. The Soul Mother is a rare treasure in the world. It's extremely precious and rare even in the primitive universe. It's a treasure that can extend one's life. Guemo said. The Soul Mother can extend one's life? Lu Ming was puzzled. Of course. Do you know why a person's life is limited? A divine king can only live for 5 stellar years at most, and a divine lord can only live for 10 stellar years at most. It's not because their physical body has decayed but because their soul has withered away. Guemo explained. Indeed. Lu Ming nodded. When one's cultivation reached the divine king or divine lord realm, it was almost impossible for their physical body to decay unless too much time had passed. For example, a few dozen stellar years, a few hundred stellar years, etc. For example, a divine lord realm expert's physical body was incomparably strong. This was especially so for experts who cultivated physique secret techniques. Their physical body was indestructible and wouldn't decay after 10 stellar years. Then why did a divine lord realm expert only have a lifespan of 10 stellar years? It was because the soul had withered away. When the soul withered, one's life would naturally come to an end. Do you understand now? The Soul Mother has an extremely mysterious effect on the soul. It can allow the withered soul to burst with vitality. Once the soul bursts with vitality, its lifespan will naturally be extended. In fact, many treasures that can increase one's lifespan are used to enhance the soul. Guemo continued to explain. That's why this Soul Mother can't be leaked. Otherwise, many old monsters will fight over it. However, there aren't many people who know about the Soul Mother, so you can rest assured. Guemo continued. As the two chatted, Blue Merchant sensed Lu Ming's arrival and ended his cultivation. The Soul Mother flew into his glabella and disappeared. Lu Ming, you're going to the Great Void Sage capital, right? Blue Merchant got up and floated over. Lan Shu, you're really good at predicting things. I want to ask Lan Shu, are you going back to the Great Void Sage capital? Lu Ming asked. Of course, I'm going back. It's time to see Ling Er. Blue Merchant said. All these years, Lan Ling had been cultivating in the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court. This girl was very outstanding. She cultivated desperately so that she could surpass Lu Ming while Lu Ming was fighting outside. Alright, let's go together then. Lu Ming smiled. A day later, they set off. After a long journey, Lu Ming returned to the Great Void Sage capital. The moment Lu Ming returned to the Great Void Sage capital, the news immediately spread. After all, there were many rumors that Lu Ming had died on the battlefield. Now that he had returned, it naturally attracted the attention of others. Lu Ming returned to the Great Void Sage capital and did not stop. He directly led his men to the Grand Council, intending to submit his merits first. The Grand Council was very large. The area of the hall was very shocking and could accommodate tens of millions of people. It was extremely majestic. After all, it was handling the military affairs of the entire Taishu dynasty, so it was naturally very large. Moreover, there were a lot of people. There was an endless stream of people coming in and out. Look, isn't that Lu Ming? It's indeed Lu Ming. I heard that he died in battle. So it was just a rumor. Now he's here to submit his merits, right? Speaking of which, this Lu Ming is really impressive. He's so young and has already been promoted to the general's residence. The moment Lu Ming walked into the main hall, he was recognized by many people. Isn't it just being promoted to the general's residence? What's so great about that? At this moment, a cold and disdainful voice sounded. The crowd turned their gazes toward the source of the voice and saw a young man leading 7 or 8 people over. It's Lin Ke. It's Lin Ke. Lin Ke, one of the 9 great generals. Seeing this young man, many people's expressions changed, and some people exclaimed. The 9 great generals? Lu Ming muttered. Among the younger generation of the Taishu Holy Dynasty, the 9 great generals were the most powerful of the bunch. The 9 great general stars were all top-notch geniuses. However, none of the people who had entered the Great Void Imperial Academy at the same time as Lu Ming had ascended to the 9 great general stars. Each of the 9 great generals was slightly older than Lu Ming's group. 3 of them were students of the previous batch of the Great Void Imperial Academy, and these 3 were the top 3 geniuses at that time. As for the other 6, they were not students of the Great Void Imperial Academy, but geniuses secretly cultivated by the royal family. That's right, among the 9 great general stars, only 3 of them had ascended to the Great Void Imperial Academy. As for the students of the previous batch of Great Void Imperial Academy students, they had already exceeded the age limit and were no longer an exception. Every time the Great Void Imperial Academy was held, a large number of geniuses would join, including members of the royal family. There would even be princesses and princes who would enter the Great Void Imperial Academy to cultivate. For example, Jingyu back then. However, every time, the royal family would secretly search for a group of top-notch geniuses and secretly cultivate them. They would also invest a lot of resources. Every time, the geniuses secretly cultivated by the royal family would give birth to some amazing people. For example, in the previous batch of Great Void Imperial Academy students, there were 6 peerless geniuses. Only 3 of the Great Void Imperial Academy students could compare to them. Lin Ke was one of the 3 great general stars of the Great Void Imperial Academy, and he ranked 3rd in the Great Void Imperial Academy. At the same time, Lin Ke and the Crown Prince seemed to have a good relationship. Some people guessed that Lin Ke had already sided with the Crown Prince. In an instant, some information flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Lin Ke walked over with a group of people. When he was not far away from Lu Ming, he sneered and said, "Lu Ming, you're here to submit your merits too?" "Of course." Lu Ming replied indifferently. "Kid, what's with your attitude? The chief is your senior." A burly man behind Lin Ke shouted. The chief he was referring to was naturally Lin Quebec. Lin Ke had already established his own residence and family. Moreover, it was said that Lin Ke was about to be promoted to the Marquis residence. Lin Ke waved his hand and the burly man kept quiet. "Lu Ming, I heard that you were promoted to the Great General's residence quite early. However, it's not difficult for a soldier's residence to be promoted to the Great General's residence. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you can do it. If you want to continue to gain merits, you still need to be strong and have a group of strong subordinates. You think you can do it with just these monkeys?" Haha. Lin Ke glanced at Yuan Song and the others behind Lu Ming and smiled disdainfully. Yuan Song and the others had concealed their aura very well. Therefore, Lin Ke and the others could not see their cultivation realms at all. This kid. Yuan Song's eyes turned cold. He revealed a ferocious look and was about to attack. Lu Ming raised his hand and stopped Yuan Kong. "Why bite back when a mad dog bites you?" Lu Ming said indifferently. "Chief is right." Yuan Song glanced at Lin Ke in disdain and sneered. Lin Ke's eyes darkened. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Lu Ming, you're here to submit your merits." "So am I. There's no point in talking nonsense. Let's see who can accumulate more merits." Lin Ke sneered. "Not interested." Lu Ming said indifferently. He then turned and walked towards a huge counter. He was really not interested. With his current vision, he really had no interest in competing with someone like Lin Quebec. After all, they were not on the same level. However, Lin Ke thought that Lu Ming was afraid and did not dare to compete with him. Humph, you were promoted to the general's residence because of luck. You just happened to have a few divine lord subordinates. Now you're showing your tail and don't dare to compete with me. Haha. Lin Ke sneered. His mocking voice resounded in the hall. He then used his movement technique and rushed towards Lu Ming. He appeared at the counter before Lu Ming and said, "Sir, I want to submit my merits." He did it on purpose. He wanted to submit his merits before Lu Ming. He wanted to show Lu Ming the merits he had accumulated and let Lu Ming know the gap between them. At the same time, he wanted to attack Lu Ming and make him afraid to submit his merits in front of everyone. He wanted to embarrass Lu Ming. Lu Ming was stunned. Then, there was an inexplicable sneer at the corners of his mouth. He did not want to embarrass Lin Quebec. Lin Ke wanted to embarrass Lin Quebec. Lin Ke had no reason to refuse. Therefore, Lu Ming stood there motionlessly as he watched Lin Ke submit the military merit. Lin Ke is going to submit his merits. I've heard that Lin Ke has reached the 9th King God layer a long time ago. He's terrifyingly talented. Many strong cultivators have joined him. This time, he's here to submit his contribution points. I'm afraid it's not a small matter. That's right. Lin Ke is working for the 3rd Barbarian Extermination Troop. He must have killed a lot of barbarians. Many people whispered. On the counter was an old man. This was a big shot of the military council, his strength unfathomable. He swept a glance over Lin Ke indifferently and said, "Take out your resting image stones then." Okay. Lin Ke nodded his head. Waving his hand, he took out 6 pieces of resting image stones and handed them to the old man. Then, the old man took out 6 miniature array discs and placed the 6 pieces of resting image stones on the array discs. The 6 pieces of resting image stones immediately lit up. One image after another emerged. In the vast starry sky, intense fighting. A large number of powerhouses were fighting. This was precisely the scene of Lin Ke bringing people to fight with the barbarians. It was only to see barbarians fall in front of them one after another. So impressive, those are terrifying 3rd-level Divine Lord powerhouses, right? Right, there are even 4th-level Divine Lords. 1 4th-level Divine Lord, 3 3rd-level Divine Lords, this is the combat power under Lin Ke's command? Indeed astonishing. The military council's resting image stones were very peculiar. From the images on the resting image stones, one could determine the cultivation realm of the people in the images. They could tell that there was 1 4th-level Divine Lord and 3 3rd-level Divine Lord existences under Lin Ke's command. Lin Ke's talent was very high. There were naturally many powerhouses relying on him. It was only to see one barbarian after another being killed by Lin Ke's people. So astonishing, I took a look. There were 2 3rd-level Divine Lord powerhouses killed by them from start to finish. To be exact, there are 2 3rd-level Divine Lords, 5 2nd-level Divine Lords, and 11 1st-level Divine Lords. A total of 18 Divine Lord realm powerhouses. As for Divine Kings, I don't even know how many of them there are. This is a great merit, a heaven-shaking great merit. This is enough for Lin Ke's family mansion to be promoted to the Marquis Mansion. Totally can, the 9 great general stars, well deserving of their reputation. The surrounding people looked at the images in the air, marveling endlessly. Lin Ke looked at Lu Ming coldly and said, "See that? What's a powerhouse? Just based on those few monkeys that you brought, how can they compare?" Finished talking, he even looked at Yuan Tsong and the rest behind Lu Ming very disdainfully. Indeed can't compare. Lu Ming nodded his head very seriously. Ha ha ha. Lin Ke laughed heartily, thinking that Lu Ming had finally recognized the reality and realized the gap between them. Not bad, not bad. With these merits and the ones you've made before, I think you can be promoted to the Marquis Mansion. I will report these merits to my superiors. Mr. Lin Ke, just go back and wait for the good news. The expression of the old man from the Grand Council eased up a lot, and he revealed a smile. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ke cupped his fists and said, "Senior, I have a friend here who has also accumulated a large amount of military merits. Please check him." Having said that, he looked at Lu Ming, placing particular emphasis on the word large. He couldn't wait to see Lu Ming put on a good show. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, a total of 12 breathing shadow stones flew out. It's just for show. Do you think it's useful just because you have a lot of rest shadow stones? Lin Ke mocked in disdain. Lu Ming's expression was very calm as he said, Senior, please check. All right. The old man nodded his head and took out another 6 array discs, making a total of 12. He placed Lu Ming's breathing shadow stones on them, and 12 images immediately appeared. As soon as the images appeared, they shone brightly. It was the scene of a planet exploding, followed by a terrifying battle. This battle was the first battle that Lu Ming had fought with Yuan Song and the rest after returning. They had annihilated a hidden barbarian tribe army, and the commander of the army was a 5th-level divine lord. In the images, huge apes could be seen moving across the starry sky. They were extremely terrifying, and with a punch, a large number of barbarians were killed. It was as if the barbarians were made of paper. The Dark Ape Fighting Tribe's barbarians were crushed by the barbarians in a single strike. Regardless of whether it was a divine king or a divine lord, they were all killed in one blow. Especially Yuan Song, who was extremely overbearing. With a punch, a planet exploded, and a large number of barbarians died tragically. In the end, even the commander of the barbarians, a 5th-level divine lord, was killed by Yuan Song's punch. Silence. In the great hall, it fell into a death-like silence. Everyone's eyeballs were about to pop out, staring fixedly at the images in the air, completely unable to shift their gazes. My God, what did I see? A 4th-level divine lord existence was blown up with a punch. Not just a 4th-level divine lord, even a 5th-level divine lord was blown up with a punch. That monkey, no, that senior ape divine lord blew up a planet with a punch, blowing up a 5th-level divine lord barbarian. What kind of strength is this? 7th-level divine lord, it's definitely a 7th-level divine lord. There's no mistake. This old man was once fortunate enough to see a 7th-level divine lord marshal take action. What? 7th-level divine lord? After the silence, it was a hubbub. The great hall fell into a clamor. Lin Ke was completely stunned, his eyes wide open, and his mouth wide open until it could swallow a goose egg. Following that, his body started trembling, and his eyes were bloodshot. Impossible, this is impossible. Lin Ke muttered to himself, finding it hard to believe. Lu Ming, a student who just joined the Great Void Imperial family's Sacred Academy this year, how could he possibly have such powerful subordinates? But very soon, the scene in the air changed again, becoming another great battle. This great battle similarly ended in a crushing manner. It was no different from the first battle. The ape similarly displayed unparalleled tyrannical combat power, easily killing the other party's commander. The scene in the air continuously changed, while inside the great hall, it recovered silence once more. There was not the slightest bit of sound, everyone was watching seriously. The scene changed continuously, displaying the scenes of 10 battles from front to back. All of them were resolved in a crushing manner. My God, a total of 6 5th-level divine lord existences were killed. There are 18 4th-level divine lords, horrifying, too horrifying. What kind of contribution is this? The barbarians' losses are heavy. This kind of contribution can directly be conferred as marquee, right? Many people roared loudly, seriously too shocked. Good, good, good. That old man from the military council had incomparably bright eyes. At the same time, he was also incomparably shocked in his heart. This kind of battle achievement was simply even greater than a certain army. For example, the barbarian exterminating 8th Army and the like, each time they came to submit their contributions, the number of enemies killed would not be this many. It was even a lot less. The contributions that Lu Ming accumulated were simply terrifying. It's fake, everything is fake. At this time, Lin Ke roared loudly. He stared at Lu Ming with reddened eyes and roared loudly, Lu Ming, how dare you? To actually dare tamper with the rest reflection stone. Those scenes earlier must be fake. That old man from the military council frowned slightly. He already checked earlier, the rest reflection stone was absolutely not tampered with. Those were all real. This old man has checked, those are all real. The old man from the military council opened his mouth. Impossible, senior, you must have been deceived by him. It must be fake, it can't be real. Lin Ke roared loudly. Lin Ke was completely filled with jealousy. How could he think of anything else? He firmly believed that Lu Ming's rest reflection stone was fake. He's just a new student of the Great Void Imperial Academy. How could there be so many experts behind him? Moreover, they are all 7th level Divine Lord experts. Even if he faked it, he didn't make it more realistic. A 7th level Divine Lord is an overlord. Why would they submit to him? Who does he think he is? Lin Ke continued to roar. Many people's eyes flickered, feeling that what Lin Ke said made sense. What kind of person was a 7th level Divine Lord? That was someone who could become a heavenly king. If he joined the army, he would be a legion commander of a certain army. How could such a person submit to a young man? Moreover, a young man who had just joined the Great Void Imperial Academy, was this possible? Lu Ming, you're audacious. You even dare to fake your military achievements. I suspect that your promotion to the general's residence was also fake. Despicable and shameless. How can someone like you be worthy of being called a genius? What a joke, what a joke. Lin Ke continued to roar. He was certain that Lu Ming was faking it. If what Lu Ming said was true, then what he said previously was a slap to his own face. It was a slap to his face. You think it's fake just because you say so? I'll say that you're faking it. Lu Ming curled his lips in disdain. I faked it? Ha ha ha, this is ridiculous. Let the truth speak for itself. Let's see if the abilities of my subordinates are the same as what is shown on the resting shadow stone. Show it to him. Lu Ming, open your eyes wide and take a good look. After saying that, Lin Ke gave his subordinates a look. Boom. Boom, suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out, and a horrifying pressure filled the hall. Lin Ke brought 8 subordinates and released their auras completely. 1 4th level Divine Lord, 3 3rd level Divine Lords, and 4 2nd level Divine Lords. There's no mistake. It's the same as on the rest reflection stone. It's indeed the same. Lin Ke is really amazing. He actually has so many powerful subordinates. This is normal. Lin Ke's talent is amazing. He reached the 9th level Divine King realm at a young age. His future is limitless. Naturally, many experts will submit to him in advance so that they can be put in an important position in the future. Many people nodded in disgust. Do you see that? This is genuine strength. If you have the ability, then let those monkeys behind you show their strength. Do you dare? Lin Ke stared at Lu Ming and said. Since you must see it, then let's see it. Lu Ming said indifferently and waved his hand slightly. This time, Lu Ming brought a total of 6 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members with him. With a wave of Lu Ming's hand, 3 Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members immediately stepped forward. As they stepped forward, a terrifying aura erupted from their bodies like a volcanic eruption. Lin Ke and his men's faces changed drastically when they were hit by this aura. They couldn't help but retreat. 5th level Divine Lord, these 3 Dark Ape Battle Clan members were all 5th level Divine Lords. Damn it, how is this possible? Lin Ke roared in his heart, his eyeballs almost popping out. But in the next moment, 2 more auras rose. 2 more Dark Ape Battle Tribe members revealed their auras. These 2 auras were even more terrifying. Each of them was like a dominator that suppressed all directions, causing the entire hall to tremble slightly. Many people had difficulty breathing and almost vomited blood from the pressure. 6th level Divine Lords. These 2 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were 6th level Divine Lords. Blind little bastard, look carefully. At this time, the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members spoke coldly. Then, a violent aura erupted. When this aura appeared, the Grand Council's hall shook violently. Many people's faces turned pale as if a huge planet was pressing on them. Some people with weaker cultivation almost knelt down. Oh my god, it's really a 7th level Divine Lord. There's no mistake. 7th level Divine Lord. Everything on the resting shadow stone is real. This is too heaven-defying. Lu Ming actually has such terrifying subordinates. Incomparably shocked voices rang out. As for Lin Ke, his face was even paler and his eyes were filled with disbelief. No, how is this possible? How is this possible? Lin Ke muttered to himself, unable to accept this fact. Now, have you seen it clearly? Lu Ming looked at Lin Ke indifferently. Huff, huff. Lin Ke desperately took in breaths to calm himself down. After a few breaths, Lin Ke regained his composure. After all, he was a prodigy of a generation. His wisdom was outstanding and he quickly adjusted. Then, he cupped his fists at the Dark Ape Battle tribe members and said respectfully, "Seniors, I was blind just now and did not recognize Mount Tai. Now, I apologize here." Humph. The Dark Ape Battle tribe member snorted coldly and ignored him. Everyone thought that Lin Ke was afraid, which was why he apologized. Unexpectedly, he changed his tone and said, "Now, I sincerely invite all of you to join me. I will not treat you unfairly." What? Many people were stunned, including Lu Ming himself. He's trying to poach them, and he's doing it so openly. Previously, he mocked the Dark Ape Battle tribe members and now he's trying to poach them again. Lu Ming was impressed by Lin Ke's shamelessness. As the saying goes, a fine bird breaks a tree to perch. Powerhouses with abilities like yours don't have to suffer under Lu Ming. Why don't you join a genius with a brighter future? That's a good plan. Seniors, what do you think? Lin Ke continued to speak with a proud expression. Hee hee. Lu Ming laughed in disdain. Did I say something wrong? Lin Ke's gaze was like lightning as he stared at Lu Ming and said, "Only a stronger prodigy with better talent can go further and stand at the peak with a better future. Only by joining a better prodigy can you have a better future. Am I wrong?" Lin Ke asked continuously. "Do you mean that you're a stronger prodigy with better talent?" Lu Ming said. "Lu Ming, I know that you're ranked third in this batch of Great Void Imperial Academy, and I'm ranked third in the previous batch of Great Void Imperial Academy. However, you have to realize that not every batch of Great Void Imperial Academy prodigies are born as a peerless prodigy. Some batches can be called the Golden Generation, while some batches can be called the Rotten Generation. Even if you're ranked first in a bad batch, you probably won't even make it into the top 10 in a good batch. Even if you're ranked the same in different batches, your talent may be worlds apart. Although you and I are both ranked third, our talents are worlds apart. Do you understand?" Lin Ke said loudly. Obviously, he was very confident. He felt that his cohort was the Golden Generation and was much more powerful than Lu Ming's. Even if they were both ranked third, he was far above Lu Ming. Hee hee, only 3 of the 9 general stars made it, and you still have the cheek to brag. Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. What did you say? Lin Ke said coldly. Then, a violent aura burst out. It was the aura of a peak divine king, suppressing Lu Ming. Lin Ke's aura pressed down on Lu Ming, but to Lu Ming, it was like a spring breeze. Boom, Lin Ke's aura grew stronger and stronger, and his body exuded an ancient aura. Third awakening of origin divine power factor. Lu Ming's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Lu Ming, I challenge you now. Do you dare to fight me? Lin Ke shouted. Not interested. Lu Ming said indifferently. He was really not interested. Although Lin Ke's cultivation had reached the peak of the Supreme God realm, his origin divine power factor had only awakened 3 times. Such strength was common in the primitive divine spirit world. To Lu Ming, he was not interested in it at all. He then turned to the elder in the Grand Council and asked, Senior, is the inspection done? Yes, I will report it. With your contribution, you can be promoted to the Marquis Mansion. Go back and wait for the news. The elder in the Grand Council said. Okay, goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned to leave with Yuan Song and the others. Stop right there, you bastard. Didn't you hear what I said? In a flash, Lin Ke appeared in front of Lu Ming and said in a low voice. The strength of Yuan Song and the others made him very excited. Moreover, since Yuan Song and the others were willing to side with Lu Ming, it meant that they could also side with others. Today, he wanted to trample on Lu Ming and let Yuan Song and the others see what a real genius was. Then, he would take them under his wing. With a subordinate like Yuan Tsong, it would not be impossible for him to be promoted to the Heavenly King Mansion. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Although he was not interested in accepting Lin Kei's challenge, he did not mind giving him a beating since Lin Kei kept provoking him. "Make your move," Lu Ming said indifferently. "Kill." As soon as the words left Lu Ming's mouth, Lin Kei attacked. As soon as he attacked, he used his essence secret magic. A bronze pagoda rapidly expanded in size as it shot toward Lu Ming. Lin Kei used his full strength. He wanted to beat Lu Ming down in one move and suppress Lu Ming. The bronze pagoda quickly approached Lu Ming's head. Why isn't Lu Ming fighting back? It's obvious that Lin Kei is too strong. His powerful strength has already locked onto Lu Ming, making it difficult for him to move. The outcome has been decided. Lu Ming is still too young. Lin Kei is from the previous batch of students of the Great Void Imperial Academy. Thoughts flashed through many people's minds, thinking that the outcome had already been decided. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. It was a very simple punch. With this punch, Lu Ming activated the battle character art and quadrupled his battle prowess. He also used the Heavenly Demon Golden Body, and the 12 types of God Force in his body surged madly. Boom! In the next moment, Lu Ming's fist landed on the bronze pagoda. "How dare you use your fist to attack my essence secret magic? You overestimate yourself. Break!" Lin Kei roared in his heart. A ferocious light flashed in his eyes. He wanted to shatter Lu Ming's fist in one move. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. When Lu Ming's fist landed on the bronze pagoda, he felt an extremely terrifying force erupt. The bronze pagoda shook violently and then exploded with a bang. "Ah!" Lin Kei screamed as his body flew backward. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. However, Lu Ming did not stop there. With a flash, he appeared above Lin Kei and stomped down on Lin Kei's face. With a bang, Lin Kei fell to the ground like a dead fish. Lu Ming stepped on his face with an indifferent expression. The main hall was silent. Everyone watched in a daze. Their eyes were wide open and their faces were filled with disbelief. Lin Kei was defeated, and he was defeated in an instant. He was defeated in one move. How was this possible? It was like a dream. Ah! Under Lu Ming's foot, Lin Kei was like a dead dog, roaring and struggling frantically. Miserable, it was too miserable. Just a moment ago, he was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. He thought that he was a genius and the representative of the golden generation. Even Lu Ming, who was ranked third, could not compare to him. He was extremely confident. However, reality was like a slap to his face. He was defeated in an instant by Lu Ming. He was a student of the previous batch of the Great Void Imperial Academy and ranked third. He was also one of the 9 generals. However, he was defeated in an instant by Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even use his essence secret magic. No, he did not believe that this was real. He would rather believe that this was a nightmare. Unfortunately, the feeling of the soles of the shoes rubbing against his face told him that this was real. This was reality. You said so much nonsense just now, but you're right about one thing. Even if the rankings are the same, the talents of different batches will be worlds apart. Indeed, you're right. Lu Ming said indifferently. Wasn't that so? Compared to Lu Ming, Lin Kei was worlds apart. Pfft, blood spurted out of Lin Kei's mouth because of anger. This, Lin Kei's subordinates were all stunned. In their eyes, Lin Kei was already a peerless genius with a limitless future. In the future, he would definitely become a top figure in the Taishu dynasty. They had followed Lin Kei for a long time and would definitely be in a high position in the future. But now, compared to Lu Ming, Lin Kei was nothing. He was trash. The difference was too great. It was a complete contrast. Lin Kei had cultivated for so many years more than Lu Ming, but he was still defeated in an instant by Lu Ming. There was no comparison. Lin Kei's 7 subordinates looked at each other and then nodded silently. Suddenly, they rushed out and bowed to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent is unparalleled. The few of us would like to submit to young Master Lu Ming and serve young Master Lu Ming. We hope that young Master Lu Ming can fulfill our wish. What? This dramatic scene stunned everyone at the scene. You. Lin Ke roared as if he had gone crazy. Then, he vomited another mouthful of blood. Lin Ke had said before that a good bird would break a tree to perch. That was indeed the case. Now, his subordinates had all submitted to Lu Ming. Seeing that you guys are quite sincere, I'll agree. Lu Ming nodded. The 7 of them were not weak. They were all second-level divine lords and above. In the Taishu dynasty, they would definitely be considered experts. There was no reason for him not to accept them. Although he had the dark ape fighting tribe, the more experts he had, the better. Alright, follow me to the place where I live. Lu Ming said casually. Then, he strode out and ignored Lin Quebec. Soon, Lu Ming and the rest disappeared. Only Lin Ke was left lying on the ground alone. Lu Ming, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Ah! Lin Ke roared in his heart. Today, he was really miserable. Not only had he been slapped in the face repeatedly, but he had also lost his subordinates. This news would soon spread throughout the Taishu holy capital and he would become a laughingstock. It would not be long before he could no longer be one of the 9 generals. His hatred for Lu Ming was overwhelming. Lu Ming and the others returned to their residence and waited. However, they did not have to wait for long. 3 days later, a piece of news came from the Grand Council. Lu Ming was conferred the title of Hidden Dragon Marquis. His clan residence was also upgraded to Marquis residence, and he was also given a Marquis residence. This caused a huge commotion in the holy capital. Lu Ming had become a Marquis. This could be said to be the youngest Marquis in history. Lin Ke was also conferred the title of Marquis, but it did not cause any commotion. Instead, it was treated as a joke. This mansion is quite big, isn't it? Lu Ming stood in front of a residence and smiled. There were 5 words written on the residence: Hidden Dragon Marquis Residence. In the Taishu dynasty, anyone who became a Marquis or a Heavenly Lord would be given a residence in the holy capital by the imperial family. This was the residence given to Lu Ming by the imperial family. It was very spacious and took up an astonishing amount of space. There were layers upon layers of buildings, and one could not see the end of it. It could even house an army. Lu Ming walked around the residence and was very satisfied. Then, he brought his people and stayed there. At the same time, he hired a group of people to take care of the Marquis residence. Lu Ming had become a Marquis, and the news of Lu Ming and Lin Ke's battle quickly spread throughout the holy capital. It pushed Lu Ming's reputation to the top. The youngest Marquis and Lin Ke was defeated in seconds. This was too shocking. Lu Ming was a new batch of students, and he could defeat Lin Ke in seconds. Although Lin Ke was the last of the 9 general stars, it was enough to prove that Lu Ming was qualified to be one of the 9 general stars. Such a young general star was amazing. But soon, the rumors about Lu Ming died down. This was because an even bigger event was about to happen in the Taishu dynasty. It was the birthday of the Holy Emperor, which was 10 stellar years. At the Divine Lord realm, one could only live for 10 stellar years at most, and this was only in theory. In fact, many Divine Lords would perish from the exhaustion of their souls before even reaching 10 stellar years. It was already extremely rare for the current Sacred Emperor to live for 10 stellar years. Therefore, this birthday celebration would be extremely grand. At that time, apart from the generals guarding the borders of the Taishu dynasty, almost all of the big and small powers would be there. All the heavenly kings, marquises, and generals would gather at the Great Void Sage capital to celebrate the Sage Emperor. Lu Ming originally wanted to return to the Hidden Dragon Star, but after hearing this news, he decided not to go back for the time being. This was because there were only 5 years left until the Sacred Emperor's birthday. During this period of time, the number of people in the holy capital had gradually increased. Many people from various forces had already arrived in advance. If he went back, he would have to make a trip back here. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to stay here for the time being and return to the Hidden Dragon Star after the Saint Emperor's birthday celebration. Anyway, 5 years was just a blink of an eye to them. The entire holy capital was discussing the Sacred Emperor's birthday celebration. In addition, they were discussing another matter, which was who would inherit the throne in the future. The sacred emperor's lifespan had already reached 10 stellar years. If he did not break through, this lifespan was almost the limit. He would not be able to live for long before he died. However, breaking through was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. One had to know that the sacred emperor's cultivation had already reached the limit of a divine lord. However, it was extremely difficult to advance any further. In the history of the Taishu dynasty, no one had achieved this. Therefore, the probability of this happening was extremely small. Once the sage emperor perished, who would inherit the position of sage emperor? The crown prince. Or the second prince. The crown prince was undoubtedly the legitimate successor. However, the second prince was very outstanding in all aspects. He was vaguely above the crown prince and had many supporters. Therefore, the final result was unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in the Great Void Sage capital for half a year. One day, a person that Lu Ming did not expect came to the holy capital and looked for Lu Ming. "Shen Huang, why are you here?" Lu Ming was surprised and then overjoyed. Lu Shenhuang had come. Lu Ming had not seen Lu Shenhuang in a long time. After so many years, Lu Shenhuang's temperament had become even more restrained. Lu Shenhuang had been accompanying Lu Ming's parents and his wife all these years. He had not gone out to fight, nor had he had any fortuitous encounters. However, with the help of some resources that Lu Ming had given him, his cultivation had improved very quickly. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Lu Shenhuang's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the true God realm. Lu Shenhuang had also cultivated the universe myriad Tao art and could control many kinds of divine power. Without any fortuitous encounters, it was already very good for him to have such a cultivation. "Father, I'm here to see grandfather and grandmother. Back then, you sent people to take them away, but there was no reply after so many years. I was a little worried, so I came to see them." Lu Shenhuang said. "What? I took father and mother away?" Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed drastically. He had not sent anyone to take Lu Yuntian and Li Ping away. How could Lu Shenhuang say that he had sent people to take them away? Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Lu Shenhuang felt that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, "Father, did you not send people to take grandfather and grandmother away?" "No." Lu Ming's heart sank and his expression turned ugly. "Shenhuang, what's going on? When did this happen? Tell me in detail." Lu Shenhuang also knew the severity of the situation and hurriedly explained in detail. "About 100 years ago, a young woman came to find us and said that she was father's friend. Father had already settled down in the Taishu dynasty and wanted to take grandfather and grandmother over." Lu Shenhuang said. "How can you so easily believe a stranger's words?" Lu Ming said somewhat anxiously. "That woman said that she was father's friend and that they had a good relationship. She even took out a rest image stone with images of father and Auntie Autumn Moon together. Only then did we believe her." Lu Shenhuang said. "What? She had images of us together?" Lu Ming's expression darkened. That meant that she must be someone that Lu Ming knew. "What's her name?" Lu Ming asked. "She said she was Cui Wei." Lu Shenhuang said. "Cui Wei, it's her." Lu Ming's eyes emitted shocking murderous intent. He had never thought that this person would be Cui Wei. When he and Auntie Autumn Moon had just entered the Taishu Imperial Sacred Courtyard, Cui Wei had approached him and made friends with him. Later, Lu Ming had fought in the 3rd King God Realm area of the Purgatory Arena and had been hunted down by experts. At that time, Lu Ming had suspected Cui Wei. He suspected that Cui Wei had approached him on purpose and leaked information about him. Since then, Cui Wei had less contact with him. He had never thought that she would deceive his parents. Now that he thought about it, Cui Wei had approached them with malicious intentions. She had secretly recorded the images of them together with the rest image stone. "Damn it. Shen Huang, draw a portrait of that woman for me to see," Lu Ming ordered. "All right." Lu Shenhuang nodded. At their level, they had a photographic memory. It was easy for them to spend an hour on a painting. If they were in the secular world, they would be top-notch painters. Not long after, the portrait of a woman appeared on the paper. This woman was Cui Wei, whom Lu Ming knew. Damn it. Lu Ming growled. Father, do you know this woman? Lu Shenhuang asked. I do, but this person is very likely my enemy. Lu Ming said gloomily. What? Not good. Lu Shenhuang's expression changed. With her cultivation, it would be easy for her to kill you, but she didn't kill you and only tricked father and mother away. It's obvious that she wants to use father and mother to threaten me. Thus, father and mother's safety shouldn't be a problem. Lu Ming muttered as he quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Since the other party could find Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, and had amazing strength, it would be too easy for her to kill them. However, she only tricked Lu Yuntian and Li Ping away. It was obvious that the other party wanted to control Lu Yuntian and Li Ping so that they could be used to threaten Lu Ming at a critical moment. Who is it? The Crown Prince or the State Preceptor? Or some other force? Lu Ming's mind raced, but he couldn't find any clues at the moment. Cui Wei, I'm going to find out who you are. Lu Ming growled. Soon, Lu Ming began to investigate. He used all the forces at his disposal to investigate Cui Wei's background. But the result was a blank. In the end, he only found out that Cui Wei had been very close to a young man in the Great Void Imperial Academy. And that young man belonged to the State Preceptor's residence. State Preceptor. Lu Ming's eyes burst with shocking killing intent. Boom, Lu Ming soared into the sky, his violent aura filling the air. His cold killing intent was like a tide. No one could touch his family or his parents. Otherwise, no matter who it was, he would make them pay the price, even if it was the State Preceptor. Lu Ming, don't be rash. Blue Merchant's figure appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking Lu Ming's path. I'm going to the State Preceptor's residence. Lu Ming said word by word. Lu Ming, don't be fooled. This is what the other party wants. You barged into the Imperial Advisor's residence without any evidence. The other party can treat you as a traitor and kill you directly. This is what the Imperial Advisor wants. Blue Merchant hurriedly said. Each of Blue Merchant's words contained the power of his soul. They bombarded Lu Ming's soul, causing Lu Ming's soul to tremble. Slowly, Lu Ming calmed down. He knew that what Blue Merchant said made sense. If it was the State Preceptor, then the other party would just wait for Lu Ming to kill his way to the door. The other party was an important figure of the Taishu dynasty. If someone were to kill his way to the door, he could be treated as a traitor and killed on the spot. Lu Ming would definitely be killed by the Imperial Preceptor if he went there. There was no doubt about it. Lan Shu, what should we do now? Lu Ming took a deep breath. He was a little flustered now. Go find the Sage Emperor and let him uphold justice. But before that, you have to go find Holy Old Heavenly King. It'll be difficult for you to meet the Sage Emperor. Blue Merchant said. Okay, but I don't know where Holy Old Heavenly King is. Lu Ming said. The Sage Emperor's birthday is approaching. Holy Old Heavenly King has already arrived. He's in my small courtyard. Let's go together. Blue Merchant said. Without the slightest delay, not long after, they arrived at Lan Shang's small courtyard and met with Old Heavenly King Thousand Saints. Holy Old Heavenly King agreed without hesitation when he heard this. He led Lu Ming to the Sage Emperor's palace. Blue Merchant did not go. His identity was sensitive and it was inconvenient for him to meet the Sage Emperor. Holy Old Heavenly King had an extremely high status in the Taishu dynasty. In terms of cultivation, he was at the pinnacle of the Taishu dynasty. Naturally, he was unimpeded. With Holy Old Heavenly King's appearance, the Sage Emperor quickly agreed to meet Lu Ming. The Sage Emperor sat high up in the meeting hall of the Sage Emperor's palace. After not seeing him for a while, the Sage Emperor seemed to have aged a little. He looked a little lethargic. After all, the Sage Emperor was too old. It was rare for him to be able to live until now. Brother Holy Old Heavenly King, why are you looking for me? The Sage Emperor asked with a smile. Although Holy Old Heavenly King was very senior and old, he was still younger than the Sage Emperor. However, they were of the same generation, so the Sage Emperor addressed Holy Old Heavenly King as Old Heavenly King. Sage Emperor, I'm here for Lu Ming. Lu Ming is looking for you. Holy old heavenly king said. Lu Ming? Why are you looking for this sage emperor? The sage emperor looked at Lu Ming. The sage emperor remembered Lu Ming. Lu Ming's performance at the Taishu Imperial Academy was stunning. At the same time, he asked him to save the blue merchant. Thus, he remembered Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming was the youngest marquis of the Taishu dynasty. He had also approved of Lu Ming. How could he not know him? Sage Emperor, I want to sue the state preceptor. He sent people to kidnap my parents. I don't know where they are now. Sage Emperor, please ask the state preceptor to release my parents. Lu Ming reported. What? There's such a thing? The Sage Emperor frowned. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a terrifying pressure immediately spread out in the hall. Amazing. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, the Saint Emperor did not seem like an old man, but a ferocious beast that could destroy the world. But this energy only lasted for a moment, and the Sage Emperor returned to his old appearance. Come, summon the state preceptor. Yes. Someone outside the hall immediately obeyed. Not long after, a guard came in and reported, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and Second Prince request an audience. The two of them are quite well informed. Let them in. The Sage Emperor said. A while later, the Crown Prince and Second Prince entered the hall. After bowing to the Sage Emperor, they stood on either side. The Crown Prince swept his gaze over Lu Ming. There was a cold glint in his eyes. A while later, the state preceptor arrived. Paying respects to Your Majesty. For what reason has Your Majesty summoned me? The state preceptor bowed. State preceptor, Lu Ming said that you imprisoned his parents. Is this true? The Sage Emperor asked. What? Imprisoned his parents? Your Majesty, there is no such thing. This is slander. The state preceptor hurriedly protested. Slander? Wu Hua, you know very well whether this is slander or not. Let me ask you, is Cui Wei a member of the state preceptor's residence? Lu Ming said loudly. Wu Hua was the state preceptor's name. Cui Wei? What Cui Wei? I don't know her at all. Lu Ming, speak clearly. Otherwise, I won't let you off. The state preceptor's face was extremely gloomy. That's right. Lu Ming, make things clear. The Sage Emperor said. Afterward, Lu Ming recounted the ins and outs of the matter in detail. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Just because of a girl, you say that I captured your parents. What a joke. Also, I don't know that girl called Cui Wei. The state preceptor laughed. Wu Hua, you suspected that I killed your son and wanted to kill me, but you didn't. You held a grudge and wanted to use my parents to threaten me. Is that right? Lu Ming said loudly. Impudent. You are slandering me. Your Majesty, please uphold justice. The state preceptor said to the Sage Emperor. Summon Wu Han. We will know once we ask him. The Sage Emperor said. Wu Han was the young man that Lu Ming found to be close to the state preceptor's residence. Soon, a young man was brought in. This young man was Wu Han. When he came here and saw so many big shots, he was scared witless. When he heard the reason why he was summoned, he was so scared that his face turned pale. He knelt on the ground and cried, Your Majesty, I've been wronged. I haven't known Cui Wei for long. We didn't know each other before. More than 100 years ago, Cui Wei deliberately approached me, so we got to know each other. And in the last 100 years, Cui Wei disappeared. I can't find her. If Your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can search my soul. If you want to search my soul, please search my soul. Your Majesty, everything is clear now. Cui Wei approached Wu Han on purpose to frame the imperial advisor's residence. I even suspect that there was no such thing. It was all planned by Lu Ming. He probably wants to frame me. Your Majesty, please uphold justice. The imperial advisor immediately said loudly. Damn it. Lu Ming cursed in his heart. He didn't expect this result. Cui Wei hadn't known Wu Han for long. Obviously, Cui Wei wasn't from the imperial advisor's residence. It seemed like someone wanted to frame the imperial advisor's residence. Who was it? With all the clues gone, Lu Ming's face turned ugly. His heart was in a mess. Your Majesty, Lu Ming is slandering you. He can simply find a reason to slander the state preceptor. If everyone imitates him, the world will be in chaos. Your Majesty, please punish Lu Ming and imprison him for a stellar year as a warning to others. The imperial advisor immediately seized the opportunity to counter Lu Ming. Father, the imperial advisor is right. The imperial advisor is an important official of the sacred dynasty. How can he be slandered so easily? Moreover, he deliberately came to you to do so. Such a person must not be tolerated. Father, please punish him. The crown prince also stepped out. No, Your Majesty. Lu Ming's parents are indeed missing and imprisoned. He only did this because he wanted to save his parents. He didn't commit any major crime. Please forgive him, Your Majesty. Thousand Saint Old Heavenly King immediately said. Yes, Father. Lu Ming is still young. With his parents imprisoned, it's inevitable that he would be in a mess. Please give him a chance. The second prince also stepped out. Your Majesty, we don't know whether his parents are imprisoned or not. However, we can't forgive him for slandering the imperial advisor. Otherwise, how can we deter the world in the future? Everyone will follow suit. What prestige will the imperial family have? The crown prince immediately. Lu Ming, on the other hand, remained silent. The sage emperor frowned. Indeed, slandering the state preceptor was a serious matter. Furthermore, the other party had even dared to come to him to do so. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The imperial advisor's imperial advisor. What? The emperor asked. It will be the Saint Emperor's birthday in less than 5 years. At that time, it will also be the date of the agreement between the Saint Emperor and Saint Emperor Tianyi. Both parties will send out their most powerful geniuses and the outcome will be determined in one battle. As long as Your Majesty wins, you will be able to obtain the soul-nourishing flower from Saint Emperor Tianyi and extend Your Majesty's lifespan. I suggest that Lu Ming participate in this battle. If he can help Your Majesty win and obtain the soul-nourishing flower, he can make up for his mistakes and be pardoned for his crimes this time. Good, good, this is wonderful. The emperor nodded repeatedly. Your Majesty, you can't do that. Lu Ming's cultivation is still weak. He hasn't cultivated for long. How can he defeat those strongest geniuses? Letting Lu Ming participate in the battle is sending him to his death. Wu Fan has ulterior motives. Thousand Holy King immediately shouted. The barbarian tribe was to the southwest of the Taishu dynasty. To the north of the Taishu dynasty, there was another powerful country called the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty. The Tianyi Sacred Dynasty was about as powerful as the Taishu dynasty. The relationship between the two countries was sometimes good and sometimes bad. Sometimes there was war, and sometimes there was cooperation. 1 stellar year ago, the current imperial emperor and Tianyi Sacred Emperor had an agreement. On the 10th stellar year of the current imperial emperor, the two sides would send their strongest geniuses to fight each other. The loser would give the loser a supreme treasure. If Taishu Sacred Emperor lost, he would give the loser a divine void pearl. The divine void pearl was unique to the Taishu dynasty. It was extremely helpful for the cultivation of the divine lord realm. It was a supreme treasure. And if Tianyi Sacred Emperor lost, he would give Taishu Sacred Emperor a soul-nourishing flower. Similarly, the soul-nourishing flower was also a supreme treasure. As the name suggested, it could nourish the soul, allowing the withered soul to be filled with vitality again. It was a supreme treasure for those who were about to die. It could increase their lifespan. For Taishu Sacred Emperor, he had used all kinds of treasures that could increase his lifespan. Those treasures were no longer effective for him. However, the soul-nourishing flower was still effective for him. It could at least increase his lifespan by half a stellar year. Half a stellar year was 5 billion years. With such a long time, he might really be able to find a way to break through to a new realm and increase his lifespan. Therefore, Taishu Sacred Emperor was determined to get the soul-nourishing flower. However, this battle was a battle between the strongest geniuses from both sides, such as the 9 great generals. After all, Lu Ming had only cultivated for a short time. How could he fight against such geniuses? Although Lu Ming had defeated Lin Ke was ranked last among the 9 great generals. Moreover, Holy Thousand-Old Heavenly King was sure that the Grand Tutor did not have good intentions when he made this suggestion. What's a little danger when serving your majesty? What I mean is that Lu Ming must play a decisive role in this meeting. He can't just be a bystander. Only then can he be pardoned. Otherwise, he must be severely punished. Grand Tutor said. All right, I agree. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke with a determined expression. Lu Ming. Holy Thousand-Old Heavenly King was stunned and did not say anything else. All right, let's do it then. Sacred Emperor said. Beside him, Grand Tutor and the Crown Prince were overjoyed. Your Majesty, Lu Ming has a request. Lu Ming said again. What request? Taishu Sacred Emperor asked. Your Majesty, if Lu Ming can obtain the soul-nourishing flower for your Majesty, please do your best to find the culprit who imprisoned my parents. Lu Ming said. He had agreed so readily because he wanted to use the Taishu Sacred Emperor's power to investigate his parents' whereabouts. The Taishu Sacred Emperor's power was not something he could compare to. If the Taishu Sacred Emperor sent someone to investigate, he believed that there would be results soon. All right, if you can really help me obtain the soul-nourishing flower, I will agree to any conditions. All right, that's all for today. You may all leave. I want to rest. Taishu Sacred Emperor waved his hand. Then, Lu Ming and the others took their leave. After some time, in the Hidden Dragon Duke's residence. Lu Ming, I'm afraid the Grand Tutor doesn't have good intentions when he asked you to participate in the competition. I'm guessing that he will arrange for someone to harm you during the competition. Blue Merchant said with a frown. If they really do harm to me, I'll kill them all. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. I still can't be careless. You should know that Lin Ke is ranked last among the 9 general stars and is also the weakest. Especially those who are ranked at the top. I heard that some of them have already entered the Divine Lord realm. Once they enter the Divine Lord realm, they will be extremely terrifying. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming nodded. Blue Merchant's meaning was simple. If the Taishu dynasty had such a powerful person, the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty must have one too. Although Lu Ming could fight against a second-level Divine Lord with his full combat strength, it was only against ordinary second-level Divine Lords. The 9 general stars were all top geniuses. Once they entered the Divine Lord realm, they would be terrifying. Their combat strength could not be measured by common sense. There are still 5 years left. I will improve my strength in these 5 years. Lu Ming's gaze was firm. He would get the soul-nourishing flower for the Sacred Emperor and ask the Sacred Emperor to investigate his parents. No matter who you are, if you hurt my parents, I will make sure you die a horrible death. I will pay you back 10 times, 100 times. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Then, after chatting with Blue Merchant for a while, Lu Ming returned to his room and started to cultivate in seclusion. 5 years was too short. Whether it was the divine power of origin, the battle character formula, or the secret skills of origin, there could not be any major breakthroughs. If he wanted to break through, he could only start with his cultivation. Now, his cultivation was in the 8th level of the Divine King realm. He wanted to reach the 9th level of the Divine King realm in 5 years. Normally, it was impossible to reach the 9th level of the Divine King realm from the 8th level of the Divine King realm in 5 years. However, Lu Ming had the measure character formula and countless primordial divine crystals. It was possible. The primordial divine crystals contained a large amount of primordial divine qi. They were very pure and strong. In the past, the primordial divine crystals were absorbed through the ancient god's heart and turned into bloodline power to improve the primordial divine body. Only a small portion was used by Lu Ming to improve his cultivation and turn into divine power. Once it was absorbed and refined by the measure character formula, it could only be turned into energy. It was of no help to the primordial divine body. But now, Lu Ming did not need to improve the primordial divine body. He only needed to improve his cultivation. Therefore, he let the measure character formula absorb it. As Lu Ming's cultivation increased, the measure character formula's refining speed also increased greatly. Moreover, the original divine crystal was easy to absorb. 5 years was enough for Lu Ming to break through to the 9th heaven of the King God realm. Old Liang, I'll leave it to you. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to the quantifying character art. Then, with a wave of his hand, 10,000 primeval divine crystals flew out. The energy contained within 10,000 primeval divine crystals was already extremely shocking. Lu Ming estimated that it was enough for him to break through. Leave it to me. The voice of the quantifying character formula was heard. Then, a wave of energy swept up the 10,000 primeval divine crystals and began to refine them. Not long after, a trickle of energy flowed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the universe myriad Dao technique and refined it slightly. This energy turned into divine power, strengthening Lu Ming's divine power. Just like that, Lu Ming wholeheartedly cultivated in seclusion. The Crown Prince stood with his hands clasped behind his back in a courtyard of the Crown Prince's mansion. Behind the Crown Prince stood the state preceptor and a young man. If Lu Ming was there, he would definitely recognize that the young man was Di Jiani at a glance. Di Jiani, your chance is here. This time, Lu Ming will also participate in the battle between the two countries. Haven't you always wanted to kill Lu Ming? This is your chance. The Crown Prince said. I will not miss this chance. Di Jiani's eyes shone with cold light. Deep in his eyes, there was a deep desire. Others might not know, but he was very clear that Lu Ming definitely had the origin ancient word on him. He had to get the origin ancient word on Lu Ming. In that case, his strength would be even more shocking. In the future, he would definitely become a top expert in the chaotic universe. The Taishu dynasty was just a stepping stone for him. He had been looking for an opportunity to kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was either not around or surrounded by experts. He had never found an opportunity. There was only one time when he found an opportunity. However, Lu Ming's strength was beyond his expectations. He did not succeed and attracted other experts, causing him to miss the opportunity. This time, he would not miss the opportunity. Di Jiani, don't be careless. Lu Ming is very strong. Even Lin Ke was defeated by Lu Ming. The state preceptor warned. Lin Ke? How many people like him can I kill with one sword? Di Jiani said indifferently. He was full of confidence. Alright, there are still 5 years. In these 5 years, I will activate all the resources to help you improve further and kill Lu Ming. However, you have to. Remember that after you kill Lu Ming, you can only lose in the battle with the Tiani Holy Dynasty. Do you understand? The Crown Prince said indifferently. His voice was very cold and filled with terrifying pressure. Yes. Di Jiani's eyes flashed and he bowed to accept the order. Only lose, not win, he knew what the Crown Prince was thinking. The Crown Prince had been in this position for too many years. However, as long as the Taishu Saint Emperor was alive, the Crown Prince would not be able to improve further and sit on the throne. He had been waiting for the Taishu Saint Emperor to die. How could he help the Saint Emperor to extend his life, if the Taishu Saint Emperor obtained the soul-nourishing flower and increased his lifespan by half a stellar year and then broke through his cultivation, the Crown Prince would not be able to sit on the throne for the rest of his life. The person who did not want the Saint Emperor to obtain the soul-nourishing flower the most was the Crown Prince. State Preceptor, this time, letting Lu Ming participate in the battle between the two countries is not playing with fire, right? The Crown Prince frowned and was a little worried. If Lu Ming really helped the Taishu dynasty to win, wouldn't they be shooting themselves in the foot? Crown Prince, do you think it's possible? The purpose of letting Lu Ming participate this time is to kill him. Of course, what if, and I mean what if, Lu Ming is really not dead? With his strength, how would it affect the overall situation? Isn't everything under the Crown Prince's control? The state preceptor smiled cunningly. That's right. It seems like I'm overthinking. The Crown Prince smiled. Time flew by. 1 year, 2 years, in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. There were 10 more days before the Taishu Saint Emperor's birthday. During this period, the Taishu Saint capital was bustling with activity. 27 heavenly kings' residences, a few hundred marquis residences, and a few thousand generals' residences had all arrived. During this period, there were many experts in the Taishu Saint capital. It was possible to meet anyone on the streets who was a divine lord. Of course, the army guarding the border was also on high alert to prevent the barbarian tribe from taking the opportunity to attack. On this day, a powerful aura emanated from the backyard of the Hidden Dragon Marquis residence. However, this aura was quickly suppressed. Not long after, a figure stepped out. It was Lu Ming. After 5 years, I finally broke through. Luckily, I made it in time. Lu Ming muttered. Just now, he had finally broken through to the 9th Heaven Divine King realm and entered the ranks of the Peak Divine Kings. The next step was to break through to the Divine Lord realm. Of course, it was not that easy to break through to the Divine Lord realm. He still needed to accumulate. Of course, his various divine powers had awakened 4 times. Compared to others, it was much easier to break through to the Divine Lord realm. As long as he accumulated enough divine powers, it would be a matter of time before he became a divine lord. There are still 10 days left. Lu Ming muttered. In the next 10 days, Lu Ming did not continue cultivating. Instead, he relaxed and guided Lu Shenhuang in his cultivation. Before Lu Ming went into seclusion, he gave Lu Shenhuang some resources. In the past 5 years, Lu Shenhuang had broken through to the Sky God realm. With the help of Lu Ming's resources, Lu Shenhuang's talent would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was the Taishu Sage Emperor's birthday. Boom! Boom! In the sky above the great void holy capital, loud explosions rang out. Sparks flew in all directions like brilliant fireworks. How extravagant and spectacular! Lu Ming raised his head to look at the sky. He could clearly see that it was a scene of planets exploding in space. Clearly, there were powerful people in the Taishu Holy Dynasty who had captured some useless planets from the depths of space and then used them as fireworks to create a spectacular scene. Exploding planets and using them as fireworks was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. Of course, the atmosphere in the Taishu Sage capital was also ignited. Let's go! Lu Ming said as he led Blue Merchant, Yuan Song, Lu Shenhuang, and the rest into the depths of the Taishu Sage capital. In the depths of the Taishu Sage capital was a huge square. This square could hold tens of billions of people at the same time. It was simply too big. However, even so, it was still crowded. The various major forces formed their own small circles. As a marquis, Lu Ming naturally had his own seat. He led the rest to the seats reserved for the Hidden Dragon Marquis. The Sage Emperor has arrived. A loud shout came from afar. Following which, a large group of figures flew over. The one leading them was the Sage Emperor. Behind him were the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, and some other important members of the royal family. They sat in the highest seats and could overlook the entire square. The Tianyi Sage Emperor has arrived. Another loud shout came from another direction. A group of people came through the air. There were many of them, tens of thousands of them. Some were young, and some were of the older generation. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man with a stocky build. He was burly and exuded a powerful aura of majesty. Although he did not emit any aura, others could not help but feel pressured when they saw him. This was the Sage Emperor of the Tianyi Sage dynasty. The outside world called him the Tianyi Sage Emperor. The Tianyi Sage Emperor was not particularly old. He was about the same age as the Crown Prince of the Taishu dynasty. However, his strength was unfathomable. He was on the same level as the Taishu Sage Emperor. Brother Jing, congratulations on being able to live up to 10 stellar years. I hope to see you in a few years' time. Haha. The Tianyi Saint Emperor laughed heartily. However, he was implying that the Taishu Saint Emperor would not live for long. Only Tianyi Saint Emperor dared to say this. If it were anyone else, they would have been slapped to death. Don't worry, this old man's greatest ability is to survive. Please, have a seat. The Great Void Sage Emperor waved his hand. The people of the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty took their seats. Brother Jing, let's cut to the chase. Let the battle between the geniuses of both sides begin now. The Tianyi Sage Emperor was very direct. Since you are in such a hurry to give me the soul-nurturing flower, I shall accept it. Let the battle between the two countries begin, the sage emperor announced. Boom. Boom, boom. Suddenly, 9 experts from the Taishu dynasty flew out. They stood in the sky and emitted powerful auras. Runes flew out from each of their hands. These runes gathered in the sky. Finally, the runes covered the sky and forcefully opened a crack in the sky. According to the rules we set in the past, this battle will be divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, the geniuses from both sides will enter a small world that has been set up in advance. They will fight for the promotion tokens inside. There are a total of 16 promotion tokens inside. Only those who obtain the tokens can enter the second round. In the second round, the geniuses from both sides will fight each other until the final victor. Brother Tianni, you have no objections, right? The Great Void Sacred Emperor explained the rules of the competition to him. If you have no objections, let's begin. The Tianni Sage Emperor laughed. Suddenly, young men flew out from behind the Tianni Sage Emperor. There were at least a few thousand of them. They flew toward the crack in the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. You guys go in too. Remember, there are 16 tokens. You must obtain at least 8 of them. The Sage Emperor instructed. Yes. Suddenly, a large group of young men also flew into the sky and flew toward the crack. Di Jianni, Lin Ke. Lu Ming glanced over and saw 2 familiar faces. Especially when he saw Di Jianni, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had already guessed that Di Jianni wanted to assassinate him. If he had the chance, he would definitely not let Di Jianni off. He would kill him and obtain the origin source ancient words on him. I'm going too. Lu Ming said to Lan Shang, Lu Shenhuang, and the rest. He then soared into the sky, flew into the crack, and disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in a forest. As soon as he appeared, before he could look around, a huge python pounced toward Lu Ming. Good timing. Lu Ming smiled. He turned his hand and threw a punch. His fist energy was wild and it exploded in the void. This giant python, which was equivalent to a 5th-tier King God Realm expert, exploded and turned into ashes. Then, a ray of light flew over and entered a jade token on Lu Ming's waist. All the geniuses who participated in the battle would be given such a jade token. As long as they killed the wild beasts in this small world, the souls of the wild beasts would be absorbed by the jade token. This small world was very big, but there were only 16 tokens. How could they find them? If they searched blindly, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. That was why there were such tokens. As long as they killed enough wild beasts and absorbed enough wild beasts' souls, the jade token would show them the location of the nearest token. Hence, if they wanted to find the token, they had to kill as many wild beasts as they could. In fact, the first stage was also a selection stage. Only the strongest group of geniuses would be able to obtain a token and enter the next round. If they couldn't even kill the wild beasts at the beginning, they wouldn't be able to enter the next round. After killing the python, Lu Ming flew into the sky and found that he was in a primitive forest where many wild beasts lived. Caw, a sharp cry came from above. Then, the wind whistled and a huge eagle swooped down toward Lu Ming. Judging from its aura, it was at least a 6th-layer Divine King Realm expert. Those who weren't strong enough wouldn't be able to survive here. Of course, a 6th-layer Divine King Realm expert was nothing to Lu Ming. He threw out a punch and the eagle exploded. A wisp of its soul was absorbed by the jade token. Afterward, Lu Ming dashed into the forest and went on a killing spree. He constantly killed wild beasts. The wild beasts that appeared in the forest were not very strong. The strongest one was only in the 6th layer of King God Realm. They posed no threat to Lu Ming. Lu Ming killed many wild beasts along the way. A large number of wild beasts were killed by Lu Ming. In a short while, hundreds of wild beasts had been killed. Almost all the wild beasts in the forest had been killed. Lu Ming left the forest and went to other places to look for wild beasts. Just as Lu Ming was focused on killing the wild beasts, 6 figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. He is from the Taishu dynasty. Heh, we are in luck. If we kill him, the Sacred Emperor will reward us. Not bad, not bad. The 6 of them sneered and rushed towards Lu Ming. Obviously, they were the geniuses of the Tianyi Holy Dynasty. If you don't want to die, get lost. Lu Ming said coldly. Among these 6 people, the one with the highest cultivation level was only in the 7th Divine King realm. Perhaps he was considered the top among the younger generation in the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty. However, compared with Lu Ming, he was far behind. This guy is really arrogant. I have studied the strongest geniuses of the Taishu dynasty. There is no such person. Brothers, let's kill him. The leader of the group, a young man in a yellow robe, shouted coldly. Then, he rushed towards Lu Ming and attacked him violently. The other 5 people also attacked fiercely. These people were undoubtedly geniuses. They were the top geniuses of the younger generation in the Taishu dynasty. Otherwise, they would not have participated in this competition. However, they were unlucky to have met Lu Ming. I have given you a chance but you did not cherish it. Then, I will send you to hell. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he threw out a punch. Roar, roar. Roar, a series of dragon roars resounded through the sky. Following that, 6 9-clawed divine dragons appeared and pounced at the 6 young men. Ever since Lu Ming's primordial divine body had transformed from the primordial divine body to the primordial divine dragon body and cultivated the primordial divine blood, his divine power and secret arts related to dragons had evolved. For example, Lu Ming's primordial dragon power had become even more powerful. Even the divine dragon aspect technique had undergone a transformation. The 9 dragons that were condensed had an even thicker dragon aura and an astonishing aura. Each dragon was filled with an ancient and desolate aura. Their battle prowess was much stronger than before. 6 9 dragons lunged at the 6 young men. Not good. As soon as Lu Ming made his move, the expressions of the 6 youths changed greatly. They felt an extraordinary pressure that made their hearts tremble. They wanted to retreat and escape, but it was already too late. Bang bang bung, a series of explosions rang out, and the 6 youths died on the spot. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming kept the 6 storage rings. In a flash, he left the place and continued to hunt wild beasts. Lu Ming's speed in hunting wild beasts was very fast. After a day, Lu Ming's jade pendant shone brightly. This meant that the souls of the wild beasts had been accumulated. Then, the jade pendant shone and a map appeared. On the map, there was a line that extended to the left. At the end of the line, there was a shining light spot. Found it. The promotion token is here. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, in a flash, he flew in that direction according to the map. Lu Ming was still quite a distance away from that location. Along the way, Lu Ming met many people. Some were from the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty, and some were from the Taishu Dynasty. It's Lu Ming. He's heading in that direction. Quickly spread the news. Some people communicated secretly. Some people from the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty overestimated themselves and wanted to attack Lu Ming. However, they were all killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a full day to reach the end of the map. I hope it's not too late. It hasn't been taken by others. Lu Ming thought to himself as he looked ahead. In front of him, there was a huge mountain that towered into the clouds. According to the map, the promotion token was at the top of this mountain. However, in the sky above the mountain peak, there was a layer of dark clouds. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that it was not a dark cloud, but a type of black insects. They were densely packed, and their numbers were innumerable. It was impossible to tell how many there were. Iron-devouring worm. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. If there were only one or a few of these iron-devouring worms, it would be easy to deal with them. However, when there were many of them, it was not easy to deal with them. They could burrow into the bodies of living creatures and devour their vitality. Roar, 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 roar. At the same time, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from the mountain. It was very terrifying. Obviously, there were many powerful wild beasts living in the mountain. Obviously, the Taishu dynasty and the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty had made arrangements. It would not be easy to get the promotion token. Let's go up the mountain, Lu Ming said in a low voice. He then dashed up the mountain. Relatively speaking, it was easier to go up the mountain. There were so many iron-devouring worms in the sky. It would be more difficult to deal with them. Roar. When Lu Ming rushed into the mountain, a wild beast pounced on Lu Ming with a roar. It brought a gust of wind with it. It was very powerful. Seventh realm of the King God realm. Lu Ming immediately judged that it was a wild beast in the seventh realm of the King God realm. It was stronger than the wild beasts he had encountered before. However, it was nothing to Lu Ming. With a punch, the wild beast exploded. Lu Ming rushed to the top of the mountain. However, along the way, there were many wild beasts. Wild beasts kept pouncing on him. The wild beasts here were all in the seventh realm of the King God realm. Even if a genius was not in the seventh realm of the King God realm, he would be killed if he was surrounded by so many wild beasts. Even a genius would have to be in the eighth realm of the King God realm to break through the encirclement and reach the top. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming constantly waved his fists and the desolate beasts exploded one by one. Very soon, Lu Ming killed his way out and rushed to the mountainside. However, Lu Ming stopped when he reached this point. That was because there were fewer wild beasts here. The ground was littered with the corpses of wild beasts. In front of him, there were two groups of people fighting fiercely. Lu Ming recognized one of them. It was Lin Ke, one of the 9 great generals of the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming looked around and saw the situation clearly. There were two groups of people. One group was from the Taishu dynasty and the other group was from the Tianyi sacred dynasty. The two groups were fighting fiercely. It seems that these people also know the location of the promotion token. Lu Ming frowned. When they saw Lu Ming coming, the two groups stopped and confronted each other. Obviously, they were afraid of a new person. Lu Ming. After seeing Lu Ming, Lin Ke's eyes flashed coldly. He is from the Taishu dynasty. The people from the Tianyi sacred dynasty frowned and looked pale. Those who could reach this place were not weak. They were all very strong. Now that the Taishu dynasty had a new expert, they were at a disadvantage. Everyone, how about we cooperate? Lin Ke sent a message to the people from the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Cooperate? The people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were all puzzled. Lin Ke had just fought with them, but now he wanted to cooperate with them. Was he trying to trick them? Yes, to tell you the truth, this person is called Lu Ming, and he has a great hatred for me. I must kill him. If you cooperate with me to kill him, I will not compete with you for the promotion token here. I will give it to you. Lin Ke continued. Really? The eyes of the people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty lit up. Of course it's true. I can swear. Lin Ke said. The last time, Lu Ming had humiliated him greatly. During this period of time, he had been ridiculed by countless people. He had been thinking of killing Lu Ming all the time to vent the hatred in his heart. He did not care about the promotion token at all. Okay, we agree. The people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty agreed. For them, this was a great thing. They had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, if Lu Ming and Lin Ke were to join forces, they would be in danger. Now, if they joined forces with Lin Ke, they could kill Lu Ming and get the promotion token. Why not? There was no reason not to agree. Swoosh, swoosh. Lin Ke and the people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty surrounded Lu Ming. Joining forces? Lin Ke, it seems that you really want to kill me. Lu Ming was so smart that he guessed it at a glance. However, his face was still very calm. With his current combat strength, he was not afraid of anyone in the younger generation. At least for forces like the Taishu dynasty and the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Lu Ming, today is the day you die. Lin Ke's eyes were ferocious. Do you really think that you can kill me with trash like you? Lu Ming said lightly. What did you say? Lu Ming's words made the people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty furious. In Lu Ming's eyes, they were trash, unforgivable. Boy, are you one of the 9 general stars of the Taishu dynasty? I have studied the 9 general stars. You are not one of them. A young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty shouted coldly. I'm not one of the 9 great generals. I'm a new batch of students from the Great Void Imperial Academy. You haven't studied me? Lu Ming smiled. A new batch of students from the Great Void Imperial Academy? Ha ha ha, what's there to study about these rookies? They're too inexperienced. How dare a rookie act so arrogant? Lin K actually wants to join forces with us? What a joke. I'll kill you with one punch. A young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty laughed and stepped out. He threw a punch at Lu Ming. Boom, the void shook violently as a terrifying fist imprint blasted towards Lu Ming's head. That young man was very strong. He had reached the 8th heavenly king god realm. Moreover, he was a top genius, second only to the 9 great generals. But in Lu Ming's eyes, it was trash. Seeing that the fist was about to hit Lu Ming's head, Lu Ming still stood there motionless. However, Lu Ming's face was still calm. When the fist was only 10 centimeters away from his head, Lu Ming suddenly moved. He reached out and grabbed the young man's wrist. Then, the young man stiffened and could not move. How is this possible? The young man's eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. His full-strength attack was caught by Lu Ming. Crack, Lu Ming squeezed hard. The young man's arm was twisted and his bones were completely broken. Ah! The young man let out a shrill scream. Let go. At that moment, another young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty shouted. But Lu Ming was unmoved. Boy, I told you to let go. Didn't you hear me? Are you deaf? The young man shouted again. He stepped out and was about to kill Lu Ming. Bang, Lu Ming's hand shook and a violent force erupted. The young man in his hand flew out and crashed into a mountain peak. He did not look like he was going to survive. You're courting death. Let's kill him together. The young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty shouted. Let's attack together. Lin K also shouted and led a few people to attack. Those people were Lin K's good friends. Naturally, they would help Lin K deal with Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Then, the battle character's skill instantly increased his combat strength by 4 times. The divine power in his body surged wildly. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming punched more than a dozen times in a row. More than a dozen terrifying fist forces burst out and pierced through the void. A series of screams and explosions rang out. Then, 2 figures retreated wildly. Indeed, there were only 2 figures that frantically retreated, because the others were all blasted apart, directly falling. The remaining 2 people were Lin K and the young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty who had just scolded Lu Ming. The young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty was also very strong. He was not weaker than Lin Quebec previously, he had blocked Lin Quebec. The 2 of them retreated and crashed into a mountain rock. Blood spurted from their mouths and they were seriously injured. 5 years ago, when Lu Ming was still in the 8th realm of the Divine King realm, he could easily suppress Lin K without using the secret skill of origin. Now that he had broken through to the 9th realm of the Divine King realm, Lin K was no match for him. How is this possible? You've broken through again. Lin K shouted in shock. 5 years ago, he had been defeated by Lu Ming. He had always thought that he had been careless. Otherwise, he would not have lost so badly. This time, there were so many of them and they had joined forces with the people from the Tianyi sacred dynasty. He had thought that they could kill Lu Ming. However, he had never expected that Lu Ming's strength would be even more abnormal. So many people had been defeated by Lu Ming. Horror, at this moment, there was only endless horror in Lin K's heart. Lin K, you tricked me. The young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty shouted and regretted it very much. Lu Ming's strength was too terrifying. It was comparable to the top geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Lin K had asked them to besiege Lu Ming. It was simply courting death. I've said that you're courting death. Lu Ming said coldly. Once again, he threw out a punch. A fist strength blasted toward the young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty. The young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty shouted in horror and tried his best to escape. However, he was seriously injured. How could he escape? All his escape routes were blocked by Lu Ming's fist strength. As the fist strength fell, the young man screamed and died on the spot. A genius who was not weaker than Lin K was killed just like that. On the other side, Lin K was so scared that he almost wet himself. Lu Ming, don't kill me. You can't kill me. I'm with the Crown Prince. If you kill me, the Crown Prince will not let you go. You have to know that the Sacred Emperor doesn't have much time left. The Crown Prince will definitely succeed the throne. If you kill me, you will offend the future Sacred Emperor. Lin Ke shouted. He wanted to scare Lu Ming by mentioning the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince? Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly and said, I will kill the Crown Prince sooner or later. What? Lin Ke was stunned. What did Lu Ming say? He wants to kill the Crown Prince? Madman, is he a madman? No, don't. Lin Ke was terrified and wanted to escape. However, Lu Ming caught up and killed Lin Ke with a punch. After killing Lin Ke, Lu Ming took their storage rings and headed to the peak of the mountain. Everything went smoothly. Even when a rank 9 Divine King Realm wild beast appeared, it couldn't stop Lu Ming. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the peak of the mountain. However, there was a person at the peak of the mountain. A young man hugged a long sword and stood there quietly. Di Jianni, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The young man was Di Jianni. It was obvious that he had arrived earlier than Lu Ming. Behind Di Jianni, there was a sacrificial altar with a token floating above it. It was obvious that it was a promotion token. Lu Ming, you are finally here. Di Jianni's eyes shot out 2 rays of resplendent sword light as he stared at Lu Ming. You were waiting for me? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Di Jianni spoke in a cold voice. The sword aura on his body surged and it was shocking. You want the Origin Ancient Word on me, right? Great, I want the Origin Ancient Word on you too. Lu Ming spoke indifferently. The aura on his body became stronger and stronger and he was surrounded by rays of divine light. You know that I have the Origin Ancient Word on me? Di Jianni was stunned and he was surprised. Since you know about me, why wouldn't I know about you? Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, You were the one who tried to assassinate me on the battlefield back then, right? Looks like I thought that I hid it well. I didn't expect you to see through me. However, it doesn't matter. From today onwards, there will be no more Lu Ming in this world. Your Origin Ancient Word will belong to me and help me reach the peak. Di Jianni's eyes shone brightly. You are very confident. However, you will be disappointed because you can't do it. Lu Ming said. He was also very confident. Even if Di Jianni didn't look for him today, he would look for Di Jianni. He had to take revenge for what happened back then. Can't do it? I don't mind telling you that no one in the Taishu dynasty could make me use my full strength. When I tried to assassinate you, I didn't use my full strength either. I came from a small world and have experienced countless battles in my life. Who knows how many geniuses have fallen at my feet? You, Lu Ming, will not be an exception. Di Jianni's voice was like a divine sword, sonorous and powerful. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a divine sword, shattering the firmament. That's exactly what I want to say. Lu Ming said. You're also from the small world? This time, Di Jianni was really shocked. Then, he laughed out loud, good, good. There is a legend that those who can walk out of a small world and rise up quickly are the main characters of a world. They are destined to be extraordinary. Today, I will kill you, the main character of this world, to make myself stronger. Clang, as soon as his voice fell, a dazzling sword light violently slashed toward Lu Ming, as if it wanted to split the sky in half. Boom, at the same time, Lu Ming also moved. He threw out a punch and a dazzling fist force collided with Di Jianni's sword light. There was an earth-shattering explosion, forming a terrifying force wave that swept out in all directions, causing the ground to be in a mess. Ninth Heaven King God Realm. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This time, he truly felt that Di Jianni's cultivation had reached Ninth Heaven King God Realm. Di Jianni was the same as him. He was a new student of the Great Void Imperial Family's Saint Academy. He was younger than the 9 great generals. It was unexpected that his cultivation base had reached the 9th Divine King layer. Apparently, Di Jianni was also very lucky and his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Back when he attacked Lu Ming at the barbarian tribe battlefield, his cultivation was far from 9th Heaven King God Realm. Apparently, he had made great progress over the years. Stop probing. Go all out. Lu Ming said. There was a loud explosion from his body. After a few attempts, he had successfully triggered the battle character incantation to increase his fighting strength by 5 times. He clenched his fist and the overbearing god spear appeared in his hand. Bam! Lu Ming took a step forward and the ground exploded. Lu Ming's body turned into a gust of wind and charged towards Di Jiani. The overbearing god spear pressed down. The void shook violently and the huge spear pressed down on Di Jiani like Mount Tai. Clang! There was a loud sword chime and a resplendent sword light clashed with the overbearing god spear. There was a loud explosion and a violent force swept out in all directions. Then, the long sword in Di Jiani's hand shook continuously. In the end, there was a loud bang and it exploded into pieces. Di Jiani retreated and hit a huge rock that was a few hundred meters tall. The huge rock was smashed into pieces. Impressive. Impressive. Lu Ming, you are more impressive than I had imagined. Di Jiani smiled. However, there was an even stronger fighting spirit on his face. Still want to test me? Lu Ming said coldly. It was obvious that Di Jiani had not used his full strength earlier. His battle sword was only an ordinary monarch-grade battle sword and not a secret skill of the origin. Hence, it had been shattered by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, in a battle of the same level, you are the strongest person that I have met. Come on. Let's see if you can give me a good fight. Di Jiani let out a soaring fighting spirit. Above his head, a stone battle sword floated and was held in his hand. It was the secret skill of the origin. Then, there was a shocking sword light that pierced through the clouds from Di Jiani's body. Die! Di Jiani roared and slashed with his battle sword. It was shockingly fast and slashed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming moved and charged towards Di Jiani. The resplendent spear light looked as though it was going to pierce through the heavens. Boom! The two of them collided and there was a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. Then, the two of them retreated at the same time. However, in the next moment, the two of them charged towards each other and collided again. In the sky, there was a sword light and a spear light that collided with each other continuously. Their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. They were evenly matched. After exchanging dozens of blows, there was no clear winner. Such strong power. The divine skill that Di Jiani has cultivated is extremely shocking. Lu Ming was shocked. He felt that Di Jiani's divine power was extremely terrifying. His divine power was as though it was formed by countless tiny sword auras. It was extremely condensed and sharp. It was indestructible and it was many times stronger than an ordinary divine power. Moreover, Di Jiani's origin divine power factor had also been awakened 4 times. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was also in the 9th heaven of King God realm, any single type of divine power would not be able to compete with Di Jiani's divine power. Only by circulating 11 types of divine power at the same time could he barely suppress Di Jiani's divine power. Lu Ming guessed that Di Jiani definitely did not cultivate an ordinary skill. Just like the universe 10,000 Tao scripture, it was also an extremely rare and terrifying skill. The divine power that was cultivated was extremely powerful. Moreover, the space between Di Jiani's eyebrows was glowing as though it was giving off boundless sword essence. This caused the power of every stroke of Di Jiani to be extremely powerful. One should know that Lu Ming's cultivation was the same as Di Jiani's, which was in the 9th heaven of King God realm. However, Lu Ming had the support of the battle character art which increased his fighting power by 5 times and 11 types of divine power. Even so, he was unable to do anything to Di Jiani. It could be seen that Di Jiani also had terrifying support. Firstly, it was the terrifying divine power. Secondly, it was related to the sword essence in the space between his eyebrows. I know. His origin source ancient character is sword. It's that guy sword. The quantifying character formula shouted. Sword? This guy's origin ancient word is sword. No wonder his sword skills are so terrifying. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Di Jiani had originally cultivated the sword and he had also obtained one of the origin ancient words, sword. It could be said that they complemented each other and Di Jiani's attacks were extremely powerful. Lu Ming was shocked, but he didn't know that Di Jiani was even more shocked. He was a person with great luck. He had fought his way up from a small thousand world. When he came to the chaotic universe, he had a fortuitous encounter and possessed a terrifying divine skill. He also controlled the origin ancient word, sword, which allowed his attacks to be extremely powerful. In a battle of the same level, no one could match up against him. No matter how strong a supreme talent was, they would be instantly killed by him in a battle of the same level. But then, he had met Lu Ming. In a battle of the same level, Lu Ming could match up against him. Moreover, after dozens of moves, Di Jiani was no match for Lu Ming. He was slightly suppressed and was in a disadvantageous position. To him, this was unimaginable. Rumble rumble rumble, after dozens of moves, Lu Ming became fiercer and fiercer. As for Di Jiani, he started to retreat. Di Jiani, show me what you have. Today, I will show you what it means to be the strongest among the same level. Lu Ming roared and his tyrannical god spear shook continuously. It turned into a few hundred spear lights and charged towards Di Jiani. Let me show you. Flying snow divine sword, roaring flame divine sword, holy light divine sword. Di Jiani roared and the sword intention on his body became stronger. Then, different fighting swords appeared one after another. There were fighting swords that were emitting chilliness, fighting swords that were filled with flames, fighting swords that were extremely bright, fighting swords that were as dark as the abyss. There was a total of 9 fighting swords and every sword was filled with different attributes. This is the secret skill of origin? No, it's not the secret skill of origin. It's a normal secret skill. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It wasn't the secret skill of origin but other secret skills. However, it was clear that these were different secret techniques. Each sword represented a secret technique. Di Jiani's talent in sword principle was terrifying. He had mastered so many secret skills of sword principle. When he attacked, he used 9 different secret skills of sword principle. Kill. The Emperor's sword let out a long whistle and 9 different divine swords turned into resplendent sword lights that attacked Lu Ming from all directions. They attacked Lu Ming from all directions. Sword Qi held, shaking the heavens and earth. Lu Ming seemed to be sealed in a sword array. Let's see who has more secret techniques. The Sovereign's Gate, the Voidbreaker sword, and the Sky Devil blade. Lu Ming shouted. Above his head, secret techniques of origin appeared one after another, emitting an ancient and desolate aura as they flew towards the battle swords. Boom boom boom, another terrifying collision occurred. Then, the battle swords of different attributes trembled incessantly and were sent flying. In the end, the power of the origin source secret technique was still slightly stronger. Source secret techniques, they're all source secret techniques. Lu Ming, you're really cultivating an ancient cultivation method. Di Jiani's voice was solemn. He had thought that Lu Ming was cultivating an ancient cultivation method and could control many kinds of divine power. Otherwise, how could he block his divine power? Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His pupils turned into 2 whirlpools. This was the yin-yang god eyes. Then, yin-yang runes appeared around Di Jiani and surrounded him. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward. In the sky, 9 dragons appeared. There were 108 dragons that roared and pounced towards Di Jiani. Following closely behind were various origin source secret techniques. As for Lu Ming, he stepped on the wind destroyer boots and charged toward Di Jiani like a phantom. Lu Ming, you're the first to force me to this stage. Open! Di Jiani roared. The stone sword in his hand suddenly exploded with a terrifying sword essence. Then, a sword aura soared into the sky and stirred up the wind and clouds. The terrifying sword aura swept across the void. The yin-yang runes were the first to be slashed apart by the sword aura. Then, the sword aura bombarded all the divine dragon celestial appearances and the 9 dragons exploded one after another. Wherever the sword aura passed, nothing could block it. Even the ruler's gate and void-shattering sword were sent flying. In the end, the sword aura slashed the tyrannical deity spear. The tyrannical deity spear vibrated and Lu Ming was sent flying by a terrifying force. Secret technique of origin, I severed a shackle. Lu Ming muttered. That's right. My secret technique of origin has severed a shackle. Lu Ming, what about you? You've cultivated so many secret techniques of origin and have diverted too much of your energy. It's almost impossible for you to sever a shackle. Jiani said. Although his voice was calm, anyone could hear the pride and confidence in it. To be able to sever a shackle, I have to admit that you're very powerful. However, do you think that you're the only one who can sever a shackle? Lu Ming's voice was heard. Then, a terrifying aura was emitted from the tyrannical deity spear. Jiani's pupils contracted rapidly and he was extremely shocked. He had never expected Lu Ming to be able to sever a shackle. He had originally thought that among the younger generation of the Taishu dynasty, he was the only one who had severed a shackle on the secret technique of origin. In his heart, there was one more Lu Ming. Great. Lu Ming, you've indeed exceeded my expectations. However, you're only worthy for me to kill you. You're worthy for me to use my full strength. Jiani was only shocked for a moment. Then, he revealed a strong fighting spirit and excitement. Yes, Lu Ming's strength had completely aroused his competitive spirit and killing intent. Clang clang clang. Jiani's body continuously emitted sword chimes. It was as though 10,000 swords were chiming in unison. Countless sword chi burst out from his body and made him look extremely resplendent. Sword chi. At that moment, in Lu Ming's eyes, every muscle, every bone and even every hair on Jiani's body had turned into sword chi. Is this elemental spirit sword body? Has he finally used it? It seems that Jiani has already used his full strength. Lu Ming muttered. Lu Ming had long known that Jiani had mastered a terrifying secret technique of body constitution, elemental spirit sword body. Jiani's talent in sword principle was heaven-defying. In addition to the origin ancient word sword, his elemental spirit sword body had probably been cultivated to a shocking level. Lu Ming, under my full strength, die. Jiani roared. Then, he waved his hand and the stone sword in his hand slashed out. A boundless sword light that was a few million miles long slashed towards Lu Ming. Within a few million miles, the sword light could be seen. When the other supreme talents in the vicinity saw the sword light, they were almost scared to death. What a terrifying sword light. Who released it? Could it be one of the few Sir God realm existences that released it? It's too terrifying. Even an ordinary Sir God isn't that powerful. Many people roared in shock and their faces turned pale. Then, they ran as far as they could and didn't dare to go near the area where the sword light was released. As Emperor Jiani slashed out, the 9 different types of divine swords also charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face was solemn as he activated the power in his body to the extreme. Boundless divine power was continuously channeled into various origin source secret techniques, allowing the origin source secret techniques to explode with the strongest power. Boom, the two of them collided again as various attacks were exchanged. This time, the sky was torn apart. Terrifying cracks appeared in the sky. Terrifying energy fell to the ground. However, runes appeared on the ground, forming a huge formation that blocked all the attacks. This world had been modified by the people of the Taishu dynasty and Tiani sacred dynasty. Runes and arrays were everywhere as they were afraid of being destroyed. The two of them fought intensely and in an instant, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Boom, Lu Ming's body retreated. A sword wound appeared on his shoulder and blood flowed out. His shoulder was almost chopped off. Lu Ming, is this all you've got? Then die today. Emperor Jiani roared and his fighting power was at its peak. A pair of wings appeared on his back. The wings were formed by sword chi and they allowed his speed to reach a shocking level. The sword chi wings flapped and Emperor Jiani turned into a ray of sword light. With terrifying sword pressure, he charged towards Lu Ming. Boom. Boom, the two of them exchanged another blow. Then, Lu Ming retreated. It's indeed powerful. Emperor Jiani's original spirit sword body has reached a terrifying level. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Looks like I don't have to use the primordial divine body to be Emperor Jiani's match. Lu Ming muttered. Emperor Jiani's power was absolutely terrifying. He was even stronger than Morong Chao Shui, whom he had met in the primordial divine world. When Lu Ming had defeated Morong Chao Shui, his cultivation was only in the 8th heaven of King God realm. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation level had reached the 9th heaven of the Divine King realm, which was the same as Dijiani's. It could be said that he was not weaker than the top geniuses in terms of cultivation level. However, Dijiani was the first in history to be able to fight him to this extent. There had never been anyone who could fight with Lu Ming to such an extent. Lu Ming, I'll send you on your way. Emperor Jiani's cold voice resounded as he slashed his sword down once again. The void shook like waves. Do you think that you're the only one who has cultivated the secret body constitution? Lu Ming stood in the air and his cold voice could be heard. At this moment, a drop of primordial divine blood in his heart was activated and seeped into his entire body. Roar, an earth-shattering dragon roar was emitted from Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming was filled with endless power. Primordial divine blood, Weng, the tyrannical god spear shook vigorously and swept out. It turned into a resplendent spear light and collided with Dijiani's attack. Dong, this time, the entire sky within a radius of a few million miles shook violently. It was as though a piece of paper was being blown by the wind. In the middle of the collision, there was a resplendent radiance that was like the sun. Then, a figure retreated. It was Emperor Jiani. This time, Emperor Jiani was the one who retreated. As for Lu Ming, his body only shook a little. You still have a trump card? How is that possible? This time, Emperor Jiani couldn't stay calm. His eyes opened wide as he roared in disbelief. Lu Ming had more trump cards than him. How was that possible? He had never come across such a situation before. Do you still have a trump card? Use all of them. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed. He stepped on wind destroyer boots and charged towards Emperor Jiani like a ray of light. I don't believe it. Emperor Jiani bellowed and charged towards Lu Ming. The two of them fought fiercely again. This time, the two of them went all out and didn't hold back any trump cards. The two of them fought fiercely. However, Emperor Jiani was at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by Lu Ming and kept retreating. He was no match for him. Although his primordial spirit sword body was strong, it was still a far cry from Lu Ming's primitive divine body. Bam! Emperor Jiani was swept by the spear radiance and his body almost exploded. Many of his bones were broken. He retreated and spat out blood. Heaven sword wheel! Emperor Jiani bellowed. The stone sword in his hand flew out and formed a sword wheel with the other 9 divine swords of different attributes. Then, it charged towards Lu Ming. The sword wheel rotated at a shocking speed and it could crush everything. Dang! Lu Ming waved his heavenly sword and hit the sword wheel. The sword wheel shook violently and flew out. Emperor Jiani, you will definitely lose today. Lu Ming said coldly and the heavenly sword continued to attack. Emperor Jiani bellowed and controlled the sword wheel to block with all his might. Dang! 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 Terrifying vibrations could be heard continuously. In an instant, Lu Ming had attacked more than 10 times. In the end, the sword wheel couldn't take it anymore and it exploded. The 9 divine swords of different attributes exploded and disappeared. Cracks had also appeared on the surface of the stone sword. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his sword again, hitting the stone combat sword. This time, the stone combat sword shattered. Emperor Jiani shook violently and blood spurted out of his mouth as he retreated. Lu Ming stepped out and chased after Emperor Jiani. The spear radiance wreaked havoc as though it was going to pierce the sky. Emperor Jiani kept flashing and wanted to dodge. However, he was still one step too slow. He was swept by the spear radiance and one of his arms exploded. Emperor Jiani bellowed and didn't continue to fight. He turned into a sword light and flew far away. He wanted to escape. Emperor Jiani felt humiliated and his heart was filled with murderous intent. In a battle between peers, he had never had such an experience. Escape? In a battle between peers, he had never thought of escaping. However, this time around, he had lost. He had lost completely. If he didn't leave, he would die here. He had to leave. He firmly believed that he would become stronger in the future and he would kill Lu Ming. Want to leave? Stay. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and he was filled with murderous intent. He had to kill Emperor Jiani. Previously, Emperor Jiani had launched a sneak attack on him and wanted to steal his origin ancient word. Since they were enemies, he couldn't be left alive. In actual fact, Lu Ming wasn't a narrow-minded person and he wasn't a greedy person. Even if he came across other people who had Origin Ancient Word, he wouldn't take the initiative to steal it. If others could get it, it would be his opportunity. However, if others wanted to kill him and steal his Origin Ancient Word, it would be a different story. Lu Ming chased after Emperor Jianni at a shocking speed. The tyrant god spear stabbed continuously and the sky was filled with resplendent spear radiance. Emperor Jianni turned into a sword light and dodged continuously. However, he was severely injured and his speed was greatly affected. He couldn't dodge at all. After dodging over 10 moves, he was finally swept by a spear radiance and his lower body exploded. Of course, at their level, their vitality was very tenacious. Even so, Emperor Jianni was still escaping at a shocking speed. However, Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he chased after Jianni. This part of the sky was originally covered by densely packed iron-devouring bugs. However, the battle between Lu Ming and Jianni earlier was too intense. The terrifying force swept in all directions. Countless iron-devouring bugs were engulfed by the force of the two of them and turned into ashes. Now, the sky was empty. Jianni's speed was shocking and he flew out a few thousand miles in the blink of an eye. However, Lu Ming's speed was even faster. With the combination of 9 Heaven Kunpeng skill and Wind Destroyer boots, he turned into a streamer and quickly approached Jianni. His tyrant god spear shook and there were dozens of spear lights that pierced through the void towards Jianni, sealing off all of Jianni's escape routes. With a bang, another spear light hit Jianni's body. Only half of his body was left and his body exploded. In the end, only his head was left and it flew forward. He had not given up and was still struggling. His willpower was shockingly firm. In this aspect, he was very similar to Lu Ming. Until the last moment, he would definitely not give up. Die. Lu Ming quickly closed in and a mountain-like spear light pressed down on Jianni. Rumble, the huge spear light completely covered Jianni's head. He had nowhere to run. When the spear landed, he would definitely die. However, at that moment, there was a resplendent radiance in between Jianni's eyebrows. Lu Ming saw that there was a word sword in between Jianni's eyebrows and it was shining with radiance. Then, a terrifying sword light burst out from the word sword and swept across the sky. It was extremely terrifying and it slashed Lu Ming's spear light. It caused Lu Ming's spear light to shake violently and then it was slashed into two. Lu Ming's face changed and he quickly retreated. He only managed to stabilize himself after retreating a few thousand miles away. On his chest, there was an additional sword wound. It was so deep that his bones could be seen and blood was flowing out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jianni turned into a sword light and with a few flashes, he disappeared. Damn it! Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He had never expected that at the crucial moment, the Origin Ancient Word Sword would actually unleash such a terrifying attack that repelled Lu Ming and allowed Emperor Jianni to escape. How can someone else's Origin Ancient characters be so powerful? Lu Ming mumbled, feeling extremely envious. Take him for example. Although he had 2 Origin Ancient characters, like the battle character, he was completely passive and could only unleash several times his battle prowess. However, he would never attack on his own. As for the quantification formula, it was even more so. This sentence was heard by the quantifying formula. Immediately, the quantifying formula cried out, "Kid, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? I'm so angry. Let me tell you, there are different types of Origin Ancient characters. That sword character focuses on offense, and its offensive power is unparalleled. It's normal for it to take the initiative to attack. As for me, I'm a support type. I can store divine power, but can the other Origin Ancient characters do the same? I can refine energy to increase your cultivation speed. Can the other ancient characters do the same? Without me, would your cultivation progress be so fast?" The quantifying formula cried out unhappily. Lu Ming was speechless and quickly admitted his mistake. Otherwise, he would be annoyed to death by the quantifying formula. However, he felt that it was a pity that Emperor Jianni had escaped. He had to admit that Emperor Jianni was extremely terrifying. Among all the enemies that he had encountered in his life, he was the most terrifying one. He had great luck, improved at a godly speed, and his battle prowess was even more shocking. He had given Lu Ming quite a bit of pressure. If he didn't die today, he would definitely become even more terrifying in the future. He would be a great opponent for Lu Ming. If I can defeat you today, I will naturally be able to defeat you in the future. Lu Ming muttered. His eyes were filled with strong confidence. If he could defeat Emperor Jiani now, he would definitely be able to defeat Emperor Jiani in the future. Moreover, the gap between him and Emperor Jiani would only increase. This was his confidence. This was a kind of invincible confidence. Immediately after, Lu Ming's body flashed and returned to the peak of the mountain. The promotion jade token was still there. After the battle between him and Emperor Jiani, no one dared to go near the area. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the promotion jade token. After keeping the promotion jade token, Lu Ming waited quietly. There were a total of 16 promotion jade tokens. As long as the 16 promotion jade tokens were obtained, the array of this world would be activated and send them out. Lu Ming didn't have to wait for too long. After about a day, runes suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, a light pillar enveloped Lu Ming. He felt his body sway and he left the place. In the next moment, he appeared in midair. He looked around and realized that he had already appeared in midair above the square in Taishu Sage capital. Around him, figures appeared continuously. They were the supreme talents of the Taishu dynasty and Tianyi sacred dynasty. However, the number of people was much less than when they had entered. Obviously, many people had died in the battle. Emperor Jiani. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he saw Emperor Jiani's figure not far away. At this moment, Emperor Jiani had already formed a body. However, his face was pale and his aura was weak. He also saw Lu Ming and his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Lu Ming also revealed his murderous intent. He really wanted to kill Emperor Jiani. However, it was obviously impossible. The Saint King, Crown Prince, and the rest were all here. It was unrealistic. Why is Lu Ming not dead? At this moment, the Crown Prince and the Imperial Advisor also stared at Lu Ming and were extremely surprised. Especially the Imperial Advisor, he was roaring in his heart and was unable to restrain his anger. Lu Ming was actually not dead. How could this be? Could it be that Emperor Jiani didn't find him? They were well aware of Di Jiani's abilities. They felt that given Di Jiani's abilities, he would definitely be able to kill Lu Ming without a doubt. However, they had never expected that Lu Ming was actually not dead. Then, they looked at Emperor Jiani and realized that Emperor Jiani's aura was extremely weak and he looked like he had been severely injured. Could it be that Lu Ming had injured Emperor Jiani? Their hearts trembled and they shook their heads frantically. Impossible, Emperor Jiani's strength was definitely extremely terrifying. Although he was in the ninth heaven of the Divine King realm, those few supreme talents in the Sir God realm might not be Emperor Jiani's match. They even thought that among the younger generation in the Taishu dynasty, there was no one who could be Emperor Jiani's match. However, Emperor Jiani was injured. How could this be? Could it be that Emperor Jiani was unlucky and encountered a Sir God realm wild beast? The Imperial Advisor thought to himself. In the world that Lu Ming and the rest had just entered, there were extremely terrifying wild beasts. Not only were there Sir God realm wild beasts, there were also Sir God realm wild beasts. Although there were very few Sir God realm wild beasts, there were still some. If one was unlucky, one would encounter one. Then, they could only comfort themselves that Emperor Jiani was injured because he had encountered a Sir God realm wild beast. They were unwilling to believe that he was injured by Lu Ming. Emperor Jiani was a person with great luck. He had obtained many fortuitous encounters and his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the Crown Prince and the Imperial Advisor had spent a large amount of resources to help Emperor Jiani cultivate. How could Lu Ming improve so quickly? Everyone looked at Lu Ming and the others, and different thoughts flashed through their minds. There are a lot fewer people. Many of them have disappeared. Indeed, Lin Ke has also disappeared. It seems that he has died inside. Most likely, he was killed by the Tianyi sacred dynasty. It must be. What a pity that a genius of a generation has fallen. Many people sighed. As for Lin Ke's family, their faces were pale. It was simply unacceptable. The crown prince's face was also extremely ugly. Lin Ke had pledged allegiance to the crown prince. With such talent, he would definitely be a great general under the crown prince in the future. Unfortunately, he had died. For the crown prince, it was also a huge loss. Who among you has obtained an advancement token? Step forward. All of you, land on the fighting ring below. The Taishu Saint Emperor's voice rang out. Then, one by one, figures stepped forward and landed below. In the middle of the square below, there was a huge fighting ring. One by one, figures landed on the fighting ring. Lu Ming also moved and landed on the fighting ring. The people of the Taishu dynasty were fighting together, and the people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were standing together. There were exactly 16 people from the two sides combined. Everyone's eyes fell on the 16 of them. The Taishu dynasty had 7 people, and the Tianyi sacred dynasty had 9 people. Many people's hearts trembled. There were a total of 16 people. The Taishu dynasty had 7 people, and the Tianyi sacred dynasty had 9 people. The people of the Taishu dynasty had ugly expressions, but the people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were overjoyed. Impossible. The one who was the most shocked was the Taishu Saint Emperor. He suddenly stood up and stared at a young man in the air. He roared, "Hao Xianxia, how could you not have obtained an advancement token?" The Taishu Saint Emperor stared at a young man in a purple robe. This young man in a purple robe was called Hao Xianxia. Almost everyone in the Taishu dynasty knew him because he was the leader of the 9 great generals and was known as the top genius of the Taishu dynasty. It was said that his cultivation had reached the Divine Lord realm long ago, and his strength was unfathomable. With his strength, it was very easy for him to obtain an advancement token. Now, why was he eliminated? Not only the Taishu Saint Emperor, but the people of the Taishu dynasty and the Tianyi sacred dynasty also looked at Hao Xianxia curiously. Hao Xianxia's face was a little pale, and his aura was a little weak. Clearly, he was injured. Could it be that he had already fought with someone and lost? Your Majesty Saint Sovereign, I apologize. My luck was poor and I ran into an extremely strong Divine Lord realm desolate beast. I was entangled by that desolate beast and was even injured. I was lucky enough to escape, so I didn't have the time to take the advancement token. Hao Xianxia explained helplessly. So that was how it was. Many people were moved. Hao Xianxia did not lose to someone else, but his luck was bad. He encountered an extremely terrifying desolate beast and was injured by it. Ha ha ha, Brother Jing, looks like your luck is not good. Looks like I'm the winner of this competition. You won't get the soul cultivating flower. Tianyi Saint Emperor laughed loudly. Damn it. The Great Void Saint Emperor clenched his fists tightly. His face was extremely gloomy. Hao Xianxia was the key to this competition. As the top skypride of the Taishu dynasty, he was eliminated in the first round. This had a huge impact on the outcome of the competition. It could be said that without Hao Xianxia, the Taishu dynasty was almost certain to lose. Damn it. Damn it. How could this be? The Great Void Saint Emperor roared in his heart. Hao Xianxia was an unparalleled skypride that the royal family had secretly nurtured. The Great Void Saint Emperor placed great importance on this competition. He had invested a lot of resources on these skyprides so that they could win this competition and obtain the soul cultivating flower. As long as he could obtain the soul cultivating flower, he could live for another half a stellar year. With this time, anything was possible. He might even be able to break through and reach the next realm. However, without the soul cultivating flower, he really could not live for long. He did not have much lifespan left. With Hao Xianxia eliminated, his hopes were dashed. The Great Void Saint Emperor's face was extremely ugly. Terrifying murderous intent spread in all directions. The heavens and earth were filled with a terrifying pressure. Many people broke out in cold sweat and almost knelt down. The Great Void Saint Emperor's strength was too terrifying. Brother Jing, calm down. At your level, can't you see past life and death? Tianyi Saint Emperor sneered. He was obviously making sarcastic remarks. The higher one's cultivation level and status, the more they could not see past life and death. The Great Void Saint Emperor took a deep breath and slowly calmed down before sitting down. The competition has yet to begin. The outcome is still uncertain. The Great Void Saint Emperor said coldly. Is that so? Channy Saint Emperor was full of smiles. No one noticed that the Crown Prince, who was by the side, had a smug smile on his face. All of this was naturally his handiwork. No one knew that Hao Chen had already submitted to the Crown Prince. Hao Chen's elimination this time was also arranged by the Crown Prince. He was the one who deliberately allowed Hao Chen to be eliminated. Encountering a powerful desolate beast was naturally an excuse. He did not want the Taishu dynasty to win. If the Taishu dynasty won, wouldn't the Great Void Saint Emperor live for another half a stellar year? He could not wait any longer. In fact, even if Di Jiani could kill Lu Ming this time, Di Jiani would not take an advancement token because Di Jiani was too powerful. Everything was within the Crown Prince's expectations. The only one he did not expect was Lu Ming. It was a pity that Lu Ming was not killed by Di Jiani. However, Lu Ming actually obtained an advancement token. That's good. Who knows, he might be killed by the people from the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty during the competition. The Crown Prince smiled in his heart. The Imperial Advisor obviously thought of this as well and revealed a look of anticipation. Haha, Hao Chen, you were actually eliminated in advance. What a pity. Originally, we wanted to determine the outcome of this competition. I did not expect you to be defeated in advance. With your defeat, the outcome of this competition has already been decided. On the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty's side, a youth laughed. This person had silver skin and was from a special tribe. Moreover, he was the top supreme talent of the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty. The Tianyi Sacred Dynasty and the Taishu Dynasty were close to each other. They competed and reconciled at times. The top supreme talents of both sides naturally knew each other. Hao Chen and the top supreme talent of the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty had fought before. The two of them had fought a total of 3 times and were evenly matched. This time, Hao Chen was eliminated in advance. Was there anyone in the Taishu Dynasty who could be a match for him? Humph. Hao Tianchen's fake will snorted coldly and retreated to the side without saying a word. Alright, the candidates are out. Next, let's proceed to the second round. Meanwhile, Emperor Tianyi said, the rules of the second round are very simple. It's a 2-on-2 battle. Both sides will send out one person each. The victorious side can choose to rest temporarily or continue fighting. Just like that, the battles will continue until one side is completely defeated. This rule had been discussed by the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty and the Taishu Dynasty a long time ago. The Taishu Dynasty naturally had no objection to it. Now, let's begin. Tianyi Sacred Emperor announced. Suddenly, the two sides sized each other up in the fighting ring. There are 7 of them, but one of them is an unfamiliar face. A genius from the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty said and looked at Lu Ming. There is indeed an unfamiliar face. The other 6 are 6 of the 9 great generals of the Taishu Dynasty. I have never seen that unfamiliar face before. He must be lucky to have gotten the promotion token. There is nothing to worry about. Several geniuses from the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty started to discuss. Qi Gaoi, you go first. Challenge that unknown boy. At this time, one of the 9 geniuses from the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty looked at a skinny young man. Why do you want me to challenge that boy? The skinny young man was a little reluctant. That boy probably got the promotion token by luck. I don't think he is very strong. You are the weakest among the 9 of us. Who else should I challenge? Can you deal with the others? Another young man sneered. You. The skinny young man was furious. This was a blatant belittling of him, looking down on him. Telling him to deal with the weakest one, the meaning was clear. He couldn't deal with the others. Although the skinny young man was angry, there was nothing he could do. This was the truth. Letting him deal with Lu Ming was indeed the best choice. He stepped out and came to the middle of the fighting ring. His eyes fell on Lu Ming and he said, "Boy, come out and fight. You are the first to challenge me?" Lu Ming touched his nose helplessly. It seemed that he had been underestimated. He stepped out and stood opposite his opponent. He said, "Come on, use your full strength. I will give you a chance to make a move." Haha, this boy is so arrogant. He is indeed arrogant. He has not even entered the 9 great generals, but he is so arrogant. How ridiculous. Lu Ming's words made the geniuses from the Tianyi sacred dynasty laugh. The skinny young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty also smiled coldly and said, "Boy, this competition does not involve life and death. I wanted to spare your life, but now I have changed my mind." Boom, as his voice fell, a shocking aura erupted from the skinny youth's body. Dazzling divine light surrounded him. The 9th level of the God King realm and the quintessence God force had awakened for the 3rd time. Of course, the quintessence secret technique had also been awakened. However, such strength was not much better than Lin Kei's. Lu Ming curled his lips casually. Of course, in the eyes of the skinny youth, this expression was ridicule and contempt. "Die, brat!" The shriveled youth roared, erupting with his full strength. He combined it with his source secret technique to unleash his most powerful move. He seemed to have turned into a scorching sun as he charged at Lu Ming with astonishing speed. However, Lu Ming was faster. The Wind Destroyer boots appeared and merged with his feet. Lu Ming's figure flashed slightly and he dodged the attack of the skinny young man. He appeared behind the skinny young man and his leg was like a steel whip, lashing out at the skinny young man. The wind-extinguishing boots not only increased speed, but also had a terrifying destructive power. The word extinguish could explain everything. Boom, there was a loud bang. Lu Ming kicked the skinny young man. The skinny young man screamed miserably. His body almost bent into the shape of a bow. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth and his body flew out like a cannonball. With a swoosh, he flew out of the fighting ring and hit the ground. He was half dead. Of course, this was already because Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, the skinny youth would have been dead. The scene was silent. This scene was beyond everyone's expectation. They had not expected that Lu Ming would defeat the skinny youth in one move. The people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were especially stunned. Although the skinny youth was the weakest among the 9 people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty, he was still a top genius. They had not expected that he would be defeated in one move. Qi Gaoi underestimated his opponent too much. A youth from the Tianyi sacred dynasty shook his head. That's right. The guy from the Taishu dynasty is obviously good at speed. He went behind Qi Gaoi with his speed and that guy did not even notice it. He is really useless. If it were me, there would be at least 3 ways to break that guy's move. Several young people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were discussing. Great! The people of the Taishu dynasty cheered loudly. Previously, they had fewer people than the other side. Moreover, the top genius of the 9 general stars had not advanced. This made them feel extremely pressured. But now, Lu Ming had won a battle. They felt a lot better. Humph, he just defeated the weakest one. What's there to be happy about? Someone from the Tianyi sacred dynasty said unhappily. Do you want to continue the challenge or take a break? At this time, a white-haired old man asked Lu Ming. This white-haired old man was chosen by the 2 sides to be the referee. Take a break. Lu Ming said. He would not continue to compete. He would let the others compete first. This way, he could also consume the strength of the geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Moreover, he could also see the combat strength of the geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. His goal was to win in the end. However, if he could win in an easier way, why would he not do it? After Lu Ming finished speaking, he moved his body and retreated to the edge of the fighting ring. According to the rules, the loser will initiate the challenge. The Tianyi sacred dynasty has lost this round. Next, the geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty will continue to challenge. The white-haired referee announced. The loser would have the opportunity to initiate the challenge in the next round. This would be fairer. Who will fight in the next round? Everyone is fine. Anyway, we have studied the combat strength of the 9 general stars of the Taishu dynasty, the secret arts of origin, and the techniques they are good at. We just have to choose the ones who are easy to deal with. Several geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were discussing. Let me do it. At this time, a young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty spoke. As soon as this person spoke, everyone in the Tianyi sacred dynasty fell silent and looked at this person in a daze. Qiu Qingtian is going to fight? The people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were shocked. They found it unbelievable. They had never expected Qiu Qingtian to fight so soon. The main reason was that Qiu Qingtian was the top genius of the Tianyi sacred dynasty, the top genius of the younger generation. According to the plan, wasn't Qiu Qingtian supposed to stay until the end? Yes, the top genius of the 9 general stars of the Taishu dynasty did not advance. In this way, Qiu Qingtian has no opponent at all. He can defeat the people of the Taishu dynasty. In this way, won't we win directly? That's right. Qiu Qingtian probably thinks so. It seems that we won't have a chance to fight. Several geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty sighed. They wanted to perform well, but if Qiu Qingtian fought, they would have nothing to do. Swoosh, Qiu Qingtian stepped out, and the remaining prodigies of the Taishu dynasty turned pale. They naturally knew who Qiu Qingtian was. Qiu Qingtian's gaze swept across the crowd, and finally landed on a youth in black robes. Zhu Dao, let's fight. He's challenging Zhu Dao first. Many people were shocked. Among the 9 general stars of the Taishu dynasty, there were a total of 2 who had reached the Divine Lord realm. Zhu Dao was ranked second among the 9 general stars, and was naturally another prodigy who had reached the Divine Lord realm. It was obvious that Qiu Qingtian wanted to defeat Zhu Dao directly. Once Zhu Dao was defeated, the Taishu dynasty's defeat was set. Zhu Dao, you must win this battle. The Taishu Saint Emperor's voice rang out. Now, they could only rely on Zhu Dao. As long as Zhu Dao defeated Qiu Qingtian, the Taishu dynasty would have a chance of winning. The Taishu Saint Emperor's words made Zhu Dao's face turn solemn. He nodded solemnly and said, Saint Emperor, don't worry. Zhu Dao will fight to the death. He did not say that he would definitely win, but he said that he would fight to the death because he was not confident at all. It was not that he had not fought with Qiu Qingtian before, but it had always ended in failure. Zhu Dao stepped out and faced Qiu Qingtian. Zhu Dao, I advise you to admit defeat. If you really want to fight, the result has already been decided. Qiu Qingtian said confidently. Not necessarily. You and I are both first-level divine lords. You can defeat me once, but you might not be able to defeat me twice. Make your move. This time, I will win. Zhu Dao's voice was powerful. As soon as he said that, Zhu Dao's body was covered by a thick, pitch-black divine power. Following that, a huge spider appeared. It was a pitch-black spider that was as black as steel and emitted a metallic luster. This was Zhu Dao's origin source secret technique. In fact, Zhu Dao's original body was a spider, and his origin source secret technique was also a spider. Following that, the pitch-black spider charged into Zhu Dao's body, and a layer of pitch-black armor immediately appeared on Zhu Dao's body. The pitch-black armor wrapped around Zhu Dao's entire body tightly, leaving no openings at all. Moreover, 8 huge spider legs extended from his back like 8 javelins. Kill! Zhu Dao coldly snorted as he charged towards Qiu Qingtian. His 8 legs transformed into 8 spear lights as they pierced towards Qiu Qingtian. The moment Zhu Dao attacked, he used his full strength. He and Qiu Qingtian knew each other very well, and there was no need for him to probe. He directly used his full strength to fight. Against Zhu Dao, Qiu Qingtian didn't dare to be careless. Bolts of lightning radiated from his body. A battle sword flashing with lightning appeared in his hand. This wasn't a secret technique, but a divine weapon. The source secret technique was above his head. It was a bead, and within the bead, terrifying lightning exploded, making sizzling sounds. The lightning of the round bead was one with Qiu Qingtian. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the lightning sword in Qiu Qingtian's hand continued to slash out. In an instant, he had slashed out over 100 times. Streaks of lightning sword light collided with Zhu Dao's black spear light, causing a loud explosion. The two of them fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. To be honest, the two of them were truly powerful. Their strength was astonishing, and they possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth. They were first-level god monarchs, but they weren't ordinary first-level god monarchs. They were top-notch geniuses. Without a doubt, their source divine power factor had already undergone 4 awakenings. At the same time, they had mastered all sorts of terrifying secret techniques. They had also cultivated physique secret techniques, source secret techniques, and so on. Their fighting strength was astonishing, and they would probably be able to wrestle with ordinary second-level god monarchs, although they might not be able to contend against them. In the god monarch realm, it was extremely difficult to cross one level to fight against an enemy. For example, Zhu Dao and Qiu Qingtian. They were both exceptional geniuses. However, those who could enter the god monarch realm were all geniuses. Their source divine power factor had undergone at least 3 awakenings. As for Zhu Dao and Qiu Qingtian, they had only undergone 4 awakenings. With one more awakening, even if they added on some other techniques, it would still be difficult for them to fight across levels in the god monarch realm. At most, they would be able to wrestle and contend, but it would be almost impossible for them to defeat their opponent. Such strength? In a battle of the same level, they are much weaker than Di Jiani. Lu Ming muttered. In his heart, he already had an idea. Zhu Dao and Qiu Qingtian fought intensely. To be honest, the difference in strength between the two of them wasn't that big. After exchanging more than 200 moves, Qiu Qingtian slowly gained the upper hand. His entire body was covered with lightning. Every move that he made was filled with lightning, which then transformed into lightning swords that attacked Zhu Dao. In the end, the lightning bead was held in Qiu Qingtian's hand. It transformed into a lightning enchantment that enveloped Zhu Dao. Countless bolts of lightning continuously struck Zhu Dao. Zhu Dao roared and waved his 8 spider legs, attacking Qiu Qingtian continuously. However, he was repelled by the lightning every time. Gotcha! The pitch-black armor on Zhu Dao's body cracked open and fresh blood continuously seeped out. Pung pung. As time passed, the armor on Zhu Dao's body continued to explode. In the end, Zhu Dao let out a blood-curdling scream and retreated frantically. Kill! Qiu Qingtian roared and grabbed the opportunity to transform into a lightning sword, slashing towards Zhu Dao. Zhu Dao did his best to block, but he was still struck. His body flew out horizontally, landing heavily below the battle platform. His body was in tatters, almost completely exploding. He was severely injured and almost died. Zhu Dao, defeated. At this moment, the Taishu Sacred Emperor's face was ashen and extremely gloomy. Zhu Dao had been defeated. In this way, the Taishu dynasty no longer had a divine lord supreme talent. The remaining ones were all divine kings. On the Tiani Sacred Dynasty's side, other than Qiu Qingtian, there was another supreme talent who was also a divine lord. The difference was too big. It was obvious at a glance. The result was already out. The Taishu Sacred Emperor was furious. Was the soul-cultivating flower going to be gone just like that? He couldn't accept it. Without the soul-cultivating flower, he didn't have much time left and it would be difficult for him to defy the heavens. At the side, the crown prince and the imperial advisor revealed a smile. This result was exactly what they wanted. Ha ha ha, Brother Jing, it seems like you've lost. You won't be able to take the soul-cultivating flower. The Tiani Sacred Emperor laughed. Gotcha! The jade cup in the Taishu Sacred Emperor's hand was crushed by him. At the scene, many people from the Taishu dynasty shook their heads and sighed. The number 1 of the 9 general stars did not advance. This had a great impact on the Taishu dynasty's side. Originally, that supreme talent could have fought with Qiu Qingtian and Zhu Dao could have dealt with the other divine lord supreme talent of the Tiani Sacred Dynasty. In this way, the outcome of the battle was unknown. However, the number 1 of the 9 general stars did not advance. This directly changed the situation of the battle. It directly caused the Taishu dynasty's side to suffer a one-sided defeat. At this moment, everyone had forgotten about Lu Ming's previous victory. Lu Ming's victory did not affect the overall situation at all. Qiu Qingtian has won this battle. Qiu Qingtian, will you continue to challenge or take a break? The white-haired judge asked. I'll continue. Come out. Qiu Qingtian casually pointed at a young man. According to the rules, the loser should be the one to challenge the winner, but that was only if the winner did not continue to challenge the winner. If the winner continued to challenge the loser, he would still have the right to challenge the loser. The young man's face turned pale. Although he was one of the top few among the 9 general stars, he had yet to enter the Divine Lord realm. His combat power was much weaker than Zhu Dao's, and he was not on the same level as Qiu Qingtian. If you don't dare to fight, then admit defeat. Qiu Qingtian said coldly. Fight. Finally, the young man shouted and stepped forward, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Now, in front of everyone and the Taishu Sage Emperor, if he admitted defeat, his future would be over. Therefore, he could not admit defeat. Moreover, he guessed that Qiu Qingtian must have been exhausted in the battle with Zhu Dao. He might still have a chance. You have some guts, but unfortunately, your fate is sealed. Thunderous Annihilation Sword. Qiu Qingtian shouted, and the bead emitted more lightning. Qiu Qingtian transformed into a giant lightning sword and slashed at the prodigy from the Taishu dynasty. Sky Tiger splits the sky. The prodigy from the Taishu dynasty used all his strength to transform into a sky tiger. His tiger claws split the sky as he attacked Qiu Qingtian. Boom, the two sides collided heavily, and energy waves spread in all directions. Lightning filled the sky. However, in the next moment, a scream was heard. Then, a figure flew out of the fighting stage like a shooting star and crashed to the ground. This figure was not Qiu Qingtian, but the prodigy from the Taishu dynasty. His body was charred black, and after crashing to the ground, he twitched a few times and stopped breathing. He was dead. A peerless genius had been killed in an instant. Damn it! The people from the Taishu sacred dynasty were enraged, especially the family members of that prodigy. They were furious. You overestimated yourself. This is your fate if you don't admit defeat. Qiu Qingtian sneered. You're too ruthless. Someone from the Taishu dynasty roared. Life and death are not guaranteed in this competition. If you are killed, you can only be considered weak. If you are afraid of death, you can just admit defeat. Tianyi Saint Emperor smiled faintly. He was in a very good mood. He was definitely going to win this competition. Moreover, he would be able to suppress the Taishu dynasty and obtain a treasure that was not inferior to the soul-nurturing flower from the Taishu Saint Emperor. Qiu Qingtian, do you want to continue the challenge or take a break? The white-haired referee asked again. Continue fighting. Qiu Qingtian said, then glanced at Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming's group originally had 7 people. Now that one was dead and one was injured, there were only 5 left. Other than Lu Ming, the other 4 turned pale when Qiu Qingtian's gaze swept past them. Qiu Qingtian's gaze swept past Lu Ming, directly ignoring him. In his opinion, he did not know Lu Ming at all. Although he won the previous round, it was also because of luck, the element of surprise, and Qi Gaoi's carelessness. He did not take Lu Ming seriously. In the end, his gaze fell on one of the 9 general stars and said, "Come out and fight me." The general who had been challenged paled. The scene of that prodigy being killed was still flashing in front of his eyes. Do you accept the challenge or admit defeat? Qiu Qingtian said with a playful smile. I admit defeat. In the end, that prodigy from the Taishu dynasty shook his head and chose to admit defeat. Even if the Saint Emperor saw it clearly, even if the others saw it clearly, he did not care and chose to admit defeat. It was better to be looked down upon than to be killed directly. He knew very well that with his strength, there was a 90% chance that he would be killed if he fought with Qiu Qingtian. How could he continue fighting? Of course, he would admit defeat directly. Ha ha ha. Tianyi Saint Emperor laughed loudly, while the Taishu Saint Emperor's face turned even uglier. Today, not only did he not get the soul-nourishing flower, but he also lost all his face. In this way, there were only 4 people left from the Taishu dynasty. Next, you. Come out and fight me. Qiu Qingtian continued to challenge and pointed at a young man. That young man shook his head and chose to admit defeat. There was no need to continue fighting. He was definitely no match for Qiu Qingtian. He would only be courting death if he went up. In this way, there were only 3 people left. Qiu Qingtian continued to challenge, and the next person also admitted defeat. In this way, there were only Lu Ming and a young man in a white robe left. Qiu Qingtian, are you still going to challenge? The white-haired judge asked. No, it's boring. All of you are cowards. I'll leave 2 of you for the others to play with. Xianxia shook his head and did not continue to challenge. Instead, he retreated. In his opinion, there was no point. If he continued to challenge, all of them would definitely surrender again. It was too boring. He might as well leave 2 of them for the others to play with. Alright, next, it's the Taishu dynasty's turn to challenge. The white-haired judge announced. Lu Ming had been challenged before, so it was naturally another young man in a white robe's turn. The young man in a white robe stepped out and came to the middle of the fighting ring. He was really relieved. If Xianxia continued to challenge him, he could only admit defeat. He did not expect that Xianxia would not continue to challenge him. In this way, he had a chance to show off. No matter what, he had to perform well in the next battle. Fengqi, come down and fight. The young man in a white robe looked at a young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty. You dare to challenge me? Very well, we have fought once before and there was no clear winner. This time I will definitely defeat you. The young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty called Fengqi said coldly. He stepped out and landed in the middle of the fighting ring. Boom! Boom! Without any superfluous words, the 2 of them started to fight fiercely. The battle was intense. Their strength was similar. They were both in the peak divine king realm with origin divine power factor and 4 awakenings. Needless to say, they were both peerless geniuses and their combat strength was similar. In this battle, the 2 of them exchanged more than 500 blows. It was extremely tragic. In the end, both of them were injured. They were covered in blood and their clothes were tattered. In the end, both of them fell down at the same time. The 2 of them fought until they were exhausted. In this battle, both of them were injured and they were evenly matched. In this way, Lu Ming was the only one left in the Taishu dynasty. Sigh, he is bound to lose. Let's end this quickly. Many people from the Taishu dynasty sighed. Previously, it was the Taishu dynasty's turn to challenge. In the previous battle, both of them were injured. Naturally, it was the Tianyi sacred dynasty's turn to challenge. Leave this brat to me. I want to see if he's faster than me. A genius from the Tianyi sacred dynasty spoke and then flashed out. Rather than continuing to fail, it would be better to end this quickly and end this torture. According to the rules, it's the Tianyi sacred dynasty's turn to challenge. The white-robed judge said. Lu Ming stepped out and came to the middle of the fighting ring. Boy, your speed is not bad. But compared to me, you are still a little slower. You will be defeated. The genius from the Tianyi sacred dynasty sneered. He was from the Wing Men clan and had a pair of green wings on his back. As soon as he finished speaking, he flapped his wings and turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing toward Lu Ming. In the process of rushing out, his body swayed and turned into multiple phantoms, surrounding Lu Ming. There were a total of 32 phantoms, and it was hard to tell which one was the real one. Ha ha ha, boy, have you seen my speed? Now you know the gap between us. With your speed, you can't even touch a hair on my head. Ha ha. The youth from the Wing Men clan laughed arrogantly. Who said that I want to compete with you in speed? Lu Ming said lightly. He clenched his fist and the overbearing god spear appeared in his hand. Is this the secret skill of origin? How is that possible? Many people's eyes widened, especially those from the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Origin source secret techniques naturally wouldn't shock these people. However, it was shocking for a person to possess 2 origin source secret techniques. Lu Ming had clearly displayed the Wind Destroyer boots in the previous battle. Now, he had displayed the overbearing god spear. It was obvious that he had 2 secret skills of origin. Could it be that Lu Ming had cultivated the ancient cultivation method? Just as many people had this thought, Lu Ming made his move. Lu Ming swept out directly. The huge spear radiance filled the fighting ring and enveloped the entire fighting ring. The youth from the Wing Men clan suddenly shouted in shock. Isn't Lu Ming good at speed? Why isn't he playing according to common sense? He wanted to resist, but it was too late. The huge spear radiance swept across and the phantoms exploded. No matter how many phantoms there were, no matter how fast they were, Lu Ming had already enveloped the entire fighting ring under his attack. Bang bang bung, a series of explosions resounded as the 36 phantoms exploded in an instant. The young man from the winged man race screamed as he was blown away by the spear. He was like a cannonball as he was blown out of the fighting stage and smashed into the ground. He was half dead. The youth of the winged men clan was defeated in one move. He won again? This time, even the people of the Taishu dynasty were stunned. In this competition, the Taishu dynasty had only won 2 matches, and both of them had been won by Lu Ming. This was simply unbelievable. The people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were also stunned. This kid is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. His true strength is very strong. Finally, one of the geniuses from the Tianyi sacred dynasty spoke up. His expression was grave. To be able to easily defeat 2 prodigies in a row, even a fool would know that Lu Ming's strength was not weak, but very strong. Below the fighting ring, the crown prince and the state preceptor looked gloomy. Seeing that Lu Ming was in the limelight, they were very unhappy. It doesn't matter. If this kid continues to challenge, he will be courting death when he meets the divine emperors of the other side. Maybe he will be killed by them. The state preceptor secretly transmitted his voice to the crown prince. That's right. It may be a good thing that this kid can win a few matches. The crown prince also nodded secretly. They were still hoping that Lu Ming would meet the divine emperors of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. In that case, they might not need to do anything and Lu Ming would be killed. Lu Ming, who are you going to challenge next? The white-robed judge asked. Now, only Lu Ming was left. Lu Ming had won, so he could only continue to challenge him. Lu Ming pointed at a young man from the other side, who was not in the divine emperor realm. If he wanted to win, he had to defeat everyone on the other side. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to challenge them one by one. It was the same to leave the divine emperors behind. The young man who was challenged by Lu Ming stepped out of the crowd and came in front of Lu Ming. However, the young man did not dare to be careless now. He stared at Lu Ming with a solemn face. Kill. Suddenly, the young man attacked. He attacked with all his strength. The origin source secret technique, with the support of strong divine power, was extremely powerful. It attacked Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming simply waved his spear. At that moment, Lu Ming had already activated the battle character art to quadruple his combat strength. In addition to his 11 types of divine power, it was extremely powerful. He could easily crush those of the same level. Not everyone was like Di Jenny. Although these prodigies were strong, they were 100 streets away from Lu Ming in a battle of the same level. Boom, the overbearing god spear rolled over, and the genius of the Tianyi sacred dynasty screamed. His attack and defense were all destroyed. He felt as if he had been hit by a mountain, and he was almost flattened. His whole body flew out of the fighting ring, and he vomited blood. He was half dead. Instant kill. Another instant kill. The scene fell into silence. Everyone stared at Lu Ming. Their eyes were shining. Another instant kill. Occasionally, they could say it was luck. But now, it had happened 3 times. This was not luck. It was strength. Overwhelming strength. One should know that Lu Ming's opponents were not weak. The top prodigies of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were like the 9 generals in the Taishu dynasty. Such people were killed in an instant. How strong was Lu Ming? Tianyi sacred emperor and the remaining prodigies of the Tianyi sacred dynasty looked solemn. Great! Taishu sacred emperor could not help but shout. His eyes, which were full of despair, were filled with hope again. With Lu Ming's combat strength, he might be able to create a miracle. The crown prince and the state preceptor looked gloomy. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that Di Jenny was really defeated by Lu Ming? Di Jenny, come here. The crown prince sent a voice transmission to Di Jenny. In a flash, Di Jenny appeared behind the crown prince. Di Jenny, what's going on? Why is Lu Ming not dead? Could it be that you did not touch him? The crown prince sent a voice transmission to Di Jenny. Crown prince, state preceptor, we have underestimated Lu Ming. Di Jenny replied. What do you mean? The crown prince and the state preceptor were shocked. I have lost. Di Jiani only said these 3 words and did not say anything else. What? The state preceptor and the crown prince were shocked. They were all too clear about how talented and sick Di Jiani was. Jingyu was known as the most outstanding prodigy in the history of the Taishu dynasty. However, compared to Di Jiani, there was still a gap. Yes, in their hearts, Jingyu could not be compared to Di Jiani. However, right now, Emperor Jiani had been defeated by Lu Ming. What did this mean? Lu Ming's talent was number 1 in the history of the Taishu dynasty. D****. The crown prince roared in his heart. Di Jiani's strength was extremely terrifying. Even the person who was ranked number 1 among the 9 general stars might not be a match for Di Jiani. Did that mean that Lu Ming could defeat Qiu Qing Tian, defeat everyone in the Tiani sacred dynasty and help Taishu sacred emperor get the soul-nourishing flower? End of chapter 3488. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.